hold on,
Sorry.
hold on 1 second. If I may, you're looking for PV equals nRT. That's the equation. There's no gravity in that. Do you know what V is in that equation?
Volume.
Volume. So you're going to have a measured volume. That's the container, the volume. That's what's containing the volume. There's no G.
No, you have G when it comes to gravitational potential energy.
Not in PV equals nRT. Not in PV equals nRT. No, it's not in there.
Because it's just a kinetic. It's an ideal law. It's not accounting for any other conditions.
Sorry, when are gases not ideal?
In reality, because things aren't fully ideal within reality, there's
what affects the idealness of gases? When do we treat gases as non-ideal?
In real life, because that's how gases are.
I'll just tell you. So we treat gases as non-ideal in extreme temperatures and under extreme pressures. We can treat, and I can cite this if you want to, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide as ideal gases. Would you like the citation and reference for this?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine when you're dealing with like some test tube in a lab, because your noise is.
Not a test tube. We're dealing with gas behaviour. I've lined out the things that will affect gas behaviour. The input and export of mass, temperature, density, the size of the volume, the atomic mass. There's no gravity in here.
Yeah, and he also mentioned that a pressure gradient, there's actually no measurement of a pressure gradient because all it is an extrapolation and correlation.
Do you know what elastic collisions are? If not, I'll tell you.
I assume where there's a transfer of momentum.
It's actually not a transfer of momentum, it's backwards. So gas particles have this thing called elastic collisions, which means when a gas particle collides with something, it does not lose kinetic energy. So it will continue on that path until it collides with something else. So that proves there's not any force affecting the gas particles because of elastic collisions. If it starts going up, it's going to keep going up until it bounces off of something.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. A collision in which is conserved, not conserved. Yeah. The problem here is you shouldn't have a gradient, because I know you guys talk about a dynamic system, but there should be the same pressure pulling
gradient.
Does the heat from the sun radiate from the surface of the Earth and get colder with altitude? Are there day and night cycles? Is there energy being put into and taken out of the system? Is the gas being produced and absorbed cyclically within the dynamic system?
Yeah, this doesn't account.
Where's the gas produced?
Gas is produced on Earth, but also absorbed by the Earth.
On the surface of the Earth, chemical and biological cycles. So on the surface of the Earth is where the gas is produced. Where's the higher pressure? Is it where the gas is produced?
Jedi.
Is it where gas is produced?
Yes, Jedi. Jedi, where's it being absorbed? Where is the gas being absorbed?
Surface as well. It's being produced and absorbed at the surface. That's where the gas is.
So we've got a problem here because
why?
Because if the gas pressure is consistent and it's being absorbed at the same rate. Sorry?
Not consistent. It changes throughout the 24 hours of the day. It is higher in the daytime than it is in the nighttime.
I know. I'm saying.
You
I'm
know
saying.
that, did you? Oh, okay. You knew that. Sorry, I do apologise. It just sounded like you don't know what you're talking about.
Jedi, it's not increasing over time, is it? It's not going to be 20 psi 10 years
It's
from now.
increasing and decreasing. Do you know what barometric pressure is?
No, I know what an oscillation
Water
is.
cycle. The water cycle, bro.
Yeah, but it's not going to be 20 psi 10 years from now because it's being produced at the surface. Because
It's heated and cooled. Heated and cooled,
Yeah,
heated
it's
and cooled,
heated and
cooled throughout the day. Heated and cooled throughout the seasons as well.
I agree.
Good.
What I'm saying is, if it's being absorbed at the surface, that is not a reason to say, right, it needs to be a gradient as you go higher up, because that creates a problem of if it's being absorbed
at the surface.
You keep hold on, Jedi. He keeps bringing out the gradient. Can you give me who measured the gradient? How they do it?
You can go to it. Well, you could just go to a high mountain, measure it.
No, yeah, that's just still surface level. You said mesosphere. Who measured the gradient up there?
I haven't measured it. You guys know I haven't.
I'm not asking you if you did. I'm asking who did.
I don't. You're saying who? Like I have them on my contacts list.
Okay, well then, but you're speaking of it like it's a given, like this has actually happened.
Because
we've looked into this, and there isn't any measurement of the gradient in the mesosphere.
There is.
No, there isn't. Actually, it's all extrapolation and correlation. This is by NASA. They have a full paper on this.
Like there's less oxygen on Mount Everest, but there's not less gas.
There is. There's less gas pressure.
Sorry, less gas pressure doesn't mean less gas.
It means less gas per cubic meter. So yes, it does mean less gas.
No, I can have two containers of gas. One's got 100 amount of gas in it, one's got 50 amount of gas in it. If I increase the temperature of the 50 amount of gas, because the collisions will be more because of the kinetic energy, the temperature eventually will be the same as the other container. Just because there's more pressure doesn't mean there's more gas. Just because there's less pressure doesn't mean there's less gas.
You can because you can look at it this way.
You're an idiot, dude.
I'm saying. Here we go. The second use of the word idiot. Right.
Well, so you disagree with something that can be demonstrated.
Do you want me to demonstrate this? Go somewhere that's the same temperature at the top of Mount Everest.
Excuse me. You're missing the point. I'm just trying to educate you that less gas pressure doesn't necessarily mean less gas.
That has to be.
No, because I can increase or reduce the pressure just by increasing or reducing the temperature.
Yeah, I know. So
right, good. So just agree, and then you can move on.
No, because all you have to do is compare, say, the temperature at the top of Mount Everest with the temperature at surface level, where it's the same temperature as Mount Everest.
But you're already in a gradient.
Sorry?
You're already in the gradient. What's the density of the gas you're measuring? Where is it? Is it just at the bottom of the mountain?
So that's what I'm saying. There has to be a lower pressure.
Is it at night time? Is it at daytime? When is this?
Take it at the same time of day. Take it at the same time of day.
Have you?
Have I? No.
Yeah, because you're telling me that this is going to happen.
You're saying there's a container and not a single one of you can demonstrate it.
Sorry, every single example of gas pressure is going to be related to PV equals nRT, where pressure is solved by the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container. If you have no physical boundary, there's no gas to press against, and if there's no physical boundary and the system is open, the gas will increase in entropy and disperse into the next available volume. It's a law of nature. Now, you give me your scientific experiment for gas pressure with gravity. Cause gas pressure with gravity.
A scientific experiment of gas pressure with gravity.
Cause gas pressure with gravity. Cause it. You're telling us that the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is because of gravity. I'm just asking you to verify that claim with an experiment where you very manipulate gravity to cause pressure.
Yeah, you can do it with different gases, like they take like coloured gases. That are significantly different.
Sorry, you're going to be talking about Avogadro's law.
Well, that's an example. You could use Avogadro's law, by the way.
And what does Avogadro's law tell us about the mass of gases?
What is in the molar mass?
Oh my God. You brought it up, Sunshine, like you're going somewhere, like it's going to help you. Avogadro's law does not help you. Still going to need a container. The amount of mass has got fuck all to do with it. You're still going to achieve the same amount of pressure.
Right. Do you think, can we say a force? Because all the container's doing it.
I don't care as long as you can scientifically verify it. You can say what you want, but I'm not going to believe you until you can show me.
Yes, so take gases at significantly different like densities, molar masses.
How do you achieve density of gas without a container?
What if you're citing,
you need to show that you can cause pressure of gases with gravity. Don't start asking me to think about stuff and saying, well, that's gravity, that is.
There's no rational alternative explanation.
I don't need explanations, I need demonstrations. Your claim is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Forgive me for asking for a demonstration.
No, it's not, because gravity...
Sorry, gas expands into vacuums. You're saying it doesn't.
Under the influence of gravity.
Yes, so that's your claim, which is the violation. The simplest way to understand entropy is gas expanding into a vacuum. You're saying that doesn't happen. So it would be remiss to me... Experiment, please. Show me. I feigned exasperation. Why do these people keep asking me to demonstrate my claims?
Yeah, I've asked you this like 20 times with a container. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll heat one end of it. I'll have a gas pressure gradient. Container, PV equals nRT. If I don't have a closed system and it's open, the gas will escape. You're saying it's okay. Don't worry, Jedi. The gas won't escape. Just believe my story.
You have a pressure gradient in a large container.
How large?
It doesn't matter.
You just made a claim and then you're saying it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, it could be in any large container. It could be the size of your room. It could be as high as you are, and you will have a pressure gradient.
Elbow, I've conducted
pressure. You know that pressure gradient is.
Elbow, I've conducted pressure tests.
I was still talking. Pressure gradient, unless you compress it to a higher pressure, where it starts to equalize pressure, and as you compress it, you always have a pressure gradient. That happens in any kind of medium, in liquids and any kind of liquid, fluid. Sorry, any fluid medium. Take water. Water has a pressure gradient due to depth.
Yeah. The problem is we can explain observations, and like unfortunately you guys can't. So we can do that.
You just don't accept them.
No, we can do so you can do this with, again, the weak equivalence principle, where if you take a near perfect vacuum, as we have countless examples around the earth of vacuum chambers, you drop a bowling ball, you drop a feather, they drop at the same rate.
You put gas in there, it just moves in all directions. Fucking hell, child. We're talking about gas. Not you dropping balls in vacuums. What do gases do in space? That's three-dimensional space. What do they do?
If they have kinetic energy, they move.
Which they will, because they've always got T.
Yeah. So they're always kind of
moving randomly in multiple directions. Forgive me, when you drop a ball, is that multiple directions? Does that ball, when you
Okay, not knowing the cause does not mean that the cause is impossible to be known or to be investigated. Does that make sense to you?
No, because that's exactly
Okay.
what that means. You don't know the cause, and how can you tell me what it means?
Okay, but you're arguing from personal incredulity when you're concluding from the fact that you don't know or you don't know anybody that knows the cause. If you're concluding from that it can't possibly be known or investigated, then you're arguing from personal incredulity. That's a fallacy. Are you aware of that?
And it's not a fallacy because no one's
Yeah.
ever proven it. These
That's an argument
ideas
from
that
personal
people...
incredulity.
Yeah, see how you interrupted me? Headmaster?
Any discovery in science would be falling under the same rules before it was discovered. Us not knowing what heats things up would make
we're
or
not
why
worried about that.
things are hard
We're not worried about
would
that.
be impossible to
We're not
know
worried
according
about
to before it was discovered how it works.
We're not worried about that. We're not worried about
Yes.
that. We're
Exactly.
right now.
No, that's exactly what I'm asking you about.
We're talking about what causes tides, and you're not able to
Okay,
provide the evidence.
hold
that
on,
you know.
hold on. You have made the claim that it is impossible to know what causes them, though.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
but that goes that according to your logic, anything that was discovered was impossible to know before it was discovered.
No.
That's an argument because you're
I'm not
arguing from
talking about-
incredulity.
I'm not-
Yes, you are.
I'm not talking about everything. I'm only talking about tides.
Yeah, but
Tides.
I'm applying your logic to anything else.
No,
I'm
I'm
drawing
not.
a parallel
I'm
to
not.
show you how it is a fallacy what you're claiming.
I'm not. That's you're trying to do an all or nothing fallacy. You are. I'm not
No.
saying
Hold on.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
all or
yeah,
nothing.
yeah.
It's not. No,
Yeah, it
it's
is.
not all or nothing. You
You're
have
telling
claimed.
me-
You have
you're telling me that all or
claimed.
nothing.
You have claimed that the tides, the cause for the tides, can't possibly be known. We can't possibly
Yeah, that's
investigate
correct.
that. Yes,
That's
you have
correct.
claimed that exactly. And your reasoning for that is that nobody knows the cause for the tides.
Okay. Now where are we gonna go from there?
Oh God.
Yeah, he's not gonna help you. You don't know truth.
What is that?
Yeah, pay attention to your wife, dude. You don't know truth.
According to that logic, anything that was discovered couldn't have possibly be discovered.
That's an all or nothing fallacy. Now you're the one.
No, it's
committing
not.
fallacy.
It's a
Yeah, it is.
parallel. No, I'm
No, it's
showing
not.
you why your reasoning
I'm
is
not
a
talking about
fallacy.
everything. I'm
You
not talking
are
about
arguing
everything.
from personal incredulity. Nobody knows how the
that's
tides
great.
are caused, therefore it can't be investigated how the tides are caused.
Well, then
That's
show
that's a
me.
fallacy.
Then
That's
show
a
me.
personal incredulity. That's arguing from
Then
personal
show me.
incredulity.
All you got to do is show me, and it'll defeat what I'm saying. Show me.
That is a fallacy. Me not knowing how the tides are caused does not mean that they can't be investigated.
No. I said it's not been proven. I said it's not been proven.
You have agreed multiple times that they can't be known. And that's why the only reason I opened my
because
mic.
it's not been proven. It's not been proven that people know what causes the tides. They're only
I'm
correlating
not
at
claiming
best
that
all
people
the things.
do know it. But you have
All right.
you have
Yeah, there you
agreed
go.
to
You
claiming
agreed with
multiple
me.
times that
You
it can't
agree with me.
possibly be
You
known.
agree with
It
me.
can't. You have agreed multiple
agree with
times
me.
that it can't even be investigated
just
or
agree
know
with me.
or made to know.
Thank you for agreeing with me, Enmaso. You proved my point. Thank you.
No, you're proving mine over and over, and you're now backpedaling on what you have claimed to say.
You just said nobody knows that. Nobody knows what causes tides. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But you have said more than that. You have claimed that it can't be known. That you can't
Yeah,
make
well
it
then
known.
prove it. Because
That
these
is a
things-
fallacy.
these
You're
things that
reversing
occur-
that is
these
not the
things that
point.
occur-
That is not
these things that
necessary.
occur on the surface of the earth-
That is not You're reversing the burden of proof. You have to prove.
Yeah, you know why?
You have to prove why it can't be proven.
Yeah, I know, but the
And
reason
pointing out
why
that it hasn't been proven does not.
Masto, I already heard you. You don't have to repeat yourself.
No, you're not.
The
You're not
reason,
listening.
yeah, I am, but you're the one that's interrupting me when I'm telling you. So when it comes to the paradigm of like tides happening on the surface of the earth, people think that it's because of it being a globe. So that's why I say they can't know. You can't know if you're using that paradigm that you think the earth is a globe, because you're only going to try to tie it into some correlation as to why it being a globe is going to lead you to the fact that tides occur. So you can't know. I'm correct. You cannot know if you're using that paradigm. And that's the one you and everybody else believe in. You believe in this
Hold on.
globe paradigm.
You're assigning
and you
something
can't
to
know.
me wrongfully here.
Well, that's what you did. You're a globe
You don't
defender.
tell me what I
even
believe
though
in
you
and
say
what I
you're
don't
not.
believe in. You don't get to do that, okay? Especially
you're a
not
globe
when you're
defender.
wrong. Especially not when you're wrong. Okay?
So people
Got
that think that the earth is a globe will defend the paradigm that they will say they know what causes tides. And that's a correlation due to the fact they'll say that it has something to do with the moon. So
Okay, so?
it's all right, Amasto. You've been a ball believer for a long time. We all know this.
No.
Yeah.
No, you don't get to slander me like that.
Well, I do, and I have. So
No, you don't get to do that and be correct.
yeah, I do.
No,
Well, then
you know,
why are you defending it? Why do
you
you
can
come in
do
here?
it, yes, but it would still be slander.
Yeah, but you're coming in here defending the globe, so there you go.
Hold on, no, how did I do that?
Well, the only paradigm that tides are correlated to be saying that they happen is on the surface of a globe with moon pulling the waters of the earth. So that's why you would come in and defend a point that is like you can't defend.
Huh?
So therefore,
I didn't make any of those statements that you just. That you just said was coherent. That didn't make any of those statements.
If it wasn't for the globe, why would you defend the globe? If it wasn't for the globe,
I'm not.
Why are you defending a point?
I'm not.
Well, then
It's that easy.
Don't defend it. It's that easy.
I'm
Don't
not.
defend it.
Yes. Okay. I'm not.
So therefore, I was correct. You can't know what causes the tides. Yeah? And if you say that you can, prove it.
Okay. So, the point you were making was a completely different one from what I understood in the beginning.
Yeah, but because you're confused. You're always confused. Every
No.
time you come in here, you're confused. You don't know what the conversation is about. You make assertions as what you think it is, and then you put your 2 cents and it's not even worth it.
Okay, you get to calm down a little bit now. That was enough
Calm
insults
down. I don't need to
in
calm
one
down.
go. Okay, yeah. Then act like it.
Go away.
Methinks the lady does protest too much.
Yeah, exactly. If there was just a mute button for the whole world, man, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Just to like silence. Yeah, no, I'm calming you down, dude. Like obviously. The world needs to have a mute button for you. Just for you. Wherever you go, man, they hear you speaking, they probably need a dude, that guy. If there was a mute button in this world, it would be used on this guy. Silence is golden, AK. Anyway, yeah. That was interesting. Yeah, you gotta have it Masto in small doses, dude. You can't just let them run amok. Anyways, I gotta get going, but I'll talk to you in a bit. I'll be on listening mode.
Yeah, no
You
worries.
can unmute him if you want to talk to him, but I don't know. He's not really working.
I don't know who else. I'm not looking at the panel, so I don't know who's here.
Just Just me, you, and Crit, and then Masto.
Oh, okay. Still, yeah, right, okay. Yeah, no, I'm, I'm good. I'll kick back and maybe some more people turn up soon.
All right, bro.
All right, cheers, man. Have a good one, Alpha.
Drop it have infinite degrees of freedom.
Why is the feather dropping at the same rate as the ball?
Sorry, why is the gas going up? Why is the gas going sideways? Why is the gas going 45 degrees up towards the left? Why does the gas have infinite degrees of freedom, but the solid object you dropped just had one?
Because it has more kinetic energy in relation to its mass.
Oh, so the gas isn't affected by gravity.
It is.
Sorry, when you drop things, it goes down. Then you say that's gravity, that is, but you forget about the gas that's moving freely and random in all directions.
Yeah, because it's always under the influence of Okay, can we say gas moving on average 340 meters per second, right? So the influence of gravity on Earth, even at higher altitudes, it only varies a bit, until you start getting beyond the mesosphere. Because even on the ISS, it's 8 point something. But we go higher up, right? It's about that 9.81 meters per second squared range, right? Something going at 340 meters per second. It's still going to travel in a parabola under the effect of gravity while not falling straight towards the Earth. But it will
about elastic collisions. No, did you forget about elastic collisions? We just talked about that. That's not going to happen with gas particles. Elastic collision.
No, because it will be when you're talking about it going in a parabola, it's being transferred from kinetic energy to gravitational potential energy.
Sorry, that's just bullshit, dude. I mean, if you can cite it and show me an experiment, that'd be great. But you're just saying that the gas follows a parabolic arc. Kinetic theory of gas is straight line motion. The walls of the container also do not attract the gases to them.
You could just Google this.
I just cited. What the fuck do I need to Google now? Just cited kinetic molecular theory. What the fuck do I need to Google?
Google. Why does gas not escape the Earth?
Appeal to my story. How does the Millennium Falcon enter hyperspace? I need a demonstration, dude. Don't need stories. It's the story that's up in contention. The story is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You're just going to repeat the story to me and hope the story is satisfactory. No, we're going to need scientific experimentation for this invalidation of the second law.
Can I get scientific validation of the container?
EV equals nRT, Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law.
Yeah. Pressure, force per unit area, so gravity, got it.
Wants an experiment of fucking the ideal gas law.
What's an experiment of gravity?
Back to gravity. That's their Trump, their so-called Trump card. They always resort to gravity. There's no scientific evidence of gravity.
Do you get what I'm saying when I say there's no rational alternative?
But that's just your, I don't know, problem.
Okay,
I think.
Guys, you're the ones in contention. What's the rational alternative?
What the gases contain?
No. What's the rational alternative to gravity?
Be rational alternative. We don't
Sorry,
have to give
what is gravity? Sorry, what do you mean gravity? What is gravity? What is it?
Mass attraction to mass.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh.
So, well, that's not even true from your paradigm, is it?
Yes, it is. What's
So
violating?
fuck
my
Einstein then, right? Fuck you, Einstein, with your fucking bendy space-time since 1915 that superseded these ideas brought forward by Newton. Fuck you, Einstein.
Can I explain? Because
No.
we're just being...
No, let me ask you this. How does mass attract mass?
How does mass attract mass?
Yeah.
So that's where Einstein comes in.
Fuck me. I'm going to let somebody else to play with you because you're too easy. Shit, dude.
I'll try.
You're absolutely right. Einstein. Not mass attracting mass. This is too easy.
I'll try. So, if mass attracts mass, does a helium balloon have mass?
Yes. Every object has
Every
mass.
object, got it. So if I drop a helium balloon, it should fall down, right?
Yeah, if it has a higher density, it should fall down.
Oh, so the relative density of the object in relation to its surrounding medium controls whether objects rise or fall, not gravity.
Well, what's pushing helium up?
Well, I'm not asking that. I'm saying if I drop it, it should go down, but it goes up instead.
Yeah, it goes up, I agree. So what's pushing it up?
The relative density of the object in relation to its surrounding medium.
Right. So what's going on with the surrounding medium?
Well, the object is less dense than its surrounding medium, so it goes up.
Yes. So is one exerting a force on the other?
I don't know, but I just know that's why it goes
right.
up.
So how? Right. We don't know whether one's exerting a force on the other. Right. So is it moving?
Well, why does that matter when it's going up and it should go down?
Because then your logic is all over the place, right? You see, you let go of it. Okay. No.
You just
what is
said
the velocity?
You just agreed that it should go down.
Duncan, what is the velocity of a helium balloon when you're holding onto it?
I haven't measured it.
Would you say it's like 0? You're holding onto it; it's right there.
So yeah, when it's not moving.
Yeah.
Right.
You let go of it, it seems to gain speed, right?
Yeah, it goes up instead of down.
So the equation.
Hold on one second. The fact that it goes up instead of down disproves that mass does not attract mass.
No, right. We're getting to that. What is the equation in simple terms, like Newton's laws for a force?
I don't need an equation. I'm doing science.
What? You can't do
Pressure
science.
over area.
You can't do science without quantizing your variables. That's not science.
Really?
Yeah, it's not science because you'd have no scope of methodology.
Well, I can prove science right now.
Can you give me the formula for what is that? Then I can.
Force is pressure over area, and if you want a science experiment,
that's our equation, right? That's our equation for pressure, right? So when we see a balloon go up, we're seeing a force imposed on the balloon, right?
You tell me, is there a force on the balloon?
Well, there has to be. It is the antecedent.
Okay. And then that force is making it go up, not down.
Right. So
mass does not attract mass.
No, it does. I am guessing there. So when we're saying
the helium balloon is essentially going away from Earth. If it was being attracted towards Earth, it would go down. But it doesn't do that. It goes up. It's not attracted towards Earth.
So is the pressure higher on the bottom of the balloon than the top of the balloon?
It's probably even.
It is higher on the bottom of the balloon, right?
No, I would say it's even in the balloon.
Okay, so the balloon shouldn't move.
No, if it's a helium balloon and it's less dense than its surrounding medium, it goes up.
No. Okay, so what's causing it to move?
The relative density of the object in relation
Right.
to its
But
surrounding medium.
what does that mean? What does that mean?
That
Because if the thought,
That means when, let me tell you, that means when an object is less dense than its surrounding medium, it goes up, and when it's more dense, it falls down.
Hold on. So he said
no,
that you
but
can't.
we're saying the force, right? The force per unit area, the pressure is the same. Would be the same because note that I said it should be higher on the bottom, lower on the top, right? But you're saying no, it can be the same all round. So what is the resultant force on the balloon if the forces are acting the same in all directions? What could be the resultant force in that? There can't be. There is no resultant force.
I don't even know why you're asking because the balloon is still going up,
Logically,
not
by
down.
by your logic, the balloon shouldn't move.
No, I'm saying it should move because it's less dense than its surrounding medium.
But you can't. What I'm saying is you can't quantize that.
I just did.
No, because then the balloon wouldn't move if the pressure is the same around the balloon.
So are you claiming that a helium balloon won't move if I let it go?
I'm saying it will move because the pressure has to be It has to be slightly more on the bottom, right, than the top.
So we agree that the balloon goes up away from Earth, not down towards Earth.
Yeah. It starts to from ground level. It will start to move away from the Earth, and that's due to a pressure gradient, right?
Right. So that means that mass does not attract mass.
No, it does. It does.
Well,
Because
if the balloon is going away, how can it be going towards it when it's going away from it? It can't be doing both.
Because right, the air pressure, the air pressure,
Sorry.
the air pressure is exerting a higher force than gravity, right?
Oh, so gravity does not control it. It depends on something else instead.
It's how a plane flies. A plane flies because
now, fucking hell.
right. Are you guys immune to analogies?
Well, let's talk about the helium balloon. It's very simple.
Yeah. So we're talking about things going up, right? Plane flies because it's exerting a higher pressure on the wings than gravity is imposing on the plane.
Plane has lift and thrust forces. Let's just talk about the balloon.
Yeah, it's the same. You're just getting a lower pressure, right? Than air pressure is imposing.
Oh, okay. So if I have a balloon with the same pressure that's just a regular balloon with the air around us, and I have another balloon with the same pressure, but it's helium, then they should both fall, or they should both go up, or no?
The helium balloon will go up.
Oh, because it's less dense than its surrounding medium?
Yeah.
Right. So that's the cause of it, not gravity.
No, because density is a scalar. It doesn't tell you about a resultant direction.
Sure it does. If it's less dense, it goes up. If it's more dense, it goes down. What's the problem?
No.
Wait, so are you saying less dense things don't go up? Are you saying the helium balloon doesn't go up?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Oh, it does. Okay, so up and down. Those are directions, right?
Yeah. So why would things go
it
down?
does control the direction.
Why would things go down? Why would things go up?
Why do things go down? Because they're more dense than its surrounding medium.
Right. Okay. So I put the lead.
Than the surrounding medium. We just agreed on this like 30 seconds ago. Dude.
Right. I put a lead weight. Right on the ground. Why does it not sink through the ground?
Well, probably because. Well, why does it not sink through a solid object?
Yeah.
Well, we're not talking about things sinking through solid objects. We're talking about things being more or less dense than its surrounding medium. Like the ground isn't a medium for the piece of lead.
No, everything is a medium. If I have a piece of glass, right, it's a medium. If I have a piece of lead, it's a medium. Do you know what a medium just means? A substance of like some type.
Well, I would think the medium for the lead piece wouldn't be the ground. I would say it's the air surrounding it, right?
Yeah, so you're talking about a fluid medium. You're talking about a fluid.
Okay, so that's the medium we're talking about.
Yeah,
right.
But we don't see this, right, translated everywhere. So it's not a universal.
So are you saying the piece of lead should go through the ground or shouldn't go through the ground?
In terms of if the only thing is density, there should be nothing stopping the lead from just sinking through the floor.
So you're saying it should go through the ground?
If there's nothing stopping it bar density, then yes.
Oh, well, we've never seen that, so that's kind of a weird claim. Can you prove that?
Yeah. So it's not valuable as an explanation, because you say things go up, things go down, right? But you can't say why things go down. I did say why things go down. But I did say that. What is down? What is down?
Down is towards the ground. Down is towards the ground.
Here's the problem. I'm on a mountain, right? What is down?
Towards the ground.
No.
No?
No, because I'm not standing.
Down?
I'm not standing parallel to the mountain.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Where is the ground then if it's not down?
Towards the center of the Earth.
Towards the center. Oh, so you assume that the Earth is a globe first.
But if down was just the ground, I should walk over a mountain and be perpendicular to whatever ground I'm standing on, because down is just the ground.
So, from your perspective, where is the ground?
The ground is anything worth standing on. That's the ground.
And that's down.
But what is down? What does down mean?
Towards the ground.
So on a mountain, I should be stood perpendicular to the ground.
You are, dude. You are in that. So you're not making.
So I walk up a mountain. I walk up a mountain.
And they don't know what up or down is.
Okay, guys.
How hard it is to define down. I mean, any reasonable person would see that down is towards the ground. Look at the spin job you have to get for down.
Right. I try and put a spirit level on a mountain, right? And the bubble of the spirit level moves away from perpendicular to the ground. It says I'm at an angle to the ground, right? On the steepness of a mountain. Right. Why?
Could you ask that question again? Sorry.
So I put a spirit level on the slope of a mountain, and the spirit level tips over, right, hits the ground, and the bubble on the spirit level is saying that I am not level with the ground. Right, and I know that I'm standing at an angle to the ground.
Yeah, right? So, wherever it is perpendicular to that bubble will be horizontal. That's all. You're not making a good point about where's down is.
So down is not the direction of the ground, right?
Yeah, it would be a position perpendicular. No, it would be. It would be a position perpendicular to the bubble. There's 90 degrees through it. That would be down. That would be it. That spot there. Now the land can slope in relation to a horizontal plane. Yeah, I mean that's no problem. But you guys are talking about something else. This is gonna go into a different combo. But yeah, you and Duncan were talking about something else.
So why is there this universal down?
Yeah. Well, why? That might be something to ask. We can test that it is. I mean, you can use Archimedes' principle. You can use rise over run. You can use the slope intercept formula. You can use a slope of that spirit level to find out what down is. There's a bunch of ways you can do it.
Yeah. Why is it this one vector? Why?
I mean, that's a great question. Yeah, but we can prove that it is, obviously.
It's up and down. It's not really down.
It is. Why?
How? How can we prove that it is? We can use 2 points of the surface of water at the same elevation to show that they.
Not how. Not how. Why? Not how. Why?
Well, I mean, we don't know what's going on yet until we prove what's going on. Then you can ask, why is it happening this way? You got to qualify it first.
Okay, so you're saying we just don't know.
No, I'm just saying you're jumping the gun, right? First, you got to prove or show or demonstrate the thing that you're asking why about. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like what you're asking is why is it the case? You're asking like, why is it the case that the surface of water is a tool for establishing points of equal elevation, and the pressure is uniform across the surface to give us that equal elevation in the spirit level.
Guys, I'm willing to move on from this because I can see that if we're just saying I don't know, and I'm saying I have an explanation, and you're saying you can't prove this. You have no sufficient.
No, I can't prove it. That's what I said. We can go through a proof, right?
What is an explanation?
You're going for an explanation,
right? The map that we observe.
No, what is an explanation?
The explanation, right? The best explanation.
I'm not asking you for
the best explanation that we have is gravity is due to the curvature of space-time.
Again. I'm not asking you what is the explanation. What is an explanation?
Like what is it good for?
So what I'm looking for is explanation is a story to make you believe you know something you don't. You don't have you have no conclusive evidence, and you make stuff up to make you feel better.
I could say that with anyone about anything.
No, you can't actually, because demonstration trumps. Demonstration.
Anyone giving an explanation.
Demonstration trumps explanations.
Yeah, like the Cavendish experiment.
No, it's not a demonstration of what? It's not a scientific experiment. It's not a demonstration.
It is. It is.
No, it is not a scientific experiment.
Why is this the third or fourth time
what is it? Okay.
Why do you keep going over things you've been over before? You've heard explanations.
Okay. That's why I said to move on, because I know it's going to go.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to touch was you're saying that you need to have a formula or some kind of equation to be able to do science. That's what you said earlier.
You need to quantize your variables in some way.
Okay. Can you find the quantized variable in germ theory as a scientific theory? Germ theory. What is the formula for it?
Yeah. Well, you have epidemiology, which has loads of formulas.
Germ theory. What is the formula for it?
You have the maths with regards to the biological nature of like bacteria, viruses. Look up virology.
What is the formula in germ theory?
I'm not. I don't know. Like Louis Pascal's theory.
That's all we wanted. You don't know. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, there isn't one.
What do you mean there isn't one?
There is no formula in germ theory.
So if I were to look it up, I'm not going to find any formulas.
Yes, if you look up what is the formula for germ theory, and it's going to tell you there is no formula for germ theory.
Okay.
Oh, spoiler alert, there's no theory.
We have epidemiology and pharmacology.
I don't think that's germ theory.
It's directly related to germ theory. Is a framework describing everything about germs and their transmission. Like it's how Louis Pascal. Like if Louis Pascal wasn't talking about the transmission and multiplication of germs, there wouldn't be a germ theory. Because it wouldn't make sense that, okay, your body gets infected by a bacteria. Okay, what does that bacteria do? If it's doing nothing, you're not going to get sick because it's just an inert bacteria that's not doing anything. So you have to describe it in terms of some laws.
So did you post the equation?
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm just going to check. Because my biology knowledge is a bit. Because I might be getting the wrong Louis. Hold on. It's like expecting me to just know all of science.
No one said that. Right? We don't expect you to know all of that, but if you make specific claims, then you should, be able to back them up. That's all.
To understand science in terms of laws and principles, you generally have to quantize them, or you're not understanding the mechanics of why something occurs. You're just seeing something and giving it a name. That's it. It's not really science. Louis Pasteur. Sorry, I was being a fucking idiot. It's Louis Pasteur, not Louis Pascal. Sorry.
Nowhere in the scientific method
Pascal, bro. Let's
do math.
Yeah, Louis Pasteur gave a hypothesis based off it was like something it saw with like alcohol fermenting and things like that. It was expanded on in terms of like its rules governing like multiplication, spread, and all of this by like epidemiology and pharmacology and other fields. But they generally use statistical models. Like they're talking about rates of transmission, all of this, like probabilities. They still use some degree of maths. All science in some way has to refer to maths because maths is a descriptor for how the laws of the universe interact.
That's psychology.
Is maths your god?
No, I don't worship maths.
But it's the answer.
But you can be skeptical of maths. You can be skeptical of ZFC maths, like our standard maths. But I find if it's sound, it's the best one. But yeah, there is philosophies around questioning maths, but I find they don't go anywhere because ZFC maths is best describes reality. It's great. It works.
Are you a fledgling astrophysicist or something? What are you? What are you studying?
My background is in mechanical engineering, but I know bits about space and physics.
How old are you? 12?
26. Like space.
You think that everything that we're told, everything in science is absolutely correct, 100% true?
No.
26 is still in the prime of naivety.
No, so right.
I mean, you sound like you're really deep into it, like
some fields of science. Some fields of science.
Fallacy to the hilt.
Some fields of science are more controversial. For example, am I very skeptical of the idea of dark energy? Yes, I am. I believe there's probably better explanations based on evidence we've come across. Am I skeptical of like I don't. There are things like dark matter, for instance. Could there are things that they are contentious in science. For example, there's the addiction debate in science. Like, what is addiction? If somebody claims they have the answer, they probably don't. It's still a debate in science as to what addiction is.
Is it possible you're addicted to outer space?
Yeah. I am. Okay. You've called me red-handed.
It's still in the wheelhouse of cluelessness.
You've called me red-handed. I am addicted to outer space. I love outer space. Like, I think
might as well face it. You're addicted to space.
You're addicted to space.
I mean, I could do the same and say you guys are addicted to this idea of the flatter.
But because we don't show the signs of addiction, you're the one carrying on about outer space. We leave it as certain things. I don't know. Mysteries abound, and you're just feeding your addiction with all this bullshit.
Yeah, none of our claims contradict reality at all.
Seeing stuff isn't bullshit. My
story you're attaching to it is bullshit. When you're looking up in the sky, you're addicted to thinking of it as one way. You've been brainwashed.
Okay, what? I've been brainwashed. Yeah.
Yes. I too was brainwashed. I faced the same indoctrination pattern that you did in your life.
How were you brainwashed?
That's where you can't say the same thing about us or about flat earthers, Cosmos, because he's admitted to previously being like you, a globe believer, where he believed in outer space. So do you see the disconnect?
I would never claim to have the exact same experience as someone else. I think that's a very egotistical claim.
Dude. Well, you're just kind of all I'm saying is you need to recognize the possibility that you're still suffering from naivety and just being indoctrinated.
Stockholm.
It happened to us all.
You know, right? When I say I question stuff, do you think that's due to brainwashing? So if I say I question, hold on.
That's your natural curiosity. You're trying to fight off your naivety.
If I say I question the Lambda CDM model, right, in cosmology, how am I being brainwashed? If I'm saying I'm skeptical of this theory,
because you think it's something that's of substance to be skeptical of in the first place. It's just some idea in the first place. It's someone else's fantasy, addiction.
You're doing well. You're doing well.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, but sometimes I think you guys forget that we also were indoctrinated, and some people to high levels of, academic endeavor.
I love space.
How do you know it's them being indoctrinated and not you?
What do you mean? Well, it's just a lifetime of pulling head out of ass. You start seeing a lot of the things that they say are lead pipe cinches, not even about outer space. You start seeing a lot of things just don't add up. I mean, all this bullshit. Remember 2 hours ago when we were talking about global climate cataclysms and all this shit? Well, none of these threats that they make and lord over our heads ever come true. They just make a new threat.
No, we haven't experienced
experience. I don't know. It's possible to pull out of naivety.
Cosmos, what's this about dark matter? Having doubts about that?
Well, it's specifically specifically dark energy.
Okay, so Is the cosmos coming crashing down around you? Like is the establishment telling you this is something? This is how it is. This is what's
It's not.
Why are you
No,
doubting
it's not.
that?
You say it's like the establishment's telling you. You realise they're the ones actively researching it and proposing it as like a hypothesis
Yeah,
of
but what
what's
I'm trying
causing.
to get at is that you're stuck in space, right? Possibly lost, but so you have your doubts about what they're telling you.
Yeah, but the field of science. It's not the field of.
Sorry, but when it comes to curvatures and vacuums and stuff, and people telling you scientific facts and proving things to you, and you can't prove them back, you just won't budge from that. But you will have doubts about when they're talking about dark energy and stuff, the greater things of the cosmos.
Because there's very scant evidence for dark energy specifically.
Well, that's what people are telling you about fucking curvature and gravity.
No.
Okay.
Can we talk about directions?
It exists, then.
Can we talk about directions?
Well, whatever you like.
Okay, right. You guys.
Are you moving the goalposts again, you bastard?
Do you agree? Right. If you, in terms of the compass, do you know like where it is a compass points?
Yeah, you've moved the goalpost. Well done, Cosmos.
I asked if you wanted to talk about it.
I jokingly said yes. I actually meant no.
Okay, well, I can't read your mind. I just go off of what you say.
Somebody else see what they say.
Okay.
Yeah, read the room, bro.
Okay, so can we talk about directions? Because by the way, when you say our theory or what we say makes sense, when we talk about directions, I can demonstrate it makes no sense.
Can we talk about Big Bang? How's it?
The big parts of the Big Bang make no sense. I'll agree.
Thank you. We're getting somewhere.
Yeah, parts of the Big Bang make no sense.
Make no sense. Parts of dark energy make no sense.
Yeah.
What about evolution? Any opinion about evolution?
Evolution is generally consistent. If you want to argue specific points of evolution, I can do with you.
No, I don't want to argue. I want to debate.
Okay. What issue do you have with evolution?
Let me see. Hang on, it's going to take me about 3 billion years to get a question here.
Where did the information come from?
You think that dolphins came out of the sea, grew a couple of leaves, decided they didn't like it, and then went back into the sea?
Yes.
Really? Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Right. We can literally see semi-aquatic animals current day.
Right, so I guess that we got to figure out how fucking old this Earth is, right?
We have that. It's about 4.5 billion years old.
And what's the proof of that?
Give me a break.
The best proof we have is isometric dating in rocks. Yeah.
What's that when you call it?
It's when you're studying the natural decay in it's called isotopic dating, and it's when you're measuring the radioactive decay in rocks. Uranium is a really good reference point because it has such a slow rate of decay. So if you see when they're looking at certain, like, I think it's like igneous rock formations, and you see in certain crystallines like zircon, samples of uranium, they find randomly interspersed within all of these samples of uranium around the Earth a certain amount of lead. Literally the most rational explanation that we have is due to the natural radioactive decay from uranium. The amount of lead you get around the globe in these zircon samples lines up with an age for the uranium of 4.5 billion years.
Hang on, you have to prove.
Yeah, that was the explanation. He asked you for the proof of that.
The zircon samples.
Wasn't there a thing about isometric dating and carbon dating being a bit skew, but not correct? Hang on.
No, it's pretty consistent in all of these samples all around the Earth. In China, in Canada, in South Africa, they find the same thing.
Dinosaurs?
Yeah, well, they find dinosaurs as well. Do you know I've been to beaches where people have found like fossils on the beach, like the as they're called, like fossil gold mines, where people can literally just find like fossils on the beach.
And that proves millions and millions and billions of years, just because you can find fossils on the ground.
Well, the rock is millions of years old. So why is
the circle jock of carbon dating? And
no, carbon dating's only accurate up to 60,000 years. It's not carbon dating they use, and there's no carbon left in a fossil.
So isometric data you were talking about, deterioration of atoms.
Isotopic, sorry, I use
isotopic. That's it. So the deterioration of atoms, hoping that all of the conditions have been exactly the same the whole entire time.
There's not much that's going to, if it has to skew the data, it would have to do so erratically that you'd have to have such noise affecting your sample that it would be consistent. Like it would be random, or it will be consistent everywhere to throw everything off by a significant degree, and we find like no evidence of that.
What type of education do you have, or are having?
Well, a degree in mechanical engineering.
Okay.
A logical mindset, then, essentially.
Well, okay, guys, what do you make of fossils of like dinosaurs and these crazy animals that we can't find on Earth currently? Do you say they're fake?
Wasn't there a fossil that was meant to be extinct some ridiculous amount of time ago, and then they just like found it? And they're like, oh, it's exactly the same, and it's not actually extinct at all. I forget the name of it, but I'm sure I could pull it up.
I know that, for example, like there's no velociraptors walking around, but we find velociraptor bones like all around the place.
Right. You're aware of the one that I was talking about, right? There's like a fossil of some old creature. They claimed that it was extinct millions of years ago, right? And then they rediscovered it recently.
I'd be interested, but like we're not finding that with like a bronchosaurus or something, where like somebody found like a giant like brachiosaurus or a T-Rex in the jungle somewhere. It's just there are seemingly no dinosaurs left except birds. Like all we have are birds.
Dude.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and they started
done that as well.
Yeah, Yeah, they only just started finding these dinosaur bones a century and a half ago. My guess is they dug up a cow femur and they go, "Oh, look at that! It's a toe of a big lizard."
You could say, you could say the exact same for oil wells. That doesn't mean they planted oil wells there.
Yeah, that's
doesn't make any sense.
All the dinosaurs died in one fucking place in order to give us fossil fuels. Right?
No, they didn't. They found all over. They found all over the place.
Isn't that convenient? Oh, they're all over the place, right? How much oil have they pumped out of the earth so far, and how much more oil have they got in reserves, and how much more they're going to pump out? Isn't it convenient that 10 fucking trillion dinosaurs decided to all die at the same time, and then all create this fucking fossil fuel?
No. The found no. Dinosaur bones are found throughout over 150 million years of rock. They all died out in the late Cretaceous, earlier Paleogene extinction.
Right, so what is oil?
Sorry?
What is oil?
Oil. Well, fossil fuels. Fossil fuels.
What's that then?
It's largely the crushed remains of living organisms under the pressure of Earth.
How many crushed organisms do you think you need, right, in order to pump all the oil they pumped out to date, and what they have still going to pump out to all the
trillions? Trillions.
Really?
Trillions.
So, all right. So no wonder the asteroid hit. The Earth was overpopulated with fucking giant lizards. It's fucking stupid, man.
That you haven't actually given a counter argument. Your counter argument was appeal to credulity.
My counter argument, yes,
it was appeal to incredulity.
Make any logical fucking sense.
Yeah, that's an appeal to incredulity.
Compasses? Why don't you get the compasses?
The compasses.
Yeah, you said they didn't work.
Okay, so right. The problem is, say the North Pole, right? We say it points towards the North Pole. Okay, you go north from Canada, and you keep going north, right? You just follow you go straight in a straight line, right? You hit the northern coast of Russia, don't you?
From Canada.
Northern coast of Canada, you go north, you go past all the Arctic islands, you go over the Arctic Circle, you hit Russia.
Yeah.
Right. I live in the UK, right? I go east, I go in a straight line, I hit the same latitude I hit the same longitude of Russia.
I don't know where it is.
I'm saying I go in a straight line east. I hit the same longitude of Russia as you. What is going on? What's going on a flat Earth?
Let me see. North from Canada, east from UK. He had the same thing.
We hit the same point, say, in Siberia. So what's going on?
Is this a thing you've seen, or is it on a map, or yeah?
No, I'm just. Do you agree if you went in a straight line from Canada north, and you just kept going in a straight line, you hit somewhere in Russia, and let's say, for example, if you can tell where I'm coming from east, you just keep going, say at this point south through Russia, and and we meet at the same spot, say somewhere in Siberia.
Well, I don't know. We'd have to do that, right, to prove it. In other words, right? So I think,
do you agree? Do you agree that's what would happen?
Not yet. No, I have to look at it a bit more.
It's kind of. This is my. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But this is my recurring issue with a flat Earth as to like.
Is this the only one?
It's one of them. It's one of them. This isn't right. You guys have got to understand. I'm being as honest as I can with this. I'm being as intellectually honest as I can with this when I ask. I don't know how flat earthers reconcile what the Earth looks like, because we've got this problem where I'm going in a straight line, you're going in a straight line, we're going in different directions, and we hit the same point.
When did you do that, going straight line in reality?
That's what I asked about.
You do so on some flights. You're going kind of in a straight line.
Nobody's going straight line in flights. Are you saying there is a highway in the air? Are you saying there is a highway, straight highway in the air?
No, I'm not saying there's a straight highway.
But you're saying that there is a straight path of it's going there.
We're assuming a flat Earth. We're assuming a flat Earth.
You have to go over the North Pole to hit the north of Russia.
Why are you assuming the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Why are you
because for the sake of the argument.
Okay, if you take an aeroplane, it will be the same if you are flying over the curved surface or the flat surface, or it will be different.
Well, that contradicts some of your guys' arguments, but whatever. Like, if you want to,
you're the one that's making an argument. He's trying to see what you're trying to say.
I'm granting a flat Earth for the sake of this discussion.
You're not granting it. You shouldn't be granting anything if you're making an argument.
No, because you have to.
Do you know what is flat Earth position?
No, that's basic deductive. It's if P then Q. It's if P then Q.
It's not deductive anything. You granting a straw man.
No. Do you understand if P then Q? What you're talking
about the Moelis-Tollens?
Yeah, the basic principle.
Moelis-Tollens. That's not what you're doing, though. You're granting a straw man.
How am I not doing it?
Because you're saying I'm assuming that flat Earth. You shouldn't be assuming anything.
I don't know why you said
assuming it's not backed by evidence.
How am I supposed to say if P if I can't say if?
You're supposed to take the actual claim. You're supposed to take the actual. Right. You're supposed to take. Okay, listen. You asking how? I'm giving you how. If you're going to use a Moelis-Tollens, you're supposed to actually listen to the claim that your opponent is giving to you, and then come up with a Moelis-Tollens. Not come up with your own idea of what you think it is, and say I'm going to assume that is true, because that would be just you burning the straw man.
No, because to criticize the flat Earth, you have to say if P is true.
Listen, are you listening to what I'm saying? You are in a debate with an opponent that claims the flat Earth. You have to take your opponent's claim, of individual's claim, of what he's claiming for their flat Earth, and create a Moelis-Tollens from that. Not come up with your own claim, because that would be a straw man that you're burning.
Yeah, and I'm not.
What is your opponent's claim?
Guys, can somebody else?
You're talking over me. Did you hear the last part? You seem like every time I get to the last part, you talks over me. Did you hear the last part?
Yes.
What was the last part? Before you start, what was the last part?
If I'm saying if P, what is P?
No. I want you to still man what I said, because I responded to that already before you rinse and repeat what you want to say again. What was the last part? What was the last part that I said?
You have to grant you have to take.
You rinsing and repeating again. It seemed like you just got a script that you just got to say. We heard that part. We heard that part. That's how I know you didn't listen. That's how I know you did not listen to anything I said. Still, man, what I said to you, because I already responded to this.
No, because you're playing a memory game where I have to.
I'm not playing a memory game. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see if I'm having an actual conversation with someone instead of you just rinsing and repeating what you just said, and you just going to keep repeating what you said, even though I'm responding to it. You're going to ignore my response and ignore my rebuttal and just go ahead and repeat the exact same thing all over again. No, I want you to have an actual conversation with me. Because I already rebutted that little argument that you came up with.
Okay, repeat it.
What was my criticism?
Right, I can't quote it. Right, so just repeat it.
You don't have to quote it. What was the idea of it?
You're taking if P. P is the claim.
Oh my God!
Then you didn't listen anything. You don't know anything. You didn't listen.
Right.
He was speaking about the straw man, if you can remember.
Okay, so you're not going to basically, you don't know what I said to you then, pretty much. Because this will go a whole lot better if you actually listen to what your people were saying to you. Because you probably wouldn't even have to make these little silly arguments and get into these back and forths.
You guys don't even apply by modus tollens.
So you are not listening to what we're saying, are you?
You haven't listened to a single thing.
So why is you even in this room having conversations with us if you're not going to listen to your opponent? You hear the monologue?
Well, it's what you guys spend all day doing.
Yeah, what we spend all day doing, we have actual conversations with our opponents. That's what we do. We don't sit up here. We don't sit up here and monologue and rinse and repeat nonsense that we don't know nothing about.
Yeah,
when you guys come with your rebuttals, which this is what you're attempting to do, we have a response for. Listen. You keep talking while I'm talking. That's why I know you're not listening. We actually have a response for it, just like I did. I had a response and a criticism about your term of argumentation.
Okay, tell me.
Do you know what it is?
Okay, tell me.
You need me to tell you again? Great.
Bro,
I'll tell you again. Great. I'll tell you again. Maybe you listen this time. You cannot create a modus tollens based on what you think the argument is going to be. You have to listen to your opponent's argument first and see what his claim is, and then put it in a criticism of a modus tollens or test it in the modus tollens to see if the logic checks out. That's how you do it. Now, if you have your own modus tollens, right, or your own idea of what you think the flat earth is, and create your own modus tollens and use that as a form of argumentation, it would be a straw man, because it's not necessarily what your opponent is probably saying. Okay. Because your opponent could say, hey, that's not my argument.
Yeah. Okay.
Great. So can you still man that?
So you're saying you have to go off what you're saying you have to go off what your opponent's P is.
That's the only way you do a modus tollens.
Right. Okay. Tell me your P.
What was the P of the argument that the person was talking about? What was you guys talking about in the form of the argumentation of the flat earth? What is the claim that was actually being made? What was the claim that you was actually presenting?
That the earth is flat.
Right, and that the earth is flat based in what?
Why?
Based in what?
Yeah.
No, his argument.
So what would be the evidence of why the earth is flat then? That's what you would need, right?
That's what you have to present.
Yes, so you created a modus tollens without getting any of that information then, right?
No, because in a deductive argument, you don't have to have...
Great, hold on. First off, you don't have a deductive argument because right now you asking me what the claim is.
No.
So before I started talking, you didn't have any idea of what the flat earth claim was and what was the evidence that was supporting their claim in the first place, right?
Yeah.
You're just filibustering.
I'm not filibustering, sir. I'm actually asking you.
I'm not even allowed a response. I'm not even allowed a response because you just butt in after 2 seconds.
He's got a.
I just let you finish just there.
Yeah, what do you have to say, Cosmos?
So when it comes to modus tollens, right? If I make any claim, it doesn't matter on the evidence. It matters if I say something.
Okay, this is why I'm putting it. You keep rinsing and repeating.
You've done it again. You've done it again. You've just done it again.
Because you're about to repeat the exact same thing again.
Yeah, and you don't.
Cosmos, should you
carry on? Say what you're going to say.
Yeah.
Right. If I make a claim about anything, it doesn't necessarily matter on the evidence I have. If somebody can show through molus tonens that the initial claim is flawed because they're saying if P then Q, and I say right, if P then Q, then show not P, right, and they can do that sufficiently, it throws my initial claim into question, if not out the water.
Do you want to rhyme off 50 reasons why we think
you just
flat?
Great. Hold on for a second. Yes, you just told me that earlier. That's the exact same thing you told me earlier, and I overcame that by saying if you come up with a molus tollens argument without your opponent's claim or without the knowledge of your opponent's claim, then you are creating a straw man because it's not based off of what your opponent believe. It is based off your general understanding, your own personal general understanding of what you think you're arguing.
So you don't believe the Earth is flat. So you don't believe the Earth is flat.
It's not well if I don't believe the Earth is flat. You don't understand why we believe the Earth is flat. Did your opponent tell you why they believe the Earth is flat, and did you come up with a molus tollens about that? See, now you're doing it to me.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Now you're doing it to me. Now you're doing it to me, correct? So
yeah, it doesn't matter
right?
because you've just said something wrong.
You're doing it to me now, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'm not the one that's interrupting you. Actually, it's been you the whole time.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Just
so before we get into arguing,
it's just a new reverse.
Got you. So before we get into arguing about format, what the guy that you was just arguing with, what was his claim?
Right. It doesn't matter on why the claim is constructed, merely the claim.
Yes, it do. Or it's a straw man then.
Not for modus tollens.
Is it relevant? Yes, it do. The molus tollens is to critique a claim. Yes, it is. If you're using a molus tollens in a debate, listen, sir, stop it. If you're using a molus tollens in a debate and you're debating someone, it has to be relevant to what the person is debating, or it has to be relevant to the topic that you guys are having a discussion about.
So you guys aren't saying the Earth is flat.
Okay.
So you guys aren't saying the Earth is flat.
Okay, listen, it's not that. First you have to see what your opponent's argumentation is to even have that debate, or it's what you're talking about is not relevant.
No.
Okay, you can keep saying no.
No, because the claim the Earth is flat has to have certain antecedents. It has to have certain inferences. You can't make up your own flat.
Nobody's making up their own flat. It's called argumentation based on the evidence.
It has to have certain criteria.
Is it some criteria, or is people saying the Earth is flat and that's it?
Right.
No, people, you're not saying the Earth is flat and that's it.
And what is criteria?
Yeah.
The rule with the compasses.
So should you give the criteria, or should your opponent give the criteria?
Yeah.
So you can give your P1, P2.
Wait a minute, hold on. It's just a yes or no question. It's a closed question. It's a closed question. Yes or no? Should you give the criteria, or should your opponent give the criteria? It's actually my turn to talk.
They already did. They agree with me on compasses.
So they gave you the criteria?
Yeah.
Great. What was it?
It was the compasses point to a magnetic northern pole.
Was that you guys' criteria?
No.
Okay, so we're just going back. We're going back. Right. So where do compasses point? Because
no, the compasses. What is the criteria, man? You need to find out the criteria.
No. If you're not saying P2,
man, you're saying again the Stroman's compasses.
If you're not saying P2, I'll retract P2. If you're not saying P2,
what?
So you're not saying compasses point to a North Pole?
We are not saying anything about compasses. Nothing. We don't need compasses.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay? We are not flat earthers because of compasses. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand compasses.
Okay. Do we want to find out why flat earthers calling their flat earthers?
Or do you just want to talk about maps and compasses?
Because yeah, but that's why I'm interested in how you think Earth's laid out.
That's not the reason why they are flat earthers.
Right, and that's the point. Like, don't you think you should have basically listened to the arguments that flat earthers is making in this room before you start coming up with your own molars tollens and talking about compasses? Because if they saying, "Hey, we're not making our argument based on compasses and maps and things of that nature," maybe you should just critique the argument, right? And then you just keep talking while I'm talking, and then you saying I'm doing it to you. It's my turn to talk.
And criteria is plural, not just singular thing.
How is Earth laid out? How is Earth laid out?
Right. Now you guys, I guess it's you guys' turn to basically now you guys could go ahead and make your claim to him, and let's see if he could come up with a molars tollens based on what you guys actually are saying. Maybe you should listen first. Just like how we do when we say, "Hey, what's your evidence for the globe?" You should respond. If you want to have a debate, maybe your first thing should be, "What's your evidence for flat Earth?" And then people will probably give it to you, and then you could come up with your argument or critique it, however you want to do it. But it would make these conversations go a whole lot better.
Right. So what is your how are Earth's land masses laid out?
I don't know. Have you seen all Earth? How will we know that?
Well, you guys say like Satelloons and all that. So stitch them together. What do they show?
Again,
I'm sorry. Do you have access to Satelloon images?
The aerial, right? Do you guys think aerial photos are real? Because I've.
Why you don't ask?
Why do you keep going with this way, dude? Like you asking us. What are these
valid point? How can you not understand that?
A map's
how is that a valid point?
A map's reflective. A map's reflective of where things are.
Yeah. Can you give me the access to the Satelloons? Because apparently you have access to Satelloon images.
Aerial photography in general.
Right. Just aerial. Just aerial photography.
You've done this?
Oh my god.
That's not the argument.
I mean, you're asking us for maps and pictures from aerial photography. I have not taken aerial photography. I don't know of anyone in here that might claim that they have aerial photography of the Earth. Do y'all have aerial photography of the Earth?
No. Well, yeah, we do have aerial photography.
Oh, you do? You took them?
I didn't take them, no.
Okay, who did?
Someone.
Someone?
Yeah.
Well, that ain't gonna help me.
Okay.
Elbow, let's say a plane takes like aerial photography, right? You can agree a plane is very capable of doing that, like an aeroplane.
100% agree with that.
Yeah.
Who has done this, and where can I get those images that I can put them together myself?
So, say, when you look on like Google Maps or something like that, and you zoom right in, and there's...
Did you have the raw images for that? Because those are things that are stitched together with a model.
Yeah, so this is what we're talking about, stitching. It's a pretty seamless stitch in terms of you're not really going to notice a change.
Well, there's not really seamless because you can tell what is actually a art compared to actual images. And when it's actual images, it certainly looks flat.
No, we're not talking about like a whole image of Earth, just in terms of being able to confirm that, say, like coastlines seamlessly... it's like a contiguous landmass, if you know.
Again, those are usually
continuous landmass.
Those are usually stitched together with a model.
Yeah, especially Google Maps. Google Maps is stick together with a model.
When you guys go on a plane, right? Do you say I have no idea where I'm going.
No, I'm saying I'm flying over the sea level.
It's not.
No, because the problem is you have to end up saying I have no idea where I'm going, but they call the location wherever it is. I'm going to. By the way, I'm going to Palmer tomorrow. But if I applied by your logic, I'd have to say I have no idea where Palmer is. I have no idea where this plane is taking me.
From point A to point B.
You're again building the strong.
Yeah.
Man, you again build the strongman. Nobody's saying that.
Yeah, nobody is actually saying that.
Right. Okay. So do you know where Palmer and the UK are in relation to each other?
Different places.
Yeah, how is that relevant?
That's what I asked. Do you know?
No.
Yes.
We're not pilots.
You've just decided it's irrelevant.
No, I didn't. I said, how is it relevant?
Because how would I know where I'm going?
You could use the radars. You could use maps. That's what those maps are.
Right. Maps. Which map am I using?
Google Map?
I'm going to float a spear and start using it.
So I'm using Google Earth.
Nobody's saying you can't use. Hold on. Nobody's saying that you can't use maps. So what are you saying, bro?
The map is based on a globe. Even you guys will say it's a 2D projection of a curve.
It's a 2D projection. Yes, that's what makes it distorted. But it is in 2D because that's the way they measure it. That's their argument.
Right. But
so they're arguing a flat plane. And when the plane is flying, the plane is also flying horizontally.
Right. So
everything that is practically so every understanding of how the plane navigates what flat measurements, everything that is practically used, which means everything that's utilized in reality, that's why they say practical, all of those come from flat earth measurements.
Does he think that aviators use Google Maps to plot their course?
No, they use
So they don't use Google Map. Why wouldn't they use Google Map?
I'd say it's generally insufficient.
I wonder why.
They don't use Google Maps anyway. They don't make any adjustments to fly over curves.
Stuff for yourself. If you find out people are doing laser tests, go and check it out so you can see what happens. Shine a straight ass beam of light across a 20, 30, 40 mile section of water. Surely there should be some curvature in that.
Well, it's a shame like laser beams adhere to refraction as well, so you can't guarantee that they're straight.
Yeah, that's why the military uses tri-band lasers and they hit things at 150 kilometers. Thanks.
I mean, there's much easier ways to debunk the globe, to be honest, but no one seems to do them.
But why don't you guys, the people who believe the Earth is flat, why don't you guys start a GoFundMe or something and just go up in a spaceship instead of arguing with everybody else?
Bro, just go to space. Why the fuck would I want to go to space?
Go fuck yourself, bitch. Behave yourself when you speak to me. Behave yourself.
Why would you want to go to space?
To me. Yeah, get out, idiot.
I'm curious. So you said there's several simpler ways. I just like what?
So, a
lines of longitude, right, they go from north to south. On a globe Earth, they have to converge south of the equator. On a flat Earth, they have to diverge. All you would need to do is get up your coordinates, be in the southern hemisphere, travel due east or due west, let's say 0.1 degree, and then travel south, and then again travel 0.1 degree. If the distance gets smaller to travel that 0.1 degree due east, due west, you're on a globe. If it's further away, you're on a flat Earth. There's literally no argument. Like, the globe cannot defend that. If it gets further away as you travel south, that is the globe debunked. There is no argument. End of. It's just geometry.
Yeah. Has anyone done that?
I know a few people who have attempted it, but I would think that people would want to jump on this because it's such a concrete way of debunking it, because it's just geometry and measuring the ground.
Rocket, I'm so curious. Are you pro or con flat Earth?
I'm con flat Earth, but okay, I'm happy to give experiments to
and that's very sweet of you. I'm only asking because of your profile. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah. I mean, I'm well in the north, so I can't do this. But if there's anyone in New Zealand, Australia, or parts of Africa south of the equator, you are in prime territory to, like, test this. And I'm not going to say what the results are because, again, I haven't done it, but I would love to see them do it.
That was I was going to ask about whoever did it, but you said they attempted. They didn't complete it, I suppose.
I know someone who's planning on doing it, but again, sort of giving someone an idea and waiting for them to do it is another thing. But
well, you're very sweet. Thank you.
No worries.
Doing what? Whatever the test that Rocket was talking about. I heard it, and I immediately forgot what the specifics. So he can repeat himself if he feels like he wants to.
Sure. So lines of longitude, they travel from north to south, and they originate from the center of the flat Earth, or the North Pole from the globe. I think is an accepted thing among both sides. If you draw them outwards radially, on a flat Earth or a flat plane, infinite plane, doesn't matter what it is, if it's flat, they will continue to diverge away from each other as you get further from that center point. But if you're on a sphere, they have to get closer together if you go south of the equator. Now, if you were in the southern hemisphere and you went, let's say, 0.1 degree due east or due west, and let's say it was 10 miles, and then you went due south, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 miles, and then did that same 0.1 degree due east, due west, and it then became 12 miles or 15 miles, then you know you're on a flat surface, because they physically cannot get further apart if you travel due south on a globe. It's impossible. So literally by taking those two measurements, you have verified the shape of the thing you live on.
Ooh. What have we here? A Rocket Man 24.
Howdy.
Hello. So you believe you live on a globe, yes?
I do indeed.
Right. What's the evidence for that?
I mean, personally, besides it being used in my career, sunsets, dip angle measurements, star rotations, navigation.
Okay, well, how do sunsets prove the Earth's a globe?
Because if you're in the southern hemisphere south of the Tropic of Capricorn, and you're seeing the sun rise south of east and setting south of west, then it cannot be a small local sun rotating
a small local sun? No. I think you got it wrong. We're not asking for flat Earth. We're asking for globe evidence. So how can I derive a geometric consequent from a sunset? Find the correlation, sir.
You can model a globe Earth and
okay, but are we using models when we're witnessing the physical and natural world? Like
models are very good at replicating the physical and natural world.
Yeah, but we're actually identifying that the physical and natural world observations triumph over a model. So what are we witnessing in the physical and natural world that gives us the indication that we know that it's a spherical shape that we're standing on?
So the path of the sun that it takes, depending on where you are on the globe, the fact that it
on the globe, sir, we didn't identify we're on a globe yet. You're establishing the fact that we are on one. So that's begging the question, sir. You can't beg the question.
Fine, then the path that the sun takes over the surface throughout the year. Analemmas are a really good one as well. But that's more to do with the Earth's orbit around the sun rather than being on a sphere. Okay. The way that the direction the sun rises and sets, depending on where you are, the fact that the sun doesn't change angular size on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, we're talking about the sun not changing size, sir. I'm asking about the rotundity of the Earth derived from a sunset. Please.
Right. So if you take two observers and you match where the sun is in the sky at any given point, depending on their latitude, you can almost work backwards from those angles that you measure, and then you can define the surface that you're on because of the angles that you're observing the sun at the same time. And when you apply these observations onto a spherical surface with a presumed radius, they match and point in the same direction.
But we can't do that, sir. We're not assuming anything. We're deriving the sun from a sunset being a globe.
But you can make a prediction, assuming a model, flat or globe.
No, we're not doing that. We have to identify that the sun's path, according to a sunset, will give us the correlation that the sun is a globe. But I'm not seeing the tie-in anywhere in your example with two observers on the surface.
Alpha, can I a question about having to observe as opposed to guess, or however you're taking to mean this? What do you?
Yes. Are we? As long as we're not going to derail off this path, there's a certain path of logic that I want to take the gentleman down.
No, sure. You can answer this question or not if you feel that it's too derivative, or not derivative, but you get my point. But like, what are your thoughts on like hypotheses in general? Like just the idea of assuming that if something is a certain way, it should come out X, and if it's not, it might come out Y.
You should hold your question, my friend. Hold your question, because that's a pretty cool one, actually. And let Alpha continue chatting with, I think it was Rocketman24.
This is correct. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you, Write it down. Hold on to it. Don't lose it, please.
Okay, back. Let's take it from the top. So we're identifying that in the physical and natural world, we're making observations of the sun moving across the sky. And now with two observers on the ground, we're going to denote a geometric shape from angle measurements. So, sir, if you could take it from the top, let's try to figure out if we can derive the radius, diameter, or circumference from these two observers. Please continue.
So, yeah, but like I was saying with the hypothesis, you can come up with two separate hypotheses of if we were on a flat surface, then these two people at these locations would observe the sun at these separate angles at these locations. Whereas if you're on a globe, you would observe it at these angles, and then you take the measurement to see which one it aligns to. It's a common technique in scientific experiment.
But are we not are we not assuming this idea that the Earth is a globe? See, because I have as an example, there's infinite number of permutations of shapes that could occur on a specific idea that we could derive from two observers. So we can't ourselves say that it's a dichotomy, in which case it would be a false dichotomy, because it would in fact be a multitude, if not infinite number of permutations that could occur from these shapes that we could think of. Is that
only
not the
one
case,
would
sir?
only one would match observations. It's completely fine to take assumptions when the result will only conclude to matching with one specific model.
Yeah, but this sounds like a bias towards a specific shape based on a begging the question logical fallacy, I would say, and without you understanding that the fact that you haven't gave every shape basically a look through. You're only saying that it's only this or that based on what you could think of given a paradigm. You are, in other words, told that it's only this or that. You haven't thought of every other shape that it could be. And I think that's your fallacy as well.
I mean, that's completely fine to some sense, and in lots of certain applications, that's a completely valid point. But if the model that you're assuming matches perfectly to the observations that you make time and time again, then there is no point in continuing searching. I mean, you can search to see if another model works. I mean, go for it. You know, if there are infinite, then go for it. But if we are seeing if we are on a sphere, and these observations continuously match time and time again to this prediction, then it is very safe and strong to conclude that the surface you are living on is matched to the model that is matching these measurements.
In this type of outcome, how certain are we that the Earth is a globe?
I would give it a 99.999 recurring. It's not the strongest form of evidence, but it's a very strong.
Okay, so we've assumed that the Earth is a globe, and two observers giving angled measurements on the surface are concluding that it is definitely a globe.
You could take 10 observers, 100 observers, as many as you want.
I was only going by what you said, by what you stated.
Okay. That's fair. But you can repeat the experiment as many times as you'd like.
Well, I think the problem we're having here is the colloquial term experiment. Concerning the physical and natural world, asking the how-why questions are not covering a what-is question based on what natural science would be asking. The cause and effect relationship from an experiment doesn't conclude, in this case, a what-is question, giving us an example of what we're trying to do as far as like a science experiment. So this is not natural science, in fact. So what you're using is a colloquial term, and you're kind of misappropriating it to say that we're doing some type of experiment when in fact this is not an experiment. But of course you can say that it's one. It's not a natural science experiment. So therefore, in that sense, it's in the wrong category. What we're trying to do is identify what the Earth is, and a what is question has to deal more with what are we talking about in concerns to shape. So the fact is, you're saying it's a globe, right? It's a sphere, but we don't know yet of what dimensions this sphere is. So according to this example that you've given, you don't know what dimensions you're dealing with. So it could be a small globe, could be a very large globe, but you don't know what type of globe. So no metrics are given. Is this correct, sir?
They kind of have to be able to match the predictions, because there is only a very specific arrangement of size and shape that will match your predictions exactly every time. And when we put in these presumed dimensions of the globe, and then they match every single time, and then we can try and tweak our model, add 1,000 kilometers to the radius, decrease 1,000 kilometers to the radius, see what happens to the results, and they stop matching. Then it shows incredibly strong evidence that not only is the Earth a sphere, but it's exactly the dimensions that we presume that match these observations.
Yes, let's examine the claim. So are you telling me that in ancient times up until today, somebody stumbled upon this information and said, I want to do a test? I won't use experiment for this case, just to kind of put an example that we don't need to use an experiment, just to test. We're testing the claim that what is the Earth. So in order for us to find that out, two people in ancient times did this test. Are you saying that somewhere we can look in the annals of history and find out somebody did this test that you are requiring that somebody should do if they wanted to figure out that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I'm sure we've all heard Eratosthenes between Alexander and Syene with his sticks in the shadows whole thing. I haven't personally seen the physical records or documentation. I just know of the history of the test.
Okay, where is it documented, this very test that you're speaking of, so that we can also put some, maybe perhaps a citation tied into this? So, go ahead.
Personally, I've seen on YouTube people who have done these experiments and uploaded onto the internet. They've gotten multiple observers from multiple latitudes taking their observation of the sun at the same time, and then someone takes information and plots it on a flat surface and then on a sphere, and then compares the results, and only one of those two do their observations all line up.
Can I ask you a question? What do you mean by flat surface and on a sphere? There's a dichotomy there. How did you wind up with having two things there? A flat surface and on a sphere. What does that mean?
I would say that the general debate of this is whether we're on a sphere or a flat surface. Now, if you think we're on a different shape, that's completely fine.
No, but how were the people testing both of those out? How is it possible that you could test both of those scenarios out if there's only one truth?
Because you can take the data and then plot it on a presumed shape, a flat surface, a sphere, a cube, whatever you want. And then you see how the data aligns.
I get it. So we're not knowing if we're actually standing on this thing. You think a mathematical construct gave us the indication we're on this thing? That's either a flat or globe.
By mathematical construct, you mean just geometry and applying geometry, then yes.
Right. So we don't know we're on one. We're just mathematically assuming that we're on one.
The data that aligns with the geometry that presumes strongly suggests that we are.
Right, but we don't know that we are. We're just presuming that we are.
It depends what your standard of evidence is. For some people, this would be so-called proof. Some people would still question it. It's a personal thing of where your standard of evidence lies.
Right, but the standard of evidence should be empirical, right? We should be able to test, verify, and either that or falsify the claim. So if we were to say, okay, let's figure this out. If the claim is that the Earth is of a certain set size of dimensions, then we could test the claim of the size of the Earth. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just say the predicted value of the Earth's curvature can be predicted at a specific distance from an observer standing on the surface. So according to the math of the Earth being a globe, which would be the radius value, circumference, and diameter, equating to an observer height and looking off into the distance horizontally, that the curvature should appear at a specific predicted distance away from the observer, which means that at a distance to the horizon, the observer would witness the leading edge of the sphere. You understand what I mean, right?
I believe so.
So according to the Earth's size and the geometry which follows, that means that the Earth has curvature on its surface, which means that an observer looking horizontally across the surface would have, according to a straight line, straight observation, he would have a tangential plane or a tangent line, and then the Earth would be dropping away from that, which means that the curvature, you follow? I mean, I just want to hope you're on the same page. Okay, so testing that claim would mean that we could falsify the claim of said mathematical formula or geometric construct. Follow so far?
Yeah, so this is actually something that I've done myself. I have taken my knowledge of geometry and made a model, my own model of basically it'll be a cross section of someone taking these sort of dip angles, right? So it's a circle with a straight line of sight to the horizon and a varying height of that eye. And what it does is it tells you the dip angle at specific altitudes.
You got problems there, buddy.
And the thing is, what happens with this model that I made on my own, completely out of my own mind, is when I have friends who are surveyors and have theodolites. When they take these measurements, they match my predictions to within less than 2 arc seconds of accuracy before they've even taken it. I make my predictions before they do the experiment. They just tell me what elevation they're at.
Okay, so
you've already assumed the ball. Awesome.
And
yeah, I think his whole lineup here is that a presumption of the Earth already being a globe, based on, according to him, a dichotomy of it being either a globe or flat. He chose globe, and the predictive values that he gets from a geometric consequent would follow that he lives on the Earth that's a globe. So this is his kind of like, the way he's putting it forward is that he has to presume the Earth as already a geometric shape. He doesn't know that it is, according to him. He doesn't know that it is. He just says they are within a 99.9, quote me if I'm wrong, 99.9% accuracy, that it's as close to a globe as can be. Is that not what you said?
Yeah, it's a more of a test of best fit than objective results that confirm a shape, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It does. But I think as far as the audience goes, I think more or less what we've always been about in this channel is providing that objective evidence. So it means that we have to, in some way, be able to test and verify a claim that's been put forward. So in one hand, we have a globe of a certain size. And according to that size, there's some predicted values where the curvature of the Earth would be according to a horizontal line of sight distance away from an observer. Again, which means that when you're looking straight horizontally across the surface, a dropping away from a tangential line would give us a proper drop over distance, according to the specifics of the dimensions of the globe. So then we could then attribute any things that we can't see in the far distance to a specific curvature that's there geometrically. So that's the geometric consequent of the Earth being a globe, is such that a ship would go onto the water away from an observer, and it would dip behind the curvature, according to that dropping away over in the distance away from the straight line observation. So that means that you could tell that the Earth is curving according to the effects of a globe, because it is a globe. Still with me?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people do experiments like this, not myself. I think it was, I forgot what his name is. He's on Discord somewhere, usually hangs out in Geos, where he's taken distance measurements to his horizon from different vantage points or different elevations, and then plotted that data, and what it's done is actually plot the surface of a sphere with a radius.
Jesse Path of Laws.
There you go. That's the one.
Yeah, we know him.
So is the surface of the Earth like an actual geometric shape, which means that it cannot be any size bigger or smaller. It can't expand or contract. It has to be exactly the set values that we give it to a distance away from an observer that would say, okay, I'm going to stand at this specific beach and I'm going to look off into the watery horizon, and I will see a ship disappear from my view at a specific predicted distance, which means if this Earth is a certain size, that at my at the height that I am, that at the angle that I'm seeing it at straight across, there would be a disappearance from the bottom up according to the geometric shape of the Earth at a specific distance away, a predicted distance. So that means it could only disappear from the bottom up at a distance where my observer height is looking at that boat. And so every day I go and make my observations, it would be the same. Do you think that's correct or incorrect?
I'm smiling because I know where this conversation is heading. So I would say no, in fact, and due to the fact that we have an atmosphere which is quite dynamic, we have to account for how sort of distances and objects are affected by looking through an atmosphere over long distances, which is why we would have to start taking into account refraction when deciding distances to, not deciding, but measuring distances.
So what's the second medium then?
Yeah, hold on. I do have a question, because you said that. Now, I want to revert back to the previous conversation about sunsets. Did we take refraction into account during those observations?
I mean, you can do.
No, I'm asking, were they taken into account during those observations?
It's been a while since I've seen it. I don't believe so, but the sun was high up in the sky, so that refraction is at a minimum compared
was
to.
it taken? I know that's not the question. The question was it taken into account? Yes or no?
I would have to check. I don't believe so, but I can double check.
No, well, I have to stand on certainty here in this specific topic. So it was either taken into account or it was not. And I would venture to say it wasn't, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth or anybody else who did this. But I would say that it wasn't taken into account. Now, oddly enough, I'm smiling because I'm looking at you thinking that you have refraction that needs to be taken into account with a straight line horizontal observation and not in a sunset observation, concluding in one construct thinking that the Earth is a globe, but in another, not.
See, so the observations I was making about the person who took multiple observers on different latitudes, I don't know if that might have been a miscommunication on my part. That wasn't sunset observations, that was just sun in the sky observations. So a group of people at the same time took a measurement of how high the sun was in the sky. It wasn't necessarily over sunset. It might have been for a few people.
An angular height.
Because the issue is, for some people it was a sunset, for some people it wasn't. Okay. In which case, I'm still asking the same question: was refraction taken into account during these observations? So, yes or no, sir?
I don't believe so.
Thank you, sir. Now, if we go back to the horizontal observation, often to the distance when we're watching ships, it's absolutely paramount, according to you. Well, it wasn't in the first instance, and I think there's a sort of there's a, like QE would put it, there's a rooster in the hen house, right? We have to figure out why we're using refraction being paramount in one horizontal observation and not in one where we're still declaring the Earth being a globe, where we're watching the sun move across the sky at different angles, of course. I find it very peculiar that the glober would use refraction when it suits their needs, but not when it doesn't. Don't you, sir?
I understand your point of view. I mean, when you're taking long-distance measurements over the horizon, taking into account refraction will get you quite accurate results. I see what you're saying. Okay. I would say personally, from memory of seeing how the person performed the experiment, the difference in result when these data points are put on a flat surface compared to a globe, I would say that the disparity on a flat surface, which I know I'm not the one trying to, or if I'm trying to falsify the flat surface, the disparity between the data and when it's put on a flat surface outweighs any account of refraction that would have or needed to take place. As in, if you did account for refraction, it wouldn't suddenly make it work on a flat surface. From what I've seen, it would make just what it measured on a globe Earth more precise.
So you're saying that we don't need to take it into account when observing the sun. However, we need to take it into account when making a horizontal observation. Is this correct, sir?
No, I think you should. I think you do need to do it for the most accurate results.
Why wasn't it done to accurately predict that the Earth is a globe in the first instance? I feel like there's some tomfoolery going on. We're being put into an example that refraction is something we have to consider, as in it can't be negated in any way, that when we're making our observations in the physical and natural world, if we do not count for refraction, we're doing a disservice to account for any curvature. And I think that in this particular instance, I don't think you've accounted for that in the argument, that I was going to ask this question, which threw you off kilter, which still, to this moment, you're trying to figure out how you can square that circle. I don't think you have the answer, and I think what we've exposed here is the fact that most globers would like to say they are accounting for what would be considered refraction on one instance, but not in another. And that's just not convenient for you at this moment. And you're trying to figure out how you're going to be able to come out of this, and I'm exposing that to the audience, that you've just caused a blunder in your explanations. One instance, using refraction, being paramount, in another, not including it, as if it's inconsequential. But it's not convenient for you at this time, although you're trying to find an answer to the question, and it's kind of bogging you down a bit.
No, not at all. I would say it's best practice to account for refraction, but
it wasn't done.
Showing the experiment, yes, which wasn't done, but showing the experiment, accounting for refraction would not change the conclusion of the results. And
really?
Strongly suggest that the Earth was on a sphere. Now,
so we don't need to account for curvature. Refraction. According to you,
that's open to interpretation.
But I'm interpreting it that way, that we don't need to account for refraction now, so we can toss it out.
That's not what I'm saying, but I would.
Well, what are you saying, sir?
I'm trying to find the source, and I would implore people to look for it and to see whether they think taking account for refraction, which would make a bit of a difference, but not a major one, would change.
Oh, really? How do you know that, sir? How do you know it would make a bit of a difference and not a lot?
Because refraction, when it slightly changes the result, unless extreme refractive. Unless there's extreme refractive.
You're trying to square the circle, aren't
is anybody replying to you?
You're trying to square the circle. I think the difficulty here is that we have conflicting views here. On the one hand, we have an observation being made of a sun traveling across the sky, where observers are making their angle measurements without accounting for refraction. And on the other hand, we have a ship disappearing from the bottom up, where refraction is absolutely paramount. If we didn't account for it, we wouldn't know that the horizon is at a specific set predictable distance away. So what I'm showing you is that it's convenient for you to use refraction. So you try to account for something as in a horizon that's optical and not geometric, using refraction as a crutch, when in the observation of the sun, it was not even considered. I mean, it's just very, very suspect, sir.
Yeah, if I may, I got a question for you to see if this might help parse out what you're thinking. It might. So, is refraction a worse condition than normal, or a better condition than normal?
I would say you can't really assign a better or worse to it. It's just an effect that happens.
Say you got like a perfect day with no refraction. What you see is what you get. If you add in refraction, does that make the observation better or worse?
Neither. It just changes.
Neither. It just is.
He can't figure it out. He's stuck in between.
Scale.
He's stuck in between trying to accept it and not, because if he accepts it for one hand, he's done on the other point. So he's caught in between a rock and a hard place, and it's a wonderful thing for us because we're listening to you kind of dance between the lines. It's amazing.
This is how you can parse out the two models. On the flat Earth, the more refraction you have, the less further you can see. The worsening of conditions, worsening of the observation. The bettering of the conditions, the better the observation, and the best conditions would have no variables attached to it. It's like a crystal clear day. Crystal clear observation. This helps parse you out. So which model is better? Flat Earth or globe Earth? On the flat Earth, a crystal clear observation is the best observation you'll ever get. On the globe Earth, you could have worsening of conditions that make it both a better and worse observation at exactly the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, so the actual quality of what you're seeing compared to its true nature decreases with increased refraction, I agree. Like, straight lines will come wobbly with high amounts of refraction. But in terms of better or worse results, it's not a better or worse. That's what you're measuring.
Yeah, but do you have anything that's one? Is like for you? Is anything 100%? Or is it always
I think
just some
he's
sort of...
confusing heat haze with refraction. They're two separate things, mate.
I mean, heat haze causes refraction. It causes a change in density.
No, heat haze does not cause refraction. Heat haze is an effect by itself. It does not cause refraction.
I just wanted to bring it back to the point that I made, that and it's convenient for people that are exclaiming that the Earth is a globe, with the sun, observing the sun and the sky and doing angle measurements where refraction is taken into no account. But yet, when it comes to the ships disappearing from the bottom up, we have to include it in our observations. It's absolutely necessary. Why do you think that is?
So, like I was saying, I'm not fighting you on this. If you don't think, then it's valid. That's completely fine. This is why we have peer review, because in experiments or papers, people will say, I didn't take this into account, I didn't take that, but then they'll verify or validate that them taking in that specific thing into account wouldn't drastically change the result and it'd still be within tolerance. And then it's up to a group of people to agree on that. If we disagree, that's fine, and I'll move to a different point. I'm not going to.
No, I suppose that you can't make a decision one way or the other. It sounded like from what Crit was asking you and what I'm showing you right now, you couldn't decide the sliding scale which way you would go. You would say the jury's out. It's inconclusive.
I would say that depending on the circumstance, taking refraction into account is more pertinent than others, because if I was doing observation 10 meters...
Do you mean the word convenient? I think that's what you mean. Convenient, right?
No, it's working with reasonable tolerance. If I'm taking a measurement over 10 meters, I don't need to take into account refraction because the effects are so minute. No, you don't. But if I'm doing
what are the effects? What are the effects at 10 meters, sir? What are the effects at 10 meters?
Negligible.
Really? Like what? What's the math to that?
I mean, I don't have it on paper.
Oh, really? But you're saying they're negligible, which gives it some type of structure, but yet we don't have the math to that? That's very curious.
If I was doing a rigorous paper, I would do the math to show that
you have the rigorous verbiage. You have the rigorous verbiage to say that it's negligible. How do you know that if you don't know the exact details of how negligible it would be? I find that suspect, sir.
I mean, if personally me, over my own experience, that I've never seen refraction come into massive play when observing anything over more than 10 meters away.
So are you assuming, sir, that it would be negligible?
I'm taking my...
Sir, are you assuming that it's negligible?
I'm taking my best judgment.
Are you assuming that it's negligible?
I'm observing that it's negligible.
No, you're not observing. An observation would deal with your actual interaction with this particular subject matter. But you are not. You're assuming, sir.
Okay.
That it would be negligible.
Okay, let's say I'm assuming. That's fine.
Yes, let's say that.
If someone shows evidence to me that actually refraction over 10 meters does play a significant role, then I would change that. But I've never seen evidence to suggest that 10...
So you're still assuming. Either way, you're still assuming.
Yes, but then that's the point of peer review. It's the point of peer review. And it's up to people to then say, hang on, I disagree with you. Fine. Here's the evidence to suggest why you are wrong.
Well, the confidence...
Fine, I change my stance.
The confidence comes from a response to something that you think that has been already explored and a test that's been done. But that's not coming from an already understood position of how you could say it is negligible. That seems like a bit suspect. When you say that word, you're giving the false impression that you already understand it's negligible, and it's not. And I think that's where the confusion happens. People listening to you already just assume that you know that it's negligible. But what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that the words that you're using, it's kind of like you're giving a false impression. And that's what I don't want the audience to have when they're listening to you. They have to have a correct impression that you're just assuming that it's negligible, that you have never really even looked into it to figure out the math. And then post something to show that you really understand how negligible it would be. That's all.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. We'll use a different thing then. If we can't agree on the same standard of evidence, that's completely
It's not an agreement or disagreement. All we care about is the solidified point that a validation or falsifying method can be done to a specific claim in which you're saying refraction would have to be taken into account for optical differences of seeing the predicted curvature away at a distance versus it being closer or farther away. So you would have to then be able to work out details such as the math and such. But if you don't do that, then you're just giving kind of a basic statement that doesn't come with you're verifying this information. So we have information coming from you that's very suspect. We don't know if you figured it out or not. According to you, you haven't. And you're just assuming that it would be negligible. And also the explanation before of how the Earth is a globe based on a sunset came attached with no refraction taken into account. So there's a lot that we're dealing with from what you're saying that you haven't. And on top of that, you're pre-assuming the Earth is already a specific geometric shape. I'm going to mention that as well. Yeah. So there's a lot that you're assuming, pre-assuming when it comes to the Earth being a globe. There's no verifiable evidence that you're putting forward that you could hand over to somebody they can test and verify for themselves and or falsify a claim, such as if the Earth is a globe based on what you've given this audience. So.
This is why.
If I may,
go on.
If I may add, to add insult to injury, the use of the term negligible also is a highly subjective term, because what is negligible in what context really depends on who's doing whatever they're doing, right? For one person, a margin of error of 5% or less, for example, would be negligible. In another situation, it would be 1%. What does that amount to in actual figures? 2 points of precision, 3 points of precision. Like it's really subjective. So throwing that into the mix makes it really, unstable and uncertain.
And we like certainty, and we like.
Yeah, does anyone know of any specific refraction amount that can extend the horizon 771%?
Yeah, this is all very suspect. And so when we ask these questions, we like to adhere to an empirical standard, and by which observations can be made and detailed information can be validated and or falsified. So for our side, we need a lot of information to support a claim and for it not to be constructed based on assumptions, presumptions, speculations, theories, ideas. They need to have solid evidence to back up a claim. So it was a good attempt, I guess, for your explanation, but it still, for lack of better words, doesn't cut the mustard. We need something that we can adhere to, that we can take outside and verify according to an explanation that the Earth is an actual globe.
Thankfully, the model that I created does account for refraction. And again, when I have surveyors who go out and take these measurements to see if they match my prediction, and they do, and also the fact that my
so
model...
while you're there, you'd have your model available. How much refraction would it take to enhance something, the horizon, which would make it go further away? How much refraction would it take to make it go 771.31%?
The horizon being at what distance?
Doesn't matter. It's now 700% plus where it should be. So how much refraction would it take to make the horizon go 700% further or beyond where it should be?
1 second, let me put it into my model. I've got it open here, actually. So,
Hey, your physical geometry only has one distance, bro.
Well, fortunately, that affects things.
It was a nice attempt, but we still don't have any concrete information to validate the Earth as a globe. We got models, we got assumptions, presumptions, theories, ideas. We don't have something to go off of where you could hand over somebody information to validate the globe. It's just not. It's just like Crit put it. This juice ain't worth the squeeze, bro. Really,
I would say a refractive index of roughly around 0.987 would give you your 700%.
Now, would that be considered a large amount, a small amount, negligible?
That would be quite a large amount, I would say.
This would be like normal, large amount. It happens on a Friday afternoon. How often would you say this happens? Never? Once every year? It's extremely rare? How often would you say this happens?
I'm not a meteorologist, but I would say quite rarely.
Quite rarely?
Yeah, I was going to add.
Rare as in that photo?
I was going to add.
Because that's the photo that I based those numbers off.
Oh, what the Black Swan.
Horizon being 771.31% beyond where it should be.
Cool. I mean, you can see by the crane on the left, there's very high refractive effects happening. So
So why isn't it affecting everything else? That kind of refractive index, you'd barely be able to see the entire rig because there'd be that much haze in front of it. And the fact that you're mentioning refraction tells us you don't even know what refraction is, because I'd like to know what the second medium is.
It doesn't require two separate mediums. It requires two density changes.
So it's not refraction then?
It is refraction. There's a change.
So it's either stooping, looming.
This change in density.
Lowering.
Therefore, refraction.
So which effect is it? It's not refraction. Refraction by definition needs two mediums.
Yeah, two contacting media. Yep.
It needs two densities.
Now, would you have a citation to back up the claim for Snell's law? Anybody can look up Snell's law. That's why I asked for it.
I could drop it there. And then we can also talk about terrestrial refraction if he likes.
It's a very sticky subject for a Glober to get engaged into this and say that the air is two mediums. It's just not.
Refraction through air, or atmospheric refraction, is the bending of light as it passes through the Earth's atmosphere due to changes in density. This occurs because the speed of light is slightly slower in air than in a vacuum, and the air density varies with altitude.
Yep, post that up where you're citing that from.
So, we actually asked for refraction, the law of refraction, so terrestrial refraction doesn't meet Snell's law or the law of refraction to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you still don't need two separate objects. You can just have a change in density.
Well,
so then it's not refraction then.
If we're talking about refraction itself in Snell's law, like Banhammer is stating, then we need two isotropic media for the light to pass through. And each media is going to have its own refractive index, as per Snell's law. So what you're discussing is not Snell's law, as you don't have a boundary between two isotropic media.
It's a very gradual boundary. There are slight changes. Oof. It doesn't huge change.
How do you know that, Rocket Man? Could you tell that from the image? Like when you see the image of the Black Swan, the one that Banhammer posted, could you tell me the smooth change in between it? Like, could you point out where that happens?
It's a smooth change. That's like saying point of a circle.
So then could you tell me what the refractive index is on that image by looking at it?
No, you need pressure, temperature, humidity measurements, all sorts.
So you can't tell me by looking at something and saying, those are bendy cranes. So admittedly by you just said you can't tell that there's refraction, yet you just said there's bendy cranes. That is refraction.
That's
a doublespeak, sir.
I can tell there's refraction. I can't tell what.
Really? How much refraction is happening in the image that you said you can tell?
Again, quantifying it and knowing there's refraction are very two separate things.
Really? So you can make a claim that there's refraction happening, and you don't have to quantify it. Is that true, sir?
What you're asking is, okay, is that a building? Yes. Okay, tell me exactly how tall that building is. Very different.
I'm asking for refraction, not the height of the building. You could find the height of the building out easily. I'm asking for you making a claim that there's refraction going on in that image. And I'm asking you very specifically, if you claim refraction, then how much of refraction do you see?
Well,
I don't
I'd like to cover this horizontal boundary that you're claiming in terrestrial refraction. You said that there are horizontal boundaries. They just, what was your exact words? I can't tell you exact words, but you said there were horizontal boundaries.
Very small differences in gradient.
Right. And so when you're making a claim to refraction, sir, and you don't know the amount of refraction, how could you make a claim to something you don't know the amount of is actually happening to claim refraction is happening? It sounds a bit circular. You want to say there's refraction, but you don't want to make a claim to how much refraction to say that there is refraction occurring, sir.
Because knowing the effects of refraction negate quantifying how much refraction is present at any given moment.
You just finished saying there's bendy cranes. What causes, how much refraction would there need to be for bendy cranes to exist?
A lot.
How much is a lot? That a lot is ambiguous. Give us a number, sir.
Again, knowing the quantity of refraction needed for this phenomenon.
Well, what does a lot mean? What does a lot mean to you? What does a lot mean to you? A lot. What is that?
Probably greater than 0.5.
Greater than 0.5. Is it less than what? Greater than 0.5.
Greater than 0.5.
What does 0.5 actually mean?
That the coefficient of refraction is 0.5.
Okay, so now we're looking at you're trying to figure. Let me let the audience know he's trying to quantify the amount of refraction from the image that was posted. So Mr. Mann over here is trying to quantify the amount of refraction by looking at the Black Swan image. How do you like that?
What I do find interesting,
and he said, "I'm sorry, mate."
Go, keep going.
But he said that you need a lot of constituent parts. You need temperature. What else did you say? What else was required for observing?
He's got a phone call. He just put up. He's got a call.
He said temperature, pressure, etc. But I would.
Yeah, he's adding all these things that he needs to qualify how much refraction there is, and he's making a guess of a lot of refraction happening just by staring at bendy cranes. This is really important, guys. I want to keep him on.
But he doesn't understand what the refractive index is either, because the refractive index is the speed that light travels through a medium in comparison to light traveling through a vacuum, and air itself is 1.0003.
Okay, so listen. So the temperature difference was 3 degrees in that picture. So you can count out refraction.
The thing is, and you're not going to like this, long distance
Rocket Man, what we want you to do for a second, at, where is it, 9 minutes past the hour, you can see the image there where the black bit has been scribbled over the top of the cranes.
Yeah.
The bit that we're interested in is where the horizon is in respect to where the oil rigs are. As you can see, looking at the horizon, there's no refraction. So your claims of refraction means, about as much as me eating a lollipop. So
yeah, the thing about it though is I want to hear him actually explain how he was giving a quantified value to how much refraction there is without even knowing temperature or pressure or any of the constituent parts that he thinks that would require for him to understand how much refraction there would be.
Said he's not a meteorologist.
The thing is, you're trying to force an answer out of me, and when I'm giving you my best guess, you're then saying,
why couldn't you? Yeah, but
like, no
Rocket Man, why couldn't you tell me that you wouldn't be able to know? Why wouldn't it be easier for you to say I don't know
the entire time? That
then why did you try to quantify it by saying there's bendy cranes, therefore there's a lot of refraction, and then I asked you, well, how much is a lot? And you said, well, it's more than 0.5.
Because you wouldn't stop asking me.
So you have to give me an answer because I can't stop asking, and you can't say that you don't know?
This conversation isn't going to progress if you keep repeating yourself like
you just say, I don't know. That's all you had to say. Instead of waffling on with Rocket Man, instead of waffling on with bullshit, we've got to quantify it and all this stuff, you could have just said, I don't know.
I literally said it multiple times.
No, you haven't. You spent the last 15 minutes being a weasel.
I don't know the actual,
the reason you guys don't like that image,
the fact that I know refraction is taking place.
The reason you don't like that image, Rocket Man, like every other balltard that comes in here,
hey, no name calling. Let's keep it civil, please.
I was.
Okay, so
no, you called me a balltard. That's
your own citation debunks you in the first instance that you read out on terrestrial refraction, for a start. And secondly, there are no horizontal boundaries in the atmosphere.
There are density changes.
But there is no boundary between the less dense and more dense air. So we can't apply the law of refraction here.
The boundary is an arbitrary line where the densities change, where there is one density in one place and different density in another.
You
So
understand
they have to be vertical then.
Hold on. You understand that you can't use the law of refraction then. You've got to address what AJ said. If you understood what the law of refraction was, Snell's law, you'd understand it was.
This term among certain flat earthers. So here's my I don't know how to characterize it, but let's just call it a trap, a logic trap. So if you're being criticized about refraction, you ask the person, and I'm talking, this is flat earthers among flat earthers, right? Because there's this argument out there that the law of refraction applies, and since you don't have two media, you can't use refraction, therefore it's not refraction, therefore usually that ends as attempted to end the argument as if the Globers have nothing to talk about. Now here's the problem. So you ask the person, can light be redirected from its path, from the target to the observer? The answer is yes, it can be. It could be, at least possibly, right? For example, I could put a mirror in between me and it. I could put a lens in between me and it. I could put all a multitude of things occurring that we know for a fact and we've witnessed in our lives cause light to not be accurately describing the thing that's in front of us, like the path has changed. So for some reason. So if they say that the law of refraction applies, then you just ask them this. Is light being redirected, is only refraction what causes that? If they say yes, then that means all redirection of light is refraction, and then you have a penumbric umbrella term to sprinkle on every deformation or variation or differentiation in the path of light. Yeah. If they say no, then they've agreed that light can be redirected with something that's not refraction. Either way, they lose.
I like it.
And I've just thought of this within the past 5 minutes. So I'm not 100% parsed it out yet. But I don't think it's assailable in any way, shape, or form. I think it's a lock, stock, Dunsky argument.
Nice job, AI.
Right, they open themselves up to being wrong, and they open themselves up to an all or nothing fallacy. So you win in either case. That's how.
Yeah, so if refraction only applies as a term to anything that is governed by Snell's law specifically, with the standard definition that you need two isotropic mediums and a boundary, right? Then that would mean that's all it applies to. It would mean that all the other variable paths of light that you see is something else. And so by saying it's not refraction, it doesn't debunk that the variable path of light could be occurring. It just means it's not applicable to that pairing of the definition with that term. However, if refraction is a general term that just means any variable path of light, as sometimes it's been come to be known in common parlance, right, then either way, you could take refraction off the table. You're still left with a phenomenon, right, that you can see with your own eyes. You see it all the time, right? You could see it. Let's just say you see it on a hot road. Well, maybe that's not refraction. Well, what's causing it? Maybe it's Fresnel drag, right? Maybe it's scintillation. Who knows? But it's certainly not the conversation is over and we don't need to talk about variable path of light anymore. Like, that's just disingenuous at this point. And to be honest, every flat earther listening to the sound of my voice needs to update their modus operandi if they think that just saying it's not refraction is the end of the argument and the discussion. It's just not. It's completely disingenuous. And somebody putting that forth is if they're aware, then they're a bad faith actor. If they're unaware, then they need to be made aware. And that includes the rank and file all the way up to the pseudo-celebrities themselves.
So it's pretty wild. We actually do have like some pseudo-celebrities as well.
Well, the reason is like some people, they'll argue these points in an attempt to shut down the Glober from going down this path of argumentation, but it's a valid path. Because it is the case that we look out in the world and we see things that look different from day to day, from condition to condition, right? We've all witnessed that, haven't we? Usually. I usually have never encountered a person that hasn't seen some kind of effect in the visual world, right?
Like we've all experienced. Flat Earthers share Skunk Bay and then deny that light can be redirected. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that is absolutely incoherent, and it makes flat earthers look like they're trying. It makes flat earthers look like someone is intentionally trying to embarrass them by seeding false, retarded, incoherent arguments in the community. It can't be the case that light can't be directed in the quote-unquote air, quote-unquote atmosphere, quote-unquote atmo, and Skunk Bay exist with that video. They can't both exist simultaneously. You have to pick one, dude. Or you just have to sit down because you don't understand. I just don't get it anymore.
Yep. Isn't that our original point, though, when they were claiming this geometric, hump of Earth? We're like, no, it's optical, and refraction plays part as one of the variables for why it's optical. Is that not true?
Yeah, that was fielded. Yes, that's true. Historically.
Yeah, I remember those days. That was like early 2017, 2018. And I remember that it was a Flurfspective. The package of Flurfspective involved,
Yeah, there was like 30.
Yeah.
There was something like 30 effects that occur in the ambient atmosphere that are completely disregarded when it comes to Globers making their geometric claims in relationship to what they see. Like, it's almost always true that Globers will disregard optical effects in favor of some kind of imagined reality where they're in an orthographic God's eye view looking at the scenario, right? And they totally forget that you actually see through optics. You don't see from the side view.
And when you're looking through air, the Ray model approximation is like, it's only good for very short distances, obviously. Just look at what they do in surveying, right? They're not doing 10-mile shots.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to it, like, I think we've been stuck for years in like the fallacy of the single cause. Like, it's either refraction or not refraction. It's more complex than that. It's way more complex, especially at long distance.
Yeah, that's right. I said all or nothing fallacy. I meant single cause. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all the same thing. It's also like a false dichotomy, right? So you can lump in a bunch of fallacies there.
Yeah, it's also ex post hoc ergo propter hoc.
Damn, that sounded like...
Good luck with that one.
That's crazy.
For the horse.
Is that what that means?
What?
Is that what that means? Proctor hawk? Is that cart before the horse, or
something like that? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you don't. But in that way that I phrase it, it's you don't put the cart in front of the horse until someone challenges you, and then you go back to alter it. So, for example, you have this observation. Globers say, "Oh, look, this proves the globe." Then you have this other observation that supersedes that geometry. So they look at it and they say, "Oh, that proves the globe too." And you'd be like, "Well, how?" Well, if the Earth was a globe, in order to see this, there would be this much curved light. We already know the Earth's a globe, therefore there's that much curved light. And this photo you just gave me proves there's that much curved light because I already know the Earth's a globe. Like they're doing it from they're arguing from the back end, you know? They're not proving their case in the first instance. They're altering their case to prove their point after the fact. Which is what all those stupid Earth curve calculators do. They're an after-the-fact excuse-o-meter. How much excuses do I need for this observation? Press this button and it'll tell you.
They're not that simple, man. They got a slider because they're sophisticated. They got an excuse slider.
Excuse slider? Damn.
But AI, that's what that kid was doing in the stream that's being broadcast. I was listening on X, so and what's being broadcast, that's what that kid was doing. And Alpha exposed that pretty good. Because like the sunsets. Oh, did you take? Well, he asked him, hey, if we shouldn't a ship disappear at a specific distance? He was like, well, no, because you got to take into account refraction. He's like, well, didn't you just say we observe sunsets? Is refraction taken into account at that? Oh, no, you don't have to do it for that, right? And then you get into what AI just said, right? Well, how do you know there's refraction? Well, we made the sunset observations without refraction, so now we know it's a globe. And then we go look at their ships, quote unquote, disappearing behind the horizon. And if they don't disappear at that distance predicted by the sun angles, then there's refraction. And we got to account for it now.
Well, the concept of atmospheric refraction, as far as I recall, was invented to explain why the celestials aren't where they claim.
Okay.
Is someone named Nick Gurr in here? I think you got the wrong room, bro.
Oh, my bad, bro. My bad.
Yeah, there's no Nick in here, bro.
Yeah, I thought my friend Nick Hurt was in here.
Yeah, he's not here, dude.
Profound, dude.
Diffused.
Thought you were looking for Amanda Hug and Kiss.
Wait, I've never heard that one. That's a good one. Nice.
Bro.
That's a good one. I'm stealing that. You guys talked to Vlad? Oh, Vlad. What about Darth Baby Panda?
Dude, what is it with this server the name Darth?
Darth Baby Panda. We got a shy panel today, guys.
Are we live?
Let me just quickly check. Looking. Okay, it's been confirmed. We are live.
So I got to ask you, CB, what do you think about Kanye's new song?
Oh, it's awesome.
Yo, it's fire.
Yeah, man. I think
it's actually a good song. Like even without like, I thought he's like, yeah, I'm gonna make this song. I thought it was just gonna be like some contrived trash. But it's actually a good song. So I'm like, dude's got talent. Like, no doubt.
For sure.
What he did hanging with his cousin when he was younger?
No, not that one.
About?
I think he's probably trolling, but
No,
whatever.
It's the Hungry Hippos one. Hungry Hippos.
Oh yeah. That the clean version?
Yeah, it's AI kickball.
Nice, bro. Very nice.
Is that along the lines of the memes where RFK is supposedly going to ban all junk food and fillers and sweeteners and all that, and then all the women are going to become thin again and attractive?
We need fat camps. We need that.
I think you've been hit with the Mandela effect there, yeah.
Man, 2025, who knew it was going to turn out like this?
Dude, I saw the funniest thing that was like, it's from like Nick Fuentes. He was like, imagine back in 2015, we told the liberals, right? That's like the Obama era and all the crap that was going on then. You're like, Kanye's gonna have an HH song. They had lost their goddamn minds, man. And Trump would be president after trying to overthrow the government and then talking about a third term, which you can't even run for. Like, they would have lost their cotton-picking minds.
Cotton picking mind. Yeah, 100%. We're living in a movie, and I think like Miggy's got a big vision for our community as well. We shouldn't think small, chat. We should think very large. Like I like where Miggy's head is at. We're going mainstream. We're gonna blow up. That's good. We should keep that same energy. Look where we are now. There's nothing but up from here. They tried to say we were gonna like die out. Oh, flat Earth is gonna just go away. And then the fact that we've come over here and become like the hottest call in the whole server, 100,000 deep. That should be your clue right there.
McTune's been saying that since like 2017, man. Flat Earth is dying. You've been saying that for so long. Now with the final experiment, it's really dying this time. No, this time really. I mean it. This time. For sure.
That was Brenda. Brenda was like, oh yeah, now the final experiment. Yeah, flat Earth is done.
But they're still here. Like, so good stuff, man. I like this. As the head of the cultural development department, I approve.
Aren't you the leader of the cult, man?
Yo, quiet, man.
Well, you must be because you're getting all the bitches.
You're not supposed to tell them that, dude.
That's how you figure out who the cult leader is. Who's the dude with the most bitches? That's why you become the cult leader. That's the whole point.
That might be true.
Tell me a cult, dude, that the head guy wasn't like sleeping with everybody's chick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Might be some hypergamy, man. So it's like hypergamy, especially like when you're in like a small. So like, say you got a small group of 100. Hypergamy is drastic.
Yeah.
Very too many rungs on that ladder, man. It becomes pretty obvious.
I'm over here thinking about AI's pseudo celebs. I mean, wouldn't you be one of those AI?
Touch it, bitch.
What the hell's a pseudo celeb?
Are you saying that even our community has like pseudo celebrities?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that shit's everywhere.
I mean, I'm thinking QE, we got Oakley, we got AI.
The biggest, if you think about it, the person to like leverage their pseudo celebrity into the like go from the lowest level pseudo celebrity to the highest point would be Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
She leveraged a fucking shitty sex tape in a fucking parking garage into fucking billions of dollars, bro. Like you gotta give her credit for that. She took nothing. She had nothing, like a pile of crap, dude. She was like, I'm gonna take a pile of crap and then be a billionaire.
Yeah.
Gotta give her credit for that.
For sure.
What are you famous for? Being famous?
Being a 304.
I'm famous for being famous, man. Think about that, how stupid that is.
Sad but true. Yeah, AI said from the lowest, like from the rank and file up to the pseudo celebrities in this community. I had never heard of that before, but you're probably right that there are some of those. I always thought it was rank and foul. I had to learn it was rank and file. What does that even mean?
It's a reference from chess.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like the board, right? I think going straight is the file, and then the sideways is the ranks.
Oh, interesting. Nice.
It's also military. I think it was just like hijacked into chess. So when you're like in a formation, right? And like the Greeks could form like a box phalanx. You know what I mean? So like you have the ranks. So that's like if you're at the back, right, going forward, each row is a rank, and then each line is a file.
Nice. Okay, I see that. Dope. Well, it's weird because nobody was appointed really here, right? It's like mostly participation, competency, and probably some other skills there as well. But it's like nobody was really appointed in these roles here, sort of. People stepped up to be who they are in this community, and it's interesting to see like the different rank and file, right? AI.
Well, the standards that we've always held at 24/7 was demonstrated competency, sincerity, and activity over time.
Yeah,
that's what causes your, whatever to happen.
It's cool though, like, and also people recently have sort of stepped up from what I can see. There's more people participating, people who maybe used to be like listeners, and now they're more of a speaker, which is great. I would try to reward that behavior, but seems like the head of the pack is pretty locked in right now, for the most part.
I mean, it's just like human nature that groups get self-organized.
Yeah, we're so organized too. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like, at least for me, dude, it's like, it's not ambition to like, I want to be at the top of the pack. It's like, I just want to like I don't know, do the most I can.
Yeah, exactly.
It drives myself, right? Like I drive myself, like, shit, dude, I want to do this, I want to do that. Like, fuck, dude, I want to drop this. It's not like, oh, dude, if I do this, and everybody's gonna love me. Like, fucking,
yeah,
that's like the furthest thing from my mind.
Yeah, same here.
I'm trying to make the Glovers hate me. Like, literally, like, I'm gonna do this, and these Glovers are gonna be pissed. It's like the reverse. I'm not looking for love. I'm looking for hate.
Yeah. That's actually so true. Yeah. I'm trying to do what I think works well or whatever I see. So I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, dude. Everybody should like whatever they do to their own talents. Like, you don't have to do anything either. Like, that's your prerogative, man. This ain't freaking not holding a gun to anybody's head. You just want to sit back and listen, unless it's like a no listening call. You know?
Exactly. No listening, you hear me?
No listening, you hear me?
Something like with big buck,
yes,
right? Okay, yeah, I remember you talking about that.
He was a big part of the problem that caused Rhetoric to go down. He was a very big part of it. And yeah, talked to him a couple of months after that happened. And yeah, I also ceased communication with those people. He had a private server that he tried to grow, but he was hosting Confederates, literal Confederates that were for slavery and all that stuff. And yeah, he got the consequences of being with those kind of people. And yeah, basically all the old crew was decimated. And what about you, Crit? How have you been?
Yeah, I mean, keeping it real. I went to Portugal. That was probably the biggest thing. The gal I met online ended up going there and meeting her in real life.
Portuguese, huh?
Yeah, it was like way north Portugal. Like, I had to fly into Porto and then rent a car and then drive like 3.5 hours to get to this small village in like northern Portugal. It was quite the adventure.
Nice. I hope you liked it. Portugal is a very nice country.
Yeah, it was really cool.
At least it was a couple of years ago.
All right, who's got the globe evidence? Which one of y'all's holding out on me?
I did not quite catch what you said there.
Sorry, I said who has the globe evidence? Which one of you is holding out on us?
Oh. I guess there are no brave souls on board today.
Or is it possible there is no legitimate empirical globe evidence? Is that possible?
Oh, it is. Certainly is.
I don't know. It just seems like for me and a lot of us, 10 years, somebody would have come up with this globe evidence. But I don't know. I'll shut up.
Well, I guess it's nice to see you again, Crit. As you see, a lot has happened last few years.
Hello. Anybody there?
Yeah, what up?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you guys actually have an answer to what's shown from high altitude footage.
So, I'm sorry, say again. You said drone footage from high altitude?
No, not drones. Specifically, like cameras on rockets at very high altitude that don't show a flat plane.
What does it show?
Well, it shows the Earth and whatever portion of the surface that is seen. If the Earth is a flat plane, you should be able to see the continents.
Okay, I mean, don't worry about the flat plane. So you have a high altitude drone or something. What does it show?
So, for example, where it's fired from, and it's a rocket, but if you want to call it a drone, then call it a drone. But it just shows a portion of the Earth, and the rest seems to be obscured behind a curve.
Can this curve be defined somehow, like mathematically, or like how much curve are we talking about?
I can't say exactly how much it arcs. The problem is, even if we talk about distortion, even if we said, oh, the picture's highly distorted, still doesn't show a flat plane. That's the problem.
Well, he's asking you for how do you define it being a curve if there's no way to define it with mathematical terms. You're not giving it a definition, so how do you know it's a curve? Because by definition, you'd have to measure that curve in order for it to be one, right? Or are you getting that wrong? Are you just saying you see something and you're declaring what it is?
Have I measured the exact curve if I take like a picture of a portion of a basketball?
Yeah, you could. I mean, if you're seeing a curve, couldn't you measure it?
Yeah, you could.
Well, that's what he's asking for. The gentleman's asking for the numeric value. Go ahead and give it to him. I think you owe it to everybody if you're declaring it.
No, because even if we don't have that on hand, it doesn't show a flat plane. That's the problem. You have no.
The problem is you're not defining it, Cosmos. You're not defining what you see. You're just making a declaration of what you think you see, but we don't know that. So how can you define it? You have to measure it in some way. So do that, and then tell us the measurement of that, and then you got yourself a curve. Yeah.
So what do you know about your own claim?
Well, no, you made the claim. I think you're mistaken. You're the one that made the claim. We're asking you about your claim. So you said rockets seeing the Earth as a globe. So we're trying to define the curve by your standard, and you're not giving us the numeric values for it.
Yeah, it's the antecedent of the argument because we don't see a flat plane with all the continents visible.
Yeah, so it's basically your declaration. Yeah, we all get that. You're declaring it. So now we got to figure out if it is or not based on a measurement. So go ahead and provide that, please.
No, you're just asking for a random measurement.
No. So no is the answer to providing the evidence for your claim. No is the answer. Is that right?
Right, guys. If I tell you my girlfriend's arse is curved and I send you a picture, do I have to measure like the exact arc and the circumference?
No, you can make a declaration, but you won't know if it's curved or not until you define that curve by measuring it.
So I wouldn't know her ass is curved.
Yeah, because you didn't define it. You need to measure it to find out if it is or not. Maybe your eyes weren't so good that day. So the thing about it is, it could be something to do, like in this case, it would be like a camera, right? Somebody had a video camera of your girlfriend's ass. So all they're going to do is just see the camera footage, and you wouldn't know unless somebody actually measured the roundness. So the same goes for the Earth. If you're seeing video footage of the Earth, you have to have the measurement of the roundness. Then you can declare that not only are you saying it's curved, but it measures that way. Does that make sense?
No.
Well, yeah, because just because you say no doesn't negate the fact that it needs to be measured in order for you to define it that way. You can make the declaration all day long. It looks curved. Yeah, for sure. It might look curved in the video. But then again, how do you know that? You didn't determine that by looking at it in the video. You need to determine it by measuring it, sir.
So, with the analogy, I would be unjustified to call my girlfriend's arse curved by this logic.
Well, yeah, you could say any declaration you want. That looks like a tree. That looks like water on the road. But until you get up close and actually inspect what you're saying, you don't really know. You have to determine that the thing you're saying you're looking at is exactly what it is. So the determination factor is, in this case, a measurement. And you can't provide that, so therefore all you're doing is declaring that you see a curve. That's fine. But did you determine that it's one? No, that's the answer. Because you said you didn't want to provide that. Where I gave you the floor, you could do so if you wanted to. But you didn't do so.
I wouldn't even be able to determine that there's a hump in the road because I haven't measured it, but I seem to be going over like a hump in the road on a car.
Sure, you could say that, but if you measure it, then you'll know that it's like. See, this is what I'm saying. The hump is actually being inspected by you. You're determining that because you're traveling over the hump. You know what a hump is, right? In this other case, you don't know what it is because you're seeing it at a distance from a perspective that is not you. So from a camera. So it's like somebody showing you a hill that they're going over, but you're not the one going over the hill. So in other words, you're not determining that by you. You're determining that by you thinking that somebody else can give you that information. That's only hearsay. You didn't determine that yourself.
From perspective, right? What should a flat Earth look like?
Flat.
Well, obviously, the word itself is. You can't be serious, right?
Well, that's what I would have asked you before with the whole arse analogy. But the whole point is
the problem is. But the problem is, we can say the Earth looks that way, but not only are we saying that, we're determining. There's determining factors here. So physics, along with measurement, along with our real-world experience, all of these coupled together equal that we are not only experiencing a flat Earth, but the physics determine that it is such. So we have physics on our side, we have measurement on our side. Really, you got nothing but an answer to me was no, we can't determine that the Earth is a globe. And you're unable to or ill-equipped to provide evidence that it is curvy. So I guess the Earth is flat.
So when we're talking about this flat Earth, right? Say you have a big, like, you know, the UN symbol. Say you have a big one of that laid out on the floor, and you bring a camera up from the surface, and say it's all coloured in nice blues and greens and browns, and you bring a camera up from the surface like a centimetre or a few centimetres, and you pan it around, so you rotate it around in a circle so it sees the full thing laid out. Should you see the continent?
Okay, so your description here is of something that we don't declare is the flat Earth. So you're making a straw man analogy to something we don't ever say. So number one. Number two, you want me to tell you what I can see by your hypothetical, and your hypothetical doesn't give me any real world tangibility. There's no like if you're going to draw a hypothetical, at least it would have some sort of relatability to what we understand in the physical and natural world. So there's no way I can tell you by your analogy that you're even close to talking about reality.
It's yes. So the thing is, when you don't have an idea of what this flat Earth would be, but you're saying it has to be a flat Earth plane. Those two ideas are in contradiction.
No, they're not, because we're not making the claim that the entire Earth is known. You want us to say that, but we're not going to. We're not going to give you the satisfaction of saying the whole entire Earth. You want to put that on us, with your analogy, right? The UN flag, but we're not going to give it to you. So you can't put that on us and then declare that since we're not giving that to you, then by default it's a contradiction. It's not.
No. So the P and not P, right? So the P is the entire Earth is flat, right? And the not P is I have no idea what this entire Earth looks like.
Yeah, you told me the entire Earth. That's not what we're saying it is. The entire Earth is, we're saying the known Earth. That's how we would phrase it, the known Earth.
Okay.
The entire Earth is something that's separate from what we're saying. So you have to parse it out in the way what we're saying, and then you can't give us what we're not saying. How about that?
Okay.
Give it to us like the way we're saying it.
I'll adjust the P and not P. P. So P1. P in any case. The known Earth is flat. Not P or P2. What is basically the not P? I have no idea what the known Earth looks like.
No.
Oh, that doesn't even make sense. Yeah, the not P is just, it's not flat.
Yeah. Help him out, Mary. I got to get busy doing something, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was talking to him earlier too, but go ahead, Mary. I think you got this. I think he needs a nice. I really tried to just break it down. Like, can you describe to me what you're talking about? He couldn't. Then Alpha tried, and he really didn't do that either. So let's get a third speaker and see where we can get this guy coming from.
Yeah. So the problem is the and statement, right? Because those two ideas have to align. So you're saying, I know what the Earth looks like, as in it's flat, it's a flat plane, and I do not know what the Earth looks like.
No, that is not what we're doing. And anyway, nonetheless, you're switching it around. We don't even normally say that. We are taking because we're not giving the positive claim. So we're taking the positive claim of the globe of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and we are disproving that. That is why that is the P statement, and the not P is it's not that. We've conclusively demonstrated that over and over and over with multiple long-distance observations and horizon observations. So we have disproven the false conjecture of the sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. You have the positive claim. That's why you're being asked for something to back up your positive claim. Because it's very simple to disprove that positive claim, because what we observe in reality does not match the geometry claimed by that positive claim of the globe.
Okay, so I can address that. But I'm saying you do, when you make the claim the Earth is flat, and if you're going to say I don't make the claim the Earth is flat, that's fine. Just say that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessary to make that claim because, I mean, I don't mind being called a flat earther, because that is a category of people who understand that the globe is a pitifully failed model that fails to hold up in reality. So that's fine. But, a lot of people call themselves globe skeptics, or they talk about the globe lie, and that is probably more accurate. But this, that's the discussion here. We don't have a positive claim. We don't need to have one. It's a 24/7 job around here with the team to just keep demonstrating over and over, day after day after day. There's no globe. There's no conclusive measurement of the globe. AV asked you to provide some measurements, and you could not provide them. So since the globe model does not predict reality, it needs to be discarded. Just like any mathematical, theoretical model that does not work needs to be thrown out.
Yes, so as long as we've established that you guys don't think the Earth is flat, as you've just agreed.
No, that is not what I said. It measures flat, meaning that we do not have any curvature. There is no curvature observed. That is where the term flat Earth comes from. It's the lack of curvature. That is flat. Lack of curvature is flat. So that is why it is the not P statement. So you can't turn the not P statement around and make it a positive claim because what we have done is disproved the P statement of the globe. And therefore, yes, you can call that flat or you can call it lack of curvature. They both mean the same thing. Yeah. But it's not the positive claim. It's the disproving of your original contention.
So right, it measures flat then. Is it flat? Is the conclusion that it's flat?
He's not going to answer.
The conclusion is that it's not a globe. That's the proposition that's on the table. The proposition is that it is a globe. We have shown that it is not, therefore it is not a globe. That's the conclusion.
Is that it? The channel, is there nothing beyond that?
The channel.
Yeah, hold on, guy. What? One person at a time. Okay, one mic at a time.
So the channel 24/7 Flat Earth does not claim the Earth is flat.
I'm not the channel. I mean, you can take a poll if you want. It is not a positive claim. It is a disproving of the curvature of the globe. I don't know how many more ways I can say it. Do you want me to go get a thesaurus to tell you in a different way? I mean, it's not going to change. I'm not going to change what I'm saying.
What do you think's on the other side?
I don't know what you mean by side, Dave the freshman.
Well, if you have a non-curved space, there's got to be, an opposing side, right?
Yeah, I don't, like I said, it's 24/7 job to just keep repeating over and over and over the mathematics that clearly disprove the geometry of the claimed sphere. So, I mean, maybe one day in the future when people finally accept the very basic, logical, obvious reality that the globe model is a complete nonsense science fiction fantasy land failure, maybe we can start exploring, out there and see what's out there. I can't. I've got a full-time job. I can't go sailing around trying to find out what's out there. So if you want to find out, Dave, come back and tell us.
So what do you think other planets appear as spheres if the Earth is not one?
When I look at my they claim you don't have to speak for us. Hey, Cosmos, you don't have to speak for us.
I know your arguments inside out.
Yeah, that's great. Wonderful. I'm proud of you, actually, because most of the low-level globe believers that come in here, they have no idea of either their argument or our argument. So that's cool, because if you want to debate any topic, I keep telling these little teenagers that come in here, you better start exploring what the other side's actually saying. So that's cool that you've done that. But yeah, Dave, when I look through my telescope, the planets don't appear spherical. But even if they were, even if the NASA artistic renditions and obvious CGI images of them as spherical were true, it means nothing about where we are. We're just looking at things in the sky. It means nothing about the ground, where we've conclusively demonstrated repeatedly with thousands of observations that there is no curvature measured anywhere.
Okay. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Cool.
Is there any kind of positive hypothesis of what the shape of the Earth is?
I don't have one for you.
Not good. The shape of the Earth is not good. We got garbage, Pacific garbage patch, a whole island of trash just floating in the ocean. Which is a good flat Earth proof, mind you, because they said there's a Coriolis force in tidal currents and tidal forces, yet there's a giant patch of plastic garbage and other trash stationary in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Don't forget about space junk.
Space junk too. You've got all these things: factory farming, industrial runoff. You've got pesticides just invading our bodies, microplastics. The shape or condition of Mother Earth is not good. So yeah, I could definitely make a claim that not well. Very
and also Rodwin, just before we can get off this point in a minute if you had got another question, but yeah, Rodwin points out in the chat there, very good point, Rodwin. How do you hypothesize an Earth shape? So yeah, you asked me if I have an hypothesis about the Earth shape, but around here we use the term hypothesis in the classical scientific way, where a hypothesis would be made after a natural observation, and it would be predicting a cause and effect relationship, which would then be rigorously tested in a verifiable, testable, repeatable way to with an independent, dependent variable to decide whether that cause and effect relationship held true. So we wouldn't hypothesize about a shape. As I explained several times, it's a geometrical question. This claimed geometry is not observed in reality, so that's why we have demonstrated that that false conjecture is not observed in reality.
Where do you guys think heat comes from during the day? Like,
energy comes from the sun that powers all life on Earth. Is that what I mean? Where else would it come from? You mean where does the energy come from? Is that what you're talking about? The original source?
It must be a cylinder, right? It's got to have like a cylindrical, because you dig down and you hit. It's either a cone or a cylinder in this model, right?
Oh, no. Oh, okay. So maybe you weren't here when we were explaining that we don't have a model, but you're talking about heat from within the Earth. I thought he was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes from within the Earth. That's right. Yep. Have never dug down further than 7.8 miles. So anything below that is pure conjecture. But yeah, there's definitely heat down there. I know people who use geothermal energy for to heat their homes. Obviously, there's volcanoes. I mean, that's no problem. You don't have to have a globe to have those things.
So the Earth is at least, you said 7.8 miles thick?
I mean, yeah, I guess if you want to be real, I mean, obviously when they get down there, there's still more down there. So yeah, that's not a limit. That's obviously not the limit. We don't really, I guess when you're talking about cylinders and all these things, I mean, I feel like you're still thinking about the flat Earth as like something floating through space, which we do. I mean, we definitely dispute that claim, since the realm of outer space, as claimed by the modern pseudoscientists, can't possibly exist in the way claimed. So that is a common misconception about flat Earth, that we just like squish down the globe and we're just like a flat disc or whatever, like flying through space. No, that's the straw man. That's the false version of flat Earth. That is not what anyone in here is thinking or claiming.
Do you think we're in like a dome?
I believe in the dome. Personally,
it's a dome.
They claim a container, but they can't show this container.
Firmament.
Yeah, stop saying they. So we got a lot of individuals in here. So yeah, we're not like the Borg here. What were you going to say, Craig?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I think they've got a mistake here. The globe side claims a container. They claim their container is the physical force of gravity pulling down gases to the core of the Earth. Or they would also claim the firmament. This was in the Copernicus models, a glass sphere right outside of Saturn. So both everyone, yeah. Look up Copernicus. All 16 of his models had a firmament, a direct quote, a firmament. That's where that word comes from. The word firmament was Copernicus. He's the one who invoked a sky container that had the stars affixed to it. So if you've got a problem with Copernicus, you've burnt the church. You don't have a heliocentric model anymore. It's gone. You've destroyed. You've destroyed your first model. And at that, you could say at this point, okay, you've debunked some X number of heliocentric models. I've debunked some X plus one. We're only one model away at this point. You think the firmament's a ridiculous idea? Me too. Therefore, we both know. What about all flat, man? Therefore, we both know Copernicus was dead wrong. So who's right then? Who presented the heliocentric model that you think is right? And I would say now you're just one less model than me.
It doesn't matter who said what. It's who has evidence to substantiate their claim.
Awesome. If you search in Hebrew and from all civilizations, you will realize there is a dome all civilizations knows about the dome.
So there is a firmament.
The dome. Wait, so the
What are you
dome
going to
is
say?
glass?
I'm sorry. Jedi started talking there before. Manu, go ahead, Jedi.
No, I do apologise. I was just laughing in the background. I should remember to put myself on mute when I do that. I do apologise.
Okay, I'll unmute Manu then if you want to hear from him. Hold on.
This is crazy.
Go ahead.
I already said it. It's good. Don't worry.
Okay, yep. I don't know. What's the question on the table?
I didn't put a question.
We say the sun provides heat and light, right? So how is it emitting this heat and light? What is it doing?
So what's that got to do with the surface of the Earth?
Well, it's celestial objects. It's part of how it works its way around the Earth.
I have no idea what the sun is or how it works. It provides light and provides heat.
That.
I wouldn't be able to tell you how the mechanics drive this.
Can I tell you something, Jedi?
No, I mean there's a mainstream story. There's a lot of scientists who question the mainstream story. So that is, the term I definitely do not think. I think the term settled science is an oxymoron. But the ideas about the sun are claimed to be settled science, but they are far from that. But like Jedi, that's not really like my area of specialty. If you're interested in looking into it, I mean, you can study it. Here we stick to, like I said, the ground measurements because it takes a long time to drill this into people's heads that the geometry of the sphere claimed is wrong. So it doesn't have to do with our channel here, doesn't have to do with the sun. Maybe somebody else will do a 24/7 sun channel one day. I mean, anybody here is welcome to start that up if they want.
It's gonna be manipulated. Most of the things that they think humanity is a real thing is manipulated. Literally, why do you think they sent Katy Perry 11 minutes to the space? There's a bunch of meanings and numbers and symbols.
What are we listening to?
Are satellites outside of the glass dome?
No, there's no satellites outside.
You guys have a dome. You have a globe that needs a dome to protect you from the vacuum of space, not flat Earth.
There's no space. It is water.
Who created the dome?
Well,
you guys.
There's no space. It's water.
What's Mike?
No, that's Manu just made that claim. I'm sorry. Yeah, Manu, I've muted you. If you want to know why, you can DM me. I mean, it should be self-evident, but you can, we're not making a claim out about that here. You can go do that back in the chill channel. There's still people over there in the home server.
Who are these scientists who dispute theories about the Earth?
About the sun, I think that's what was mentioned. I can provide you with 3 if you want.
Please.
Right? Do they have like any useful credentials? Do they have weight in the scientific community?
Credentials now. Here we go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're going
do they have
an authority, and then you're going to go
trying to answer the question.
Credentials. I mean, why would you even say I know these scientists if whenever somebody says what their credentials are, you're like, oh, credentials. Why would you even make the argument from authority then?
It's not. The thing is, it's not even core to the argument about their credentials. They could be fucking bums with nothing to their name, as far as I care. I care about what the evidence is.
Would you like me to go and get the papers I've written off of Google Scholar before you wobble on? So I just go and get the papers from Google Scholar, then you can be the person who decides whether the credentials are good enough. Should I just go and do that for you?
I would like the evidence
Hard
if you've
to
read
find
into these
alternative models to the sun. Is it?
Take a look at those papers. Are they going to be in? Is there a chat attached to this? Yeah, there it is. Okay, gotcha.
I'm just wondering whether it's worth me wasting my time going to get you the Google Scholar document so you can figure out whether Professor Robertal's worthy or not of your interest.
Wait, Professor What did you say, Professor?
Professor Robitaille.
How do you spell Robitaille?
I don't know, dude. Like, seriously, it's got like about 13 letters in it. I can just go and find you the documents. It's like, I've asked you 3-4 times now, but now you want to know how the name's spelled.
Because
Yes
I
or no,
also
would-
want to look. I want to look him up to save you time.
That's fine. It would be easier if I just dropped it. Then you can research him in your own fucking leisure. I'll just do that. Make it easier.
Does anyone else have issues scrolling in the chat because it pops up in an overlay window? Anybody else have that? Is it just me? Scroll.
I think the main problem here is like the tools of discernment. How do you judge the difference between curved and not curved? What is the process that you used?
Well, how curved are we talking?
As I said, it's what would be inferred from a flat plane if you went up really high into the atmosphere. And there's no inference which leads you to a flat plane from high up observations. There are inferences that lead you to
have you done this? Because this would be the tool of discernment that you haven't used yet.
I've seen loads of videos online.
Okay, so videos online tell you that something's true. All you gotta do is just see it on TV.
When they all are consistent.
Yeah, Pickle, hold on. Pickle, shut up. Or Nate, or whatever you are. I can't remember. Yeah, shut up.
Is there valid reason to doubt the footage?
Yeah, because there's a thing called the overview effect that's attached to it. There's a solid claim that if you see the Earth from space, there's a instant. Okay, I'm not even joking here. They added the claim to it, an instant cognitive shift that people see the wonder and awe and beauty of the Earth in space. They wrote a book about it called The Overview Effect, written by Frank White, where he interviewed all the Apollo astronauts and asked them what's the biggest key thing of this giant leap forward for all mankind. They came up with a causal agent, seeing the Earth from above, looking down at the Earth, would cause instant cognitive shift.
Because you'll see its round and tiny.
Hey, Pickle, be quiet. So then you get this instant cognitive shift. So we can test for that. We can test to see if somebody is immune to the overview effect or not, to judge if they've really seen the Earth from space or not. Because the astronaut said, this is what would happen. And if it doesn't happen, then we can ask why. It's able to test for spurious causation. So you've seen the Earth from space, or you think you have. Then how are you, or how are you not, under the influence of the overview effect?
How does that apply to like videography and pictures?
Yeah, they said it would even apply to seeing the Earth from a VR experience, or even describing it. There's a really powerful video on Big Think where they just describe the heliocentric model to a bunch of people in Pakistan, villagers who are very low educated. You're like maybe like our comparison 3rd or 4th grade level, and they just describe to them like the Voyager program, and they basically they tell you, hey, this is what everything's like. Well, the first thing they did was they showed them a picture of New York City, and they asked them, where is this? And they said Kandahar. They thought that was Kandahar. And Kandahar isn't that big of a city, okay? I mean, it's got 1-story buildings. It's not like It's not like something you would think is a major capital of a country. Okay, like you are not going to mistake Kandahar in New York City. So they wanted to first demonstrate that their concept of the world, of the whole world as a whole, was very limited to their very small tribal village in, I think, like northern Afghanistan or Pakistan, somewhere around there. Then once they're able to fully articulate the vast glory and splendor of the heliocentric model, they had an instant cognitive shift. It blew their mind. Then they interviewed them the next day, and one guy said, I couldn't even fall asleep. I've literally been awake all night contemplating what you told me yesterday. So this effect will affect anyone, regardless of education level, regardless of their understanding of the world. It's a tested, tried and true method that has hundreds of white papers written about it. Complete psychological books written about it. This, you could just simply Google overview, and one of the first things that come up is it'll talk to you about the overview effect. Brian Cox, I'm not done yet. Brian Cox wanted to change a world history because you have before Christ and after death. We got that as part of our calendar. He wants to add in before Apollo and after Apollo.
Dude, AD does not stand for after death.
Yeah, don't worry about that. So what you got here is this very simple idea where he wanted to say, we are the children of Apollo who have a instant cognitive shift in their understanding of the world as a whole, based solely upon a photo taken 60 years ago. 60. 60. Your parents weren't even alive yet.
You just rambled about an emotional reaction to something. I could say
be real. It's a real thing. It's a very real and powerful thing.
I could say men could doubt.
Should have an effect.
You're just filibustering.
Yeah, because you're not getting it. I got to explain it again. You missed it somehow.
No.
You seeing the Earth from space should have a direct, impactful, measurable response. If it doesn't, we got to look at why. Why are you immune to this effect?
Go on the wiki and look at the overview effect and see where it says that people just watching like flat videos, like not actually experiencing it for themselves, are somehow going to have this like grand emotional reaction to seeing the Earth.
Yeah,
show me where it says. Show me where it says that on the wiki.
Anyone
literally makes people schizophrenic. You say like it makes them lose touch with reality.
That's a squawk. That's a complete squawk. So your Wikipedia parroting has done damage to your ability to think and process information ahead of time. So if you need Wikipedia? Is that what you need?
You quoted the effect.
Yeah, the effect is what?
Yeah, the overview effect is said to occur particularly for people who see it from space.
Or look at the last. I just threw up the Wikipedia page. The very last sentence there. Immersive virtual reality simulations have been designed to produce the overview effect in Earthbound participants. Even your own epistemology, says virtual reality will have the same effect.
Similar.
Same effect. It will induce the overview effect.
I know it makes me nauseous, the virtual reality, if I go on a roller coaster, so yeah.
So right here you've got, look at the third paragraph down. Author Frank White, just like I said, in the 1980s coined the term overview effect after interviewing astronauts.
Right. What does this?
They said the effect is beyond words. This is an emotional, internal, spiritual, cognitive shift that's very difficult to explain. You have either you feel it or you don't, and you are immune. You have a physical, mental, or spiritual immunity to viewing the Earth from space. So now that we know that, how are you also using photographs from space as your intellectual firepower for how the Earth is not a flat when you're also immune to the same effects that would be demonstrated viewing the Earth from space? You got a deep-rooted cognitive block, a cognitive dissonance that you don't have an answer for. I can fix it for you. The Earth is flat and stationary, just like your cognitive dissonance is telling you.
What? That is a completely incoherent, stupid argument.
Yeah, and this is the best part. It squares
You're just
away.
appealing to him. It's literally an appeal to emotion.
Easy.
It's literally an appeal to emotion.
It's very easy to explain this. You are immune to the overview effect. You have some kind of immunity to viewing the Earth from space. Therefore, you can't use that evidence because that evidence has an effect that you are immune to.
Do you even hear the words that come out of your mouth?
Yeah, you could read the book. Just go educate yourself on this. Read the old Wikipedia page. The Wikipedia page says even your imagination should be enough to invoke an overview effect. Just imagining, like it did for the people in the tribal village in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Just talking to them, just articulating the vastness of space caused a overview effect, which you are immune to.
Right.
So then on the backswing, you also pretend like you're going to use that same evidence that you're immune to.
You've said the word immune.
You're just saying my name over and over again. What you'd have to demonstrate is how. What did you do to those photographs from space that have caused you to be immune to the effects? What did you do? How did you change, vary, and manipulate the photograph from space so that you uniquely have no effect from this? What did you do? Answer that.
Right, Crit, I'm not your therapist.
Okay, it's not about therapists. Try again. You claimed you saw the Earth from space. Check or hold.
I'm not your therapist, bro.
Okay, yeah, you're just going to start squawking now. This isn't about therapy. It's directly talking about the topic that you raised. How do you flat earthers explain photographs from space? Let's use that. You've got a photograph from space. How do you explain how you are immune from your own evidence? This has nothing to do with me. This is you in your photograph from space. What does it mean when you see the Earth from space? What effect did it have? Try again.
Right. Okay, fine. I had a vaccine which made me immune.
Yeah, that's off topic. You're done.
To the effect.
Don't know what to do. They have to go to that.
Yeah.
He had to basically squawk TOS at this point. He's trying to get the conversation shut down.
I did want to just mention, I don't know if Cosmos or anyone else was interested, it's kind of off topic, but as a service to you, Cosmos, Jedi at 59 minutes after the hour put a bunch of sources there about the challenges to the current claims about the sun. So you might find that interesting.
Yeah, he needs a lot of study to do, a lot of research. He's got to look into this topic. He's got to find some tool of discernment to separate curved from not curved. Yeah, he's got a lot of heavy lifting to do. It's basically his full epistemology was Earth not flat, therefore join the channel and talk about something that he refuses to engage with.
Yeah, the important thing that Crit's pointing out here is that the overview effect, when it occurs, it's only given to somebody as a process of how to think about something. So a video, an image, and so he's saying the opposite of what he actually is going through. He's emotionally tied into the fact that the Earth is a globe. So his emotions are why he's, believing that it is. Because he's shown by somebody who he thinks he holds in high regard, like somebody from academia or an organization. And so that emotion that's tied to the image, video or whatever, is the reason why he thinks that the Earth is a globe. Because beyond that, he's not able to explain in any real way that the Earth is a globe. So Crit's just pointing that out. So the overview effect is what all of these guys who come through here have. They thought they had an experience by seeing the Earth from a vantage point through an image, not through a first-person perspective. So it's very intriguing, really, the mindset of these guys. So Crit brought that up, and I'm going to see if I can use that in an argument forward. But thanks for that, Crit.
Oh yeah, it's really good. This stuff goes back to the 1950s. I mean, the Wikipedia page I gave it a quick scan did a really good job of breaking down the overview effect. They talk about all the people, all the scientific literature. Like going back to the American Journal of Aviation. This is a well-documented thing that I mean, they've been talking about this from the very beginning. This giant leap forward. That this is why they thought.
I was going to say, what bolsters that effect is also having good production value. So, like in the case of Dude Perfect, when he went on Jeff Bezos' rocket and he was doing that whole thing, they had like good sounding music, like that spiritual music they put like in churches, like when you're having like a moment, to reflect. They had like that in the background. They had tears coming out of the people. I mean, it was like a whole thing, right? A moment. And so that encumbered with like Dude Perfect coming back and being asked the question, so did you see the Earth flat? He's like, no, it's round. We can confirm it's round. So all of that just gives the emotional entanglement of the Earth being a globe by the overview effect. It's great, man, that you brought it up. So I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've noticed that, about the music, and the whole, all that emotional appeal. That's in a lot of the anti-flat earther videos too.
Yeah, they try to say that flat earthers are kind of subhuman mongrels because they're not affected by the overview effect. Like some of the claims I've seen. That's how I found this topic to begin with. They'll say, look how bad flat earthers are. Look how awful they are. They don't have an emotional reaction to viewing the Earth from space. That must mean they're animal-like. They don't have, like, a dog won't have an emotion from a view either. So then they try to use it to say, hey, check out these awful, disgusting people. They don't value the Earth. And then the guy comes in here in the backswing and tries to debunk the overview effect. Well, which one is it? If you're immune to the overview effect, are you a nasty, disgusting flat earther? Because that's what the claim would be.
Oh my gosh, I experienced this last week. I was with my son's 4th grade class. I was chaperoning them. We went to this museum and there was a planetarium show. I was like, oh no, I'm going in here because I had my little group I had to watch. Like, I'm going to be trapped in here. What's this? Because some planetarium shows, they can go either way. If they focus just on the stars, they're fine. But anyway, this one, it started out like really nice, like he talked about the wandering stars. He showed all the constellations. He talked about Polaris. He talked about, these certain constellations that are always in view in the air where we live all year round, so on and so forth. Taught all the constellations, showed them how to find Polaris from the Big Dipper. But then, probably halfway through, he then he zoomed out, right? Because at first it was just like a realistic thing. Like we were sitting there looking at the sky moving around us. Then he zoomed out to the earth, and it was a sphere. I don't know if you guys have been to one lately, but they've gotten worse. They've gotten worse. I hadn't been to one in a long time. So yeah, and then
I can just imagine.
Yeah, it's really bad. Like I'm sitting there, like a bunch of the stuff the guys was saying, I was just like biting my tongue because I don't want to embarrass my son. I just wanted to shout out like, "Liar!" I had to close my eyes and like grip the armrest to control myself. But anyway, yeah. So, but the thing I was going to say related to this topic is like, oh, the kids really were impressed. The children were really impressed by the stars. They were like, look at that shape. That's so cool. Oh, I don't really think that looks like a bear. It looks like a deer to me or whatever. Like they were very excited about that. But when he did the zooming out to show the sphere of the earth and the sphere of Mars, the adults started chiming in like, ooh. Wow.
Yeah.
And when he made his little claims, all kinds of like outrageous claims, right, about the surface of Mars and this and that, they're like, oh yeah. And like the guy that was like the adult dad that was sitting next to me was like ahead of time saying all the space facts, because he's so smart. It was like they went into this weird program. That's what freaked me out even more. But the kids didn't really. They're just kind of like, all of a sudden, the kids are really into the stars, but when he zoomed out to all this nonsense stuff and started spouting lore, that's when the adults were doing their programmed response because they're smart and cool, right? So they know all about Mars and how great it is. That was the adult portion of the presentation. It was so weird. Oh my gosh, I got through it. It was like very difficult, but I did manage to get to the end.
What's weird about that whole experience, Mary Mom, is that that's exactly what Crit was talking about right now, with people having this overview effect happen to them. So you saw it in real time. This is what they were experienced by this, the guy who was the tour guide taking you guys around, or the adults chiming in. So they had the experience of having that effect, and so they were talking about it with a lot of animation. So it's kind of the same way that Crit's saying this is what happened. They have like some sort of spiritual experience in some part of their life that they are starry-eyed about it. Like they're giddy and they really just want to talk about it like it's something that's real. But it's nothing more than just a feeling that they've had, and they're recalling in their past that they've had this overview effect happen to them. So it's what's real. It's like a real emotion. It's tied to something that they've heard about, a story of the Earth being a globe. So, yeah, this is something I can now determine by all the times and just putting everything together that the overview effect is what everybody who believes the Earth as a globe is. Because at some point in their life, they had some sort of religious experience about it. Just like the way you've seen this tour guide telling the students, and you know what I mean? Like that whole thing, it kind of builds up to the moment where they're talking about space and planets and all that. And that's what is attached to a human's psyche. That whole thing, that experience. Fascinating.
Yeah, that's what Crit was trying to get through to him. I guess like he just wasn't able to like understand your words. So it's perfectly clear to me, that they can also induce this through virtual reality, which is, planetarium is kind of a form of that. Yeah, and that's what they were doing. Yeah, it was bizarre.
So they use, I hate to say the word, but mind control, because that's what it is. It is controlling your mind with emotions.
Right? That's why I had to close my eyes when he had that Mars sphere spinning around for like 10, 15 minutes. I'm like, I'm not going to look at that stupid thing. Just shut up about it. But anyway, yeah.
What the best part of the planetarium is that they've got a domed ceiling and a flat floor, virtually like a flat Earth model, if you will.
I know, that's why the first half was really good. Yeah, it's just, here's how you can see the stars. Make sure you go out this summer and look at the stars. Here's the ones that are always visible in the sky. Here's the circle where those always visible ones are. And then he, explained, these other ones are, already set. So you're not going to see those during the summer. All that was like amazing. Yeah, if he would have just cut it out at that part, I'd be like, this guy must be a flat earther. And he even called the moon a disc. That's what they do. Yeah. But, then he had to go into his little sphere fairy tale.
Yeah, he had to pan it out into some sort of godlike view of like.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you could tell that was like the part he really liked. He was really into it. And like, gosh. Yeah.
Hey, do you like Superman? Because if Superman flew around the sky, he could see something like this.
Yeah, that's what that's what keeps the lights on for that guy, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was funny though. The one thing he brought up. This is something I haven't heard before. I don't know if it's one of their copes for Polaris in the north, but yeah, he said. Oh yeah, because a guy asked, does Mars? Yeah, that was the so smart dad that was sitting next to me. I don't know that guy, but I could barely stand to be around him. But anyway, yeah, he said, does Mars have a North Star? And then they started, speculating about that. And then he made this claim that the only reason we see these stars in the north rotating around Polaris, it's some kind of weird coincidence. That was his exact words. And it's only going to last for the next 100 years, and then it won't be like that anymore. That's what he said. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, it hasn't always been that way, and it's not going to be that way in the future. That's just a weird coincidence that's like that right now. That's what he said. That was when I had to really bite my tongue pretty hard. But anyway, yeah. That must be one of their latest copes. I haven't. It was. I know. That was a new one. I had not heard that cope before.
Yeah, but it feels like sometimes you just want to say, "Sir, are you talking out of your ass?" Oh, I'm just saying. It sounds like it.
No. If I'd just been there as an individual, without my child, it would have been a different story. But yeah. But I wouldn't have been there. That's the thing. I don't think I would voluntarily go to. Yeah, I don't think I'd voluntarily go to a thing like that. I could have just walked out after the star part. That part was actually pretty good. Talked about how you can use the far edge of the Big Dipper, draw a line up to Polaris, and then the tip of the handle, straight line on the other side. Does that go down to Arcturus? I think so. Anyway, so yeah, if you're ever lost, you could use the Big Dipper to find north.
So, Mary Mom, you're saying that if you didn't have to be there, you wouldn't be there? So a forum like that would be a place that you wouldn't want to go and subject yourself to. Yet, why do these other guys do that? They subject themselves to a forum that they don't have to be here.
That's right. That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I thought that's what Crit was getting at too. I don't know if that was what you were getting at, Crit, that, his presence here kind of shows he's not fully brainwashed, really. Why would you even entertain the question? Why would you even entertain the question if you were effectively brainwashed?
Well, it's twofold. The first one is he came here so he knows he's got some doubts. The number one is that he doesn't really understand or can't grasp the concept of a globe. But he believes it anyway for some other reason. So then you got that address. The other part being that if you really dove in to the heliocentric model, there's explanations baked in to other people who would disagree. He would be able to use those explanations. So then you've also got explanations on how to handle disagreement. You're all interconnected in this sort of kumbaya moment of the overview effect. He should be able to either use the model to explain disagreement or use the model to cope with disagreement. Since he can't, it drives back into point number one. He's probably a bigger flat earther than any of us. He just picked the winning side because his tribalism overrides his seek for the truth. Had it been 100 years ago and Copernicus rolled out with his model, he would have been on the side of the flat earthers. He's always going to pick the 51%.
Yeah, that's good. Was that you that was saying that to somebody yesterday that was like a teenager type? Yeah, we were saying back in he'd be anti-cult of Pythagoras back in the ancient Greece. He'd be like, "What's wrong with those guys? They're nuts." We were talking to another and And I think that kid kind of acknowledged, that was the case. Probably younger people, they see the groupthink better, maybe if they haven't been in it as long. I think that might be the case. Because that was Prophet. Yeah, he was the golden retriever. He was. When I said to him, you've had this globe indoctrinated from a very young age, so you accept that belief without question. But then at the same time, they do a disservice in school because that's the thing that should be questioned. That's the thing that doesn't have evidence, but they just kind of hold that up from the beginning as existing as a truth without any evidence, and they never do really give, obviously we know, they never give any curvature measurements or things that prove the sphere because they can't do that. It's just accepted from a very young age that is, that's how it is. But then, once they get older, at the point when they do have more abstract thoughts but should be examining ideas for evidence and so on, then they tell everyone any idea is valid, whatever you say is your truth, everybody's opinion has equal weight. So things that they should be examining, they don't, and then other things they just kind of accept them as everybody can have their opinion. So then they apply that back to the globe, and they're no longer looking for evidence in that case. If they want it to be a globe, then it is. And that's why they have the audacity to come in here and make totally bizarre claims with absolutely no way to back them up. Like this guy that came in here yesterday and we were showing him the math of the geometry of the sphere and where the predicted horizon would be. He just kept saying, oh, there must be a mistake in that math. The math must be wrong, over and over and over, and then he got very agitated with me when I told him he had to point out the actual error. Even with math, they're going to sit here. That's what I'm talking about. It's like they'll argue ridiculous things that they could easily be proven wrong and won't even take the time to even look at it to see where the error is. Or, you see it all the time. Just they'll make some ridiculous claim that they could easily search and see it was wrong. They won't even bother to search it. They'll just keep claiming it. But with the globe, they have to rely on somebody else's claim. It's not even really their claim. They'll acknowledge that. They don't even necessarily think it or believe it. They just know somebody else has proven it. And so they're just
I know it's round because I've seen the inside. I've seen the inside of the Earth. I know it's round because I know it's hollow. It can't be flat if it's hollow, dumbass.
Why can't you?
That sounds like a squawk to me.
When you say, why do you have to insult? What's the need?
Because it's obvious. We all know it's round, right? We know that from school. We know that from everything. All the experiments that no one needs to tell us it's round, and it's bullshit to say it's not. Okay, you can say
he's demonstrating my point. Thanks, gosh, you probably weren't even here with what I just said, but thanks for coming in and being like,
we did this shit. We've done the things. We've seen the pictures.
Where did you do it? Show me where you made it.
I actually on my channel I have a video where I did the experiment with the light. If you do light and you pass it over
post your video, post your evidence, stop your yapping.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd like to see.
First of all, he made a gross generalization, and second, he left. Well, second of all, he said, "Oh, we learned it at school, dude." if that argument were true, then what do you think was taught in schools before the globe model, the flat model? So that proves that even though something is taught in schools does not necessarily mean it's true. Following
for the people that are joining the part of this room, I would kind of advise you guys that let the 24/7 team handle the people that come in here. Usually when they come in here that fiery hot, let the ones who are able to handle conversations like that do that, please. Because when you guys start chiming in, all that interruption does is it stalls the person who can actually handle the conversation. So just be advised, okay? That's why we moderate this channel, so that we can have good exposition, but we can't do that if you guys jump in with stuff that's sidelining the person that's actually taking the conversation. So, just saying, if you will. So, Mary Mom was actually talking to the person, so I feel like she didn't get to finish. So.
Maybe he'll come back. We've got Winter Soldier, who has a bizarre cartoon in the chat. Do you want to talk about your cartoon straw man fallacy there, Winter Soldier? So yeah, it's I'll just talk about it if you don't want to, but if at any time you want to pipe up with a comment or question, feel free, Winter Soldier. So, and Flatman Can has responded that, that is, we do not think of the Earth as a flattened out globe, traveling through space. That is, that's a straw man model of the flat Earth, meaning it's not anything that any serious flat earther claims. And so, that's just wrong. We mainly focus here in this channel on disproving the globe. But in addition to that, this entire fantasy about outer space in the way that it's claimed is also not possible for various reasons. So we also sometimes veer off into the area of demonstrating how that claim can't be true, as well as motion. There's never been any motion detected of the Earth. The Earth moving through any kind of space has never been detected. The Earth spinning has never been scientifically tested or verified. To verify any kind of spinning or forward motion of the Earth, you would have to be able to first observe that motion and then do a scientific experiment to detect the cause of that. But since the effect, meaning the motion, has never been measured, you can't set up a scientific experiment, and it's never been verified. So that's why your entire cartoon is a joke. Do you have any response to that, Winter Soldier? Oh, his response is more memes. We would love to have like a real conversation with you rather than a meme war, but that's the best you can do. Okay, so I'll address your next meme because it is going out there in the live stream, unless somebody else wants to. I'll just say something. Anybody else can jump in if they want. 32 minutes after the hour. Yep. Day and night, as we observe them to be in reality, do not require a globe. You are presupposing several things that have, again, not been scientifically verified. One of them would be the distance of the sun. You are showing in your joke of a meme there that the sun would necessarily illuminate all parts of the flat Earth at one time. This is not what we observe in reality. We observe that the sun moves across the sky. We have no way to test how far away that sun is. We dispute the pseudoscientific claims about the distance of the sun. Therefore, the sun moves across the sky and goes outside of your field of vision at sunset and then illuminates a different part of the world. In no way does the motion of the sun or day and night cycles prove a spherical shape that has already been disproven by multiple long-distance observations. And also, anything about the sun does not measure curvature, which is
sorry,
what we're
but
looking
if we can't
for.
measure the size of the sun, how do we measure anything at all then? Like, how do we know how tall the Himalayas are? Because there's no way somebody went with a ruler and measured the Himalayas from bottom to top. So if we can't measure the sun, how can we measure anything at all? That doesn't make any sense.
You say the Himalayas in the sense of altitude?
Yes, in the sense of its height.
Okay, so you know what sea level means?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, the answer.
Right, but how do we know that measurement's correct then? If we, because there's no way somebody took a ruler from bottom to top.
So then you're all right. So then you should go to the Himalayas and just well, me personally, I don't have any evidence of it being that height. If you say so, and it is true. However, I think there are some very valid studies that back that up. But I don't not. I feel like I do not know where the comparison in your argument comes from.
How can we not measure the sun? That doesn't make any sense.
All right, yeah, hold on, copy. If we got somebody from 24/7, they could take over. If not, I'll just let Corvo go.
What are you talking about measuring the sun? What? Measure what?
She just brought up we can't measure the distance or the size of the sun. Did she not?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
How can we not measure that?
Go ahead, tell me how to do it.
What do you mean show you how to do it? You're the one saying that we can't do it.
Correct,
So
I cannot do it. So you tell me how. Yeah, I can't do it, so you tell me how.
You can't do it because you don't have the tools, or?
Yeah, I got all the tooling. Yeah, tell me how to do it.
Okay, well, you take 2 reference points for the distance, and you do Pythagoras' theorem.
What's my first reference point?
A star or a planetoid or some sort of object in space. Do you measure via a laser or some other form?
No.
You don't see stars during the day. How can you see a star during the day?
It's happening in reality.
You can see planetoid objects during the day.
Nobody gives a shit about what you see. You can't measure distances to them.
Okay, if you can't measure distances to things, then how can we measure anything at all? That doesn't make any sense.
Correct.
So you're just agreeing that we can't measure anything ever.
You're finally realizing that you're having
fuck, I'm losing brain cells.
Hey, he's talking about measuring things in the sky, not on the ground.
Flat man, we got it. Yeah, he left. That was easy enough.
Sorry, man.
At least he was willing to speak. Winter Soldier has nothing but memes from like 2017.
Sorry, was that Hemlock or I was just because he wasn't getting it. You were saying we can't measure things in the sky. We can measure things on the ground, obviously. Because he's like, now you're saying we can't measure anything, and you didn't say that.
Kopi's back. Yeah, Kopi's back. Did you hear the last thing, Rodwin? Did you hear the last thing Rodwin said, Kopi?
No, and I've completely checked out of this conversation.
So you came back to check out?
I was saying, I don't know if you heard that. I think you were gone when I said that we appreciated you at least spoke up, unlike Mr. Winter Soldier there, so that's cool.
Did you Google how you can measure the distance to the sun yet?
Nathan Art's here. Are you new to this channel, or have you been around, Nathan Art? Welcome. So yeah, I guess Kopi conceded, Rodwin, that he can't measure it.
Thank you.
Those new memes you're making, Drace, are amazing.
Okay, fine. I'll indulge in your stupid fucking argument. So, this is an AI overview, but it says the distance of the sun is measured using a combination of methods, primarily parallax and radar ranging. And now, parallax is the first method I brought up, which is using 2 reference points. It says parallax relies on observing the apparent shift in the sun's position against distant stars as Earth orbits it. And the second one is called radar ranging. On the other hand, bounces radio waves off the sun and measures the time it takes for them to return. And again, you can calculate distance by using the speed, by calculating the speed of the radar wave with how long it takes to reach Earth.
We're going to call that one. No, you can't do that. And the other one, you need to know the size of the ball you're on.
To get the measurement of the sun? No?
Yeah. Yep. It relies on that.
For what? Parallax or radar ranging?
Parallax.
For parallax. Why would the size of the Earth matter in that regard?
You'll find out. Go ahead and try to do it.
You're taking 2 reference points and then just using Pythagorean theory.
From where? From where?
From the sun and the Earth and a 3rd reference point in space.
And what are you using? The distance to what? Which one?
You use fucking 9th grade algebra.
So you measured an angle?
I mean, yeah, it's a triangle, so yes.
So then you just measured a triangle.
Yeah, but you can calculate the distance between the objects.
No, you can't.
Well, okay.
You get an angle, actually.
All right, I'm going.
Between the two.
I concede again. This is fucking stupid.
Yeah, between you looking at 2 points is an angle.
Sorry, it seems as though Winter Solace got a new point if this guy's finished.
Oh, okay. Well, where's he at?
Come on, Winter, unmute. What do you got?
He's back in his time machine in 2017 searching up flat Earth memes. Yeah, he'll be back shortly.
Lamp over the flat. That means if you see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, the Earth is flat. That's what that meme means. So thank you.
I guess Winter's too shy.
You can talk to Mary. She's nicer. Go ahead. You can unmute.
Yeah, I tried talking to him. Yeah, Winter. Oh, no. Yeah, are you still there? So, yeah, just unmute. It's much easier to have a conversation than to have a meme war. So, why don't you just unmute, Winter Soldier? Otherwise, I'll have to go out and mow the lawn soon. I didn't purposely participate in No Mow May, but I was out there picking up sticks yesterday. I didn't get them all picked up, so I'm like, I might as well just mow it on June 1st. I don't really have a lot of lawn. I only have like enough to like. It's not like outrageous, you know. It's like just over by the road. I can mow it and stuff.
Sticks. I'm probably going to need them when we start selling them on the app.
I got a big pile here. I got so much inventory.
Yeah. Oh, that's perfect.
Yep.
We're going to make a killing selling globe measuring devices.
Yeah, because we could sell like small, medium, large, or we could sell them a big one, and then they could break it up, and they could do a lot of quote unquote experiments, right?
Yeah, you can do classroom size ones. $150 gets you like 20 sticks so you can break off into groups.
Yeah, I could go sell some to the planetarium guy that I saw last week, and he could do a sticks and shadows thing at the end of his presentation. Door-to-door sticks and shadow salesman.
It will be great.
You might want to call it an obelisk if you want to get some money for it. Just for advertising, marketing, you know?
Are you Globers going to buy the Flat Earth app when we create a new one?
Depends. Is it going to be good, or I mean, what's it going to do?
Oh, it's going to be sucky.
Well, then no.
We're going to build the worst app possible, like the shittiest app possible, and then hopefully you Globers will download it.
I'm not going to buy your stick either. You're not even going to call it an obelisk. You're just going to sell it as a stick.
No, it's a stick. It says sticks and shadows. That's what you guys say.
Obelisks. And shadows.
I'll tell you what, if you buy it, you can call it whatever you want.
How about if we sell you really fat ones, you can carve it into an obelisk. We'll give you instructions on how to do that.
No,
It'll be like a model kit. It'll be like a model building kit. We'll give you like a block, and you'll carve that into an obelisk and then use that.
No, I don't go to IKEA for that reason. I'm not trying to put shit together if I buy it.
I'm sure we could sell those. Those are going to be a different dollar amount.
Hey, we got some other people that just jumped in. We got Drace. What's up, homie? Flat Earth Ranger, Elbow TV. John, welcome back.
Hey, how you doing? Good day. Good day to everybody.
Good. Another day challenging the narrative. What comes of it?
Yeah, we've got Prote in there with using trigonometry to try to calculate the distance to the sun, but he's not in here, so we can't really talk to him about it. But it's funny, yeah, that he's finding such a short distance. But then he's saying angular size should be reduced by half but not observed. I don't know why he's claiming that angular size should reduce by half, but since he's not here, I guess we can't ask him.
Well, he already debunked himself. First triangle he drew was a flat baseline. So
did he draw that in the text?
He drew it on a piece of paper and took a picture of it, and I clipped out the triangle that he drew for Syene to wherever to figure out the sun, all that shit. So he used flat Earth. He's done.
There's somebody else in the text chiming in too. He needs to join.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's claiming the flat Earth, to start with, because that would be an arc if he were on a globe. Yep, good point, Rodwin.
We have Copy that's in here. Maybe he wants to chime in. Copy, if you're there.
He fell apart already. He melted away. He'll give it a try. He'll talk to you.
Maybe he'll talk about something else. He did. He was the one with about the calculating the sun distance, but maybe he'd like to talk about a different topic.
Oh, is this guy right here? Okay.
Yeah, Copy the cat. I called him Copy, but that was kind of mean, I guess. We can go back to calling him Copy.
So, do you know the cosmic distance ladder, Copy? How they derived that? The old cold shoulder routine, eh? Okay. He probably want to go make a bowl of cereal or something. We got Mushkane in here. He advocates for globe every now and again.
Yeah, what's up?
What's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder, Mushkane?
The first rung, I guess that'd be the moon.
The moon?
Yeah, for the cosmic distance ladder.
Yeah.
I mean,
which moon? Did you look up the new lore? They say the Earth has 2 moons now. Which one be first?
Sweet.
You're considering a satellite.
There's 3. There's 3 moons now.
No, I said sweet. Now that we have 2 moons, I want to take more pictures. So I can't wait.
Mushkane, so you're saying the moon's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder?
Well, I've never actually heard that term, cosmic distance ladder, but that's, I would guess, the moon.
Well, that's how you get 1 astronomical unit, right? You have to figure out how to derive that.
Yeah, I don't know how they derived the astronomical unit. I don't know what that's based on.
So the first closest thing would be the first unit of measurement, and you would use those units going further out, I would believe, is what you're explaining, right?
Yep.
Well, the first thing in the sky, or the closest thing in the sky, that would have to be the moon.
Well, yeah, you're just throwing stuff at the wall right now, so I'll let you kind of look into it, perhaps. Maybe you can come back.
I'm just a guess.
I know, but if you didn't know, that's fine. The thing is, I'm asking if anybody does know, because the guy was talking about distance to the sun and whatnot, and kind of laughing. So I don't know if anybody else knows how they derive the distance to the sun.
Oh, how they did it, like the method?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's I think Matthew Learns even tried to do it. He just uses an angle measurement, right?
Are you appealing to Matthew Learns?
Well, that's who I've heard who's actually done it, who calculated it.
Really? What did he do?
He took an angle measurement.
Okay.
His calculation was way different than the mainstream claim, though. It wasn't 93 million miles. It was a lot closer.
Right. So we're trying to figure out how they derived the 93 million mile away sun. So if he doesn't have that, then he didn't do it.
Yeah, he tried. He did it and came up with a different number. So I've never really heard much more about that. And Matthew Learns is a pretty staunch glober. So I don't know how he explains that.
Really, and you don't find it curious that he didn't have the explanation to how they got the 93 million mile away sun? Like, isn't it curious? And he's also somebody in academia too, Mushkane.
Yeah, I've never actually questioned him about it. So maybe next time I see him.
Maybe. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe that should be one of the things you should question him on, because if it's not how he derived 93 million miles away and he got a different number, then what's going on with his math? Is he getting something incorrect?
I would be surprised if he did the math incorrect, since he's a math teacher.
Okay, so you're saying, well, since he's a math teacher and he does math, then he shouldn't get the math incorrect. Therefore, his statement about the sun being not where 93 million miles away is correct?
Well, yeah, using his method. So I mean, there must be some. That's what I would like to ask him. Like, so how does he explain the incongruent answer he gets to the claimed distance? Like, how does he explain that?
Yeah, good choice. Perhaps in the next interaction, whenever you get a chance, possibly, that you can ask him that. Anyways, we got Dutch in here. Dutch, welcome to the room. Another icy cold shoulder. Okay.
Yeah, we got a lot of listeners.
Everybody's busy, huh? Doing something? I just got unbusy because I'm on break. Today's a pretty relaxed day over here where I'm at.
Good. Yeah, it's a nice day here. Not too hot, not too cold. We're supposed to get some heat next week.
I was looking at the news. Apparently, like really bad air quality, like all over like northern, like the New England because of like fires in Canada again.
Dude, it sounds like there's either a fan blade that's getting loose on your fan, or there's a hog in the background.
I thought he was rocking in a rocking chair. That's what it sounded like to me. He was rocking back and forth in front of the fire.
It's been kind of like the thing I've been doing. There's like a loose armrest. Okay. It's like a loose armrest that I kind of like rock back and forth. And I got into a habit of doing it when I'm thinking, and I gotta stop doing it. But yeah, thanks for letting me know you could hear it.
I thought you were at like some kind of pig farm and, you're wading through these hogs and they're just...
Yeah, just like a bunch of pigs. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It does kind of sound like an oink.
Yeah, if you were to play it back in the live stream, you'll know what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, back at Crit's Ranch. What's up, Mr. Hinkle?
What's up, Sir Alpha Veritas? What do you know, AB Overdrive?
Well, just AV, yeah.
Since that gentleman didn't respond, there might be a listener out there would like to know about the cosmic distance ladder. Would you like to explain that real quick?
Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of people are coming in here saying that, well, the sun is 93 million miles away. And the problem with that is nobody actually understands how they derive that information. So in order for them to realize that if they have an argument for that, because I guess the guy that was just in here a while ago, he was kind of laughing about it. So we have to point out, if they don't understand the cosmic distance ladder, then how are they like throwing whatever information at us and saying, here, this is my answer. Duh. Why don't you understand? It's just simple geometry or math or whatever. And then they laugh, ha ha ha, you simple-minded flat earther, you don't understand. It's like, dude, you haven't explained it. Like, obviously, you have to have a explanation as to like how you know what you think is the truth. And then so the cosmic distance ladder would be the way to achieve a knowledge of how they understand the distance between the Earth to the sun is. So the first rung on that cosmic distance ladder would be the size of the Earth. You have to start with the size. Something has to be measured, right? I think that was what we're getting at. Flatman was asking this earlier. Something has to be measured first, so that would be the first step. You have to have some sort of measurement. And they're using the size of the Earth, which they would declare has already been measured, right? So using that, the radius value, from that to the distance to, I think it's Venus, and then using, what do you call it? Stellar parallax, I think is what it's called. So using that against, I think they're using Venus against the sun, and then they'll gauge the distance between the size of the Earth and to Venus, and then the parallax that it does when it crosses the sun, and then they're gauging distance between all. It's all to do with math, but then again, like using the speed of light in an equation involved there. It's a bit convoluted, but using all of this, then they're saying, well, now we know that the distance away is such and such. So that's why they say it takes the sun's light 8 minutes to reach from the surface of the sun to Earth. Yeah, stuff like that.
Excellent synopsis there, AB, because there's so many people out there, including that last guy, they just assume that they actually did something, some kind of measurement in reality that proved all this, but they didn't. They made it up, basically. You know?
Yeah, it's a part of the story. So they're just making it fit the story. That's all they're doing.
So 1 astronomical unit is the value of Earth's radius. Is that it would be 4,000 miles?
No, it's the distance. It's the distance away. It's the distance away. Yeah, look, just type it in. You want to get specific with it, just type in 1 astronomical unit. There's a lot tied into it. I just gave you kind of a brief overview. It's a bit more convoluted with the math. Yeah, you're going to be like, oh shit, we got math? Yep.
Yeah, once the astronomers or whoever started making up the sky story, they got all the math involved. They got into all kind of details. So if you really want to find out how they got to all these things they guessed at, it's a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, because you have to assume the size of the Earth being the radius value. You also have to assume that you know the one-way speed of light. You know that the one-way speed of light can be measured. And so you're using a lot of all these, you're building on top of these assumptions that you're going to arrive at something that's logically coherent to say that we know something. So that would be the distance from Earth to the sun. That's just not true. It's built on assumptions, bros.
Presuppositions, exactly.
I'm saying that such a large portion of the population just assumes that we know what's going on in the sky, how big those things are, or what it's all doing. They think we've got all stuff figured out that we have no idea about, you know?
Well, the gentleman that was in here was just laughing about it because he thought, you know, how feeble-minded we are, but he didn't stick around enough to investigate whether or not he knows the supposed claim of the distance to the sun to be discovered by him or anyone. So there's nothing that he can do right now except for laugh about it and leave. I mean, if he wants to stay in the mindset, that is.
Yeah, that's the issue. So many people want to stay at that surface level, just assuming that smart people did all this stuff, and they don't want to dig even a little bit into it, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Well, anybody else new in here? Any globe believers? Feel free to pipe up. Globe evidence would be nice. Go ahead.
I took astronomy in college. Like I think it was my second year, and the teacher was really cool. He's like kind of eccentric guy. He wore had a thing about Tweety Bird, But when we started getting into like halfway through the semester and it started getting a little bit harder, it was funny because he got up on the board and he was like, all right, so we're going to do a little bit of algebraic gymnastics. We can call it mental gymnastics. And he started showing us.
Oh my God. He did not just say that to you guys.
Yeah, you guys would have got a kick out of that. He's like, all right, it's time for some mental gymnastics.
Wow, really an honest professor that prefaced what he was going to say with he's making it up? That's hilarious, man.
Bro, that wouldn't raise any red flags to you, Mushkane. Like, that would be, like, to me, like, OMG, bro. This guy just finished saying, we're going to do some mental gymnastics. And that's exactly what all these scientific communicators say, Mushkane. They say the same thing, dude. Like, it takes leaps of logic, like guesswork. It's all guesswork. That's Michio Kaku, bro. Like, they can't say it plainly enough to you guys. There's nothing in here that they know. It's all just guesswork, bro. They're flying by the seat of their pants. This is verbatim what Michio Kaku said. That's why I don't get it, man. Like, how are you guys so entrenched in this, like, idea? But then again, like, with the earlier conversation, you know, Crit pointed out that the overview effect is a powerful toxin. So you seem to kind of identify with an earlier time frame in your life where you could recall where somebody told you this fascinating story about planets and, you know, the cosmos. And you were kind of intrigued by it, so much so that you're identifying with it today and you can't let it go. So it's like a religious experience that you had with the idea that the Earth is a globe, and therefore you negate any logic and reason when it comes to how you can actually discern whether you know if the Earth is a globe. This is important, right? Because we not only talk about facts and, you know, with the truth that we speak of in here, but also how you can identify what truth is, if you can. Because it seems like it gets really cloudy and foggy when we're asking you how to identify what truth is. And you're like, well, really, how do we actually know anything? Like, and that you try to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like, we can't know anything. So therefore, then how can we know if the Earth is an actual globe or not? It doesn't work that way. Nice try, but it doesn't work that way.
Trying to go from my eidetic memory, he says something to, if we're off by 1 to the 10th, we know we're wrong. But with some of these things, we're off by 10th to the 120th. Like, it's way wrong.
Yeah.
But it's all real.
But, and it's all to do with, and in Mushkane, because he took a class in college, and his professor was saying, you know, get ready for some mental gymnastics. Like, if that doesn't ring any bells to you to tell you that it's all just guesswork, I don't know what will, man. Like, short of, like, you know, the actual people who propagated this information coming back from the dead and saying, look, man, we just made this up, bro. We made it up. And you're going to be like, no, it's real. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you're so entrenched in this idea. There's nothing more we can do. It's just like, okay, bye con Dios, you know?
You're so right there, AB. Even if Copernicus or whoever himself come back and tried to tell everybody, we just made it up, nobody would believe him.
No, they wouldn't. Like, they'd laugh at him. They'd be like, dude, you're a flat earther.
But the planets are real.
Those were our speculation reports. You guys think those were real? Ha ha ha.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, and that's the thing, though. We toss it over to the people who believe really strongly that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead and provide some evidence. They do all that they can to reverse the burden of proof and say, no, flat earther, you tell me how the Earth is flat. It's like, dude, wait a second. You're believing this idea that the Earth is a globe, and you really don't have any way to prove it. And we're just sitting here showing you that is the case. Come in here and demonstrate with any evidence that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead and do so. If anybody's in here right now, please chime in. I hand it over to the Globers in the chat.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them in here, so I'm sure one of them's got that proof of curvature. Luke, Master Capybara. There's other ones. Copy.
Floor's wide open, guys. Now's the time to supply that globe evidence. Come on.
Are we in dispute that the Earth is a planet?
What?
Is the Earth a planet?
Are you asking a question, or are you giving us a statement rhetorically?
No, it's a is question. Is the Earth a planet?
What do you mean? Is it a planet? Well, first of all, what is a planet? What's the definition behind what do you mean by planet? You know a definition for the word planet? Just so we know that what you mean is exactly what it actually is, not what you think in your head. The word, I mean.
Okay.
You can look it up. It's fine.
Yeah, I think planet would imply globe, Luke, so it's kind of a dumb question.
Okay, a planet is a large, rounded astronomical body that is generally required to be in orbit around a star, stellar remnant, or brown dwarf. Okay, so that's our definition of a planet. It's an astronomical body.
Okay.
Do you need to know what a body is?
What do you want?
Or what
astronomical? Where do you? Yeah, no. So now that it's defined, the word's defined now. The term means something. What are we going to use it for?
Okay, so the Earth is a planet, and there's other planets as well.
Okay, so you're making a declaration. This is your declaration. The Earth is a planet. So the declaration follows what information to substantiate it?
Which field of science would you like us to explore?
Dealer's choice. Dealer's choice.
Hey guys.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, hold on, dude. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Let the gentleman respond.
And the discourse is.
Yeah, well, we're not. Yeah, we're not. So go ahead, Luke. If you want to respond, that's fine. If you don't want to respond, we can put this on hold for some other time.
That's what was just happening with the guy. I'm completely.
Yeah, but the guy is not you. But he's not you, so I'm letting you respond, not him.
Yeah, I'm not letting him respond for me. He had something else to say, it sounded like.
Yeah, but it's we're running the forum so that we can get a clear exposition. We don't want people to jump into a discussion when you're having your moment. So go ahead and have your moment.
Sorry for interrupting. He can respond on himself, Afi.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for your permission, sir. Go ahead, Luke.
Thank you for wasting our time.
Whatever, dude. Go ahead. Dealer's choice, Luke. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock.
Ay. The silence.
It's telling, right? That's what I'd say.
Well, outside of your calculations, the world doesn't adhere to a globe, nor is it historically supported.
All right, so you're
saying
going
that the flat Earth theory has been proven historically.
You're going to be persistent. Meanwhile, Luke is thinking. I'm going to let him think because I'm going to let him a little bit of cover so he can think about what branch of science he wants to bring forward.
Well, I only referred to the word planet because you said it.
Okay. So do you think the Earth is a planet?
Yes, I think the Earth is a planet, yes.
Okay, so now substantiate that once again. We're going to go around second time, see if we can do this right.
The definition of a planet, right, is it's an astronomical body, right? So we have to, there's a lot that goes into understanding astronomy. And when I ask which field of science you want to
celestial body moving.
Yeah, he doesn't need your help. He's doing fine explaining antisocial. He doesn't need your help. Let him finish.
Nothing I say is like new, right? I'm just like referring to the text that states it how you're saying it is not true. So,
boy, I haven't said anything yet. You have. First of all, you have to substantiate that very claim you think is the case. So I'm allowing you the floor space to do so. I'm not going to interrupt you. I actually do want you to say how you know you can substantiate the claim that the Earth is a planet. Please.
What else would it be then if not a planet? That's like if I show
Why
you an
is
apple
everybody-
and I define what an
Why
apple
is
is, and I
everybody
give you
coming into this like
evidence
Luke's moment
that
is being
an
interrupted,
apple
bro?
is grown off
Because
a tree.
we
Or
are
show you a
trying
red
to waste
apple.
our
Like,
time.
I'm going to
what
start
is
muting
this? Prove to
everybody
me
if
that
you don't
this
all
is an
shut up.
apple.
Copy. Come on, dude. Let Luke speak.
I'm fine, guys. I'm honestly happy with other people wanting to represent science. It's fine.
Well, dude, but the thing is, when we have clear exposition on somebody actually giving us the information, we don't want it to be muddled by somebody else interrupting. That's
No, but
uncouth. Of a
you are
platform
trying to
that's
make
actually
fun
having
of
good
someone who doesn't have knowledge, and you're wasting
I'm
our
trying
time.
to make
That's
fun
all.
of somebody. What?
Yeah. If
I want the guy
you're
to have the
wasting
pore
people's
space
time.
to
If they
explain.
want to
How is that
know
making
what a
fun?
planet is, they can search it on Google. It's not that hard. A celestial body is a planet if it orbits the sun, has sufficient mass to be nearly round, a hydrostatic equilibrium, has cleared its orbital path of other debris. Can you prove to me that the Earth is not a planet?
Yeah, it measures flat. Hey, Alpha, how are we going to take care of these one by one, you think?
The measures of the
Yeah,
Earth
I
is flat?
think.
The measures of the Earth is flat?
Hey, hold on. Yeah. Do you want me to mute
ahead, Mary.
antisocial? Do you want me to mute antisocial so you can
Yeah, if
finish
you
with
don't, if you
Luke?
don't mind, Mary
Okay.
Mom, that'd be great.
Okay, so antisocial, you can be next after Luke.
Go ahead,
Do you
Luke.
mind if I take a short break? I need to go to the store and grab some
Yeah,
stuff.
go ahead, man. Yeah, take your time, man. We'll be here.
Thanks.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Oh,
science.
Luke's going to the store, so we're going back to antisocial then.
Or a copy, it doesn't matter. I was actually talking to Copy earlier. He wasn't responding, so I guess he jumped in the middle of like Luke talking. Weird.
I took Copy off mute if he wants to unmute.
Okay. Either Copy or antisocial, it really doesn't matter. I'll talk to either one of those guys.
Okay. Can you prove that the Earth is flat by measures?
Yeah, the Earth is flat, so the physics of water demonstrate that. You know what physics are, sir?
Yes,
what
I
it
know
is?
what physics are.
Okay, so if physics demonstrate that with hydrostatic equilibrium, that water at rest displays no convexity, would you agree or disagree with that?
I would not affirm this position. If you can show me evidence to believe in the flat Earth
You're not
theory,
affirming.
maybe I would
You're not
confirm it.
affirming. You're not affirming the position. What I'm asking for, what's already demonstrated by physics, is that water at rest lays flat and displays no convexity. Are you going to agree with applied physics or disagree with that? In other words, if you disagree, then hold on, sir. Antisocial, just a second. If you disagree, then I need to hear a clear critique as to why you would disagree with physics. Go ahead, sir.
Why I would disagree with your knowledge of physics? You mean that?
No, sir. It's not my knowledge. It's just what it is. So if you don't understand what I just presented, I would then refer you back to please going to look this up.
Okay, wait. I'll show you something, okay? With physics alone, okay? Gravity points toward the center of a square, right? Wait. This is a physics concept called Newton's law of universal gravitation.
For crying out loud.
Yeah, you're getting
What I'd like to see is how
you're getting off
gravity is
topic.
altering the molecular bonds of water on the surface.
This has been proven with physics a long time ago.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Wait a minute.
The flat Earth theory doesn't help you with physics.
Hold on, dude. You're barreling through what I told you to talk about another point. Now, I want you to realize that what I showed you was that in physics, water lays flat on its surface and displays no convexity. That means that at large scales, the Earth isn't going to be a globe, sir.
So you're saying water lays flat? That means that the Earth cannot be round?
That's correct, sir. Water is a demonstration.
Do you know what
of how the
gravity
Earth,
is?
Water is a demonstration of how the Earth is.
Hold on. I got to tell him something. I'm going to mute you for a minute here. You keep jumping in there on the end of Alpha's sentences, antisocial. You have to wait till he comes to a conclusion. He will let you speak. He's a very civil man, very capable of discourse, but you're making it difficult for the people listening. We can't hear the end of what he's saying. You're jumping in and just grasping on a word he says and then going off, and it's just making it unlistenable. So I'll unmute you. Do you think you could agree to stop doing that?
Do you agree to not abuse me every time I try to speak?
Do you want to try again? Because he didn't get what I said. I guess you're jumping in at the end of his sentence, and you're not letting him finish his sentence. That's not mod abuse. That is what a moderator is for, is to make
we even know what a sentence is, because he finished 4 sentences by the time I interrupted him.
All right, let's try again.
Okay, so like I said,
Can you say before, it in very simple terms? By the way, I don't speak English that good.
Yes. So water lays flat on its surface, and it doesn't curve.
Is that your statement?
You said make it simple, so I did.
Finish your sentence.
Yeah, you said make it simple, so I did.
Okay. Let's ask ChatGPT. Flat Earth, because of the water, is flat on Earth.
Yep.
The observation that water appears flat on Earth's surface is often cited by proponents of the flat Earth theory. However, this perception can be explained by understanding the principles of gravity and the scale of Earth's curvature. Why water appears flat? Water's surface is level because gravity pulls it towards the center of the Earth, creating an equipotential surface on the spherical Earth. This means water confers to a surface.
There's background noise coming in. Either somebody's hot micing, or you've got something going on in the background, sir, where you're talking from. We can't hear you clearly.
Like 4 people interrupting him, man. Just like, be a better person. Goodbye.
No, this person didn't get mod abused like I got mod abused for interrupting. I don't know why.
Well, no, I was just telling them to mute themselves. That's what I was doing. Go ahead, please.
Anyways, water's surface is level because gravity pulls it toward the center of the Earth, creating an equipotential surface on a spherical Earth. This means water conforms to a curved surface. However, due to Earth's vast size, approximately 6,371 kilometers in radius, the curvature is not easily noticeable over short distances. For instance, over a 10-kilometer stretch of ocean, the Earth's curvature would cause a drop of about 2 meters, which is subtle enough to remain undetected without precise instruments.
Okay, so now that you read that, how did they measure it? What instrument did they use to measure that precisely?
What instrument did they use to measure what precisely? The Earth?
You just read something that measured
water level.
Yeah, you just read something that showed how they measured the surface to be curving. I want to know what was the device that they used to do that.
It says here to remain undetected without precise instruments. This point would be made without instruments already. But if we would look at what instruments they would use to measure what was what did I tell you? Did you hear what I said?
What are they trying to measure precisely, Antisocial?
Let's see. The Earth's curvature.
Correct. So what device did they use to measure it precisely?
Instruments measure the Earth's curvature. I'll look it up for you. A spherometer is an instrument used to measure the radius of curvature of a curved surface, including the Earth's curvature. It works by measuring the distance between a point on the curved surface and the surrounding area. While not directly measuring the Earth's overall curvature, it can be used to determine the local curvature of the Earth's surface.
What the fuck?
Spherometer local curvature can be measured with the spherometer, basically.
When was this discovered, this device?
When was the spherometer discovered.
What's it called?
1846.
Type it in the chat so I can look it up.
Here, I'll put it in a section.
Did he say a spherometer?
Yes, I believe so.
Spirometer.
Literally like measuring a sphere.
Yep.
Holy shit.
But he said it was in what, 1891? Antisocial?
1846.
1846. So prior to that, how did they know that the Earth was a globe?
Prior to that?
Yes.
To 1846, to know that the Earth is.
Dude, can you not think of anything for yourself?
That the Earth is not flat but a sphere has roots in ancient times, with evidence dating back to at least the 3rd century, because several actors contributed to this understanding, including observation from seafarers, astronomy, and early scientific inquiry. Also, I could use the Quran, for example, to know this. Because I'm a Muslim, it has been revealed in the Quran already.
I just want to see the spherometer.
The spherometer, yeah, 1846.
Yes. 1846, yeah.
Yeah, let's see it.
You want to see a spherometer?
Yeah, I want to see what they used and how they used it in the data.
In the data of ChatGPT. Let's see.
What the hell?
Spherometer in the data.
I think you're making this up.
Used to prove
it for you. Even my AI laughed at him. Dude, my AI laughed at you.
No, my AI was laughing at yours.
Well, read what it says.
Which are instruments used to measure lung function, do not directly provide evidence for Earth's curvature. However, they can be used to observe how atmospheric pressure changes with altitude, which is consistent with the Earth's spherical shape. Atmospheric pressure. Well, you know what? Instead of pretending that I'm joking, I will just make you guys look at it. Okay, just read this. Yalla.
Just post the spherometer in the data, please. Thank you.
If you want to see the spherometer, it's here. You see it?
Which one is it?
Here it is. You can see
everything. Measuring lenses?
No problem, which one?
Wait.
Wait,
What?
speedometer.
No, dude, hold on a second, man.
This one is for breathing. For measuring.
I know that's not that's not it, dude.
You're
in the wrong area.
Your AI is hallucinating. You need to tell it to stop making up stories, and it will.
Yeah.
You're dealing with
maybe this one.
All right. Well,
I wanted to touch on how he says in over 10 kilometers of water.
It's already said there. Just read the.
Interrupt the beginning of yours.
Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to point out how he pointed out supposedly over 10 kilometers of water, there's a 2-meter drop. We see way further than 10 kilometers across the water, and there's no drop at all. Like
over a 10-kilometer stretch of ocean, the Earth's temperature would have a drop of about 2 meters.
Yeah, that's fine. I wanted to see the device that actually shows what you're saying is true. You didn't show the device. Is that it?
This is the spherometer. I think this one is.
Wait. Where? You have a bunch of photos.
I can go back to the other one. Wait.
No, go to the spherometer.
No, not this one.
Posted, I think.
Here. Why water appears flat while the surface is level because spherical Earth.
Yeah, read on.
What's so hard about this, dude? Show us how the spherometer has shown there to be drop over distance, like you said.
Yeah.
Drop over distance.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Show me the money.
2-meter drop.
Show me the
I
money.
want to see. Yeah, the spherometer, you said, measured a 2-meter drop over distance. I want to see that.
Earth is not flat with.
I think he's short circuiting.
He's bricked. Worse than its free version of ChatGPT.
You can mute yourself while you're doing stuff, bud, and so we don't have to hear
He might have to move his lips to think.
I don't care. I don't want to hear your zesty high voice either. But I didn't tell you to mute yourself. The observation that the water appears flat on Earth's surface is often cited by prominence of the flat. Why is it going back to this one?
I have no idea, man.
Show us the spherometer measuring 2-meter drop over distance.
Come on, brother. We need that.
Prove it. It with 0 meter. Ella, you want to see this one?
Today, Junior.
Spherometer, yeah, doing what it's.
A speedometer can indirectly provide evidence supporting Earth's curvature by measuring changes in lung function related to atmospheric pressure variations with altitude. This one is again the same thing.
Did you hear the parameters of your mission? Show us the instrument you're speaking of.
Well,
do not talk about it.
Could I ask you to show me your brain to see what you think of with that flat Earth theory stuck up in that brain of yours?
What the hell is happening?
Hey, dude, just wait. What we asked you for was showing us the device that would show us this, but that what you just read right now said that it's doing it indirectly, not directly. We need a direct measurement, not indirect.
A direct measurement of the Earth.
Yes.
I don't even think it does it indirectly, Alpha.
Oh, that's true. But, I mean, if we're going to ask him for the device, it needs to measure the curvature directly.
Let's see.
Make sure the word
measurement of the Earth.
Thank you.
Direct measurements of Earth's curvature have been conducted through various scientific experiments and observations. Here are some notable methods. Eratosthen's shadow experiment.
Bro.
Oh.
Chat, have them turn off the video because you're limiting people from joining.
Right.
That more people want to join in.
That's a good point.
Ask me nicely instead of asking the moderators to turn it off.
Well, no, I mean, I didn't realize that you had your camera on. I would have said something way sooner because we don't have cameras on in here because it limits the room to 25. We're also live on YouTube and don't want people to broadcast personal information.
Oh, okay. I don't show personal information, don't worry. Anyways, Eratosthen's shadow experiment, circa 2140.
Listen, dude, it's still
Siberian experiment, arc measurement, modern geodetic measurements, the ring.
Yeah, it still limits the room to 25. If people are trying to get into the room and there's already 25 people in here, it'll block people from joining the room. Turn your... Okay, get our camera off.
I think he has it off already.
Okay.
My mic was muted again by Matabirs who couldn't find out how to look in Discord.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
Off my back camera. Bro, what is this, man? What's wrong with you guys? Flat Earth theorists. Anyways, this shows direct evidence that you can prove it.
No, not evidence. Measurement, dude. Direct measurement. Not evidence. Direct measurement.
Who cares about direct measurements? If you don't have direct evidence that the Earth is flat, then you can't prove it either. We can go back and forth all day with that.
This isn't a burden of proof. This isn't a burden of proof. You have to provide exactly what was asked of you. You said you were going to. You gave us nothing but ChatGPT, bro. We're waiting for the direct measurement.
The speedometer was a device that you can directly prove this with, but you did want that.
No, it wasn't directly measuring it. It said it was indirectly, bro. Said so in your ChatGPT. We're looking for direct measurement.
That it can then directly prove that the Earth was not flat.
You didn't do no such thing. You kept talking about ChatGPT.
You said
You
it
don't know
showed,
any of the,
showed measurements of the Earth. That was not said by ChatGPT.
You don't know any of the ways that it has been done other than ChatGPT's telling you, which is what Mushkane was actually saying earlier. He's like, bro, you can't even think for yourself. You're using ChatGPT, which shows that you've barely just heard this topic, and the only way for you to have a rebuttal is to type in some keywords
If the
into
Earth was
ChatGPT.
flat, if the Earth is flat,
It
why
is.
can we not
It is.
directly see a boat like riding away from us?
It's too far away for you to see.
Too far away from me to see? But wait, I can see the moon.
So what?
So what?
How far is the moon away from me?
Not in the water, you
How
dummy.
far away is the
Not in the
moon away
water.
from me?
Not in the water.
How
see
far,
the moon, therefore it's a globe.
how far away from me is the sun?
All right, so here's the problem, dude. Like you're a hot mess at the moment, right? Think a little more clearly. What we're asking for is there
How
any
far
direct
away
measurement of the
from me is the moon? Why can I see
listen to
something
me.
that is at
You need to relax.
384th
Just relax.
distance,
Oh, would you have a direct
thousands of
measurement for that?
kilometers, thousands
I'm
and
gonna have to
thousands
calm
of
you down
kilometers,
if you can't
but I
relax.
cannot see a boat riding away from me? Like, how does it make sense?
All right, sorry, but I have to mute you. Just relax, calm down. You're getting away from the point, which is you didn't provide evidence of direct measurements. We can't go to another topic until you resolve whether you know or not that the Earth has been measured to have curvature. That's all we're trying to get you to realize. Now, you either concede that there is no way that it's been measured, and then we can go to another point. But until then, you don't know. Go ahead, sir. Oh shit! I thought I unmuted him. Hold on.
I posted a picture of the moon boat that he was talking about.
Moon boat?
Yeah, no, so think about it. You didn't provide any evidence that the Earth has been measured directly to have any curvature. So you can't keep saying the Earth is a globe because you don't know if it's been measured directly.
You don't know if the Earth is flat because you haven't directly studied this in school.
Yeah, turning it back around to me is not
Where
going to
have
help
you
your
studied
case,
this
sir.
in school? Tell me.
Turning
Which
it
school?
back
Not
around to me is not
school.
helping your case. Your case, the case that the Earth is a globe, but by way of you explaining to us, is not proven in any way directly. So you can't keep turning it around to me and asking me how I'm proving flat Earth if you don't know how the Earth is a globe. You have
You
to
want
prove
to
that
hear
the
it
Earth.
from now and Armstrong? You want to hear it from him?
No, I want to hear it from you. If you
Why not
know
from
that
him?
the Earth is
He's known to be
because
a scientific
you're the guy. Listen,
scholar, right?
listen to this. Listen to this. Antisocial. You're the guy who believes that it is a globe, right? You're believing right now it's a
I don't
globe.
believe it's
but
a
it
no.
doesn't
I
matter.
don't believe it's a globe. I never said that.
You do. Okay,
No.
so what do you believe the Earth is?
I believe that the Earth is a sphere, spherical.
Okay. So how do you know that's
Not-
true?
How do I know it's true? I can read it in the Quran. That's why.
All
That's
right,
direct
bro.
evidence for me to believe in the sphere.
All right.
That's not
Yeah.
true.
Okay.
It's not true. Wait,
All right. So the Quran.
wait.
Hold on.
that's not
No,
true.
no. We're not gonna go to the Quran and start talking
Then
about
why
it.
can we
We're
not go
looking
to the
for
Quran? We want direct proof, right?
because
Yeah.
no. We're not doing that. We're only going for you to show us evidence of the Earth in the physical world, it being a globe, if you can. If you can't do that, we're not going to a holy book. Not doing that.
Yeah, he was saying before that it was like science and physics, and now he's like, nope, it's my religion that proves it.
No, you said you want the evidence for me to believe in, right? That's the evidence
no.
I believe in.
Yes. Yeah, you can laugh, but see, you still don't have direct measurements of the Earth.
You don't have direct measurements that the Earth is flat, still to this day.
Yeah, nice concession. Nice concession there, reversing it, right? So you went from saying that science and physics proves Earth is a globe to, no, I guess it doesn't prove Earth is a globe. Now I have to explain it from the Quran instead.
No.
Yeah,
you
go, big
hear it
brain.
from my
Good job.
scholars, Zakir Naik.
77.
All right, big brain.
When he sailed around the earth, he proved that the earth was spherical. Quran mentions in Surah Luqman, chapter number
Yeah, I
31.
guess the entire body of physics failed you, huh? Like what you thought was science, you have to turn to your religion now?
Merges the night into day.
Is he talking or is that a recording?
I don't know. It might be prayer time over
No,
there.
no, no. That's a recording. That's not my voice. No. If you couldn't tell the difference, damn. I don't sound like an Indian.
Anyway, we're still looking for the evidence of the Earth measuring as a curving surface, and it doesn't look like you're going to present that to us, antisocial. So I guess we can move on to.
Can you prove me directly that the Earth is flat? I still wait for the evidence.
Yeah, I gave it to you at the very beginning of our discussion. I told you that physics demonstrates.
You said because the water is
This
flat.
demonstrates that the Earth's water. Yes.
Say something.
The Earth's water is flat on. God's sakes, dude! Like
I told him I posted the 5 verses from the Quran in text. That's all I wanted to say. Everybody just kept talking and posted it before it goes away. There you go.
Yeah, I was about to thank you, Radwan, for that, and I love how you have many informations about different things that people believe and scriptures. It's not even your field. You're not assuming to be a Muslim, and you know what that book is containing, while this guy doesn't.
it was a nice red herring, but the problem is he hasn't any direct evidence that the Earth is measuring curving surface. So, waiting for him to actually have the concession, he asked for me to show him how it's actually flat, and water demonstrates that with the physics of determining that the surface of water, based on what we understand in physics. And when large bodies of water are at rest, they display no convexity and it's flat on its surface. I told you that. And you just bypassed that and you went straight into how you tell me that looking through ChatGPT, you're going to try to figure it out. I'm telling you, it's already known in physics, bro. You can't get away from that. Now, what do you got to say?
Hold up. Let me just correct this guy on the Quran real quick. He mistranslated it in his own benefit.
It's a red herring, bro. So what? You're just going to debate about scriptures, dude. You're going
I
to
don't
debate
want
about
to hear
scriptures, and I don't
speak
want to do
about
that.
Muslim scripture if he doesn't have knowledge on top of Arabic.
You're muted. Until you switch back to directly measuring the surface of the Earth, you're not going to go into a debate about whether it does or does not say the Earth is curving via the Quran. You're going to argue interpretations, and you're going to always side by the reasoning that you have for it being a globe. Someone else is going to show you that that's not what it means. And it's just going to be a debate. You need to go back to the physical world where we all exist in and determine whether you know that the surface is curving or not, dude. It's a giant red herring away from the point.
Haram. But Biggie, you don't need to directly measure it.
Was that UCB doing an impression?
You don't need to directly measure anything.
That's a good impression, dude.
He was like, "Well, how would you prove it? It's flat." Direct measurement. Like,
Wow, I didn't even know CB did impressions. You do those a lot?
what do you mean? I don't. This is not an impression.
Can you do an
I'm not
impression of me, CB? Let me hear your dandelion impression.
Oh my god. CB, what do you mean?
Nobody can do a Mary Mom impression.
Swear, like, oh man, I can't do it.
Yeah, it takes practice to do an impression. Yeah, it's fine. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there.
No, that's cool. I like it. I like it. You be on some demon time sometimes, Dandelion. I like it. I'm here for it.
All right, so antisocial, have you had time to collect your thoughts?
Not yet. I'm waiting to this. Hold up. Shoot.
I still need to type it into ChatGPT.
I'm gonna leave it.
I got not abused already too much in this VC. And just allow me to
not
speak for one,
abuse.
okay?
Come on, bro.
Yes.
You're not the. Stop playing the victim, man. Come on. Just all we're doing right now is trying to get a.
I got muted already for not showing the camera. I got muted for interrupting you. You interrupted me many times. You didn't get muted. So what does that tell us? That
Yeah, this is a
there is no
curated
bot abuse there?
platform. We're not into letting anybody just yak and shit all over the channel.
All over the channel. What? When did I do that?
You shat all over the channel
How?
with your incessant babbling.
By having a conversation with people that believe in Earth is flat theory. Yeah. That's how I shit on
Yeah,
the
that's
chat.
exactly how you did it. Yep. So maybe we can move on to someone else.
No.
Sounds good.
Yeah, move on to someone else who is talking. Let's see how long that takes.
Oh, listen, I'd rather talk.
So people get muted for different reasons. Specific talking over someone. Earlier, AV was speaking to you, and you were throwing the word gravity in before he was done saying what he was trying to communicate to you.
Why are you lying? You interrupted me as well when I was speaking. When I was speaking, you interrupted me as well. So
now
it's
you're
1-1 now.
interrupting me. Hold on a fucking second.
1-1. The score is 1-1 now.
Okay. So you get muted when you interrupt people's sentences is one reason. That's why I just muted you now. I'm trying to explain to you, when you overtalk people, you get muted. You need to let people finish explaining what they're explaining, and when you're interrupting what they're explaining, it's a sign you're not listening to what they're trying to explain to you. Now I'm going to unmute you, and you can act civil or you can leave.
I'll just hop to another VC. I'm done with this fat ass.
Thank you. Bye.
See ya.
Can we check in with Mr. Copy? Copy was in earlier. I think he was very eager to say something.
Yeah, he's able to carry on a coherent conversation. We'd love to hear from you, Copy.
Oh, thank God. Save us from that last guy, Copy, please.
Well, to catch you up, Amish, Copy claims the distance to the sun.
Oh, nice. That is sweet. How is that determined? You know, whose measurements are we going by? Like Isaac Newton's, Christopher Huygens, like who?
Yeah, he was going to find that. I don't know if you couldn't find that, you can ask a question on a different topic, Copy. But yeah, nobody's been able to find that. I don't know if they've been able to find it, and they're embarrassed to show it because there's a bunch of guys in chat arguing it too. I've asked them several times, show us how it was measured, and none of them want to say. They just want to keep it in the realm of imagination. CEO of Bias is here. I don't know. Hello, welcome to Flat Earth Channel. CEO of Bias, if you've got any questions, feel free to speak up. Lego's back. Mark's here.
I got beef with Prot, this P-R-O-T person. They're not even in the call. What the hell?
Yeah, we need that guy in here. Yeah, he's the one that kind of, was taking that to like crazy rounds. I mean, he was pretty much like trying to argue the flat Earth and then denying he was doing it. He was like twisting himself into all kinds of knots there. I'd like to hear from that guy.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I want to cook this dude.
It can't be flat to Prot because if you look at his name, his real name is Null Hype Atheist. Like hypothesis.
Guy.
What the?
Isn't that
going to be a problem.
To fly dirigibles or something? Like one of those guys, it might have been him, claims that they run those surveillance blimps in Canada. I mean, that'd be pretty cool, man. Like, don't those have infrared cameras up there? Can't you see forever?
Yeah, I think that isn't null hypothesis. Isn't that dude who's just constantly coming in here fucking up basic shit? Doesn't know what any words mean. Like if I remember, I can't think of his name right now. Like I've pinned him multiple times.
Canadian atheist, null hypatheist.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, that's the same person?
Yeah, I thought it was someone different, but it could be like Nuck and Fox, right? Isn't that Nuck and Fox's real name?
Is that the same guy?
Oh God.
The dude who does like scribbles on napkins is globe Earth proof.
Oh, that's now you're saying that's
He used to-
PROT now. That's PROT. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, he did the same scribble on how to measure the sun.
Bro.
I'll show you his Samuel Robotham scribble too. I'll post it in the chat.
Dude. Yeah, I got beef with this guy. Get him in here.
Yeah, I think it's the same guy. I have to tab in to check it out, but he'll like Nucking Futz or whatever he's gone in the past too, where dude's just gone. I mean, his mind is so far gone that I mean he couldn't even like when I sent him a link, an article that said Christopher Columbo's math was off. It was off. That's what the direct headline said. And he said, it's not off. I go, was it on? Was it on or off? And this went on for hours. I mean, just trying to get him to parse out what the word off meant.
I want you guys to realize there's a drop over distance, what we talk about, and then there's hump over distance, with what he brought in with his little scribbling. So hump over distance.
Yeah, the hump. That was right. He did the hump over distance.
Yeah.
Water hills.
Another one too. I sent them this article. We were talking about that all this stuff with flat Earth all came to a head because the back-to-back hit pieces that the Guardian did in early 2016.
It's the same handwriting, by the way, from today's handwriting from Pratt to the other guy. I posted today's in there. I posted today's.
Is it just a copy paste?
Yeah, it's almost identical, Radwin. Actually, look at it. Look at the if. The word
Threes
if
are the
spelled.
same.
It looks like
Yeah, threes are the same.
Who else we got in here?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh shit.
Is that Father Balls?
I didn't even see anything light up.
that was Q, wasn't it?
I think Steve was Steve trying to get in.
They're crackpots.
There
You're
was-
dealing with crackpots.
I guess LT is a flat earther. I just haven't encountered LT before. So, but from what you're typing there, I assume you are. So, good to see you.
I made a couple clips using a narrator voice.
Gravity is not a force.
Where are all the Globers at?
They're kind of giving up.
Facts.
They've like each time like Starship is supposed to go up, they're thinking this is it. This is gonna go all the way around the Earth. It's gonna go into like high orbital. It's gonna simulate landing on Mars by going around the Earth and then like landing somewhere in Hawaii. It's gonna use chopsticks and catch reusable boosters with like a 24-hour, just a few day turnaround point. There'll be like virtually the line to go to Mars. You won't be able to get people in line quick enough. The limitation on flying to Mars will be the amount of volunteers willing to go. It didn't even get to Florida before it blew up. Again.
It sounds like they might have some setbacks that we're looking at coming up.
That's hilarious.
The latest. I mean, you've got
past Florida crit.
Yeah, I call it they've been blowing up so much. You know how they changed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America? They're going to change it again to the Gulf of Starship.
So I was just talking to some people how the Chesapeake Bay is so mangled with all the broken bridges and other debris in it that nobody, like big ships, don't want to go up into it, into the Port of Baltimore, anywhere up further anymore. And that's just from boating accidents. When you start adding the debris of starships and freaking like liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen fuel mixtures and all this dangerous toxic chemicals into the mix, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, I mean, remember like early in this debate, like 2017, 2018 time frame, they're like, hey, Flurf, what are you going to say when we got an extended mission on the moon? Like Artemis 3 is going to land people on the moon for an extended stay. How are you going to talk about flat Earth when there's people living on the moon? 7 years later, literally 7 years have gone by, no progress.
Right. So you can ask them, how are you going to talk about the globe when every time you promise that we can put people on the moon and on Mars, that they keep failing?
Yeah, what is the year? What is your deadline? At what point will you finally admit manned spaceflight isn't possible? If they haven't done it by now, they've given unlimited amount of blank checks, just whatever spending they want to do. If they haven't done it by now, it's not possible. What data? Give me a goalpost so we can kick it through the goalpost and we can stop talking about photographs from space and get right back down to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what all good cult leaders do? They just keep kicking the deadline down the road. Yeah, world's going to end in 1999. My space calculations were slightly off. Guess it will end in 2004. So keep on giving me the money so I can keep having all the women and the fancy automobiles.
Facts.
Yeah, at some point, it's like where QAnon was always like that. QAnon said next week will be a great reveal. And that's what the globalists are doing. There's always like next week, watch this. See Venus. Or whatever.
Yeah, if you ask them like, "What's your deadline?" They'll say, "Well, when they get it, when they finally do it." Like,
at some point, all these experts in science and rockets, all these guys who come in here and be like, "You flat earthers don't know what you're talking about." Okay, how about you step up where government failed?
Ooh.
Do it. Make it happen. If government has failed, and you agree it's failed, How are you not stepping up and carrying the torch? Carry that foot. If government got to the 50-yard line, why go home? Why not take the ball to the goal line? Government did half the lifting for you. Just throw in a couple of Freedom of Information Acts, get those schematics and designs for the lunar rover or whatever you need, a spacesuit, and build it. Do it. If you can't do it, and government can't do it, obviously adding layers and layers of government bureaucracy won't make it any better.
I've been asking for those plans. I'm surprised the Glober hasn't done all that yet. Got them for me.
Yeah, the excuses for why. I mean, think about this. Like, after World War II, everyone wanted a Jeep. The farm I grew up on had one. It was cool. It was really fun to drive. It really felt like this sort of Americana. There's all this war stuff left over. And people are like, yeah, it's just kind of a cool item to have. And they're really cheap. They're giving away like dirt cheap. Basically like for cost. Meanwhile, you had a lunar rover. Basically an electric dune buggy that would operate in the vacuum of space. And people didn't want one. Not one person said, you know what? I'd like to have an electric dune buggy. That sounds cool as shit. And not one person said, I wonder if I can make one myself. You can't. It doesn't exist.
Man, that's actually a good point.
Well, that thing's like almost self-reliant. I would like one. I would put cutting blades on and let that thing just do the whole neighborhood for free. Just go. It's self-powered. We'll just one-time cost for everybody for 2 years, and we'll let that thing go. Maybe for 10 years, because it seems the batteries last forever on Mars.
Batteries, how they get the batteries there?
Well, we're not talking about the batteries, just saying if they had to have been made them here first. They must have been on Earth before they went someplace else. Where is the on Earth version? Where's that at? Like, let me see it. You say you got a rover, you've got helicopters and all kinds of crazy shit on Mars. When did it leave Earth? How come I can't see one? Where's the schematics? Where's the diagrams? Where's all the testing? Where's the materials you used?
Wouldn't you expect to see one that's like sitting on a NASA property that it's autonomous, just flies up for like however many hours it can, then comes down and recharges. Then there's a rover running around, and they look at each other and they take pictures, and nobody touches them. They should just be able to do this stuff here on the ground for testing. We don't see pictures of that testing ground anywhere.
Yeah,
I get like they test some things. They test some things, but they test them here on the atmospheric pressure on Earth. Because what I understand, when you are making a jet engine, you want to test that jet engine and the conditions where the jet engine will be used. So if you want to use something on different atmospheric conditions, different gravity, will have to test those things here on Earth. So you will have to create those conditions. I never seen a rocket engine being tested in a giant vacuum, ever. But what I see, rocket engines are being tested here on the surface, and those propellers that they use on the claimed satellites, they are tested here on the surface of Earth, where the normal atmospheric pressure is.
I bet you a rocket in a vacuum will flail around like a bad paper airplane. Oh man, it's crazy that look, guys, we've made it to the promised land. We're in 2025. We're no longer in shock that the earth is flat. I'm in shock at how stupid people are and how many programs they're going to fall for. When I say programs, like right now, they have the men hating women and women hating men program right now. And guys don't realize it because they're busy hating the 304s, and girls don't realize it because they're busy hating the broke ass bum ass niggas. Like, but in reality, most of us aren't like that.
Big Daddy Flurf, we're on the total. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
You know what I'm talking about?
We are on
I've
the
been
same
trying
page.
Yes, I've been trying to I've been telling people like, yo, there's a program going on. And every time you see like a news cycle or entertainment cycle come out, the way that I know it's a program is because the same friends on either side respond the same way to every different situation. And I'm like, you're on a program. That's why you think the way you think.
Yeah, there's catchphrases. It's clearly a program. I mean, it's like, yeah, they all sound exactly the same using different voices. And yeah, I mean, I found it sad when it tried to take over the flat Earth, but hopefully it's on its way out, and people will rely on actual, verifiable, measurable, testable, repeatable information, and not a program that's been imposed from someone else to create division.
That's what's beautiful about flat Earth. Is like it's the one thing that always was and always will be. Like psychology and how we treat each other, and being manipulated, from our emotions and our weakest points. That's one thing that's like super hard to get over, but the Earth is always going to be what it is. Like, it's just, you can't, as much manipulation as you can do, like, the world's never going to change. The Earth is going to be the Earth.
Yep, and I'll admit, like, my own flaw in that area, that I did fall susceptible to the man-hating program after certain events in my life. But what shocked me out of it, and I don't want other people to have that happen, was when my daughter's fiance of 5 years, who she'd been living with, who was a huge part of our family, I considered him a son-in-law, died by suicide in 2023, and that shocked me out of it, because I was like WGTOW pretty much. Like, at that point, I'm like, I'm done with men. I want to be around them. But then I'm like, I felt so guilty that I hadn't. I mean, I knew him, like I'd gotten to know him and stuff, but I felt like I was like projecting stuff on him, even though he hadn't actually like done anything. You know what I mean? Like, they were planning to get married. Like, he was the last thing he searched on his phone was engagement rings. They were talking about baby names and stuff.
Man.
And and it was kind of like, oh my gosh. I mean, I got over the guilt, because he did, happily, I shouldn't say happily, but thankfully leave a note that explained, everything.
What it was.
How you couldn't have done it. Nobody could have helped me, et cetera, et cetera. He had no warning signs and so on. But, it did shake me out of that. So even though I'm very sad he's not with us, in his memory, I will, I have discarded that program, and now I'm able to go back to how I was before, where I recognize, men as being wonderful and different than women, and I try my best to accept them the way they are, and I think I'm doing better with that.
Yeah, my respects to the family member, the person involved with the family. It's very hard because what they do, like, I'll just be coming out of, like, I had came out of my 4-year, you guys knew me during my whole relationship, right? When I met you guys. And a couple years ago, we broke up, and I thought it was the end of the world. But I saw the programming stuff all around me while we were in a relationship, because she was susceptible to it. Like, looking at these Instagrams, and it's like, oh, look what this guy is saying. Don't you agree? And I'd be like, fam, like, I'm not trying to live my life like everyone else. I'm trying to live, the life that we have. But all of that, we have, they have the program for the guys, which is, the red pill guys. And then you have the program for the women. I don't know what the women, I don't know what they're called, but like it's the same thing. Like if you look at the bear or man argument, if you look at the Tory Lanez versus Meg the Stallion argument, if you look at I can't count Diddy and Cassie. That's just a whole mess. That's like who knows what's going on. You got the every time there's a man and woman involved, they play. I can see, feel, hear them playing on the worst moments in my last relationship, and it makes me want to go fuck all women. But I'm like, oh no, that's a game. You're not gonna take my mind. I'm just gonna have to take every single woman I meet forever on an individual basis, lest I fall victim like everyone else. It's a lot of work, but it is what it is.
Yeah, you can assume good intentions. I mean, I try to do that with the glow believers until they prove differently. Which some of them doesn't take long.
Same. Yeah, same. It's very quick. It's like very quick. All you got to do is ask certain direct questions, and at that point, I kind of try to step away. Like, look, I realize I asked you this question. You didn't answer it. And if you did, you're not comfortable having the conversation. It's okay. I don't want to force us into an argument. So let's just stop. And they just can't help themselves. They want to keep going. They want to act like they're actually engaging in the points that you're either bringing forth or rebutting from them. And it's like 90% of the time when I talk to them, we're not talking about problem and solution like Miggy would say. Well, Alpha Veritas would say. Okay, here's the problem. What's the solution? Okay, you have a claim. Okay, what's the evidence of the claim? The claim can't be the evidence itself. But that's like 90% of where our energy goes.
Yep, for sure.
Why can't we just say, you know what? It's never been proven. And then they go, well, what do you mean by that? Because I know I believe that it most definitely has been proven, but clearly you think something differently. So let me know. Their mind isn't that pathway isn't open to most people for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think. That's why, today we've had several people claim various things, and then we've sent them off to find some kind of verification. They haven't come back. I mean, I know that, yeah, AV's talked about that recently. Like, we don't need to be disputing, like, their claim of the distance to the sun. They're all twisted up, like, disprove that it's this, and this number, and then, well, why do we have to put any effort into disproving it if you're not even going to present how you came up with this number to start with? I mean, you're just going to give me a number, then I'll just dispute it by putting a big red X through it. Like, I don't have to put any more effort into it if you're not going to even, like, come up with any reason why you think that. Same thing with the globe, I mean, sometimes maybe people are like feeling like they just want to have a conversation, so they'll go down some rabbit hole with somebody, but which is fine if people want to do that, but it's totally not necessary, to waste your energy unless you just feel like, entertaining yourself, I don't know if any of these guys in here have some kind of proof of curvature. I mean, we've been looking for it all morning. We got Lego in here, Master Artosis. I think Artosis said he was listening, but maybe at some point you get on the mic. Who's Vitalis? Is he a globe believer? I don't remember him.
No, I'm a flat earther.
Oh, good for you. Okay, I'll put a little note there, then I won't have to pick on you. But yeah, we're still glad you're here.
Thank you.
How long have you known that the Earth measures flat?
Roughly around 2 years now, something like that.
Cool. What brought you to it?
I was actually getting divorced. I was getting divorced and couldn't really focus on anything. Seen a couple of things on YouTube or on X, and then I just started following Witsit from there, and then after that, I found Nathan Oakley and the crew, and you guys and everybody, and just been making my own kind of assessments as I go, basically.
Good news.
So for me, it's going to be more so that we don't seem to have any good reason to believe it's flat, and we seem to have good reason to believe it's not, more so than a proof of curvature, which I would say that the way we see boats go over the horizon is proof of curvature, but it's not a measurement of the curvature.
You want to know my response to that?
Sure.
Okay. So everyone heard you say, basically, your belief, your leanings. Like, I would just say simply, no, it measures flat. And if someone wants to ask me how, I'll just tell them that. Like, there's no, I believe this or could be that, or, I'm leaning towards this, all of the evidence, this, none of that. No, it's axiomatically accepted as flat.
Well, if it's axiomatic, you realize that means you don't have any reason to support it.
Exactly. I don't have to support the fact that there's a tree outside my window either. You know what's attached to that tree? The earth. It's as simple as that. Yes, I can talk about the earth in axiomatic terms. I don't have to make an argument for it. That would be dumb. I could.
Oh, well, I mean, if you're just taking an axiomatic belief on the matter to kind of be the
No, it's not.
Axiom
is not a belief.
Axioms are beliefs, yes.
No, they're not.
I mean, they are. So I'm not sure.
Okay, well, the tree outside my window is not a belief.
You probably believe there is a tree outside your window, I imagine.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Further to that, it's axiomatically flat, which is why we can do other things like measurements based off of that. So it's not like that's the only thing. But again, I mean, I can hear you not being, what's the word, curious? Because I'm moving you towards the definity of it all, and you're moving away from it. So what are we going to do here?
Well, you said earlier that what I said didn't make any sense, so I think we should probably figure out what it was that I said that didn't make sense to you. Maybe if I clarify.
I never said that. Can you put that in quotes? I'll give you like, I don't know, $10 if you can find that on the live stream. Me saying that you said that didn't make sense what you said, because I don't want to talk about what you're talking about. I know that for a fact. I'm cognizant of that. I want to talk about what I'm talking about. Why on earth would I drill into what you said? What I said you said was there's belief. I can't even remember now, but there's belief. You believe it. All of the evidence leans towards. I was like, that's the difference between your rhetoric and mine. I can just say it measures flat.
Does anyone want to verify that he said that makes no sense or that doesn't make sense or whatever it was? Like, do I actually have to go find this? Like, obviously he said that, and I'm sure someone else heard you say that. So
you don't know. He wants to convince. Okay, answer his question, chat. Anybody hear me say it made no sense, or did y'all hear me say what I just said?
A lot was said. I wasn't keeping any tallies.
Okay, I said that you would seemingly believe there is a tree outside your window if you're saying there's a tree outside your window, following what I had said about axioms being beliefs, and then you said that makes no sense.
I'm sorry, I checked out because there's an important conversation going on in the background. I'll be back. But if I say that I'm 6'2", that's not a belief. Obviously, like the tree being the tree outside, it's not a belief. I don't know who's confused about that other than you, but I mean, I'll be back.
I'm not confused at all.
All right, well, he has to go, so I don't know I don't know if you want to go back to what was your original question? I don't even remember.
My original point was that
Oh yeah, boats over the horizon. That's right. Yep. So, Lego, have you heard or seen the explanations of why boats appear to go over the horizon due to perspective and limitations of human vision, but the boats can be brought back into full view with a zoom camera, etc.?
I've heard that attempt at explaining it, yes.
And what is your dispute about
My
that?
dispute is that there's a consistent ability, or we can recreate a constant of boat going too far to where the bottom is obstructed by the curvature and you cannot zoom in on it.
How do you know it's
To bring it back.
curvature? Like, how would you determine it's curvature and not just wave undulations, shoaling, and other effects of the water?
Because we can recreate it over and over and over.
Yeah. But the point is, curvature requires a globe measurement.
We see the boats go over the curve. We don't have to have a measure of the amount.
We see the bottom up obstruction. You claiming its curvature requires substantial evidence.
So if you interrupt me, I'm just going to go back to what I was saying whenever you finish talking.
All right, I'm done talking now. Can you provide substantial evidence of the curvature measurement?
Okay, so I'm going to go back to what I was saying. Whenever the boats go over the curve, we don't need to have a measurement of how much curve there is to see the boat going over the curve. We can just observe that they are. The question of how much curvature.
How do you know? Listen, I'm stopping you because you keep doing the shit again. How do you know it's
I'm going to go
curved?
back and I'm going to start over again then until you can stop interrupting me.
How do you know it's curved? Like, you keep jumping to conclusions. I'm trying to get you to think through this logically.
No, you're trying to prevent me from finishing my statement.
All right, go ahead and make your statement.
So we can observe the boats going over the curve regardless of whether we have a measurement of how much curve there is. How much curve there is would be a separate question that we can't observe a measurement. Well, I guess you can observe you measuring a thing with some tool, but anyway, we observe the curvature in the fact that we observe the boat going over the curvature.
All right.
That
what
is
makes you
itself
think
enough.
it's going? Listen. What makes you think it's going over curvature and not just being obstructed by waves and shoaling and other effects, like I mentioned?
Because we can measure for those things and we can observe those things and account for them.
Yeah, that's what I asked. I need a measurement. How have you measured this to be curvature as opposed to obstruction of the surface features?
No, because we can account for how much wave there is, or whatever other variables you want to point to. We can account for those things and see. Okay, well, is that obstructing our view? Is that what it would be? And then we can control for. We can make the observation of boats going over the curvature when those factors are different, and we always see them.
I'm going to stop you to ask for one example where this has ever been done, where we know it's curvature because these other variables have been controlled. Can you provide just one example, please?
Well, it wouldn't be one example if we're talking about a control, because you're going to have multiple examples to.
Can you provide multiple
other
examples?
factors? I have my own observations. I'm not giving you some proof. I have my own observations.
Okay, can you give us somebody else's observations? Somebody else who's done it that's publicized this?
I don't need to give you someone else's observations.
Do you have any proof at all to offer, or are you just bloviating right now for everybody to listen to?
We have proof that it's not flat.
The latter.
Through logic.
Okay, great. Show me that proof, because you keep telling me that it's there and you keep telling me you can't provide it.
No. So you're saying I need to give you some measurement for my own observations.
Please, for the love of God, I don't want to be a flat earther. Listen, I don't want to be a flat earther. Please help me, for the love of God. Show me the proof.
Okay, you only need reason to get you out of it being a flat earth.
No,
so if you don't want to be, you don't need measurements.
Listen, I don't want your stories.
Okay, so you do want to be a flat earther.
I want proof, dude. Show me the fucking proof, please.
Okay, proof doesn't have to be a measurement. You can have proof just through reason, right?
All right, but
reason
you said you have measurements.
proof.
Measurements I would accept. I would love the measurements. I'll accept them. Please show me, please.
Okay, so will you accept reason as proof?
I want measurements.
So you won't accept reason as proof?
You
Is that
you
what you're
offered
saying?
me measurements, and you're offering me reason instead. I want
I didn't
measurements,
offer you
please, for the
measurements.
love of
I didn't
God.
offer you measurements.
You told me there were measurements, and you insisted on it.
Is reason empirical or subjective?
Reason is not empirical, no.
Oh, so it's subjective.
Fuck. Okay, you don't have any empirical measurements. God damn
No,
it! All right,
reason
let's
is
move on.
objective. Reason's objective.
Subjective? You're giving me subjective interpretations and fucking opinions? Are you kidding me?
Objective. You think reason is subjective?
No, you said it is.
No, I didn't. I said it's objective.
Okay, what makes it so objective?
The other guy said, "Oh, is it empirical?" Well, if it's not empirical, it's subjective. No, reason is not subjective. At least I'd hope you don't treat reason as subjective.
No, I don't. I would love measurements because measurements are objective too.
Okay, why won't you accept reason alone? Why do you have to have measurements?
Because you can reason something without evidence. And then when we go check the evidence and it doesn't check out, then it wasn't reasonable.
I'm talking about like formal reason.
I need measurements to
Okay, well
back
then
up
that's a you problem.
Listen, no, it's not a me problem. It's a you problem. If you can't produce measurements, then you can come up with, logical suppositions all fucking day, and I can hear them, and I'll be like, yeah, show me.
Okay, I don't know what to say if you don't accept logic proofs. Like,
All right, then why don't you give me a formal deductive logical syllogism, and we will take it apart, beginning with your first premise.
all right, I'll just try to do it from memory here. My previous one, if you have two people in the southern hemisphere with their backs, assuming a flat Earth, of course, with their backs to each other, they'd be looking in opposite directions. Their line of sight should not converge, right? Do you accept that?
Wait, so they're both in the southern hemisphere. Are their backs facing each other like along a latitudinal line and perpendicular to longitude?
No, it'd be along a longitudinal line. Their backs would be to each other. They're both on the same line of longitude.
All right. So what? Okay. So you've got two people with their backs to each other, and they're looking in opposite directions. So presumably, one is looking northward and one is looking southward, right?
No, they're both looking south, but their backs are to each other.
How does that happen?
Well, if you're on a flat Earth, isn't south just going to be any direction opposite of north?
No, that's what David Weiss says, and a bunch of shit ass stupid fucking flat earthers.
So what do you consider south to be?
I thought it was supposed to be reasons and facts about the globe. Why are you calling the proof reversal?
I asked him to provide the deductive logical syllogism, and this is what he started off with a straw man of flat Earth.
Well, tell me then what you consider south to be, and I'll just adjust the argument to account for your position.
No, why don't you tell me what south is, okay? This is your deductive logical syllogism. I can talk about what I think this is later, but this is you, dude. This is your show.
I'm
supposed to be about the globe, not about flat Earth.
To give you my argument, I have to know what you consider south to be.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be about the globe, not the flat Earth.
Give me fucking globe proof, or we shut this down right now.
Okay, so if you don't want to engage, that's fine.
I do want to engage. I'm giving you the floor.
But now you're bringing up flat Earth shit instead of talking about the globe. You're supposed to have reasons for the globe. Where's the reason?
Yeah, this is how some arguments work, guy. This is just how some arguments operate.
Yeah,
hold on, guys. Hey, listen. All right.
It's
hey,
reasoning.
Hold on. Hey, Elbow TV, do you want to take this on? Do you want to interrupt for me? You got this, bro. You got this.
Go right ahead, man.
No. This is your show, Elbow. You just jumped in all over my shit, so take it away.
Really spread it.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I was talking about theoretically earlier. It's like, we can kind of entertain some of their stuff just to have a discussion. If people want to do that, I don't know. I guess you guys have to decide what you want to talk about. I don't know. Like, Sporadic wants to talk about that stuff. I don't know. Does anyone want to talk to him? Sporadic, do you want to?
The gentleman mentioned boats over the horizon. And if you're presupposing a sphere at 24,901 miles in circumference, then you're going to have to see some curvature over distance. I mean, that's what you're looking for. So the measurement is important, not just seeing the boat disappear from the bottom up. You have to know when the boat is supposed to start disappearing from the bottom up, based on distance away from the observer.
Yeah, hold on. Notice his argument was that he reasoned himself into thinking that. So it wasn't just him seeing something, it was the reason behind it. So the reason behind why he thinks that's happening is because that he thinks that the Earth is a globe. So his reason is why he thinks it's objectively true. Do you understand how logically flawed that is?
To go even a step further, Alpha, he's assuming that we think Earth is an azimuthal equidistant map.
Well, no, you don't have to believe
Which
that.
itself is a globe Earth projection onto a flat surface by removing one of the points of origin.
My argument never assumes that. It just assumes a flat
you
Earth
assume
with
that the
a
two
center
people are
point.
looking up. Listen, you did assume that. You assumed two people
No, it
have to be
didn't
looking
assume that.
opposite
This is a
directions in
fail
the
in
southern
reasoning on your
hemisphere.
part.
No, you assume two people have to be looking opposite directions in the southern hemisphere on flat Earth. That was your assumption, and that's a straw man.
Okay. Well,
right. That's like salt on the wound, because he's envisioning a flat Earth based on the azimuthal equidistant projection map. So it's a straw man argument for the position.
Well, no, the argument can be adapted to whatever you consider the Earth to be. I'm just giving it.
Lego, that's not the issue. The issue is you were gonna do a syllogism to provide evidence that the Earth is not flat based on what you were saying, and you failed to do so, sir. You failed. That's the problem.
No, I haven't failed.
Yeah,
no
you
one
did
wants
fail.
to
You
engage.
straw
That's not
man.
failing.
I called you out on your straw man.
Oh, it's not a
And you
straw
failed
man
at
either.
your first premise, so thanks.
No, it's not a straw man.
Yeah, it is. I disavow what you claim.
You don't know what
that
a
I should
straw man
believe.
is, then.
Yo, look, I disavow what you claim I should believe and accept.
I didn't say you should believe or accept that.
Well, then I'm telling you I don't accept your premise.
And I said that's
It's a valid
fine.
claim of what I should accept.
And I said that's fine.
Great. So start over. Start with the new deductive syllogism and don't straw man me.
I need your account of what south would be so I can adapt the argument to appropriately represent your position.
I
So that
have
you don't
no
say I'm
claim.
straw
Listen,
manning.
I have no claim. You're trying to reverse the burden. I have no claim
I'm
on
not reversing the burden.
Listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. Shh. Listen very carefully. I have no claim
Nobody.
to you.
I don't need to listen to you.
I have no claim to you.
Yeah,
what
you
south
have no
is.
claim, so I can't engage with you because you don't want to give any account of the
your
position.
chance. Listen, you said that you've got a deductive logical syllogism to prove that Earth is a globe via reason, without
the
measurement.
first premise needs
And you
to
are
account for
fucking up.
your position, so I need to know what yours is so I can put it in there.
I'll
I
tell
can't
you
help
what it
that you
is,
have a
okay?
different
Thank you
position
for
than other
asking.
flat earthers.
I'll tell you what it is. Earth measures flat everywhere that you go. Everywhere that you can see and you go to measure it, it is flat, not curved.
Okay. And where do you consider north to be?
I really don't know. There are like 5 different norths.
I mean, I can't give you a deductive argument for why your position would fail if your position is basically I don't know.
Because you're trying to straw man me and you're
No, I'm
failing at it.
literally not trying to straw man you. I'm literally asking you what your position is. That's not straw manning. You don't know what straw manning is.
Why does my position? I'll ask you a question. Why does my position on what north is depend on whether or not you can debunk or you can provide actually a positive claim to the globe? Why does my position on north depend on you providing a positive claim for the globe?
I'm giving an argument to show that a flat earth would result in contradiction. But if there's multiple accounts of what the flat earth could be, I would need to...
No. There's only one account of flat Earth. It's that Earth measures flat and there's no curvature, no surface convexity conforming to the globe over water, for example.
Okay, well then that's just, I guess we would just have to stick with the boat thing. I mean, we see that there is a curve. We see things go over a geometric horizon, therefore not flat.
Great. Show me the proof that it is going over a horizon in conformance to curvature.
Observe it over and over.
Measure it.
It's all the proof I need.
If it's curvature in accordance with the globe, with the dimensions as constrained by what the globe claims to be, then that point of observation has to be fixed. And I want you to freaking measure it.
Yeah, I don't need to give you a measurement. The fact that we have an observation,
flat or globe, so you are kind of fucked, mister. You're kind of
We
fucked
have
if
an
you're not going to do that
observation.
then.
We have an observation that disproves your account. That's
No,
all I
because
need.
listen, that observation is absolutely reproducible with the concept of something called waves and shoaling.
Yep, and we can account for those and show that that's not the cause,
Then prove to
disproving
me.
your
Then
account.
okay, great. If you can account for it, prove to me that it was ever done.
I don't need to prove that to you.
Great. So you can't prove to me that the globe exists. Wonderful. Well done. Congratulations, big brain.
Great. Take my W.
Okay, Dunning-Kruger. Can we move on to somebody else, please? Who else is in the chat? Copy's unmuted.
That was great. He admitted that he couldn't produce the evidence. That was awesome.
No, I have evidence. I just said I don't need to give you a
Great. Can you
measurement.
present the evidence?
Yeah, you can look up on YouTube all the video evidence
No.
you want.
No. You're not going to reverse the burden on me to produce your fucking homework.
I'm not giving you the burden. If you've already
you are.
seen
You're
the
telling me to
videos, you
fucking do
choose
it, dude. Are you fucking insane?
You choose to ignore the evidence.
You just told me to go find the evidence
Because
to prove
I'm not
your
going to do your
case.
homework for you, buddy.
Why would I go Google your fucking evidence, idiot?
You don't need to Google it, retard. You've already seen it, retard.
You told me to Google it,
All right.
retard, and I'm not going
Dude,
to
you're a
do your
fucking
homework,
moron,
retard.
dude. You're a fucking moron, okay?
No, I'm not.
That's
You're
the end of
moron.
it.
You're the one
All
that
right,
came
all
in
right.
and said,
Bye, retard.
listen, you had two claims, right? One is observations, two is reason, and you failed at both right now. So I don't know who the fucking moron is. It's not me.
And he run away.
Nah.
Doesn't understand how perspective works. Talking about boats disappearing. Amazing.
Oh,
that was
definitely
his
not. I wanted
argument.
to get to that point. I wanted to get to optics, vision, perspective. It's my freaking jam, and it kind of sucks I couldn't even get that far with that doofus.
Yeah, that was his problem the first time he came here. That was the one that was talking to Indio and came in claiming that if the Earth was flat, we could see forever, and then conceded that there were other explanations for not being able to see forever. And I mean, basically did the same thing here. Yeah, but we didn't get a chance to bring it to its conclusion. That he admitted there were other possible causes. He did that before also. I mean, I guess, yeah, maybe he's just gonna every couple of weeks he's just gonna come in with another one of those ridiculous anti-flat earther arguments and then come back with another one. I mean, because both of those are just so ridiculous and debunked so many times. Why can't I see forever if the Earth is flat and ships go over the horizon because of curvature? I mean, they're just both so weak. The fact that guy is just so audacious in presenting them is just bizarre. Yeah.
I have a question.
Oh, great. Hi, Copy. Hello. Welcome.
How do eclipses occur in a flat Earth model?
Ooh, that's
both
a good
solar
one,
and
right?
lunar.
Yeah, solar and lunar. So, so do you know anything about eclipses, the geometry, and so forth? Like let's start with the difference between a solar and a lunar. You know the difference, right?
One eclipses the moon, the other eclipses us.
Yeah. So get this. If you haven't heard this before, this might blow your mind. So regarding solar eclipses first. So if you were to observe a solar eclipse on the horizon, that is looking out, and this happens actually. We've got plenty of footage of this. It's beautiful. And you see what is claimed to be the moon eclipsing the sun from the horizon of Earth. And we're talking like whether annular or total solar eclipse, that the alignment in syzygy cannot be reproduced in a heliocentric model. Secondly, for lunar eclipses, those are even crazier. We've got what are called selenelian lunar eclipses. They actually happen more often than people think. And this occurs when the sun is rising or setting, and the moon is also above the horizon at the same time. And somehow the entire moon is in eclipse when you can see the frickin' sun. So the geometry in that case also betrays the heliocentric model. So we have two different instances or two different kinds of eclipses that happen all the time, really, cannot be explained geometrically by the relationships as described by the Copernican system. Would you like to know more?
Yes, I would.
All right, so here I'm going to call upon the audience, if you can, please post, let's say the Selenelian lunar eclipse, the last one I talked about. In the first instance, with regards to the solar eclipse, that's something not a lot of flat earthers have heard about before, but the Selenelian lunar eclipse, I'm sure we've got some good content. NASA even calls this on their website the impossible eclipse. It kind of defies explanation. So what happens is actually this happened maybe about a year and a half ago on the east coast of the USA. I got up at about 4 in the morning to watch it, between 4 and 6 a.m. So the moon was setting in the west and the sun was coming up on the horizon. And the shadow on the moon was coming down from the top as the moon was going down. And as the moon was going down in the west, the shadow was coming down faster than the moon was setting. And the sun was up, and the moon turned black, and then it turned red. And when it turns red, it is in full lunar. So that's another weird thing. Like when the moon is in full eclipse, it turns red. Why does it turn red? It starts off as black, it almost disappears, and then it's like a light turns on, kabling, and then it's like a red-brown color after that. And this happened, and the sun was up, and as the moon set, it was kind of like turning brown and fading into the blue of the atmosphere. It was really freaking weird. And this happens a lot, man. Like these things have been documented for hundreds and hundreds of years, the Selenelian eclipse. So if it's the Earth that's blocking the sun, how come you can see the sun up in elevation in the east and the moon up in elevation in the west? You're like, hold on a second. How come the moon is fully eclipsed and it's red? I've never seen a red shadow. Oh no, have you? I've never seen a red shadow personally. Like if you can point to me a red shadow somewhere, that'd be freaking awesome. But supposedly it's a red shadow of the Earth on the moon, and the sun is up, and there's nothing in between. Because I know there's nothing in between because I'm down here on the surface of a presumed globe looking up at both of these things in the sky. So if you can explain the Selenelian eclipse on a globe, that would be awesome.
And that's that.
Yeah, eclipses are what we use as evidence of flat Earth, because these things are geometrically impossible. There was another eclipse around last year sometime where we've got this great gosh, I wish I could pull it up easily. A guy in Wisconsin or Minnesota, somewhere up there in the northern Midwest, was documenting the path of the moon and the sun in the days leading up to a solar eclipse. It was. And so he's like, okay, here's the moon track, here's the sun track, here's the moon track, here's the sun track. And they started to converge. And he's like, all right, we're ready for the eclipse. Here's where the moon track is. Here's where the sun track is. And guess what happened? The moon track was like 30 degrees towards like the 6 o'clock region from where it would have been. And whatever eclipse the sun came up from like the bottom right, when it should have flown in from the 3 o'clock position, it kind of flew up from the 5 o'clock position instead. And if you're like, well, maybe that's an anomaly, maybe they didn't just understand that right. No, this happens more often than you can imagine. Where the shadow of where the moon is supposed to be doesn't come from where the tracking is as documented. It's kind of freaking weird. All right, I gotta go, guys. I will talk to you later.
Did that answer your question, Copy?
Yes. I'm a full-fledged flat earther now.
Well, we're not expecting that. You don't have to be sarcastic.
Didn't know looking up in the sky had anything to do with measuring the ground.
I mean, I guess hopefully you got out of that there's phenomena involving eclipses that are not explained on the globe model, and in fact, they contradict it. Did you have any other questions, Copy? If not, I was just going to ask Lego if he's acknowledging after that last conversation that since you can't produce measurement of Earth curvature, do you acknowledge that there are other explanations for why boats appear to disappear over the horizon that involve natural limitations of vision? Do you acknowledge that, Lego?
I acknowledge that other things can cause obstruction of vision.
Okay, and that I'm sure you've seen. Haven't you seen the demonstrations of the boats appearing to disappear, but then being brought back into view by a high-powered zoom camera?
Those are issues of angular size. Those are not issues of obstruction. You can't
Yeah,
zoom
there's not
in
obstruction.
cases of but
Yeah,
we do have cases of obstruction where you can't zoom in and bring the bottom back. So the fact that there are cases of angular size being the problem does not preclude there also being cases of geometric obstruction.
I'd like to see what specific cases you're referring to, but nonetheless, the obstruction that should be there is not there. So that in itself is enough to disprove the globe model. The obstruction should be there, and it's not.
No, because you can also, just like you can have cases that cause obstruction that are not geometric, you can also have cases where atmospheric conditions and such cause visibility to appear further than what your line of sight would allow. So it doesn't disprove it, actually.
No, you'd have to. Well, now you've made two different claims. I don't know which one we want to look at first. Why don't you first? Drace wants to see your claims of the geometric obstruction. We want to see the evidence for that first.
Let's first address, do you accept that if it is the case that there are conditions that can cause you to see further than line of sight would allow, would you accept that if those cases do exist, then your counterexamples would not disprove a globe Earth?
What conditions are you talking about? We need details, not just a vague term, conditions.
Well, no. For logic, just the vague idea, the concept of there being conditions that would allow this is all you really need. So if we accept that, just under assumption, do you agree that that would mean your counterexamples do not disprove a globe Earth? If that premise is true, then it would not disprove a flat Earth, or I'm sorry, a globe Earth.
There's way too many ifs in there. I'm not going to concede to that statement. We need details. Okay. No, there are because we need details of what's allowing us to see further. I need details of that. You can't just have a Superman claim without backing it up. Yes, I do. Yes, I do, because I can. Okay. I've already reasoned and demonstrated and measured that the claimed geometric obstruction is not there by several long-distance observations and horizon observations. That's already been conclusively shown. So if you're going to invoke some kind of magic fairy tale, you're going to have something to back it up.
Mike, check 1, 2.
We hear you.
Oh, conversation just ended. Sorry. I thought I dropped the call.
Yeah, I don't know if Lego's going to find his measurement of curvature or his proof of
I'm
geometric
not going to find
obstruction
you anything,
or his
no.
third claim about something that can make you see further. Okay, so he's not proving any of his claims. So yeah, I guess we're just on to the next topic.
Yeah, that's fine. If y'all are not capable of just yeah, this is pretty.
Was he breaking up
Oh,
for
you're
you
breaking
guys?
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear what he said. But it didn't sound profound, though. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, probably he said that he is not capable of providing evidence for his last three claims. I think that might be what he said.
Yeah, I agree with it. Yeah.
I'm saying that you should be able to just engage in reason. Like you don't need the actual measurements to engage in reason. And that just seems beyond the people here. They don't seem to understand that.
Yeah, but we're not talking about reason at this point. We're trying to get to determine whether or not people know the Earth's a globe. And the obvious fact is that people cannot determine that the Earth is a globe. And you said it already, so we're not here to talk about reasons. I mean, there's many reasons why you think the Earth is what you think it is, but it's not determined by reason. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying, yeah, if I can prove Santa Claus, then will you accept him? It's absurd on its face.
It's not absurd. The fact that you consider reason to be absurd is a problem with this community.
It's not about reason being absurd. It's the fact that reasons do not help you understand to determine whether the Earth is a globe. I don't know how many times do I got to say this.
You can say it as many times as you want. It's wrong. I don't know.
That's not wrong.
Say
dude.
wrong things all you like, I guess.
Yeah, we need to determine your reason for thinking the Earth is a globe, if it's true or not. So the determining factor isn't a reason. The determining factor is a measurement.
He's stating that no matter how big the ball is,
You broke up there.
It doesn't come up is his reason for believing that. He's saying that the reason he believes it is curved is because boats disappear from the bottom up. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. He just knows it's curved based on that observation.
Yeah, but like I told him reasons aren't going to help him. The determining factor is a measurement. Like this is like the fourth or fifth time.
You think that's the determining factor is just wrong. Like we can arrive at conclusions without measurements.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we can actually. That you don't think that's possible is a problem with you.
That's how you know what a shape is, because the determining factor is the measurement of it being what it is.
Nope.
That's what gives it the definition.
Nope. I can know a triangle is a triangle without knowing the measurement of the sides. I don't need to know the length of the sides to know it's a triangle.
What?
Let's test this.
Lego. Here's an experiment, thought experiment.
Did
You're
you just
on
say
a
that?
ball, right? if you're standing on a ball, Lego, and you're let's just say you're on a calm sea, you're out in the middle of the ocean, you can't see any land around you. There's no land around you within 20 miles, right? But you got your Nikon P900. You could zoom out in any direction, standing on that platform on that calm sea, and you could see that there is no curvature. There's no rate of drop. If you're on the top of that ball, everything around you in a 360 degrees should be falling away from you at a rate of drop that increases exponentially for you to be on a sphere. If you cannot determine that rate of drop or where it starts, then there's no reason to believe that you're on a ball. There's no reason to believe that curvature is present anywhere.
Well, the important thing is too, when I told him that measuring determines, like he went to use a triangle. Like he says, like, well, you don't need to measure the triangle. Then how do you know the measurement of its sides don't equal 180 degrees? That would make it not a triangle. If you don't measure that, you need to have the measurement of those angles to be 180 degrees. To be a triangle, and if it's not measuring that, then it's not a triangle. Hello? That's exactly what you need to determine if it's a triangle. Your example was totally, like, you're way off base, dude.
No, you're way off base.
Yeah, you need to measure the angles to determine whether or not the triangle measures to be 180 degrees. That's how you know it's a triangle, Lego. Everybody knows this. And you're just saying,
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, okay, buddy? Everybody knows that a triangle should have an internal, when you add up the degrees on the internal angles, that it should add up to 180. Yes, that's true, but we don't actually have to measure the internal angles to know it's a triangle.
Let's test that.
Okay.
Yeah, test that.
I'll go ahead and post it right now in the chat for you. This is a NASA IQ question. Don't talk when I'm talking. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Okay, so good. This is great. We don't actually have a measurement of the internal angles, but we know that some of these are triangles, don't we? Right? Without measuring the internal angles, we know that some of these are triangles, correct? Correct?
You're not allowed to ask help questions during a test.
I'm not asking help questions. I'm proving the other guy wrong. He said that we can't know it's a triangle unless we measure the internal angles. But we know some of these are triangles without measuring the internal angles. So therefore, we can know it's a triangle without measuring the internal angles. So thank you for showing this very helpful example of why the other guy has no idea what he's talking about.
So go ahead and answer the question then. So we know that
I've answered the relevant question that we can know it's a triangle without measuring the internal angles.
Which of the figures below are not triangles? Let's see if you can even do that part.
Do you agree that some of them are triangles?
I'm not giving you any hints on how to answer.
I'm not asking for hints. I'm pointing out that you should be telling the other guy he's wrong because you're giving an example of triangles that have we have no internal measurement of the angles, but we know they're triangles. So the other guy is wrong, and you should be correcting him so that he can stop making that dumb argument. But instead, you're wanting to pivot to whether I can name the triangles, which I can. But the bigger issue here is that y'all just allow people that are, as long as they're a flat earther, you allow them to just sit in here and say dumb shit. When you should be pointing out to the other guy that no, we don't need to know the measurements. We know they're 180 because it's a triangle, but we don't have to measure them.
You cannot read, can you? It doesn't say anything about name the triangles.
Okay, so you're not gonna point out to the other guy that no, look, dude, we don't actually have to measure them. We know it's a triangle.
Yeah, he
you
really
don't
doesn't
point that out
understand
to
what
him?
no help questions means, does he?
You don't seem to understand that
You're gonna run
just
out of time
letting a
on your
guy
test.
run with saying something that's just obviously wrong.
Worry about
and
yourself,
maybe
Lego.
you just can't tell that he's wrong. Can you just not tell he's wrong, even though you've given an example that shows he's wrong?
Triangle is before we can go on any farther.
Yeah, well, I guess we can't go on any further because you guys are not being honest to just
Yeah, I
to any
wasn't
degree at all
listening. I
here.
just got here, and all I hear you doing is avoiding the triangle test.
Okay, so what happened before you got here is the other guy said we can't know it's a triangle unless we measure the internal angles. But
You're
we
going to
can,
take
right?
the test since you're the expert on triangles.
Hey.
Take the damn test.
Since you're the guy who gives tests on triangles, I'll ask you, do you think that we
It
can
wasn't
know a
me who
triangle?
posted it, Einstein.
Do you think that we can know something's a triangle without measuring its internal angles? Can we?
Well, you seem to not be able to.
Oh,
Do you
I
want to
can.
watch me take the test?
I can. You're trying to change? Oh, yeah. How about that? Let's watch you take it, because surely without knowing the internal measurements, you shouldn't be able to identify any triangles, right? According to the other guy.
A and C.
Oh, but how could you
Lego,
possibly know?
you're
How
off
could you
topic,
possibly know
dude.
without
You were
measuring the
talking
internal
about boats over
angles?
the horizon.
How could you
Talking about
know?
boats
How
over
could you
the
know which of those are triangles if you didn't measure the internal angles? The other guy said that was impossible. It's almost like he was wrong. Oh, interesting.
So are you taking the test by telling me I got the right answer, or what's going on here?
No, I'm not taking a test. I'm pointing out that the other guy is wrong.
Yeah, worry about yourself, Lego.
So
I'm right. I don't need to worry about myself.
We're going to summarize what happened really quick so you can be out of this.
Yeah, I'm already out of it, buddy. I already know what
because he
happened.
couldn't answer
You're dodging.
which
This is
figures
a
below are
dodge.
not triangles. He would not answer that question. No Glober is really able to answer that question.
Yeah, y'all have a flat earther in here who thinks you can't know something's a triangle unless you measure the internal angles, which has been shown to be wrong by these other flat earthers. So I hope whoever that guy was, I hope he internalizes that and stops saying something that's so obviously wrong.
Lego, weren't you the one that was talking about logic earlier?
I was, yeah. It's very useful.
Okay, so just real quick, just in regards to, I get what you're saying in regards to not seeing an actual degree on that photo, but wouldn't you be able to logically conclude, as long as there's 3 straight lines that are connected, that those internal degrees will equal 180? Yes or no?
Yes, and that is my point, that we can just know that.
Okay, so hold on.
Wait, let me finish my answer.
Oh my god.
My entire point is that yes, we can know that through reason without taking a measurement. That's the point.
So hold on though. But we have taken a measurement. Okay, so for instance, you know what a 3-4-5 is?
3-4-5. You mean like for like a hypotenuse? Is that what you're talking about?
No, okay, so like when you're building something, there's something like 3-4-5. So like when you want to make sure that you are square without having a square, and you can just measure it, and you'll know that as long as this equals this equals this, so you take the measurements, and then you could logically like say, okay, yeah, then this is good. Like this works. We don't have to get out the level and square because we have a measurement. Okay, it's on the reverse of that though that I'm trying to get at you. Logically, you can deduce that, okay, as long as we have 3 straight lines, we know that what that measurement is, because no matter like how you do that, that's going to equal 180. But I think the point that he was making though was that the reason why when you have a triangle, that's composed of 3 straight lines, and it will be always 180. Anything outside of that, you no longer have a triangle. And and I get why you're trying to say, oh, you don't know the measurements. Okay, you're like grandstanding for no reason.
No, I'm not
at all.
grandstanding. I'm making the same point you're making. No, I'm not. I'm not grandstanding at all.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
I'm sorry. Maybe I used the wrong term, but you're trying to act like you won that argument.
No, I'm not here to win arguments, Guy. I'm not here to win arguments.
Okay. So let me think of another way to say this.
You had it right with grandstanding.
What was that?
Okay.
I said you hit it on you had it right with grandstanding.
Okay. All right. I was just maybe I just need a different word so he understands what I'm trying to say.
I understand what you're trying to say, but I think you're misreading the room here.
Because you told him like he was wrong and you think you're right. But the reality is that you're not getting it logically, which is ironic because you're the one that keeps bringing up logic and that flat earthers can't use logic. But the point is that you're not understanding what's going on. And I think that's the problem here.
What do you think I'm not understanding?
Before we get off this triangle thing, because we were supposed to be talking about boats over the horizon, let me just say, I mean, I know that in a lot of geometry textbooks, they'll show you an image like that and say it's a triangle if it appears to be. But in reality, and in the old days, you would have to actually have some kind of measurements on there because it could be like, less than a millimeter off or, not perfectly level or, so I don't really think that your argument holds water there. I think you to really know what it was, you would actually have to measure it, or usually there's some kind of given in it. So I feel like all of this is just nonsense. I mean, weren't we just talking about boats over the horizon? How did we get on these triangles?
That always happens when you're talking about. Probably because they go to curve water, and then I think maybe Miggy was just trying to talk about how, like, no, well, if you have a baseline, that would be like that triangle, the elevation. I think it always comes back to that. But in regards, real quick, to what you just said, it's interesting that you said that, like, it could be off a centimeter or something like that. Well, that's the cool thing
Not
about
a centimeter,
triangles.
just no, like if you were actually trying to find a precise measurement, yeah, it'd have to be something that wasn't visually
Right.
apparent. Yeah.
Right. So, but see, that's what's really cool about triangles, is that you don't have to be like level, square, plumb. You just know that if you have 3 straight lines, that will always be 180. Like, that's what's cool.
Yeah, but you'd have to measure them, and determine that they are straight and level. Yeah, which you can't just do visually.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying now.
That was the whole beef, though. The whole thing was that he couldn't determine whether it was a curved surface or not. He's just reasoning with his own mind because he's been told a narrative that it is a globe, that he's looking at boats go over a curve. So that's what he thinks is going on with his reason. But he didn't determine that with measuring it. So it all goes back to measuring. So that's what it's...
The point I was making is that there are conclusions we can come to without measurements. And if no one wants to accept that,
well, that's
fine.
not one of them. So
okay. Okay. Do you accept that there are some conclusions we can come to without measurement?
Yeah, but this is not one of them. How about that?
Well, I mean, just that alone. I'm happy just to hear that you said yeah to that. But
yeah, because if somebody says, well, I'll do it. If somebody says they're a man and they're autonomically correct, then they're a man. So it doesn't matter. I don't have to do any more than just know that. So what we're doing here, though, is trying to figure out whether or not the surface has a specific curvature due to the size of the Earth being what it is. And you're saying that you're trying to reason with your mind because of a story that has been told to you that, well, I see something happening, therefore it's curved. So it could be that the disappearance of the ship disappearing from the bottom up, which is what Radic was telling you earlier. Well, you can't determine that, but just reasoning with yourself. Can't do it that way. That's not a conclusion. That's a conclusion to you because you want it to be so, but confirming your bias. But it's not doing so in the fact that it's actually being determined to be curving on its surface, physically. There's really nowhere to go, man, honestly, except for your concession that you're not measuring the surface to be curving. That's all.
There's nowhere to go? What do you mean there's nowhere to go?
Yeah, you just have to take the L and saying that you concede that your reason is because you've been told a narrative and you see something happening, therefore the conclusion is that you think it's the Earth that's the globe. But you didn't determine that with measuring the surface to be curving, and that's how you know. Because you're not going to do that, you're unwilling to. You're unwilling to measure the surface to be curving, so that's about as far as we go with you.
Yeah, we don't have to have a measurement. We can come to conclusions without measurements through reason.
With determining the surface of the Earth being curved? No, that's not true.
Yes, we can.
You can't declare it. Just because you declare it doesn't make it true. Your declaration.
Okay, just because you declare it not to be the case doesn't make that true. Do you realize
when
that, right?
you're measuring a surface, you're going to determine whether or not it's curving or not when you're measuring it. So if you're saying just by reason alone, no, that's not a way to determine the surface to be curving or not. You have to measure it. I'm sorry that you feel that way, but it's just the way that it is. You've got to measure the surface
I'm sorry
to be curving.
for you,
If you want to know if it's curving.
that you don't understand something. Okay,
It's a low
sorry for you.
threshold of reasoning, Lego. It works for you.
I agree. It's a pretty low threshold.
Okay, so
It
that's
shouldn't be
why
a
there's
problem.
nowhere to go. That's why you're asking us to have this low threshold of reasoning that you have.
No.
That's why
Reasoning
there's
is a
nowhere
low
to go.
threshold, and I can't get y'all to meet me on that
Yeah,
plane of
rationalize it however
reasoning.
you must, dude. I'm not going to play make-believe with you.
Okay, I mean, if you, I don't know what
That's
to tell
why
you
there's
then, man.
nowhere to go.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
If you're trying to calculate a curve, that involves measuring, though. What are you talking about? I don't get
Yeah,
you.
he's avoiding that though, Apoc.
I'm not
I know
avoiding that.
he's being a complete you're being hard headed, dude. Like you're like,
I'm
no,
not being hard-headed.
Santa's real. The
Okay,
cookies
I'm
eating.
trying to give you reasoning. I'm trying to
Okay,
help
here's the
you. I'm
reasoning.
trying to
Okay, so
equip
here's
you
here's
with the tools you
so here's
need to understand reality.
Okay, Lego. Okay, Lego. Here's reasoning. Okay, a child puts out cookies and milk, and the next morning it's an empty cup and the cookies are bitten into. Does that make Santa Claus real?
Yes. To the
No.
perception of the mind of the young person. It's perception, right?
Yeah, you're right. But are they wrong?
Yeah, there you go.
They can be wrong. They can be wrong. Yeah. Do you need me to explain to you why? Do you need me to explain to you why?
So now, hold on though, I'm not done. So now,
Hold on, Lego. He's not done.
So then now we go, well, his other buddy is like, well, my mom told me Santa Claus is fake. And the guy goes, no, I set up a camera and I saw Santa Claus came in my house and he was dressed up and he had a sack and he had a big white beard and boots. And here's the video. And then his buddy is like, whoa, you have video Santa. Okay, so then now they both have this understanding of, wow, your logic worked out. Santa Claus is real. But now they're both wrong because the dad went back into the restroom and took off the Santa Claus getup, and now they have both the children fooled that Santa Claus is real. Now you're an adult, like that's a fantasy, that's a fucking fairy tale story. There's no one going down every chimney in fucking every house giving presents, but we're adults, bro. Now you're arguing from a childish position, and you're trying to say it's logic and reason, but it's not.
Wait. Are you calling logic and reason childish?
No, your logic and reasoning is childish.
Okay, what about my logic and reasoning is childish?
Because the point is, if you're trying to claim a curve, you have to invoke measurement. That's a fucking dude, that is the only way you can do that, because you can't just logic and reason. Oh yeah, that's curve because, and you're stating it, and you're calling something that's flat to have a curve. But we can measure that it's not curving away. There's no drop over distance. We measure it, and then so that you're flawed, dude. You just take the L, bro. I'm sorry.
There's no L there, buddy. You're not actually identifying anything in my position. You're just giving a case of inductive reasoning that turns out to have an incorrect conclusion, which they can. We could give a million examples.
Which you did. Okay, well, you agree. Good.
No. Okay, but
you
giving
just said,
an example.
Now you're a hypocrite because you're saying yes.
Oh my God,
no.
Dude, this is so dishonest for you to say I'm being a hypocrite right now. Like that is so incredibly dishonest.
Your own words.
Okay,
dude, I'm not throwing that on you.
You're being dishonest. You're being dishonest right now, and everyone should be able to see that, but for some reason they don't. This is so obviously dishonest.
If somebody says yes and then no, who's the dishonest one?
You, buddy, because you're deliberately trying to not understand my meaning here. Like you are. So obviously, but the irony of the people in this room being so dishonest that they think I was just agreeing there. Dude, this is the dishonesty is just mind blowing.
Take a minute, take a breath, take a knee, let somebody else come in.
Wow. Yeah, I'll let y'all be dishonest with one another. How about that?
Yeah. Okay, buddy. Yeah, that's great. Take a knee.
Unbelievable, bro. The amount of asshats. It's crazy.
Thank you.
Enjoy being the flat earther.
Yeah, speaking of L's, here's your tag team partner, Lego. Go regroup, bro. Get the directions out.
Lego, come to the corner, bro. Let's just talk about what's happened here, okay? Okay, so
he flamed out and projected all over the place.
No, I didn't flame out.
Yeah, you did.
Blatant
You're
dishonesty. You're relying on blatant dishonesty because you can't actually engage with someone.
Luke's got a towel and a water bottle for you there.
I'm not his coach. I'm just his partner, okay? He's representing the truth, and I'm here for it.
What?
Oh wait, hold up. Lego can't be unmuted. This is not fair. This is democracy, free speech.
Oh my God, white knighting at its best.
Not in here.
I want to talk about the flat platonic tools. You know. I know none of you understood what I just said because I just said a load of random words.
Wow.
That's the fun of sound and language, right? You don't even have to attribute any meaning to the sequence. Is that the sequence can actually be?
My word, Luke, come on, man. Give us something with some meat on the bone, man. Are you just bloviating?
Now they're both gone. They must have had to go, to their coping corner.
That's nice, coping corner. Wait, that needs to be a thing, actually. Go to your coping corner right now, mister.
Yeah, that's the same dude that I posted those screen caps in Golden Globies. Like he blocks me, and every couple days or so he unblocks me just to tell me I'm retarded, and blocks me again before I can respond.
Luke, yeah, I got him blocked after his little tirade during Ladies' Night, but I could unblock him, I guess, so I could see if he was saying anything, but he's probably not saying anything worthwhile. I mean, typing.
I'll tell you what, man, we got some good content today, that's for sure. The doublespeak he did to APOC and then just blatantly disregarded that he had doublespeak and then just said, I'm not lying, you're lying. Like, dude, you just need to relax at that point, man. Take a knee, everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, and the funny thing too, Luke, is you use tectonic plates. I believe that's what you said, and it's funny you should mention that because the etymology of it is literally they describe it from a flat, wide.
Yeah, he left the chat.
Oh shit! I'm not even paying attention. Building or construction, flat plane or plate. I think it's derived from a metal plate, but it's funny that they use tectonic plates because that in itself is a flat thing. So it's kind of ironic. I don't think they know that though.
Yeah, I know the Earth is globe because, well, reasons.
Got a Glober in chat who's also in voice but won't talk. He's kind of spiraling great right now. He's now admitted galaxies are flat.
Oh yeah, AEX. Yeah, oh yeah, he's in here. Yeah, speak up, AEX. We'd love to hear from you.
Flat galaxy guy.
There's a lot that's wrong. Okay, so you're saying that if a galaxy is flat, the Earth is flat.
No, I didn't hear anybody say that.
Well, no. If you look up and see a planet, then you live on a planet. I say we see a flat galaxy, then we live on a flat Earth. How's that?
Well, yeah, a flat galaxy is possible because there are centrifugal forces. But it doesn't mean that. Yeah, gases on their own can be scattered, so there is a flat wave distribution.
You say gases are flat, then?
Everything's flat.
What's the crazy background noise we're getting? Oh, it's John Luna.
If Earth spins, it's not flat per se. Earth isn't round perfectly like a sphere. That's a huge lie. Earth is oval in shape.
But Earth is not spinning, so that's
a spherical ellipsoid.
Yeah, Earth is not in motion.
Well, then that's not possible because the sun would be orbiting the Earth and every other planet.
What do you see the sun doing every day? You yourself, what do
Going
you
up
see?
and down.
Oh, it goes up and down like a yo-yo?
Yeah, well, not up and down in the sense of.
Yeah, what do you see doing? What do you see the sun doing in the sky?
Well, it rises on one side,
And
goes
then
to
what is
the
it?
highest point
And what is it doing
of
in
the sky
between
that's
rising?
visible to that continent. Then goes on the other side of the earth, which is
So you
curved.
see it. So you see the sun crossing the sky, moving across the sky, just like everyone else here does, right?
Yes.
Yep. So welcome to Flat Earth. The sun is moving across the sky above us. You're welcome. Snacks
Well,
are in the
actually,
back.
sir,
Yeah, it is moving, and no one's ever measured motion of Earth by any means, and you don't sense any motion. Neither does anyone else or
Well,
anyone else
there's
born.
when you say
geostationary satellites.
nobody, do you mean nobody here?
Nobody anywhere, no, nobody anywhere in all of human history has ever measured motion of Earth.
Do you know what, like, a minute is?
Well, how do we explain the multiple
You think
folds of
time
Earth
is? Do you think time means motion?
of space?
Well,
Over
time
and over.
is a distance. Yeah, speed over time is distance. Yeah, so motion is the.
Yeah, distance is different than time.
Yeah, they're just intertwined.
Yeah. So when was the distance over time measured that Earth was in motion?
Wait, okay, so the moon is flat.
I take that question seriously.
The other Glober's losing his mind. Only one of you can talk, so pick who it's going to be.
Yeah, Luke was interjecting. We were talking to AEX. So
And he just said he made a claim that the moon is flat.
No, fuck.
Yeah, we were not moving on yet from the motion of Earth. So when has anyone ever measured the motion of Earth? What means were used?
Satellites. Artificially made satellites.
Okay, so you're claiming now that satellites measured the motion of Earth. Walk us through step by step. How did satellites measure the motion of Earth? Go ahead.
So when you launch a rocket from Florida or whatever, it's already on a tilt, at least 24 degrees. You can go higher up and adjust towards the equator and perfectly find the distance where you are matching the speed of the Earth. So if the Earth wasn't moving, the satellite would immediately crash.
Wow, that's a neat story.
Yeah. That hasn't done anything to logically walk us through how a satellite, and then you switched to rockets. So you said satellites first. Let's stick with that. When and how?
So the satellite adjusts itself.
How do satellites measure motion of Earth? No, hold on. Stop obfuscating. How does satellites measure the motion of Earth? How are they doing that?
Well, via the direction it's spinning in or orbiting in.
Okay, you're begging the question with your orbiting. So you don't know, I guess. You're conceding that you don't know how satellites... You got any other ideas? How Earth was measured to be in motion?
Well, if not GPS, but otherwise there's no other method.
Does GPS measure motion of Earth?
Yes, well, it can in terms of which ways the satellite dishes are positioned, and especially how long it takes for the satellite itself to find that dish. But if the Earth was flat,
okay, great. So now we're on to GPS measuring motion of Earth. Walk us through step by step. How does GPS measure or detect the motion of Earth on the surface? Go ahead.
Well, it locks on to a point. It can be anyone, it can be anything, as long as it sends back a signal that the satellite can decode and read.
Okay, good. So that being said, how does all of that detect the motion of Earth's surface?
Well, you could. Well, that breaks a few things because the satellite is spinning in a direction opposite to the Earth.
How does that equate to motion of Earth's surface? Go ahead.
Well, you could look at the way clouds move.
Oh,
Clouds
so
don't
not
move.
satellites. What do clouds have to do with satellites measuring the motion of Earth? You're just tangling
Well,
yourself
if
up in a
Earth
web.
was frozen, clouds
It's
would stick in one spot, and there would be no wind. The sea would be as still as a tile floor, no movement.
okay. So you're digging a deeper and deeper hole. Let's first of all, you talked about satellites. Do you know how they locate satellites in the sky?
Well, no, because it's not even in your
No.
view
Well,
or direction.
I'll have a flat earther myself explain to you how satellites are detected to be in a certain location in the sky. They use elevation angles from the horizontal plane of mimicking the horizon. From the horizontal plane, they measure elevation angles. And you also mentioned GPS. Does GPS use latitude and longitude?
Yes, you got to use both because
Okay, great. So GPS uses latitudes. Do you know how they derived latitudes in the first place?
from
Take a
mapping
wild
out
guess.
the globe,
They did what?
mapped out the globe.
Wrong answer, not mapping out the globe. No. They got latitudes by measuring elevation angles to Polaris from the horizontal plane, just like we do when we're celestial navigating. You must have a straight line adjacent. The adjacent would be the line from the observer to the GP of the celestial body. The adjacent is the line or the angle next to the right angle. So you cannot have a curved adjacent when measuring elevation angles. This is how they got latitude. So your GPS is based on flat Earth measurements.
Yes, but if the Earth is flat, how come ships don't fall off and begin launching into the
Did
abyss of
anybody hear?
space? How
Did
come they don't
anybody hear?
magically float? And
Okay, so you have an idea of what flat Earth is that no one here thinks that there's an edge that boats can fall off of.
yes, okay. My question is, if the Earth is flat, how come when satellites and all are orbiting, they don't end up crashing straight up?
Why would they crash?
Because if you are to be orbiting and the planet is flat, you're gonna launch and then with the spacecraft, it will crash head into head.
Yeah, I mean, Sonny, you are being extremely patient with him. Yeah, he sounds like he's imagining the Earth as a flattened out globe,
Yeah,
but still keeping the heliocentric model.
it's okay. It's all right. Because he's just digging himself a deeper hole. He's got no explanation.
So
And
by flat
you
Earth,
have
you
no
mean the
measurement
shape
you have
of
no
the
measurement.
globe?
Hold on. You have no measurement of Earth's motion by any means. You basically conceded on all counts. You want to try again, or do you want to go with something else like Earth curvature?
Earth curvature.
Yeah, because if Earth is a ball or a sphere, it would require curvature on the surface, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so do you know when, where, and how Earth curvature was ever measured, and what method was used?
Well, celestial mapping and constellations in the sky.
Okay, I'm talking about the surface of Earth, and you went to maps and then to constellations. Do you see how that's doesn't make any sense? What about the
Well,
surface?
celestial mapping uses constellations. It's not out of.
Well, great. I'm glad you're using the sky for something I didn't ask for. So I'm asking you the surface of Earth measuring to be curved, not the sky. The surface of Earth. When was that measured to be curving?
It's
Okay, that was easy. Next. Oh, Lego jumped back in, of course, muted.
Oh, we can
That's how we
unmute him if you want, if somebody wants to engage him. Do you want to, Sunny?
I don't mind. Or if APOC is still, I guess he left too. I don't mind. I'll speak with him. If he wants to pick up the mantle for AEX that left abruptly.
Welcome back, Lego.
I'm muted. I'm out of jail.
Yeah, I had to mute John Luna because he was hot miking, but if anybody happens to notice that he's back later, make sure you unmute him.
Okay, so Lego, I have a question for you.
All right.
Do you know of, or have you ever heard of an actual practical demonstration of gas pressure existing without a container?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not that I can remember.
Okay, that's fine. So we have gas pressure here on Earth.
Yeah.
Constant gas pressure requires constant volume. In other words, it has to be a constant volume, which requires a physical barrier to contain gases in order for them to achieve pressure. It's actually in the definition of the word press. The gas needs to press against the surface of the walls of their container. In order to have gas pressure, you must have a container. So there's no outer spaces. They told us all. And I say told us all because I think a lot of Globers come in here thinking that we just all of a sudden appeared, that we were born flat earthers. That's not true. We were all Globers just like you. Until we got this we took a second look at the information that we were able to find about the globe Earth and go test it out in nature. It's such as curvature, but now we're in gas pressure. So since we have gas pressure on Earth, Earth is contained. Otherwise, the gas would fuck off into space. Entropy would occur. So what they told us about outer space cannot exist. It would violate natural law. So is Earth an open or closed system, Lego?
It's an open system.
It's an open system, then why do we have gas pressure here if it's an open system? next
I would
to a
say that
vacuum?
gravity.
Oh,
I would say because of gravity.
Okay,
Hey,
so
how's it going?
Okay, so which gravity are you talking about?
I would just point to Newtonian gravity, probably, which you'll say, "Oh, that's been outdated. It's replaced." But I would still just point to Newtonian gravity.
You just told us you didn't have it.
The mass of gas molecules does not
10
result in
newtons?
pressure.
Yeah, so tell us how Newtonian mass attracting mass creates or maintains gas pressure. Go ahead.
I don't think Newton explained it like that, did he?
No, actually,
You're the one-
Newton said
you're
that
the
gas molecules disperse against gravity. So he basically said in Principia that solids and liquids compress, but gases expand against gravity. So you're wrong.
So gravity is not a container for gases. The way gases behave is they're well-known laws. They're actually called axioms because they've never been violated in any way, shape, or form.
The Earth is a sphere. The Earth is a sphere.
Wait, Brooklyn, not right now, please. We got some academics.
Thanks for your chanting.
You're
Thanks for your chanting,
Thank you,
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
You're Brett.
Hold on, Brooklyn. Hold on. Quiet, Luke. Brooklyn, your religious chanting is noted. Thank you.
Oh, okay, that's not very nice.
Anyway, she came in here chanting religiously, the earth is a globe, the earth is a globe. Did she bring any facts with her?
I don't think it's a religion. The shape of the earth
it
isn't
is
a religion.
very nice. We've spoken with Brooklyn before. Relax.
I know. Yeah. So Luke.
Nice.
Lego. Gas pressure requires a container in all shapes or forms. In closed systems, you have constant volume. In an open system, you don't have constant volume or constant pressure, especially if Earth is...
Wait, so you're saying gravity doesn't exist?
No, I'm saying it doesn't have any effect on gases. We're on gases right now.
Oh, okay. Sure, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, we could go to how Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity doesn't exist later. We can go to that next. But we're still on how do you have gas pressure without a container? You said gas pressure wasn't, you said Earth is an open system, so that means materials can go in and out of the system. So entropy would occur. And if this gas pressure system that we have here on Earth is next to 10 to the negative 7 or 8 torr, or whatever it's supposed to be, what's keeping the gases from flying out into the available volume?
It can't be gravity because basic laws of physics, right? The gas laws, specifically Avogadro's law, demonstrates that gas molecules, when they pressurize, the pressurization is independent of mass. The mass-independent nature of gas pressure is described by them. So if the pressure is mass-independent, it can't be a result of mass attracting mass. Therefore, gravity. It can't be a result of gravity. So that means the pressurized air that we breathe is not the result of gravity at all. Yep, so try again, guys.
Wait, so you're saying like the air flow around the Earth isn't related to gravity?
100%. Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Oh,
like Avogadro says that. Boyle's law says that. Like all the gas laws say that.
Well, it's like the moon. Like it does have an effect on the Earth. So like,
no, well, that's NOAA doesn't say that either. Like the National Oceanographic and Aeronautical Agency, they say that the moon and the tides do not exactly correlate either. So nope, you're wrong there too.
Yeah, they used to call those people lunatics.
Yeah, people that think that the moon like defines that Earth is a globe, you might be a lunatic.
You know, it's so much easier to deal with this conversation when you're drunk, because you just don't have to care about what you say. Like,
oh yeah, like you can cope better when you're drunk with our proof. Gotcha.
Yeah, like I never drink. Like I drink like once every year. You know.
Oh yeah, do we drive you to drink? Is that the point? Like flat earthers make you drink more? I'm sorry about that. Like that's your coping mechanism is alcohol. Okay, great.
Oh, sorry. It's just so funny.
Yeah, so you're laughing at your own logical fallacy.
I've got tears in my eyes. I've got tears.
Yeah, that's good. That's
so
good.
funny.
Maybe that's a start. Well, so we know water. We know water on Earth in all situations. Water on Earth, still water.
Oh yeah, we were talking about wind.
I was in the middle of my sentence. So the top level of water is horizontal on Earth. Water takes the shape of its container, and the top surface is always level.
Wait, when you think of a surface, like what does a surface describe to you?
The top or upper level, that's what surface means.
Upper level of what?
Of a body, of a surface, like Earth's surface, the top surface of Earth.
The surface is the top of Earth. Okay.
It's the top level. Do you get that idea? So in other words, the surface of Earth, you have the land above the water. That's the surface. We know there's topography. We have mountains, valleys, rivers. But as the land goes underneath the ocean floor is no longer the surface of Earth. That's the seafloor. The surface is the top surface of the land above the water, then the surface of the waters. The top surface of the water.
Do you know what topology means as well?
I just explained it to you.
Well, you explained the surface, but I was asking about topology.
I explained to you topology. I said we have mountains, rivers, valleys.
That's geography. You're describing the geography of the Earth. I'm asking if you know what the subject of mathematics topology is.
Yeah, I know what that is. Do you know what thermodynamics is? So you have a thermodynamic boundary layer between surfaces at the molecular level. Do you know what that's like?
Possibly. I think I do.
Yeah, so do you know that there's no gravitational theory of molecular bonding? Bonding? You don't have any gravity theory of molecules bonding, dude.
Yeah, because the chemical bonds are stronger than the gravitational pull.
Yeah, you know how much stronger they claim it is? 40 orders of magnitude. Yeah, good luck measuring that.
Do you know how they got to that conclusion?
Yeah, so we were back on surface and topography.
Okay, but Sporadic E was saying he understood, but he didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I took geometry in college.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, carry on then. If he didn't hear the question,
so topology. How do they measure topology?
Excuse me.
Yeah. How do we measure topology?
How do you measure topology?
How is it measured? How is it measured? What's the reference or the baseline? Stop laughing.
It's like saying how do you measure measurements?
Listen, we measure. Listen, calm down. We measure using Cartesian space, and you think Earth is a globe, so it's not going to be conforming to Euclidean geometry. So when we measure Earth using angles everywhere and it's flat, you're claiming that it's not flat but curving in non-Euclidean space, and we want evidence of that.
Yep. Okay.
We do. We really do. We want evidence, dude. I know that's freaking hilarious.
Yeah, Elon Musk, the guy. Yeah, he's good evidence of space, all right?
Yeah, we're talking about.
So Elon Musk did it. Okay, dude. Yeah, go smoke your bong.
Luke is talking to a little girl, like a 9-year-old schoolgirl. So Luke, stop your little giggling. It's not helping your case any. Tell us, what is the baseline they use to measure topographical changes?
Like an XYZ graph, I guess. That's what sporadic.
Okay, so what is the baseline they're using?
What do you mean the baseline? The baseline is an XYZ graph of an origin of 0.
Yeah, what's the 0? Where do they start?
The 0 is the intersection of the axes lines.
Great. Okay, so what does the 0 represent in nature?
The origin.
What's the origin or the baseline in nature that they measure topographical changes, like changes in elevation? What are they measuring the changes in elevation from? In reality, not on your graph. In reality, what are they measuring topographical changes, elevation changes? What's the baseline?
What are we talking about? The geography of the Earth?
We're talking about reality of the topography of Earth, how the elevation changes are measured on Earth.
So you're talking about the surface of Earth, not the topography. Because when I topography,
so topography is not the surface. Topography is not the surface.
It's a map of the surface. Yeah.
Okay, you just said it wasn't the surface. Okay, so we're back to topography now.
The surface. The surface is one part of the shape.
I'm asking you specifically, when they're measuring topographical changes, like elevation changes on land, what are they using as a baseline in nature?
It's 2 words, Luke.
Oh, sea level?
Sea level. I'm glad you finally got there.
Oh my god, I'll get 100% on the test. Yay! All right, next question. Go.
I feel like I was listening to Password.
So what does sea level, what does level mean?
Well, the sea level isn't constant, is it?
Just stick with the topic. What does the word level mean? We're keeping it very simple here. Level. What does that mean?
It describes 2 things. You know that, right? Yep.
What thing? What things?
Well, like, didn't Jedi post what level means in your Discord? Have you read the glossary on the term?
I've read it before. I'm asking you specifically. I
read it too.
So I want you to tell me.
Do you want me to search it up and read it from your Discord?
No, I want you to just tell me what you think level means. Just right now, based on your current knowledge, it's not a gotcha or anything like that.
Well, level is a localized measurement, right? It's something's level.
What does the word mean?
It's relative.
What does level mean?
How local?
It's local based on what you're trying to measure as level.
Okay, I'm not going into the weeds. I'm not going into the weeds with you. I just want your definition of level based on your current knowledge.
Well, we're going to be here for quite a while.
You can't just tell me what you think level means.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
You want me to say the word flat, right?
No. Is that what level means?
If that's what you want me to say, yeah, level means flat. Are you happy now?
No, actually, let's just get specifically what level means.
Because you just ignored
Sonny.
Level is curved.
I need to double check what I just said, right? So
yeah, so you want to say level is curved so badly, and you can't do it because it's kind of dumb.
Why would I say that level is curved? That's dumb.
I don't know, but
level
because
is localized flatness. That's what level is.
You think Earth is curved? That's why
level is curved. But that would be so.
Okay, hold on. This is a cluster. Hold on a second.
Of level.
Luke, shut it for a second. Level actually means the definition is no part higher or lower than the next.
Okay.
So that means sea level is level. That means the top surface of water is level all the way across all oceans. Sea level, all sea levels are
that's
parallel.
not true.
Those sea levels are parallel to each and every one of them, or parallel to each other.
Yeah, I heard what you said. It's parallel. The level is parallel, like what you said, right? It's a localization, right, of a flatness, a level. But there's waves on the ocean, yeah?
Yeah, we know there's waves in the ocean.
And different areas of the ocean, different regions of the ocean have different energies stored in the sea. In the surface. Let's just talk about the surface. Let's just talk about the surface, right? Let's not get complicated with you guys. So just on the surface of the level, of the sea, there's a lot of energy. Right?
So the point here is that level is not curved.
Who said the word curved? You guys said the word curved.
Yeah, I've said it because in your paradigm, level would have to be curved.
No, it's a localization. When you if you level out the whole world to the same level, like
Everybody's flat. Welcome to flat Earth.
What about in a non-localized in the macro scale? Is level curved?
No, you just in a macro scale, you're going to localize it based on the measurement again.
Yeah, right? I just said in a non-local. So now we're going to a macro scale and a larger scale. Let's say 8,000 miles of open ocean.
Yeah, but when you're asking me these questions, what are you now measuring?
I'm asking you, is level curved?
It's level curved. No. What?
Okay, yeah. So Old Hoss said it. Welcome to flat Earth. Yeah. The water level, sea level, is the same as horizontal. Sea level and horizontal are the same.
Yes, but then just answer me about the surface of the water that is the sea. There's waves on the surface of the water that makes
it's not
different
curving.
Regions of the surface of the water have different elevations.
It's not curving though.
We don't see steps on the sea. There's no steps on the sea.
Yeah, mean sea level. Is that good for you? Welcome to flat Earth.
Oh wait, so mean sea level. Yeah, that's a scientifically accurate.
That's not ball sea level. That's not curved level. It's not sea curve.
No, it's mean though, isn't it? Yeah. So you take all the measurements and then you average it out. Yeah.
So you mentioned gravity before. So gravity is making the sea level. Correct. Yeah. So I'll even concede your gravity. So gravity is making all the water flat on top in every instance. So welcome to flat Earth. You just proved Earth was flat.
It doesn't make sense. You can't pose that gravity does the thing that you don't think it does, and then introduce me to a thing that
it doesn't matter.
You can't explain.
I could even give you gravity. It's making the water flat.
No, but you can't. When you contend against gravity, right? Saying all of your reasoning why you think it's. John, can you stop hallmarking, please? When you could, John Luna, you're hot micing, bro.
John Luna, stop hot micing.
It sounded like lightsabers. Yeah, dude, whatever you want to say, gravity, whatever, you've already acknowledged that water is flat at its surface.
No, you know what's making the water flat? It's not gravity. It's air pressure. If you remove the air pressure above all the oceans of Earth, the oceans would vaporize instantaneously.
Yeah, like why the water reasonably levels itself
I know.
out.
So you said Earth is an open system to a vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's silly. That's
the whole
crazy.
universe is technically an open system if you think about it.
Yeah, that's crazy, because if it was, you couldn't have air pressure holding the Earth's oceans down.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, it's like
I know. So even in you think it's the water. You think it's the ISS, right? Astronauts in the ISS have globs of water bobbling around in front of their faces, and you know it's containing the water, the air pressure, not gravity, dude.
Hydrogen.
Yeah.
What's oxygen?
Yeah.
Isn't a photon.
Yeah, so like Sporadic was saying, the proof of this is what happens to water, and if you introduce water, or if you have water.
Do you guys know what neurons are?
And then have a vacuum, evacuate all the air out. Until you have a vacuum, we know what happens to water. It vaporizes. So, water. Without
what does vaporization mean? What do you mean it vaporizes? What does that mean?
Turns into a gas. Turns into a gas.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Water turns
It
into
means
what?
the bonds
Turns into another state of matter.
listen,
gas.
listen, the bonds disassociate.
Is it so? What is it? Is it water vapor that it
Yeah,
vaporizes?
the bond between water disassociates, and the water molecules turn into independent molecules that are not bonded to each other.
So is it evaporation or is it vaporization?
Yeah, it's evaporation leads to vaporization, dude.
It'd be both. Both would happen.
Because of the energy increase.
You guys are too good.
Okay, so the question is, where's your gravity if we introduce water into a vacuum, or if you have water in the presence of a vacuum? Where did gravity? Why isn't gravity holding the water down? Turns into vapor.
I'll tell you why. Because gravity is 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the Coulomb that holds molecules together.
Yep, so once again, no gravity.
Okay, I want to talk about like Elon Musk going to Mars, but you guys want to talk about like Earth. So, am I in the wrong space? Get it?
You want to talk about CGI, them putting rovers on Mars?
I want to talk about
into a second law of thermodynamics violation
and plasma, and I want to talk about the states of matter and how temperature and pressure affect those.
All right, Arthur C. Clarke. Maybe it's a sci-fi writer's workshop. You fancy?
But you guys are stuck on gravity still, so it's like
Luke, you're a bit late. I was talking about plasma this morning, Luke. Gave a great lecture on it.
That's nice, right? So chemical reactions, right, don't abide by gravity. We're in agreement?
Yeah, we're beyond that. Gravity was just...
I agree. There is no gravitational model of molecular bonding. Not a single one.
Okay,
so
nice.
you don't have the convexity of an ocean bending in accordance to gravity.
Yeah, neither do the gas laws have any G in them. So gases are not affected by gravity. Molecular bonding is not affected by gravity. The level of water on Earth is not affected by gravity. It's affected by gas pressure, which requires a container.
I'll be back soon.
The antecedent of gas pressure is containment. I'm sure you understand that. So Earth is contained. Now, maybe we can move on to something else, like the physics of Earth itself. Once again, how about we look at curvature and what that would mean on the surface?
Yeah. For them to require gravity, they need a curvature so that gravity is pulling radially inward to a common origin around a spherical surface. They don't have that measurement. So we could give them gravity, 100%. We can say, listen, guys, Newtonian, Einsteinian gravity, whatever you like, we'll give it to you. Now prove that the surface is curving. They still can't do it.
Not only can they not do it, it's never been done by anyone.
Yeah, even when Luke, you're even saying locally flat and just clinging on to that. What's up with that, dude? Locally flat, bull. It's the PFP, bro.
Well, I think it's because he knows that if he goes to the macro scale of water on Earth, that he's going to have to say either it lies flat and horizontal all the way across the oceans, or that level is curved at some point.
Yeah, but when you said level is curved, he says, "What are you talking about? Who said that? I never."
I know. That's hilarious.
I love it. It's weird. Yeah, because an hour from now, that is what he'll say.
Yep. So gas pressure proves containment. So Earth is contained, flat, measurably so, and stationary, measurably so. Flat, stationary, and contained.
Well, the whole thing about him wanting to talk about Mars travel is telling. It's just they want to gloss over it. And here's the story that appeals to me. There's a fella named Elon Musk going to Pluto. I mean,
yeah, it's an escape hatch, an escape back into Santa Claus land. Like we were talking. Somebody was talking about Santa Claus. APOC was. It's like this going to this outer space fantasy realm is a way that they think they can escape back into Santa Claus 2.0.
Yeah, here's something I saw on TV I'd like you guys to agree with me on.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I guess this is Cogdis. I mean, I guess this is at its teetering point. He knows what's going on.
Am I coming through? No.
Yeah, you're here. Yeah. Loud and clear.
I just want to tell you guys, y'all just don't understand. That guy had good reasoning why there's no curvature, but there's curvature. Go ahead.
Yeah, he rationalized it away and begged us to agree with him. I mean, that's it.
You notice how they always try to go to the minutia when we're talking about sea level. Well, the water has waves. Like that's a way to get around it. No, it's not. Because the horizon is still a line. It's actually referred to in navigation as the line of the horizon. Not the curve of the horizon, the line of the horizon.
Isn't it weird, now that I think of it, I'm just, it blows my mind if someone could stand on a beach and imagine a beach 2 hours north or south from you and insist that beach is curved away from you. But I was just thinking about the waves, they come in, those aren't curved lines.
Exactly.
You see those things from aerial view, and they're, sets of waves, lines after lines. It's kind of majestic. It's mind blowing, and it's right there in front of them. They're not. I don't know. The whole insisting that there's the water. Okay, yeah, I agree with you guys. Water is locally flat, and then insisting that it's a globe. That's it. I mean, it's like Lego. You reach the end of the conversation.
What's like Lego?
The dead end of the conversation.
What was the dead end?
Well, it's the Cogdis. It's where your Cogdis kicks in. You're saying the same things that you're agreeing with reality, and then in your mind clicking back to the globe.
You ought to
so
be
there's no more conversation that can take place because it's going to be, believe me. Why don't you believe what I saw? There's a guy I saw a guy putting robots on Mars. You all know him. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Okay, I mean, you're the one doing that right now.
That's the end. Excuse me?
You're the one doing that right now.
No, I was running the parallels between Luke and you.
No, you're just asserting this parallel.
No,
just
remember
so you can
an hour ago, AB an hour ago told you, well, that's the end of the conversation. You had dug into like, nuh-uh. So where else do you go from there?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to engage with my position, I guess there's nowhere to go.
Well, no thanks. That sounds a little, you know what, but
That's fine.
Your
That's fine.
position.
You
okay.
don't
Do
have
you
to.
want to reset? Do you want to start over? Let's start over. Fresh
Your
start.
position is that your reason is that the Earth is a globe because you see something happening. So that's your reason. You see something happening, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Alpha, it sounds like
That's
you're
it.
in a Learjet, like a Gulfstream, dude.
Yeah.
You're a baller.
Ow.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah, he
understand
has
what he's
reasons
saying.
why he thinks the Earth is a globe. He says because of reasons we can reach a conclusion. That is Lego's premise. Because of reasons.
Yeah, that's the dead end. That's what I was speaking of. It just loops back on itself.
I can't really hear that
Because.
guy. I don't know what he was. What was the point he said you
seems
agreed
to
with?
have piqued your interest. Do you want to start over, Lego?
I've been
Yeah,
happy to
how about
talk the whole time. Yeah.
Guys, let's
Okay,
go with
good.
a measurement.
Welcome back.
Let's get a
Thank you
measurement
for
of the
having me
globe.
back.
Okay. Thank you, Lego. Can you produce a measurement of the globe?
I thought this guy was going to talk to me. Is he not?
Yeah, let's go.
I'm here, bro.
Measurements.
Okay, Okay, wait. There's two of y'all
That's where I
talking,
was going to
so
start
I was
as well.
wanting to talk to the guy. Okay, well, I wanted to talk to you about it. We can talk about it, but I'd rather speak to just one
Okay,
person
give
at
us
a
your
time.
best globe proofsies.
Measurements.
Again, I'd like to talk to one person at a time.
Yep. So Old Haas wants a measurement.
Okay, do you see how you're not Old Haas though, and you're still
I
talking?
know, but listen, Old
I
Haas
want
and I
you to
go back like 5
substantiate the
years.
globe
Okay.
in reality. Just
Okay,
it's
as
the
soon
same
as I'm
thing
talking
everyone's
to
been
only
wanting for
one
the last
person at a
decade,
time.
bro. Don't play stupid.
Okay, that's nice. As soon as I'm talking to one person at a time, I'd be happy to have a conversation with you.
Well, every time you talk to one person, you ask to talk to the other person. We're not Abbott and
No,
Costello.
I'm not
That's two.
asking
You're
to
making
talk
a
to another
trio. Who's
person.
on
I'm
first?
trying to talk to
Okay,
you,
Lego,
and this other
hush.
guy keeps
Lego, hush. Old Haas.
interjecting. So,
Old Haas, ask for a
all
measurement,
right,
please.
this is wild. You're not Old Haas. Can I just talk to Old Haas,
Okay,
please?
yeah, Old Haas, why don't you ask for a measurement?
Buddy.
Old Horse, are you here,
Can you
man?
just let him talk for himself?
Yeah, give
I
us
don't think he needs
measurement
you to
of
hold his
Earth.
hand.
Yeah, give us Earth's surface curvature, bro.
I don't have
Same
that
thing we've
curvature.
always wanted.
What, like on a plate?
Same as
or-
it always was.
Lego, you're not in charge of this conversation. You're truly
I'm not trying to be, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
are.
trying to be,
Yeah.
buddy.
How
Yeah,
does
you
it
are.
make? How does it make sense that you guys want evidence, but when we
Here
try to
we
present,
go, dude. This is amazing. The two guys that petered out are going to talk at the same time again.
Buddy, I'm trying to talk to you, Old Hoss. I can't help that other people keep talking.
we're interested, and it's compassionate. It's passionate, right? It's passion.
Are you able to just have a civil discussion with me, Old Hoss?
Oh, dude, wars are civil, are they not?
I just want the measurement of Earth curvature. Next
Yeah,
person.
what about the globe has its hooks on you, bro?
Well, the reality of it.
No, not you, Luke.
Oh, sorry, that was for Lego.
What
Lego,
about,
what about the globe?
Substantiate this globe to us, dude. Do you have Earth's surface curvature or not? Or is it just
All right.
stories?
I thought we were resetting. You're already getting hostile again.
Whoa.
I guess we'll have to. I can come back later when you calm
Okay,
down.
Luke, it sounds like Luke's ready to go again, so that's fine.
No, I'm sorry, Lego.
All right.
Wait,
Yeah, all he has is objective reason.
wait, Lego. Let me try. What's your point? Maybe I can.
Someone
address
start
it.
for the love of God.
What did you ask me, Luke?
What was your point? Like maybe I could address it for the room.
My point earlier?
Yeah, Old Hoss. You wanted to speak to Old Hoss about something.
Well, yeah, we never got to really start, so I haven't made any points in the past few minutes.
Oh, no worries. Okay, Old Hoss, it's back to you then, I guess.
Yeah, he asked for a measurement of Earth curvature. 3 of us now have tried to point it out.
Yeah, why don't you ask him, Luke? Maybe he'll listen to you.
I was trying to listen to you, Old Hoss. I can't help that so many people keep interrupting.
Oh, for God's sake.
You heard me.
Now we got this guy running a grinder.
You heard
joining in.
AV too, even though he's in the
They got this routine.
I can't hear anything he's saying because the moment he talks, I have to drop the volume because he has this screaming motor in the background or something, or grinder or something.
That's a gravity motor.
Matt's times he's spoken, he could have given us that measurement of Earth curvature.
Wait, so
you don't accept the general measurement. So I don't. Why would I just tell you the same measurement you don't accept?
General measurement, no, it's the number. That's a general number given. That's not a measurement. If that number was measured, then we'd like the measurement of that number. Just don't give me the number.
What unit? What unit do you guys want it in?
Feet, miles,
liters would be good.
Hell. Kilometers, meters.
You can't.
Yeah, anything but wishful thinking.
Wait, you want the curvature.
So just so you know, like NASA uses Mia Khalifas and elephants and platypi and otters.
I don't work for NASA. Okay,
don't forget giraffes.
Maybe I should. I don't know.
Playing coy or just dipshits and dumb? Which one?
Coy.
You choose.
Coy.
Yeah, coy.
Oi, no coy.
Yeah, I suggest that neither one of you know the difference between a calculation and a measurement.
Who, me?
Yep.
Well, 1 + 1 is 2, but 1 is a measurement.
This is a...
No.
This is a false start.
I think that made sense.
Yeah, it's retarded. No wonder it makes sense to you.
1 centimeter would have been a measurement. 1 by itself is just an
centimeters
integer.
a unit, sir.
Yeah, so measurement, what do we measure in? Units?
No, we measure in distance. And we
of units, like miles or feet. Units of measure.
And we represent that distance in a measurement.
Units of measure.
in a
you just said 1. That's the measure.
Value.
1 centimeter, 1 inch, 1 mile, 1 foot.
I know you can speak quick, but just because you speak quick doesn't mean you're saying the right stuff. Okay?
I was saying the right stuff. If you'd have listened, you'd have understood. Just saying 1 without any unit of measure isn't a measure.
100 meters, or are you saying 100?
Oh, as long as you had the meters or the foot to describe it as a unit of measure, that'd be great. But just saying 1 isn't a measure. 5th time.
Damn. Okay, next.
Cool. So has anyone got a measurement of the Earth curvature?
What unit do you want it in?
Whichever unit you've got.
Well,
give me 2 points on the Earth, and I'll tell you the measurement of the curvature between them.
No, I don't want you to.
No, but I'm going to divide.
On your model, show us how much there should be. I want you to go out into reality and show it. Why are you talking? Don't understand.
You're asking me to present facts to you.
No, what you're going to do is you ask for 2 points on the Earth. Okay, Sydney and Japan. What you're going to do is you're going to go to your computer and it's going to tell you how much Earth curvature there should be according to the model between these 2 places. Okay, you can give the claim. We want the measurement of the claim. We want the land surveyed. I had more respect for you the other day. It looks like you've gone downhill.
Can't do it, Jedi.
Do you know what? I asked Google Maps from Sydney to Japan, and they said that they can't give directions. That's really weird.
Why would you be doing this false errand, though?
Well, because I was trying to pick a location, but Japan is a really big place. It's not just a singular point.
Well, let's go. I'll tell you what. Let's go from Dover to Calais.
It's not even a singular place.
Dickhead. Let's go from Dover to Calais.
Yeah, where in Dover to where in Calais?
Dover Harbour, Calais Harbour. Are you stupid?
You can see, it's only 14 miles.
No, I just want you to tell me how much curvature's been measured, not should be according to when you click on your computer. Measured. I accuse you of going on a false errand in the first place, yet you're still doing it. Are you wasting our time? Are you trying to act smart? What's happening? And stop being a prick.
I'm just... How am I
being a prick? Yeah, you are being a prick.
How am I being a prick?
Because I don't want the given value according to the globe model. I want the actual measured physical curvature. So you're on a false errand at the moment, aren't you? You've tried to point this out to you 3 times.
Do you live in Dover?
Yeah, give us the damn thing that we asked Lego for.
I'll tell you what, on Google Earth, you can get the elevation profile and tell us what it says.
Pardon? I'm asking a question, right? And you guys,
when did you turn into a wanker?
Around it, right? If you guys,
when he was born,
did you turn into a wanker?
We need 2 points on the surface. I'm asking for 2 points. You're giving me 2 fucking huge points, right? Not even like, what measuring standard are you using to define the point?
Points aren't measured. They're abstract. They have no height, width, or depth.
It's not what I said.
To be fair, I believe he said the distance between 2 points.
Yeah, so we use Cartesian space, XYZ.
Yeah, I know that. I already said.
Why is he getting Jedi to define what points are if he doesn't understand what's required?
No, that's the graph.
I don't get that part of it.
That's the coordinate system, right? That gives us a way to measure between, like, the points.
Yeah, we measure them with Cartesian points in XYZ space. And guess what? Curvature does not show up.
Broddick, I know you're trying to, like, depthen the definition for everyone in the room, but you're not answering the question.
I'm not. Listen, you have a one point to another point, and you can measure the points.
Yeah, like
and the length between them using a straight line.
Degrees, and we can work out the curvature of these 2 spaces.
Great, so do that for us. Show us the curvature between them. Show us the curvature, dude.
What do you mean, show you the curvature? Every time I try to do that, you guys mute me and tell me that I don't have evidence. Right, so when I try to do the experiment live with you, you don't understand what the experiment even is.
Do it off the pot.
Now is your time. Now do it. Now is your time, Luke. You can do it.
East to Force or something.
Yeah, you guys are lost.
Not lost, dude. We're asking you to provide evidence for the claim that the Earth has curvature. You're asking us what 2 points. At the moment, mate, I don't mind if you want to select, or you can go find something in the annals of history where the measurement of the curvature of Earth has been taken by 2 points or between 2 points.
In history, I can just look at the tools of today. Who bought you a computer? Did you buy it yourself?
I don't care. I'm trying to give you the opportunity.
Who allowed you?
I'm trying to give you the opportunity to provide whatever evidence you think satisfies.
You are sitting here.
Are you a dickhead?
Brett, I'm a dickhead.
Are you a dickhead?
Yes,
talking through me then.
Luke, you just said you can eyeball it.
You guys
eyeballing the curvature work for NASA? Did eyeballing the curvature work for NASA to deploy satellites and spaceships and everything? Did they just eyeball it like you said that they do?
You don't even know. Like, when I ask,
I do know. I know more than you about this, Luke. I'm sorry.
Cartesian coordinate system, right?
Luke, I know what a Cartesian coordinate system is. You don't.
Right?
You think a Cartesian coordinate system supplies the curvature measurements.
Measurement system. It's not that difficult, guys. You can just make up any 2 random points.
And do it. Show us. If it's so easy, show us right now. We've been looking forever. Luke, present it to us. It's so easy.
You guys haven't. You just haven't tried hard enough.
Looked. Okay, so show us, Luke.
In life at all.
It's so easy, Luke. Do it, Luke. Come on, Luke. You can do it. Show us, and we shut down this channel. We shut down our server. Listen, Luke, I'll issue a public apology to the world, and I'll say I was wrong. Go for it, Luke. Do it, Luke.
Come on, Luke. Enough of the tap dancing, bro.
Bro, you're referring to it's like Cartesian coordinate systems, right? You're referring to 400-year-old science.
Yeah.
This isn't science.
You're fucking retarded.
Go for it,
This
Luke.
isn't science.
Christ. Jesus
This isn't
Christ.
science, you fucking fool.
Obviously, what you're saying isn't science, right? Because you have no concept.
Trying to measure the land.
You're just saying random words and hoping that some of it.
Trying to measure.
No, I'm still here, sporadic.
And shut up.
I'm gone.
Show
Shut
us,
up.
Luke.
You guys just
think trying to measure the land is 400-year-old science.
You're right. Okay, that's just not how reality works.
You think we're going to be doing science to measure an object?
There's a thing called Rocco's basilisk, right?
Why are you not addressing what I said, you prick?
There's an abstract thought experiment that proves the Earth is a globe, Jedi.
Exterminated, right? You would be gone from this planet, right? No one wants you here.
You haven't proven that yet, you dick.
You here, okay?
I think you should mute yourself and leave the conversation if you're not going to take part in it.
Yeah, I was right. Doesn't know what a measurement is. He avoided it every time. So did Lego.
Sonny, I know what a fucking measurement
You know when you say the word wanker in the UK, I think he's the definition of that, Jedi.
Yeah, he became a wanker about 3 days ago.
You're right. It doesn't mean that you're right.
Shut up.
You can berate me any way you want. It doesn't change the fact, the 400-year-old
want you to leave the conversation
in order to try to derail some acknowledgement of reality.
No one's berating you. We're exposing your roots. You're lost in the thought, bro.
Of scientific spirituality.
What the fuck is he talking about? Scientific spirituality.
Another non sequitur, man. Like one after another.
No, scientific spirituality. Well, hold on a minute. Wait.
You don't,
Why?
You don't know how.
Sounds like a Talking Heads album.
Okay, let's go back, right? Let's go back.
Talking.
Between Dover and Calais.
Just stop talking.
What points am I measuring between Dover and Calais?
Just stop talking.
No, Jedi. What points am I measuring between Dover and Calais?
Those are 2 points, you pillock.
No,
you can choose any. You can choose.
You can choose. They're not points on a fucking graph system.
Hello.
Jedi, you don't need to shout,
fucking
man.
Wanker, shut up.
You obviously don't live with people, right?
Excuse me, I do live with fucking people. What the fuck?
Well, the people you live around must think you're
right, you can just leave the conversation, dude. Fuck off.
No, you're losing it, Luke.
That you beat your children.
Okay? You are losing it, bro.
Anything I say.
Just get him out of the chat.
It's gross. You're gross.
Yep. Get him out of the chat.
Gross.
Get him out.
Flame out.
Get him out, guys. You can't discuss about science.
No, flame out.
You guys are fucking
Byron. Just a little recap. We asked Luke for a measurement, and this is what it ended up.
Yeah, we were talking to Lego, and Luke butted in.
I had respect for the other day.
No, he's broken now. Broken toy.
He just accused me of beating my children. You will not take part in the conversation in this channel again. Fuck off.
Back to you, Lego. Try and keep it together. PFP Outer Space lost it.
We can keep that guy on a permaban list if you want, Jedi.
Yeah, definitely.
There's got to be someone better than this tag team duo.
Yeah,
Luke
that was
Chalet's here.
pretty terrible.
I'm afraid not, old house.
Who is Volk Chalet? It's kind of a sophisticated sounding name.
Looking for victims, huh?
Victims?
Yeah, welcome to the fray. Whoa, is that a threat?
It's like looking for victims, huh? Like, what?
It says
welcome,
pugilist,
Chalet.
says pugilist gladiator.
Yeah, take that as a yes.
He's a fencer.
Whatever that is.
Just looking for measurements of curvature, if you have any.
Car? Volkswagen,
I made sure that the chute was blowing away from your truck.
Measurement of Earth curvature.
It only blows to the left. No, it burns more gas.
John, you're on micing. John
Yeah, I
Luna,
thought he was
you're on mic.
golfing there for a second. He's still mowing the lawn.
I just wrapped up, my bad.
Volkswagen, do you have a measurement of curvature for us?
Nope.
Okay, that's an honest answer. Does one exist?
Don't know.
I'll take your silence as a concession. Thank you
Yeah,
very
I
much.
like Volkswagen. They're thoughtful. That was good. Hey, Volkswagen, I heard earlier today that people get booted out of chat rooms and end up in another chat room. Are you one of them?
I guess. Try it and see what happens.
So how did you stumble in here, or were you booted in? Yeah, I heard that earlier, AB. What's that? Yeah, you were thinking the same thing. Well, now that I know that, that kind of changed. That explains a lot. Now that I've heard that.
That's different, right? Like,
is that true? I wonder if that's true or.
Yeah, it is. It is. They did it. They're doing it so they can keep voice activity up without having the person like just leave the server. Because
it's actually not a bad idea, because then it's just not only trolls funneling in. It's just people like Volkswagen who doesn't even know how. Do you know where you are, Volkswagen?
Flat Earth room.
Welcome.
Were you here by choice? Did you just jump in here, or were you put here by the bot?
I think he said he got dropped in.
That's not what I said. I don't know why you're saying that.
Okay. Oh, chill, bro.
Yeah, he's already on the defense. He's like,
just asking. I misheard you, I guess, as the kids say.
Who the fuck said I was dropped in here?
Was it you, old Haas?
Yeah, it was me. I blew it. So, Volkswagen, are you still like in Globe World?
I don't know what that means.
Do you think you live on a ball?
No, I don't think I live on a ball. No.
Well, how would you categorize it? Like an oblate spheroid?
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Well, I guess that's a good answer. I don't know. I don't know either what it is.
You lean towards thinking that the planet that you're on is some sort of sphere.
Well, now that's a presupposing that Earth is a planet. That complicates things.
Okay.
Seems like you two disagree.
Same thing minus the word planet.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. There's no way for me to know.
What do you mean there's no way for you to know?
There's no way for me to know.
Well, they say the Earth's curving. Correct?
Okay.
But yet, when you look to water in reality, there's no curvature on the surface. I mean, have you experienced water in a container curved at its surface?
No.
See, that's the thing. It was right under our nose the whole time. That wasn't even controversial prior to this whole flat Earth conundrum debate, whatever they want to call it. Yeah, but they say the Earth is basically a water ball covered at its surface, 70% plus water.
Okay.
That's not the water that we experience.
The water that we experience, okay.
Yeah, the flat and level water at its surface. So there it is. It's over.
I guess it's over.
If I buy an island, am I allowed to make up the laws that decide what happened on that island?
I think it depends on where it is. I mean, at 35 miles off of U.S. is international waters, but who knows?
That gives me some ideas.
If I bought an island somewhere and I was the one, that you had to have certain requirements, I would make sure you were not allowed if you didn't know what a measurement was.
I would name it Hyperborea and then let people find it on their own.
Yeah, that's a pirate. Yeah, you can make a flag, but your flag sounds a little weird.
I would be like, you got to be over 7 feet tall to live on this island.
You can ask Varg if he considers the Earth as a globe. How about Varg? Do you think the Earth's a globe? Varg?
I do not. I do not believe the Earth is a globe.
Another flat earther.
Yeah, Sonny still has to go get the snack, so I don't know. He'll be back in a minute.
There's too much refutable evidence that contradicts the globe theory.
Okay. Yeah, we challenge those guys who come in here and they claim that the Earth is a globe, but there's no evidence of that.
There was
it's a myth. It's a fairy tale.
There was a group of people here last night that were claiming the Earth was hollow.
Really? I wasn't here for that.
Yeah. They said that there's like a miniature sun in the center of the Earth, and and everyone that lives down there is like unaffected by disease or like death or anything. I'm like, oh yes, makes perfect sense.
Hey-o.
Concave Earth.
That sounds like hell.
Perfect sense, yeah.
Yeah, sounds like science fiction.
I don't know if they were trolling me or not, but they sounded very
If a sun is in the center of the Earth, is the Earth curving? Can you provide the measurement?
Oh, I'm not one of them. I was just listening to what they were saying.
Yeah, you thought that made sense. You're stupid.
No. I didn't think it made sense. I'm saying they were backing up their argument with like things that made sense. I'm not saying.
Well, they were trolling someone. If maybe you by proxy, but yeah, they were definitely trolling.
Yeah, like you're the mark, dude. Like you thought that made sense. And that was freaking stupid because they have to provide a measurement. You played yourself, dude. Troll.
What?
Yeah, you played yourself. You're a troll. Thanks.
How am I a troll?
Earth might be a freaking hollow Earth and the sun in the middle of it. Guys, let me put my brain in a microwave.
Come on, Varg.
I'm just telling.
Varg, where did you come from? Are you one of these people that was kicked out of another room? Now I feel like I have to ask everyone, were you removed from another room and now have entered this chat and maybe you're not sure where you've landed? I mean, what's going on, Varg? Never seen you before, bro.
I've been in here before.
Welcome. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, there's caves and caverns. They have a mammoth cave in Kentucky if you're into that kind of stuff. Who knows? I mean, maybe there's lots of stuff underground, but what the hell? I mean, that almost sounds like a concave earther who had remained on a ball.
I don't believe what they believe.
Yeah. I get it.
yeah, when you say mammoth cave, are you saying like a very large cave or a cave that they found?
No,
mammoth
proper noun, mammoth cave.
Okay.
Yeah, proper, but it describes, and there's probably bigger caves. I'm talking about a national park in the United States.
It would have been better if he said big old cave.
Big old.
Yeah, it's in Mammoth Caves, like Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there like maybe 30 years ago because I'm an old dude.
We were probably in the same tour. That's when I was there.
Yeah, dude. Yep. There's a motel outside with a great pool. We're hanging out there. Yeah, where was that? Yeah, Mammoth Caves, man. Yep.
Yeah.
How does that relate to a flat Earth?
Well, no, I was just talking about stuff that's underground.
We got Roar Gothor just jumped in the chat, and he might have got kicked out from another room. I'm sorry, that's a theme now. That's a theme now that they pulled at me and Haas. We have in the back of our minds that every time we see somebody pop in here, we don't know if they just got removed from another chat and just put in here randomly. Because the guy was saying that the moderators of the server are doing that. So
I got I got banned for like a week last week for just like.
Only room I've ever been banned from was
welcome
the
back.
Black People room. I said some not nice words.
all right, but Roar Gothor, he does have some clear evidence that the Earth is a globe. So we'd like to hear that. Go ahead, Roar.
Why you gotta put me on the spot like that?
Oh, it wasn't you. You're not the guy. Okay, my bad.
I mean, I could, but it's just gonna take some googling to like. I don't know, man. I'm just.
No, Gothor's been there before.
Yeah, I've been there before.
They're able to sort of keep it together. Like, no one's been able to keep it together today, Roar Gothor. Maybe he'll be the first.
It's Roar.
He's gonna break the chain.
Roar Gothor. Keep it together, bro.
I'm keeping it together, bro. It's Sunday, man. I'm keeping everything together today. Oh my God, it's so bad.
Nice.
All right, moving on smartly.
I don't know what's happening.
All right. So
have you been ejected from another chat and introduced?
I have not, as I said.
Okay, welcome.
As I said, the last room I was kicked out of was a week ago. It was the Black People room.
Black People room? What?
Continue.
The Black.
No. All right, Roar. Do you have it all pulled up now? You got your screens up.
Here we go.
Google fingers working away.
What do you want to know?
Well, I mean, has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Of course.
I'm pretty sure they have.
What the fuck is going on?
I think
Sounds great. Go ahead.
You're about to get muted. That's what's going on.
Let's define they, right?
Say again.
Let's define they. When you
Them.
say they, when you say them and they, who is that?
The powers that be.
Yeah.
The who's in Whoville.
Can we put names on that? Can we identify those individuals?
Them. The ones you ask about. The ones you know exist.
Okay.
Yeah, so whoever it was who determined that the Earth's surface was measured to have a curvature, Joe Coffey. Yeah, that guy.
I don't know if that's a thing, but
well, I mean, who do you think it is?
I don't even know, dude.
Them.
Then, I mean,
I'm here as a student. I'm not here as a teacher.
Well, who do you think that they is?
Oh, that's a broad question, brother. Let's
broad.
You just asked me. We gave you 30 answers in the span of 45 seconds. So,
well, the answer is I don't know, man. They.
Okay.
It's all else but you, right?
Well, all the textbooks have a page in the very front that says who printed it.
Yeah. Man.
Okay. Has anyone? Not they. Has anyone measured it?
Well, let's look. Let's see what has been proposed here.
Go for it, man.
But by whom?
You know, they.
Jesus. Yeah, go ahead. Google away, Roar.
This freaking AI thing is so bad.
It owns you.
Well,
it's gonna own all of us, dude, real soon.
Speak for yourself, bro. I still have books that smell like mildew.
Oh, that excellent. I love that smell, actually.
He actually still has the library card.
All right. So here, the AI overview. The first to accurately measure the Earth's size was, oh my god, I can't even say
Eratosthenes.
Oh my gosh, why does this keep coming up?
Eratosthenes.
Every mathematics department, every astronomy department on Earth says that's not true because of his assumptions.
Astronomer, mathematician, and geographer. He estimated the Earth's circumference to be within 4% of modern measurement. What the fuck is that?
I don't know, man. What do you think it is?
I don't know.
Yeah, we want the modern measurement.
No, hold on a minute, Sonny. He doesn't even know what that means.
I don't even know if
he
that's
can't go.
I don't think anybody can really know that, right?
There you go.
We can do
math.
math. At least we can do math, but like, does that actually work, right?
Well, I mean, how does it comport? Is what you're trying to say, right? Like, how do you know?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's like, does the process match the logic?
Yeah, like where do they like?
Yeah, it's not logical.
Where is the standard set, right? Like,
this guy at least has a little bit of semblance of, kind of logic, competence, consistent. So at least we give him that. I mean, I don't know how it's going to divulge later, but it's just, from what we can tell now, he seems to be on a pretty good path. So I don't know where we're gonna.
Yeah, he's a good
dude, brother. I'm not a dogmatic person at all. But I can say that it makes sense that all the things that we look up and see in the sky look round. So why wouldn't be us the same?
Uh-oh. That's where the logic fails.
It doesn't.
Yeah, who's the they that told you that?
All right, so here's the thing. Like, therein
lies the answer to your original question. Who's the they that gave you that idea?
My senses, I guess. Is they my senses?
What?
My vision.
What part of your senses, other than wishful thinking and believing of someone else's story, did that come from, bro?
I got no wishful thinking, brother.
Okay, so your senses, what part of your senses told you you're living on a ball?
Vision.
What did you see, sir? Is it in the room with you right now?
Well, no, my room is very.
What did you see?
Oh, looking up to the sky, seeing the moon.
Oh, looking up.
And then we've got
La La Land
telescope.
Yeah, dude, you're
but you're using
you're lost in this idea of just appealing to the story, bro.
What you're saying is we shouldn't trust instruments?
No, listen, dude. You're using a telescope to look. You look outside of the Earth. You're not looking at the Earth. The question was the Earth, not the things in the sky. So you can't. The telescope's not going to help you to define what the Earth is.
That wouldn't be sensing the Earth as a ball.
Yeah, he was telling you from your senses are you saying that the Earth, the thing you're standing on, is a ball? And you said telescopes looking up. Like, you went opposite direction.
So the reasoning behind that is, why would we be different on this planet?
Bro, once again, what from your senses tells you that you live on a ball? That's what he's asking. And you're going to have to give it
the origins of those reasonings are not yourself.
Oh, for sure. But
okay, so let's stick to your senses that you're hyping.
I guess we're using.
I guess you were hyping your wishful thinking as your senses.
That's not wishful. I don't wish for anything.
Okay, what did you sense?
Why
what did you sense, bro?
What I sense? I sense like
Yeah, what did you sense in reality that makes you realize you're on a ball, spinning, hurtling through space?
pattern recognition.
Huh?
In the sky.
Pattern.
Yeah, you're starting to sound like a stationary earther.
What?
Pattern recognition is telling you that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, the neighbor on each side of me owns a Tesla. Therefore, I own a Tesla.
Do you?
No.
Okay,
sure?
make the connection. Make the connection how pattern recognition shows that the Earth is a globe.
All right, let's see here. How can I make this logical link here? Oh man, I think I don't
Good
think
question.
He's like, I don't have a mental gymnastic for this guy.
I don't.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, no. You got me there. How? Okay.
No, I didn't get you there, man. You got yourself there.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. So I don't think. All right. So if I were to just there's a level of trust that you put into.
There we go. That's what we're talking about. Now that's the money right there. That's what we've been getting at.
Yeah,
man.
the faith. Right?
That's
faith.
all we want. Yeah. Well, yeah. See, that's the thing, though. Roar, whatever your name is. The thing is, you Rorgathor. Yeah. So if you're gonna say anything, if you're gonna say anything, then you're gonna say that you trust whoever's telling you that it is what it is, and that's about all she wrote, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. There's a lot of systems, there's a lot of things that we have in our lives that have benefited from that model.
Yeah, dude, you were hyping your senses. You were hyping your senses.
Yeah, but that's also pragmatic.
What else you
Listen,
gonna
dude. No, Roar, you're giving us this pragmatic fallacy right now. You're saying because it works, then therefore whatever technology we have, the thing's working, so it must be a globe. What if your premise is not a globe? What if it's flat? So your premise might not be what you think it is based on.
Well, if it's flat, then we wouldn't be able to do stuff that we can.
Stop the count.
Hold on a second. I'd like for you to go ahead and give me one instance where the globe is used for anything and that model. Give me one instance. Nope. Navigation's done on a horizontal flat plane. Next.
Wait, what? No, back up. Explain that a little bit.
All navigation, even we got the data from the black boxes on the planes, okay? So celestial navigation, rum lines, all that stuff, all the navigation across the Earth is done using and measuring the Earth as flat.
I don't think that's true, but I'm gonna have to look at.
Okay, well then.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to look that up.
You might be right about that. You might.
It's true because angles, you've got azimuthal headings, those are flat angles along the surface. If you have elevation angles, those are flat angles from the horizon on up. So these are great. They're nice. They're Cartesian. They're flat.
Okay, so all right. Let us propose that the Earth is flat. I'm going to accept that your claim is true. Why do we have?
Welcome to reality.
Okay, so what's under the Earth then?
Your mom.
Next question.
Got him.
What do you mean under the Earth?
Well, it's not a
Why do people always ask that?
core if we only been less than 8 miles. It's not a molten iron core if we only been less than 8 miles.
So you say 8 miles is the thickness?
No.
Of the so we're on a disc, right?
No.
Oh hell no.
No, not on a disc. Keep asking your questions.
What is it then?
Don't know.
You don't know.
No,
So
we don't.
The surface is measured
Why are we
I'm going to talk a little bit now. So we don't make a claim to shape. Bear that in mind when you say that we think the Earth's a disc. Right? We don't make a claim to shape.
So we don't need to. Oh,
You're being so loud that I can hear you.
You said you're being too loud, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh shit! Yeah, you need to quiet down, bud.
And a little bit on the foots.
What do you mean?
Just
You're
freaked out too loudly. Like just like okay, so like
Yeah,
20% less on this here.
Guys, we agree with you. He needs to lower his volume down. We agree with you. Just to say, we agree.
I shouldn't be able to hear you either, so shut the fuck up.
This is the
My wife is
that's
working
Brooklyn.
on a rad project. She's painting.
Yeah, we get it. We're in a stationary existence. We're not hurtling through space. That's where you are. Tell everyone that's complaining about you.
Wifey just told me off.
We're just letting your husband know the Earth.
I mean, dude, are you married?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, then you fucking.
I know where you're coming from.
All right. Anyway, so my wife is all fucking awesome. I love her. Anyway, so if we were to propose that we are on a bleh, that's exactly what you're saying. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it because we don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what we're saying, so you don't get it wrong. We're saying
you're geologically agnostic. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm telling you what we're saying. So we're saying the Earth is measured as a horizontal stationary plane.
Okay, and that might be true. I don't know, but I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's what we measure.
So the basic, like, I don't know, like for a long time, humans just like operated, existing on this plane, I guess, unless you have mountains and stuff. But like,
well, even the Wright brothers found a prairie.
We have mountains.
So you guys don't think that Elon is doing the work that he says he's doing then?
No. What, like sending his Tesla car into the vacuum of space? No.
Yeah, like Nathan Fillion was in Firefly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
Fair point. But at which do you most can't the least?
Only Neil deGrasse Tyson says that.
What? Who? No, I asked you a question. At which do you most can't the least?
No, don't. It's not Riddle Sundays.
This is Riddle Sunday. You actually
no, it isn't.
Signed up for this. Yes.
If it isn't Riddle Sunday, how could it be? Answer me that.
Yes.
You've done this riddle before.
I have.
And it fell flat.
Does it?
Hickory dickory dock.
The mouse ran up the clock.
No, Dice Clay, bro.
Who the fuck that is? But anyway, so the bottom line is we all fucking don't know because we haven't experienced anything, right? We've only experienced walk around.
All right, Peter Fonda, everyone.
Okay, so the Earth which we experienced is measured horizontal, vertical, elevation, and depth from horizontal. That horizontal mean, just to be clear, so again, you don't ramble on, just to be clear, that horizontal 0 point references mean sea level. You know, like water. We all understand that water.
You know, that's like that doesn't
average.
happen. Yeah, it's an average.
What?
Yeah, because
it's an average.
Sea level is kind of constantly in flux, right?
Yeah, it's rising and lowering from level. The level rises and lowers.
Well, mean sea level. Does that comfort you? We offered it to the last guy, and it seemed to comfort him. Mean sea level. You happy?
For me, but like, hey, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it's the horizontal reference datum that all elevation is depth is taken from. The mean, the average, the 0 point. That mountain, for example, that mountain is 10. For example, that means I'm going to carry on. So, for example, that mountain is 10,000 feet above sea level.
10,000.
That's where that comes from.
10,000? Where the fuck?
Who cares the height? It's height above sea level.
Who came up with that number?
Whoever measured it.
I'm asking you.
Whatever mountain or whatever height is taken from the average of mean sea level.
Why are you using that as a reference then?
Because
The ramblings
that's
of a
the surface
madman.
of the Earth. For example, it's 70% of the surface of the Earth mean sea level, like the oceans and the seas.
Dude, you're saying things, you're making claims, but like, let's back this up.
Okay.
What do you mean by mean?
What do you explain?
Well, that's what I'm asking you to explain what mean means.
I already have.
What do you mean by what? What do you mean by what?
What are you talking about?
What? What's what? What's talking?
What? Yeah.
Define talking. What?
The they.
I mean, this is like...
Who is the person I ask about? What is going on? Where am I?
Exactly where this deduces to. If you guys
That doesn't. It deduces to the surface of the Earth, and you understand that water was used as a horizontal reference datum. Please don't ask me to explain what I've just explained because you wasn't listening.
It's all good because AI is going to figure this out for us, like in the next...
Yeah, that's fine. You know why it reduces to this? Because we end up speaking to drunk people like you.
Winning.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, blessed.
So you need to take it down another 20%, eh?
Do I?
Yeah, listen to your mum. Listen to your mum.
That was his wife. That was his
doubt
wife.
it.
And she told me off. So. It sounded like it, man, with their tone. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, are you able to have a normal conversation, or are you just going to keep on interrupting people and saying stupid shit?
I think he gave up the ghost, Timbo.
Yeah,
Either that or he doesn't like Australians.
Probably that.
I love Aussies, man.
Okay, are you
I like
able
Kiwis
to
too.
conversation? Are you able to have a conversation with Jedi, or are you going to keep on interrupting him?
Yeah, how'd we get here, Rorgother? We started off so well.
Oh, man, I'm just spitballing here.
Wasn't it weird? It's weird that the globe that is so based in science and current understanding has to be spitballed to rationalize. What's up with that, bro? Do you think that's weird?
It is weird. Everything's weird if you think about it.
Well, do you think it's weird that they print textbooks with this marble on the cover and it turns out to be fanciful thought, believed by many?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that's the point. So,
so here's the thing.
So what are you, a flat earther who's in denial, or what's going on?
I don't deny anything.
Okay, well, welcome to flat earth.
Have you been pegged before?
Denial.
So I actually do deny stuff.
Yeah, you just denied that you denied stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, we're going to a logical conundrum here. I would say
you're denying reality. You're lost in a religion. You didn't like it when it was called a religion. That's what it is. Like it or not.
You don't think flat Earth has a religion?
No, it's an acknowledgement of reality. You and I see the same things. We experience these things. You resort to some sort of no offense, but it's weirder than Scientology.
It is.
It's occult mysticism. That's what it is.
No, I agree that it is kind of weird. Yeah, it's kind
Well,
of.
think about it, right? Because even
explained away for eternity.
Think about it like this, man. They're talking about the heliocentric, right? Helio, the sun god.
Yeah.
So Helios was, and everything's revolving around the sun. Come on, man. I mean, it can't be more on the nose than that.
So
it's steeped in occultism, bro.
Question: does it work?
What do you mean, does it work?
What the hell does that even mean?
Does it work? Like, can you use it?
What are we using? What?
Does it work? What does that even mean? You mean, can someone have it embedded in their psyche for the entirety of their life? Yeah. If that's what works means, yes.
Well,
it's happened.
what I mean is, like...
No, you can't run around pretending the Earth is spinning if you want to live in reality.
Are you sure?
That's all ignored.
Yeah. Yeah, he's positive. So am I. Like, it's totally antithetical to what we experience, bro. You have to lie to yourself. Listen, you have to lie to yourself for it to make any sense. You're like, well, the Earth is spinning. Well, we just don't feel it.
At which
that's what you got to tell yourself.
Least.
Huh?
How does it work, dude? How does it work for you? In what way does the spinning ball hurtling through outer space work for you? What do you mean, work? Like, does it give you comfort? Is that how you define as work?
Can you design systems around it?
What the hell? Like what?
Like what?
For example.
Well, we're talking right now.
Oh, Lord. Technology, therefore Earth a ball.
So do you think that everything we're talking about right now is, like, transversed through, like...
Yes. I'll give you an example. Right, no. I'll give you an example. So there's wireless internet, right? Tower to tower. Well, that's line of sight transmission. So that's not going to work on a ball. That has to be a flat Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, can you show me how line of sight transmission works when you've got, I don't know, miles of Earth curvature in the way?
Hundreds of miles.
So why do they build higher towers?
Do you know how, like, sneaker work? Do you know how...
Yeah.
You guys are fucking knaves. Oh my god. Okay, so oh boy. Have you guys ever played with
his own jokes.
Come on,
and
bro.
something cool are the tools of the loser.
I'm gonna ask you guys, are you guys I assume that most of you folk are US dudes. You're like in the country.
Yeah. Well, not all of us.
United States, right?
No.
You just heard an Aussie and a guy from the United Kingdom. So why would you make that assumption when you already have the evidence?
I'm just saying you guys are on ground.
Yeah, the flat ground.
What the fuck?
No, we're on the same plane. Go on.
Yeah, we're on flat ground.
Have you guys
people from Australia and the UK are not on the ground?
Yeah, as opposed to clouds.
You're down under. That you don't count. Fuck you.
Keep it together, Rogother.
Oh, I'm keeping it together. All right, so here's the thing.
Rogother, how much curvature should you see after 3 miles, Rogother, on our alleged
John Luna, this guy's don't riddle him further. He is the riddler.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm asking you the question. I want you guys to challenge your own views.
Okay.
What's the level of your bottle?
We're the only ones that have.
At which do you most can't the least?
What are you talking about? How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? That's what it sounds like you're saying.
A woodchuck could chuck wood.
How much curve could Earth curve if Earth curve could curve Earth?
At which do you most can't the least?
You guys.
No.
Yeah. All right. Let's not go there.
Right? Hold over.
Let's.
You were talking about your senses and your globe philosophy and how those things intersected.
Yeah. Do you understand what you don't understand?
Lord save us.
What
the hell? The unknown unknowns, the unknown unknowns. Donna Rumsfeld, everyone.
Yeah, what the hell does that have to do with Earth curvature?
What you guys are saying is that you don't know anything.
You work for the State Department?
Stop it. What are you guys saying? You don't know anything?
No, we're saying the Earth is measured flat and stationary for like the 5th fucking time.
What do you know?
That the Earth is measured flat and stationary for the 6th fucking time.
Oh, yeah? Show me the numbers.
Yeah, you're propping up a religion.
Zero.
Number 0.
This is proper state-of-the-art waffling right here, ladies and gentlemen.
You absolutely.
Who is they? What is they? How
That's
is
why I
they?
expect Neil deGrasse Tyson to be. Come on, man.
You don't know shit.
What's how do you show the numbers of 0?
Author, keep it together, bro.
Do you remember the mean sea level, the 0 average, where we take all height and depth from?
He isn't listening, Jedi. He's talking through you.
I know he's not listening. Like seventh time.
He's self-soothing.
Oh, I'm listening. Hey.
It's for horses.
Sometimes for cows. Pigs don't eat it because they don't know how.
So see how he's diverted and detracted, detoured.
I'm not diverting or detracting. I'm asking you a question. How do you know what you can't know when you don't know it?
We don't care about that shit.
All right, good.
Well,
All right, so
you started asking, a Jedi was giving you a reply, and then 3 words into the reply, you started interrupting the question that you asked. So how are you going to get an answer if you don't listen?
Yeah, and does the surface of water fall into that category?
yeah, okay. So we got water, right? Water's supposed to be flat.
Supposed to be. What you
That-
talk about?
We're not talking about your tears, bro.
That doesn't mean curve, does it?
I wonder what you think a water level is.
We need
Right.
water.
Well, he says, what do you mean water level?
That's exactly what I said.
This guy's been here for months.
Do you know what level means?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
reference point, right?
Tell us what.
No,
the reference
level's
point is.
not a point. You can have a point on a level, but level itself isn't a point.
Are you sure?
Do you know what horizontal is?
Yeah.
Is horizontal a point?
I don't know.
No. It's a straight line left to right between 2 points, isn't it?
It could be, yeah.
No, it is. So I'm going to tell you, to be level with the world means to be parallel. You know what parallel means, don't you? With the plane of the horizon. You know what the horizon is, right? That's the surface of the earth, primarily the water. To be level with the world means to be level with the water being the level of the world.
Yeah. So if the world was flat, why would we have waves?
Because wind acts upon the water.
Oh, do we actually have a flat earther here?
Say that again. Say that again.
Because the wind acts upon the water.
Where does the wind come from then?
The changes in the temperature and pressure within the gas that we breathe.
Oh, so we as humans are influencing the weather, like by
No. Hold on. Wait. Before we continue with this guy, Jedi, I think we should go to the next guy that was chiming in, and then we can come back to him.
No! Don't fucking skip.
Oh yeah.
I'm at, this is,
We're gonna skip you.
All right. You're gonna ban me in 20 seconds.
Well, dude, you're not making any sense. No offense.
We're not gonna ban you. Just don't talk. Dude, that's all. Just don't talk. All right. So go to the next guy. Santo, go ahead.
Yo, what? Nah, I'm gonna let Roar Thor speak for me, bro.
Were you kicked out of another forum?
Oh shit! No, there was another guy that just chimed in right now. We want to get to that.
Yeah,
guy.
that was on God.
Roar Gothel knows we've jumped the shark.
That was on God.
Yeah, is this guy actually a flat earther?
Who?
You, Jedi.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, how the fuck did we get a bunch of pictures? of
targets
the,
acquired.
Earth? How on earth have we seen the Earth as round if it's flat?
You've never seen the Earth as round.
Yes, we have. We've seen it from space. Yes, we have. Quite literally.
So not you. So you haven't seen it.
Oh shit! You know what? No, you're right. You're right. All the astronauts and all of the NASA scientists are lying. My bad.
Yeah, no, they're all telling you the truth. They would never lie to you.
Hold on.
Yo, yeah, totally. Because every world government in existence. Yeah.
Wait a second. You said all the NASA scientists. I want you to name one single NASA scientist.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, I'm cooked. Yeah, God, I can't name it.
Okay,
Oh my
so
God. Alright, wait. So, hold on. I don't know why the fuck that even would matter. Okay, I can name a NASA. Oh, minute, I can look it up right now, and there are. I guarantee any of these NASA scientists are going to
You didn't know that, so we're moving on from that.
Name your favorite
Bro,
space
wait, what the fuck? Who the fuck is this guy? Wait a minute. Do you think that NASA scientists disagree that the Earth is round?
Which one? You didn't know. We're moving on to that.
Guys, why is everyone yelling over the top of each other?
Yeah, no, this guy's literally yelling.
I'm sorry.
I'm scared. Great. Okay. Well, I mean, is that all, or this is literally the fucking.
Hold on. These pictures. How have you verified them to be true?
So we can verify them to be true. For one, we don't have evidence that they're not true, and two,
No.
Huh? What's the evidence that they're not true?
Dude. The evidence they're not true is not proving that they're true. Just stick to what I've asked you, please. So how have you verified them to be true?
Okay, wait. If I can see something, and I'm looking at it, and I observe it to be, why would I assume it's not? If I observe,
okay. What are you looking at?
If I look at
more
a tree,
specificity.
okay.
What are you looking at in particular?
Dude, all right, I'm answering your question.
Dude,
okay, yeah. If I'm looking at a tree, for
probably
example,
best you don't talk through me. Okay, tree. Yeah.
Okay, if I'm looking at a fucking tree, okay, and I think it's a tree, why would I think it's not a tree? Was given further evidence that it's not a tree.
Pictures from Phase 2.
Because that's a law of because that's a law of identity. Tree is a tree because of the way that it's described and its constituent parts. Right? It's not a car, for example. So it's a law of identity. It is a tree. Now, can we get to the Earth, please?
Right.
These are pictures from space. I asked you how... Dude, you brought up pictures from space. I asked you how you verified them. You pointed at a tree.
Yeah.
Because you asked me why. Okay, hold on a minute. The reason I brought up the tree was because you're asking why the photos would be proven if I can see that it's true. Who the fuck's this other guy? Can we mute this other guy? He's fucking retarded. Can you please mute him? Holy shit.
He asked you how you verified the so-called pictures from space.
Okay, great. Can we mute this guy? This guy's been yelling over everyone, please.
Verification is what he's asking you.
Right. The verification is that not only is every world government said that these pictures are real, and every world government has released these images, every single NASA employee who has seen these images has not spoken out, has taken the action. I'm sorry, what?
Appeal to consensus noted.
We get it. You're lost
in an ideology group project.
I'm sorry. If I have 100 people saying that something is true, no, I'm sorry. There are millions of people who believe this.
If a million people say a foolish thing, does it remain a foolish thing?
Millions of people saying it's true and it's backed up by other sources, then why would I think it's not true?
Excuse me. At the moment, you've just demonstrated it's faith-based. So you believe abstract dude, you've just demonstrated it. It's faith-based. You believe these people.
How that works. No, because I appeal to a census. Because I appeal to a census is only part of my argument. You realize that, right? That's not the whole basis of my argument. Why do you guys interrupt me so much? Like, Jesus Christ! I let you guys talk.
Wrong things.
Okay, great.
Well, there's too many people talking to him. Like, originally he was talking to Jedi. Can we pick one person to talk to him?
Jedi and this doofus guy.
Jesus Christ. Jedi, what were you saying?
So at the moment, you've demonstrated it's faith-based. You've appealed to an authority, right? And because you're saying that they verified the pictures from space, because they've said it's all true, you believe what they've said. That's faith-based, isn't it?
No, that's not my argument. That's only part of my argument.
I've only independently then.
Okay. Jedi, that's only part of my argument. This is one part of my argument, right? This isn't the whole reason I believe the Earth is round. Okay, this is okay. Yeah, another reason for it is because mathematically it makes sense. If you look at the scientific theories for it, it makes sense. So not only can I see it, I understand why it makes sense.
Do you specifically what maths?
The maths regarding like Earth's gravitational field and how if you were to
which
have
model of gravity are you asserting the maths for then? Is it Newtonian or Einsteinian? Which one's true?
Either one would prove it.
No,
either one would prove it.
No, that would be a contradiction.
That's not a contradiction. Both systems just have different ways of calculating certain things, but both of them agree on the same idea. Yeah.
Newtonian physics violates special relativity. So the maths they're not the same. One's in three-dimensional space. One's in 4D, non-Euclidean, pseudo-Riemannian space. And not the same thing, they're different math entirely.
Right. I said...
What do you mean, right? You just said that they were the same thing.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, great. Both of these maths regard different fields and take different factors into account, but both of them still prove that the Earth would be round by using their own systems. I don't know what we're not understanding here. You're saying by which measure?
Yeah, by which measure?
This is the unit of measurement. It's like asking how feet measures distance.
Dude. I'm asking you what was measured. If there's a ball within the mathematics, then the ball within the mathematics needs to be measured. When was that done?
Are you asking if there's a ball in the mathematics, does that have to be measured?
Yeah, it has to be measured to be a sphere, right? If we're going to assert either mathematics that dependent on mass, that would be the size of the sphere in question, then yeah, we're going to want to know the size of the sphere, size of the mass.
Is this him still trying to prove that the space cartoons are real?
He said math.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Do you have any evidence that there's like a math equation that would prove that it doesn't? Because
I was just proving the images. I thought you were proving those images were correct. What are you doing?
Believe it or not, conversations move forward in different ways. I don't know if you've recognized that, but this is... I don't know if you know that that's how conversations work.
Right, so you abandoned... proving the cartoons.
Again, I'm trying to talk to Jedi. This is the same problem we had earlier with like 4 fucking...
Well, I was just trying to confirm, are you still on the image cartoons, or have you now abandoned that claim?
Oh, they're on cartoons. They're cartoons now. Got it.
Well, you didn't show any evidence that they were real, did you?
I mean, that's what we're going through right now. I don't know if you noticed that. But
I thought you were just talking about gravity.
Yeah.
How is this? How are you tying this?
Jedi, please. Who the fuck is this guy?
Tie this back to your cartoons are real argument.
I already have, mate. Yeah. I don't know if you noticed that.
How'd you do that?
I'm sorry, I'm not talking to this guy. I'm talking to fucking Jedi right now, please.
Right, side plan to catch you up. He said the pictures are real because lots of people at NASA said they was real, and he believes them on faith. And then he moved on.
This is part of that.
He's now going to start establishing other things like math.
Didn't move on. I'm sorry, I didn't move on from that argument. Do you know why I brought up the next point, or no?
Yeah, I'm filling cycling in, but you keep talking through me like I don't understand what's going on.
Because you're establishing false premises about what I'm saying.
No, I demonstrated by the first thing I said that was correct. That's exactly what you did. And then you moved on to math, invoking gravity, and starting to speak about that. Yes, you're going step by step, not actually talking about anything. You're just going to go on to the next thing when I catch you on the math that we're now going to try and talk about.
So the reason I brought up the math was to avoid the first point. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, you've just carried on moving, establishing your overall premise.
Right.
While moving from one thing to another.
Great. So let me get this straight. You think that the math doesn't agree, and that I have only established that it's a faith-based...
No. I'm saying within the math there's a sphere. I'm asking you when that sphere was measured.
You don't have to measure the Earth precisely.
Yeah, you do. We need to know the size of the sphere.
You don't even know what I was going to say. What was I going to say?
What are you talking?
No, what were you going to say? Because you interrupted me. I don't know why you're acting like I interrupted
on the size of the math.
God, he's so annoying.
It's 24/7. Relax. Calm down. There's plenty of time.
No, dude. Chill. Jesus Christ. Let Jedi finish a sentence, please.
So, you went on to math, invoking gravity, saying it's fine, they both work, even though they demonstrate that they can't. But in both ideas, there's a ball called the Earth, and they're going to need to know the size of the mass, because the mass is very important to either gravitational ideas. So I'm asking you when that Earth, the size of mass, was measured.
Okay, great.
Or was it always just assumed?
Okay, great. Never mind. Okay, great. So Before you interrupted me, I was going to say that the measurements don't have to be precise in the sense that you can take a broad approximation and you could use that to find the gravitational pull that would require what we have, right? I don't understand why exactly, like...
So he's going to Newtonian.
Newtonian to prove the space cartoons.
Hey.
All right.
Gotcha. Okay. So
Okay, well, go ahead. Give us the values that you have of the Earth in Newtonian mathematics.
Right.
Where'd you get that value from?
Okay. You know what? Let's pull up the equations. Okay. Newtonian law. Newtonian.
You don't even know the equations? You told us a second ago that they are all interchangeable and it doesn't really matter, and you don't even know the math?
Interchangeable. Hold on. I didn't say they were interchangeable.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I literally said exactly that these use different factors and they're using different measurements, but they all come to about the same answer when it comes to the Earth. Yeah.
Exactly.
What do you know, dude, when you don't know the equations?
That's not interchangeable.
Exactly.
That's not what
This is
interchangeable
ridiculous.
means.
So you can come to the same conclusion, right?
Yeah.
Using two different maths, but you don't know the maths. Otherwise, you'd have it Johnny on the spot, right?
That's not. I mean, all right. Hold on a minute. Do you expect a NASA engineer to know the exact calculations for the gravity of Mars too off the top of their head, or no?
Oh my God!
No, sorry, friend. That's not what I said.
They're shooting robots off to there, aren't they?
No, you were talking about the Earth specifically. I figured you knew, using these two different maths, how you would, basically come to the same conclusion. You don't know the math. And he ran away. What a bitch.
All right. That bitch ran away.
Well,
I ain't going away. Hey.
Back to you, Rogother. Reset. Keep it together, please.
How do you explain weather variance?
Oh my goodness me. Temperature, pressure and density and moisture in the atmosphere of the air that we breathe. Just to explain fucking weather.
So
if the Earth is flat, tell me why it's raining.
Flat Earth, right? How do you explain the variance globally? Okay, so not globally, like discally. How do you explain the variance?
Try again, Mr. Discally.
Are you listening?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, how is there difference in how is there variation if the Earth was flat? If all we are is on a flat plane, and I don't.
Excuse me. Why do you think that the nature of the surface would have an impact on different pressures within the system?
The fuck, dude?
Yeah, no, all kinds of things happen within a terrarium, dude. That occurs within a bottle, bro.
Yeah, it does.
Why? How?
It sounds like he's in his 30s or 40s, but doesn't understand how it works.
You don't even. Oh my God.
Yeah, if I could get a roar, if I could just get one thing through to you there. I thought those guys already went through earlier that we don't claim a disc, so you need to get that disc out of your mind.
So what do you claim?
Try to think of the Earth as existing exactly the way you experience it. Flat and stationary. Yep, no disc. Because that's a common misconception that people have this huge...
I'm done. You guys are fucking retarded. No.
You can't quit now.
That's what made you tap out? That's what was too much for you? Wow.
I know. It's like the big... Remember that Bugs Bunny meme that said that? Yeah, he just couldn't handle Bugs Bunny telling him the Earth was flat. Too bad.
Yeah.
Did he leave?
What the hell? He's been here for half a year.
It was too scary. Yeah, just too scary to think that the Earth might be what it appears to be. Yep, that's just too scary. Oh, Prophet's back. Cyclone. Your friend Prophet, the whale-proof guy's back. Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Golden Retriever. Yep.
Very good, Prophet.
I've never heard of whale-proof.
Yeah, I'm here. I guess.
You guess?
How's it going?
Oh, that's never a good start.
Have you been looking into this since we last spoke?
No, I don't. No, I haven't.
You come back, so you must be curious still.
No, I'm just here for the community.
Listen, okay.
You know.
Yeah, that's all right. You can still have a discussion, right? I mean, we don't have to debate. You still believe in the globe after our last conversation?
Yeah.
Wow.
A lot
Slap
of
me in the
these
face, why don't you?
A lot of these
What an insult.
I mean, I would say it's an insult. As far as you're concerned, I'm indoctrinated into religion, right? Like, if I'm indoctrinated into religion, it takes some convincing.
Correct.
Like, it's not your fault that I was indoctrinated, right? Yeah. So you shouldn't blame yourself when
it's not even your fault. It's not your fault. That's true. That's true. Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel a great weight has been lifted from my shoulders.
Yeah, you seem to be aware of your condition.
All right, so Prophet, what's the thing keeping you thinking that you live on a spinning ball? What's that evidence?
I mean, what's the?
It can't be.
Is it the weather?
Hold on, guys. He's getting it out there. I can hear it crawling up through his mouth. It's not
so much like actual evidence though. Like, look, everyone I respect supports Globe Earth. Like,
everyone you respect supports it.
Supports Globe
Earth. Is that what you said? Everyone you respect. You're not saying you don't respect us, are you? Because I've almost had it with you already.
It's Katy Perry fan.
Katy Perry. Is that one of the people? All right, tell us one of the people.
Community, right?
No, tell us one of the people that you respect that thinks it's a globe. Who's that?
So, like, I don't know, pretty much all scientists, right?
All right, okay. Which scientist thinks it's a globe that you respect?
Which side? I mean, let's go Einstein then.
Einstein. Okay.
Oh,
how did he know that the Earth was a globe?
No, to be fair, I more mean like my teachers, my parents. They're like globists, right? So
they were just told it, though. You understand? You understand that they were just told it as well. You understand?
But I feel like if flat Earth was true, like, it would be so easy to prove.
Really?
Like it's
yeah. It's already been done. It's measures flat.
And if it's something that's so obvious as flat Earth, then like surely everyone would already believe in it. Like it would be so easy to prove it.
Nah, because you were taught when you were a child, they waved a globe in front of you and said you live on this. And who are you as a child to correct the teacher?
Or your parents.
Or your parents. And they went through the same shit. You were indoctrinated, remember? But go to the beach, have a good look at the ocean. You won't see any curvature.
How are you?
What if it's
All right. So, other than appealing to adults who told you that the Earth was a ball, what actual evidence is there?
And we can go through the evidence, but I feel like you already know it all. So, I mean,
I'm confused.
Well, I can't find any.
Wouldn't the prophet understand that it would take some time for everyone to wake up?
I mean, but I mean, flat Earth was originally
everyone's been in a hypnosis, bro.
Well, hold on. You said we could go through the evidence, Prophet. Can we? What's the best evidence?
The best.
If he says bingo, if he says pictures from space, I've completed my bingo card.
I mean, it's like a culmination of different evidence, right?
Okay, what's the best?
But even looking at like plane flights, right?
Oh,
right.
Okay.
What about them?
I haven't actually done it myself, but if you look at the times between different cities, right?
Right.
And you look at the routes they take, like that would only be possible on the globe Earth.
You sure about that?
What?
Yeah.
Have you done your due diligence on that claim?
No, but I feel like it must be true. So
you feel like it must be true. What does it feel like? What does it feel like when something must be true? You just say it.
I reckon.
I don't know.
You just get a nice warm fuzzy feeling when you say it. So, do you know that pilots? Do you know that pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless when they fly?
Yeah, they do. There's an approximation.
Yeah, so I mean, you saying what about pilots that treat the Earth as flat and motionless when they fly? Well, that would more be an argument for us rather than you.
I don't think pilots treat the.
So I don't know if planes is a good way to go.
Yes, they do.
They don't, especially when it comes to navigation.
That's not my claim anyway.
The evidence is they don't adjust for the curvature of the Earth when flying across it. They would have to pitch downwards. They don't. Their pitch is always parallel to the level below them. That's the sea level.
Right, the pitch below them is supposed to be the
parallel
same
with
as
reference to the horizontal plane below. As demonstrated within the pitch data. Now we get back to our friend.
But also, I don't think you. As I say, if a plane is always traveling parallel to the surface, it won't go up. It'll just stay the same.
Okay. So if you're going to be pedantic, I'll entertain it. Yes, after an aircraft has taken off, gained altitude, that altitude will be parallel to the floor below until the aircraft starts descending. At no point along the trip does the aircraft pitch downwards to match the curvature of the Earth.
Because that's not what we're referring to. We're referring to
the Earth's surface, though.
Come on, dudes. I know it's upsetting, but you need to just keep this one at a time.
Yes, it does. When it lands, right? When it lands, it has to pitch downward.
So they just fly level across the surface, yeah. They're not dipping for any curve. They're not accounting for any Earth spin. They just treat it as flat and motionless. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Prophet, do you think a plane lands upside down from where it originally took off on a long-distance flight? Do you think that's happening?
No.
Okay.
Pitch is defined relative to the ground, right? It's an angle relative to the ground. So when the ground changes, the pitch doesn't need to change because it's already relative to the ground.
Otherwise it would change in altitude.
No, it wouldn't, because pitch is already relative to the ground.
The floor changes. The altitude of the floor changes, i.e. the distance between the floor and the aircraft, then the aircraft is going to have to change its pitch to match that floor if it's curving downwards and away, which a sphere would be if the aircraft relative sphere is always on the top. It's
That's
rotation.
not what pitch is. That's not what pitch is.
Sorry.
If the Earth starts curving downwards, what you're measuring pitch as changes because it's relative to that ground.
When would the aircraft pitch downwards because it's negotiating curvature that's going downwards? When's that happen?
It doesn't pitch downwards because it's always relative to the ground. It's always parallel to the ground.
But let's imagine you've got like a toy. Well, let's imagine you've got a ball, a football or something in a toy plane, and you're trying to fly it at an equal altitude around that plane. You're going to be bending it down, dipping its nose down to go around the curve, aren't you?
No, you're not.
You're not.
If you
hold on. If you just fly in a horizontal, you're going to fly off the ball and into space, aren't you?
You're not. If you look at a circle, if you've got something at the edge, it's always tangent to the circle. You can keep moving tangent to the circle, and you'll never leave the circle. As long as the pitch at a tangent,
you would have to be pitching the nose down.
Horizontal.
Yes.
Yes.
So the tangent's equivalent of
flying horizontal. It would be a tangent, which would mean with distance, as the aircraft increased in distance, the distance between the curvature of the Earth and the tangent would increase. If the aircraft doesn't pitch down, it's going to gain altitude.
If it's always staying at a tangent, that's not true. If it keeps staying at a tangent, which it is because the pitch is staying the same, then it will never change altitude.
What's a tangent?
You're supposed to be following a curve.
A tangent
horizontal against a curve. You understand? Can you picture that? Like put a ruler on a basketball.
Yeah, so it's a line from the center to the circumference and then a right angle side.
No, that's the radius.
What are you talking about, dudes?
Yeah, no, but I said the tangent is perpendicular to the radius.
Prophet, now you're being a bit dishonest, Prophet. Why are you doing this?
What? How am I being dishonest?
You are. You already know, because if you put a ruler on a basketball, hold on, you're tracing a horizontal line on the top of a ball. Mm-hmm. Right? So obviously you know that's not going to follow the curve because it's a horizontal line, not a curve. You understand that?
There's an acceleration. Yes? Yeah, okay.
Meaningless. Okay. So if the plane was following that ruler and flying level, he would not be maintaining his altitude relative to that ball. It would be increasing as he goes over.
No, that's not true.
Horizontally.
Yes, it is.
How could it not be true?
It's from any level. Because each time it curves down, the Earth curves down, the plane will curve down with the Earth.
No, then it will be going horizontal.
Sorry,
horizontal relative to the Earth.
Aircraft will curve down. That would be a change in pitch.
It won't. It won't, because that's not how pitch is defined. Pitch is defined relative to the Earth. No, it's not.
No, pitch is defined. Sorry, how does the aircraft orientate itself? What device does it use? For example, how does it know what horizontal is?
He doesn't know this shit.
As far as from the angle, from the diagrams, I see pitch is relative to the ground. So if it is relative to the ground, it doesn't need to change.
So the aircraft is in the sky.
Okay.
The aircraft wants to know if it's pitched up, whether it's pitched down, whether it's yawing left. Right? What device does it use in the aircraft to know its orientation?
Oh, like a gyroscope? Oh,
yeah.
Like
what do gyroscopes do?
I don't know exactly. They just measure
maintain rigidity in space. So the aircraft can know if it's pitching upwards and downwards relative to the gyroscope's horizontal reference data itself.
Apparently, it's in respect to a fixed reference coordinate system.
It's not the fucking floor. It's with respect to the gyroscope, is what I'm pointing out. When you spin the gyroscope up, when you're on the floor, it doesn't change its orientation 6 hours later when you reach your destination.
As I said, I don't think this is the way it's defined.
What, we're talking about how an aircraft pitches. We've just figured out how it even knows what pitch is. That's going to be the gyroscope. We're trying to get through to you that the aircraft have to rotate around the ball. For example, if the aircraft started at the North Pole and flew to the equator, that's a change in angle of 90 degrees. You'd have to pitch 90 degrees over the entire distance, dude. By the time you got there, you're orientated differently. So as you move in distance, the aircraft would have to pitch downwards to maintain its altitude above the surface.
Yeah, so pitch is defined based on the local horizontal plane.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth. How did we get here, Prophet? What is going on?
It's based on the local area. It doesn't matter that the Earth is changing because it's defined by local area. Anyway,
I don't know, Prophet, because originally this was supposed to be one of your proofs for the globe, and now you're just trying to have to obfuscate because it's actually a proof for flat Earth.
No, it's not. He's misunderstanding what pitch is.
Because the aircraft is flying level and horizontal. It's not pitching its nose down for any kind of curvature. Simple.
The planes aren't landing upside down, bro.
That's already in pitch calculation. This is just a misunderstanding of what it is.
No, it's your misunderstanding. You don't apparently understand that a horizontal on a ball is not going to follow the curve. Somehow that's eluding you.
It's officially defined relative to the horizon, as in.
But you've got the plane isn't pitching its nose down at all. It's treating the Earth as just a horizontal. Okay, well, it's not a very good globe proof then, because it's just assuming a flat Earth. So, you got anything that actually evidences a globe?
My proof is based on the times between cities.
How's that a proof?
It sounds like AI. I'll tell you why. It's because it can't work on a flat Earth, apparently. This is going to be fun.
Okay.
It's resetting.
I'll find a list of the times and we can go through them, I guess.
I bet you will.
Yeah. So if they fly from one place to another for 5 hours, treating it all as flat and motionless the whole way across, that proves that it's a ball.
No, it's the distances.
I can't even send photos on the server. Oh, but no, I mean, this is kind of you get the idea of it, though, right? Like, okay, so you could go like Heathrow to Dubai is 6 hours 45. Birmingham, Bangkok, 11:42. London, San Francisco, 10.5. Right?
Right.
Yeah, blah blah blah. If like the Earth was flat, like the Earth must stop at some point. Essentially.
Come on, dude. What are you talking about? Carry on. You've got a flight time. You've got flight time, and then what? Where's the edge?
You'd expect
there must be an look at the Earth.
There must be two cities really far away from each other, right? More than half the distance of the Earth. Right?
Is this the globe proof?
Yes. So
how?
Because if it's a flat Earth, there must be two cities on right the opposite time, which is like a crazy time between them, right?
What do you mean opposite side? What are you talking about?
Look, your Earth is flat, right?
Your Earth is flat.
So it doesn't loop around; it's not continuous, right?
Yeah, it looks flat and motionless. Yeah.
Yeah, so if it's not continuous,
who's to say it's not continuous? You guys say that in space. If
we're not making a claim about we're not making a claim about its total size.
I think that's quite disingenuous, though, to just say
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's the opposite of disingenuous. It's actually honest. It's the opposite. We're not claiming a total size of it. We don't know. That's not disingenuous. That's honest. I know you're not used to hearing "I don't know" because they've tricked you in the globe religion into thinking that you have wild knowledge about the intricacies of the entire universe when you don't know what's outside your front door, essentially. So no, it's not disingenuous. We don't claim a total size of the Earth. And where the hell are we going with this? First you said it was flight times. Then you said there must be an end. What are you talking about?
Actually, those pictures from space, but we've gone from that to this. Yeah, we've gone from pictures of space to airplanes now.
I didn't bring up this pitch thing. As I said, that was the other guy. But
yeah, no shit. You wanted to tell us about flying around the fucking world, yet you don't know how airplanes work.
I do. This guy didn't even know that pitch was defined by the horizon. He just thought it never changes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. The artificial horizon within the aircraft is defined by the gyroscope.
No, according to these handbooks, it's defined by the horizon. So
yeah. So to be level with the world is going to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. So the aircraft makes sure that it's level with the world when it spins up its gyroscope, and it doesn't deviate from that level. That level never changes. Welcome to Flat Earth.
As I say, I don't really get your point. I don't know, but.
The aircraft measurably flies across a horizontal plane.
You do understand. That's why you've turned into a 10-year-old.
I think you admit that when you said the plane doesn't land upside down, you know what's going on.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
The plane
flying over a ball.
If you don't know what's going on, then why are you arguing then?
This is what they do.
No, I disagree with that, but
Yeah, went from pictures in space to both Einstein and Newtonian gravity prove the globe, to airplanes, to what's the next thing, bud? Yeah, you acknowledge reality on accident.
Yeah, remember, we started this whole conversation looking for some globe evidence, and we've kind of went round the houses. Do you want to rephrase an argument and just make it succinct and to the point? This is why I believe the Earth is a globe, X, Y, Z. You can check it out here, blah, blah, blah. Could you do that, maybe?
And we can go through, like, I mean... No, but I still think, like, this idea that, like, if our evidence looks good, your argument is we don't know. Like, it just seems like an out that you're using.
What's the evidence? I haven't heard any yet.
If you just say, like, the globe Earth, it accurately says how night and day works. Your response is, oh yeah, we just don't know how it works.
Sorry, yes we do.
Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, hold on.
Exactly how night and day works.
So is your answer now? So is that what your globe evidence is now? It's night and day.
There's lots of globe evidence, but all your responses to my evidence is, oh, I don't know.
No, don't worry about what we're going to say. I just want you to really articulately state the argument, right? Don't just like say one thing and then move on and say, oh, you'll just say this. Like, make the argument coherent.
Is he conceding that aeroplanes don't prove the globe then?
Well, I guess so, because he's moved on to night and day, apparently.
I'm not conceding that, but as I say, it's a waste of time.
Right, so what's this other one? Come on, state it like an argument for the globe.
How does day and night work on Earth?
Quite easily.
Okay. Well, just before we get into that, so this isn't an argument for the globe; it's a question about the Earth. Is that what you're saying now?
Yeah, but like, I just think a theory which actually like models it is better than a theory that doesn't. Like,
what do you mean? What are you talking about? We don't have to model night and day. Like, what do you mean?
You do.
You experience it. You experience it. You experience it, dude. What do you experience?
Newton's theories at the time were good because they modeled the things better than anything else.
Well, what do you experience?
At the time, because it's the best model.
Yeah,
Didn't you model the universe? I don't think that's happened.
Model planets, yeah.
Yeah, but we don't want you to start with a conceptual model that involves a globe because you don't have any evidence for that yet. So you need to start empirically. What do you experience? What do you observe? And then tie that to Earth being a big spinning ball, please. So you experience the sun in the sky. Is that right?
Do I experience the sun in the sky?
Yes. Do you?
Yeah.
And does it move through the sky?
Does it move through the sky? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you're experiencing the sun moving through the sky, and then it appears to go away from you and disappear, and then it becomes nighttime, yes?
Okay.
Okay. Now tell me how that tells you live on a big spinning ball.
Yeah, because if it was flat, the sun couldn't disappear, right? We'd always have view of it.
Well, no, it does. You can literally zoom back in on the sun.
Okay, so
out of view.
So who told you that?
It's disappearing around the curve.
Oh, disappearing around the curve. How do you know that's? How do you know that's what's occurring?
Because the other logic is like after a certain distance, the sun just magically disappears.
Well, no. That's not a reason for you to claim what you just claimed. What's your evidence for the claim you just made? Yeah, you're saying it's going.
Why would a stadium have more than one light?
Hold on, Prophet. When you're seeing the sun moving and it appears to go down and disappear.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So is that what's happening? The sun's going down.
That's how it appears to us. Yes.
Okay. So is that what's happening?
I mean, what's causing that phenomena is the spinning.
Oh. Well, so you're saying that the sun that you see going down That's not actually going down. You're spinning backwards. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I don't know about backwards, but yeah, we're spinning.
Okay, so what's your evidence for that then?
I mean, well, it fits the theory. It fits 9D well, so
it fits the theory. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Night and day.
What does that mean? So is your argument kind of like, if the Earth is a ball that's spinning, I'll see the sun appear to go down. I see the sun appear to go down, therefore the Earth is a ball that's spinning. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Right. You understand that's a logical fallacy?
That's a textbook of Fermi the consequent formal logical fallacy. Cyclone went through the form with you, and you repeated it, and you went, yeah, that's perfect. Yep.
The prophet ran into the hills. That's wild. Quantum's here.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing?
RoboCop in the house.
Wait, what just happened? What just happened? Did he leave?
Prophet's back. Prophet bounced. Prophet's back. It's been prophesied. So it can be done.
Well, hold on, Prophet. Do you understand that what you just said is a logical fallacy?
I don't necessarily agree. But if you assume the Earth is flat and then try to do the same logic, where do you get?
It's still an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. It's bad logic.
Yeah, it's affirming the consequent, right? So what you need to do now is look up affirming the consequent. Tell us you know what that is, and then tell us if you understand how that's what you just did.
The problem, guys, is that most of the individuals in here have deep-rooted trust issues, and they don't think anything anywhere is truthful ever. That's
You talking about the Globers? You talking about the globe believers?
Wait, the globe believers. They don't believe in anything.
Yeah, they don't. That's true. They don't really believe. Well, they don't. They do believe in the globe and everything that cannot be experienced, detected, or measured, or proven in any way. But they do not believe in observable, measurable reality, the horizon.
And it's a bummer too. Fucking
the guy with the RoboCop PFP thinks we should trust the powers that be. That's bizarre. No. We're talking to Prophet, dude. Relax.
Yeah, Prophet's just looking into logical fallacies because
it's not affirming the consequence. Anyway,
it is.
But that's only if assuming the other thing has to be false, though. Look, if I use the same logic on both flat Earth and globe Earth, then I'm not really assuming the other's false.
No, because you agreed to it. You said if the Earth is a ball, then I'll see the sun appear to go down. I see the sun appear to go down. Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
If P, then Q.
That's what you said, yeah?
But it is worth something. I agree that's worth nothing.
Did you guys hear about Mike?
Hold on. Mute this other guy because he keeps fucking jumping in. Do you understand? Yeah, that was the argument, right? Prophet?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, so that's a fallacy. So you can't just look at the sun and assume that the Earth is a spinning ball. That's not logical. You need some curvature. You need some motion.
I don't really care because I think it's worth something.
Oh, you think it's worth something? Okay. Well, let's say I don't agree. I don't agree with your baseless premise that the Earth is a spinning ball. Could you prove that to me with some curvature or spin being measured for your logical fallacy?
Is there, right? But the Coriolis effect is there with the winds and the northern hemisphere.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Explain. Hold on, dudes. Okay, let's start again. Just, think logically and then give us the argument. What are you saying?
Look, the winds in the northern and southern hemisphere spin in different, they're in different directions, which is by the Coriolis effect.
Sounds like a Joni Mitchell song.
Oh no!
What do you mean? Which winds specifically?
I don't actually know much about this, but
Oh really? That's new.
Yeah, apparently not.
Let me guess. It won't stop you arguing it to the hilt and never conceding, despite already acknowledging that you don't know about it. Well, you better get knowing about it because your logical fallacy for the sun relies on this being true. So you better fix that up.
No, but I think if you have an explanation, even if it's not perfect, it's better than no explanation.
No, if you've got an explanation with absolutely no evidence, no, it's not worth anything at all.
But when the explanation fits 10 different things, and your logic is just no explanation, that's a clear pattern which is worth something.
When you've got no evidence for the thing you're posing as your explanation, i.e. a spinning ball, it's worth absolutely nothing.
It's still a pattern. It's still a pattern.
Hey, Prophet, you know you sound like Hare Krishna, 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 Hare. That's what you sound like, bro.
Yeah, because all of your arguments assume the very foundational premise of curvature and motion, which is exactly the thing in question, and you're never evidencing them. You just keep assuming them and pointing at different phenomena, like the sun, and saying, well, there you go. If I do a logical fallacy... Yeah, I didn't hear what you said, but you've got no curvature, you've got no motion, so how can you have a spinning ball?
I say, but that's not like, as I say, I've found before, like there are like models that they use to model the Earth from like curved into like flat.
These are the story protector final bosses. I'm convinced.
All right. Well, maybe. Okay. So could you take that, post that model in the text chat?
Well, I mean, I posted it yesterday, but like,
what was it? When you say model,
it's just like this.
Do you mean like an image or what?
No.
Well, what do you mean?
It's this.
Yeah, post it again. Not everybody was here yesterday. Oh yeah, I remember that one.
I use WGS84. So it's like, it's not like everyone is using a flat Earth in the text space. Like there is this model here that they use. Like GPS uses it, rockets use it.
Okay.
So like it's not
and
like
what measurements is it based on?
It's based modeling the Earth.
Right, based on what measurements? Based on measurements of what?
I mean, I don't exactly know the measurement. I mean,
well, they'd have to be measuring something, wouldn't they? Or is it just an assumption, a thought experiment, a philosophy, a religion? Or is it actually based in some measurement or something?
But if it was false, there's no reason for them to use it.
So
I remember when I just wanted to reset a review so we don't have to cover the same ground again. But this came up yesterday because DJ was explaining to him how Robert Simon took the flat images and wrapped them around the ball to create the blue marble. And he showed him the source from NASA, which showed the original satellite images. And I'm pretty sure this source he showed that Prophet's giving us, I'd have to look at it again, is doing the same thing. Pretty sure that's true, but I'll look at it again.
Yeah, no doubt. A good reset. It's always nice. So what measurements is it based on, Prophet? Or is it not based on any measurement?
I mean, they definitely. I'm sure the radius of the Earth is used there and stuff like that. I mean,
so how did they measure that?
How do they measure that? I don't actually know.
From the surface of the ball to the center of it, you're saying?
I mean, that's not how they measured it.
They didn't measure the radius by measuring the radius. Okay, how did they measure the radius then?
Yeah, it does say they use a radius of 6.37 million meters.
Where's that number come from?
So who measured that?
Where's it come from?
Yeah, how do we measure it?
They're using some sort of approximation by measuring the surface.
Okay.
Measure the surface. Nice. That's what we're interested in.
Yeah, when did they do that? When did they measure the surface?
Define some sort of approximation.
Do you mean they baselessly assumed that the surface was curved and a ball?
I don't know. say it's baseless.
Well, I think you'll find that it is. You're already finding it.
In 240 BC, they went from two cities. They noticed a 7.2 degree difference between the two cities. And
so they're measuring shadows, angles of shadows.
Dip in what?
What were they measuring? What was
Eratosthenes?
Prophet, what was Eratosthenes measuring the angle of shadows with? Like, what was his baseline?
It was a stick.
A stick, yeah. So the shadow is what he's measuring, right? So what was he measuring the shadow in relationship to what was he measuring the shadow? So the shadow was like seven degrees or something. So what was that measurement made from? There had to be a 0 point, starting point.
So the starting point was no shadow.
Okay, well, you're just avoiding the thing. He was measuring the angle of the shadow to the horizontal plane, the plane of the horizon.
Well, Prophet, why don't you tell us, right? This is what you're arguing. You're saying they've measured, well, you said they measured the radius, but then they didn't measure the radius. What has been measured exactly?
What has been angled?
Today, Junior, did they measure a shadow? Did they figure out the Earth was a spinning water ball in space? How'd they do it?
He already told us.
Yeah, this experiment is assuming it's already a. It's assuming it's already a circle.
What was the measurement? What number did we end up at?
They got 40,000 kilometers here, which is like slightly more.
You said it earlier. You said it earlier. What was measured with the stick and the shadow?
Oh, it's slightly more. Okay, what was measured?
Yeah.
Difference in angles.
Okay, what's an angle?
How did he get the length? How did he get the angle?
Angle is like, I don't know. It's how you measure something. Like if you have two lines that cross over each other, the angles also.
Okay, so that's two straight lines, right?
But yeah, identify those lines.
Yeah.
Identify the lines.
But there are modern methods anyway, so I mean, I'm sure
identify the line. Don't cop out now.
Yes.
Identify the lines.
Measurements which are better now.
Identify the lines that Eratosthenes used. Identify them.
From the sun to the stick. I think that's what he's after, mate. From one stick and one
just
city.
To be clear,
Yeah.
Prophet, you're understanding the angle is made up of two straight lines, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth. So he's got a flat horizontal baseline, and he's taking an elevation angle to the sun. So he's measuring the Earth flat. So how's that globe proof? Well, the horizontal baseline of the angle would be flat. So how's that globe proof?
Because it's essentially as flat, like
essentially. Sorry, the distance between the well and the stick over 500 miles is flat.
Yeah, 500 miles.
It definitely is.
Dude. Within Eratosthenes, you've got 3 points on the triangle. One, the sun in the sky. The one directly underneath it, that's the well. That's at 90 degrees. Over there, 500 stades or miles away, you can measure, when you put up a stick, a solar elevation angle. You can take it from the top of the hypotenuse or where the hypotenuse meets the adjacent 7-degree angle. The one at the other end was 83 degrees. It's all angle measurements. You're going to require a horizontal plane to do this.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess the idea is that 7 degrees isn't that much in terms of like. That's quite a small percentage of the whole Earth. So I guess the change.
It's an angle measurement. You're missing the point. It's an angle measurement. let me put it like this. Can you measure an angle if one of your straight sides is curved?
You can approximate a curved line into straight. So that's what it's doing. Yes,
it's
you
not
did the curved line as if it's straight.
No, it's not approximating the curved line as if it's straight. He's measuring an angle is defined as the intersection of two straight sides, because you're going to measure the separation in degrees of those straight sides. If one of your sides is curved, definitionally it's not an angle. Beneath the sun, where the well is at 90 degrees, the line from the sun down the well to see the reflection, where it's 90 degrees to the horizontal, that's 90 degrees. Can't be 90 degrees if the distance between the well and the stick is curved.
Yeah, plus the arc in degrees that he measured, right, was not of the surface of the Earth. It was between two lines, one being the surface of the Earth and the other being an imaginary line drawn to the sun.
Okay. It's just more approximations, which is fine. Like, science is full of approximations.
It's an angle measurement, which means it's a flat Earth measurement. You can conjure your way out of this by saying it's rough approximations, or invoking some magical light parallelness from a distant sun that's treated as a flat object. You can juggle that, but the initial measurement is of a.
I don't think.
Are you saying that we can approximate?
Right?
Sure.
Cool. So we can figure out the height of a mountain by drawing a right angle triangle where the vertical is the top and the bottom of the mountain. We, at distance from the mountain, can measure from ground level the elevation angle of it. If we know the distance and a few angles, figure out its height. Conversely, and this is kind of key for navigation, if we know the height of the mountain and we measure the elevation of it, we can use the right angle triangle to figure out our distance. These are going to be flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, I know hypotenuse, but
awesome. Yeah, so that's how we measure terrestrially the Earth, by utilising a simple right angle triangle.
Yeah, but as I say, it's still like I can just thought.
Yeah, but we can treat 500 stadia across the Earth as flat. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Apparently, it's a good enough approximation here.
Okay, well, that'd be welcome to flat Earth then, because that's certainly not what the case is in the globe model. You want to a curve calculator to see how much curvature there should be over 500 miles. Keep it simple. How much do you think that curvature is in the globe model? Have a guess.
It's going to be like, I don't know, 20 miles or something. Let's have a look.
Say that again?
I'll just search it up. I mean...
Okay, well, yeah, because you're saying we can treat it as flat, so let's check that with the globe model.
So the drop due to curvature would be 31.6 miles. It's 31.6.
Sorry, 1.6 miles of curvature.
Right.
So we can treat it flat.
Yeah, sure. I mean, apparently it works, so.
Yeah, that's 500,000 feet.
That seems to be a contradiction. Do you recognize the contradiction?
Not necessarily.
How do you not? You already told us that planes aren't landing upside down from where they originally took off.
I mean, do you have anything else besides fallacious logic and treating the Earth as flat to prove your globe?
Yeah, where the hell did you come from? What kind of prophet are you?
I didn't have it. I thought earlier, weren't you talking about that you were moving toward being on the fence? What happened to that?
Sounds like someone picked him up and threw him clean over the fence.
Somebody pushed him back over the other side.
Someone's in his DMs.
Yeah, I mean,
what about you, Quantum? Prophet seems to be like some sort of automatron at this point. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, let's open the
His
room up.
name
Let's see
was
if
sort
there's
of
anyone else.
epic, but
Yeah. People say all kinds of stuff, I suppose.
All right, you got any questions? You got any arguments for the globe?
No, I just like to listen to you guys talk. You guys have all kinds of fascinating points. I like to learn from you guys.
What points have you found interesting since listening?
yeah, tell us you're using a voice mod without telling us you're using a voice mod.
The earth is not flat, nigga. Are you guys stupid or what, bro?
Oh, someone's flaming out. How spectacular.
Oh yeah, that's Dog Man. He has a lot of issues. Yeah.
Sure.
I muted him.
How's everybody been doing today?
So far, so good.
Great to hear. Great to hear.
Yeah, all good. So you were saying you've been listening and you find some of the points you've heard interesting. What points have you heard that have been interesting?
Well, to be honest with you, I can't nail any one specific thing down as much as the perspective I find interesting from both sides. All arguments I kind of find interesting. I tend not to play favorites to choose which one's right or wrong. I just like to learn and listen and to see how humanity in general is perceiving the current inhabitant in which they live on.
Fair enough. So, but you don't. Could you paraphrase one of the arguments you've heard from our side?
Which side is your side?
The flat Earth side, the correct side.
Okay. Yeah. That the Earth is flat. I mean, that's a good point. Let's see.
Well, why do we say that?
I think you guys say that because there's no proof that the Earth is round, correct?
That's one reason, yeah. But more specifically, it's about curvature and lack thereof.
Right. I agree.
Yeah. Well, if you agree that there's no curvature, welcome to flat Earth, I guess.
Hey, I'm a flat earther. Yes.
No, you need to do a bit more work, but
I need to be informed.
Yeah,
I'm new to this.
No, you're studying why people are. Yeah, you're studying why people are lost in an outer space fairy tale, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you recognize that you need to learn, then think of some questions and ask the panel.
I got a question. So, since I'm new to the flat Earth thing, I was curious. Why do snipers take in the accountability for the rotation of the Earth?
We don't.
Why would they have scopes on guns?
Where do they do that?
We just do the
Okay,
We account for distance, elevation, and wind only. Snipers, we do not account for curve or spin of the earth. Just distance, elevation, and wind only.
Oh, I was. I heard. I was watching a show, and one of the snipers was talking about the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, and field goal kickers in football account for it too, right?
I didn't know. I was just curious.
Well, they would have to. They would have to.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I'm good.
Let's get one person to talk through Coriolis with him, because I mean, snipering specifically, he's going to need a general discussion on it.
Yeah, I believe Flat Earth Ranger was taking it. If we want to let him continue.
I was going to, but we're driving, so you guys can go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm going to go on mute, but someone pick it up.
Who are we speaking with?
Whoever is speaking at the time.
Are we speaking with you, sir, about Coriolis?
Okay. No, I was asking about it. I didn't know about it. I was asking about it. I'm new.
Do you know what the Coriolis effect is?
I do believe that it is the figment of the rotation and speed of the Earth. I think that's what they say it is. I could be wrong, but I'm not sure.
So it's a misconception because the Coriolis effect is simply an effect, right? Which involves two reference frames, and it doesn't necessarily involve the Earth, right? You can be on a merry-go-round, right, where you are on a turning non-inertial reference frame, and someone is not on the merry-go-round. They would be considered to be within the inertial reference frame. So let's say they throw a ball over the merry-go-round while you're spinning around on the merry-go-round. Now that ball that they're throwing straight to you will appear to curve. Its path will appear to deflect, but it's not actually. It's just an illusion because you're turning. You're on a turning non-inertial reference frame. So that is what is described as being the Coriolis effect, where an object within a different frame of reference, a non-accelerating reference frame, appears to deflect when it actually isn't deflecting.
I see. Your logic makes sense. Thank you for teaching me that. Thank you.
So the question is,
what was said to you.
So the question is Earth's surface a turning non-inertial reference frame from which an observer could see an object in motion above them in an inertial reference frame appear to deflect when it actually isn't deflecting?
It's a solid logic. I got nothing. I think you taught me a lot.
Where did you get that from then?
Oh, I just heard it. I don't know if it's
that's what I'm asking. From where? Obviously, you heard it. You didn't come up with it because it has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, just the social medias.
Yeah, isn't that weird that the social medias keep trying to drag you back into the globe thing?
It is pretty crazy. Yeah, I agree. Hey,
why do you think they're doing that?
I don't know. I don't know because they're weird. I don't know. Since I'm new, I wasn't
weird. Define weird.
The not normal, I guess.
Okay, so you're acknowledging this idea that people evolving.
Hello?
Yeah, dude. I mean, if there's such an effort to drag you back into this thing, that's a red flag, no?
Yeah, it probably is, yeah. That's social media doing it, though.
Yeah, but it's your brain getting involved with the bullshit in the social media.
Just, well, if I'm to choose what is right, then I have to have some information to analyze.
Okay, do you think the Earth is spinning? When you throw a ball up in the air, do you think the Earth is spinning beneath you?
Nah. Gravity's not real either. You tried to tell me gravity was real.
Dude, now you're doing a space-time spiral.
Oh.
Like, who are you? Who wrote your script? What's going on?
No,
these are not your thoughts.
I'm just asking questions.
I don't think you're mean. Ask a real question.
Is space real?
Define space. The area between your ears? Yeah.
No. Okay, yeah. No, here. I'll be more specific.
No, the shit you see in TV, no, it's not real.
No.
It's a fairy tale, bro.
So the planets that we see in the night sky, are the stars real or?
Well, we see them, don't we?
Sure. Okay. We see magic tricks, and they seem real, but we know they're not.
Yeah, it's you who's convinced yourself that they're hundreds of light years away.
No,
we see all these things, and you have a story.
I was just asking. I don't know. I'm not saying anything's true. I'm just asking questions.
Well, do you not know? Do you not see the stars when you look up?
Yeah.
So if the sky isn't what you've been told, right? Does that necessarily mean that they're not real? That the sky's not real?
Right. Which is the answer I'm
So
trying
it could
to.
so it could just simply be something other than what you've been taught, right? Doesn't mean that it's not real.
Right.
Right.
For
It's kind
example,
of a
coming
silly
to the
thing
real.
to ask.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's kind of a silly thing to ask if someone says, well, what you've been taught about the sky isn't true, and then you say, well, then what, are the stars not real then? That's a silly question to ask following that statement. Obviously, they're real. They're of some kind of nature that events in us seeing them, right? Results in us seeing something. It's just what they are, we don't know. Where they are, what medium they exist within, how far away, all those details, we don't know.
I think those are my overall questions. Thank you for helping me formulate and verbalize.
Yeah.
I was just going to add that coming to the realization we can't go to the moon or Mars or outer spaces than what's been presented to us doesn't negate that the moon is actually there and the stars are still there. Go ahead.
Right. See, I'm learning a lot.
I think, you would, your facetiousness is noted. I think it's funny you have the moon and the sun appearing the same in the sky, yet you have this story of 93 million miles and 250,000 miles.
Who said that?
Well, that's you.
No, I've presented no numbers, no figures. All I've done is
you just create your own cosmology as you go.
No, I'm asking because I'm trying to learn. And
you were asking about the stars, so like, what's the context of you even asking about the stars?
I'm new to this. Why are you treating me so mean? I'm new to this.
Dude, don't be a snowflake, Quantum.
Nah, buddy, it's not being snowflake, just new.
You're RoboCop, right?
Nope, that's just a picture I put on my icon.
Yeah. Quantum, you have to understand, flat Earth guys, they're kind of a high testosterone. Even when they're just using their normal voice, some people think it's aggressive. He's really not trying to be aggressive with you. So, did you have any other questions about the flat Earth?
Yeah, there's a bunch. Let's see. If in general, I was curious, where does because there's the flat Earth theory. So where did the globalist theory come from? Like, who decided the Earth was round?
That's a great question. Love it. Yeah, we can prove it's flat. It's definitely not a globe, no sphere anywhere. The geometry of the sphere has been soundly debunked. It was originally a philosophical idea invented by the ancient Greeks, the cult of Pythagoras, who also allegedly developed the Pythagorean theorem, but then they were just speculating. They thought a sphere was a perfect shape, so they thought we should probably live on one. And who knows why they came up with it? It was a complete, no evidence for it, no measurements, nothing. And then this little cult, eventually, for various reasons, which of course none of us can know for sure because we can't trace the historical path with any degree of accuracy, but somehow this cult took over the thinking of a huge portion of the population, but the population who understands the measurements and the logic that disprove the geometry of the sphere is growing in number. So in your lifetime, you'll likely see it just continue to grow because it is the position of reason, logic, and measurement. And the globe is, it's really just a fantasy. It was much easier for them to kind of keep this idea going. Now people have a lot more technology available, communication, worldwide instantaneous communication, such as the platform we're using right now, makes it much more difficult to keep this fairy tale going, as well as the diversification of media, whereas it used to be controlled by only, the mainstream media is still controlled by only a few corporations, but there's a lot of, independent ways for people to get the message out. So yeah, flat earthers are growing. There's 11 million in Brazil alone, 1 in 5 in Brazil understand that the Earth is flat, according to a survey that was several years ago. It's probably more now because the truth can't be contained. The truth speaks for itself. It's mainly just psychological denial and emotional problems that lead people to cling to a failed mathematical model like the fantasy globe. Does that answer your question?
It does, yeah. Thank you so much. I'll be right back. I gotta get something to drink.
That made him thirsty. Yeah, a bunch of dudes in monasteries. Quantum. Good lord. What's up, reality man?
Hello, team. I hear it sounds like we're still savagely beating each other in the heads over the shape of the Earth, yes?
No, that was RoboCop. Flat isn't a shape, reality man.
Yeah, maybe Raiden can comfort Quantum if he gets too agitated in the Flat Earth channel. You can help him feel better.
Oh, okay. I'll do what I can.
Just tell him they're not as scary as they seem.
Yeah. That's funny. He just said that flat isn't a shape. I've heard that a lot over the years. So why does it come up when you guys talk about the shape of the
So
Earth?
the way you said that, Raiden, I would be of the understanding you believe flat is a shape. So what shape is flat?
Oh, I don't believe that flat is a shape. It's a description.
Good boy.
Yeah.
So maybe
Flat
you
isn't
should
a
change your
shape.
name. You should change your name back to Reality Man. or Denial Man. Deniality Man. Yeah, Deniality Man. You sound like Skeletor when you're chuckling.
Do I? Yeah,
A
that
little
was
bit.
the He-Man character, right?
That's correct. He was he wasn't the hero.
No, he was the antagonist.
Bad guy.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was a cool cartoon. The Power of Grayskull, right?
That's right. And knowing is half the battle.
Sure. You know what I would like to see you guys do one day? I would like to see you guys.
Dear Abby.
Take your information to the scientific community and have it checked out for veracity. I want to see you guys do that because I want you to win.
That was quite the tongue twister. No, reality speaks for itself. People are in denial of it. These academic institutions that are built upon this whole outer space, pond scum, evolution, godlessness, they're on a roll, bro.
Yeah.
They don't want to hear anything different. They might invite you for a lecture series and say, wow, how far does that? Kumbaya.
It's fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah. Deniality man. That's you.
Have you ever seen that commercial about how they teach you how to laugh? What's that?
Well, what do you have to gain at this point? What are you doing?
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just listening to you guys beat each other over the head.
You guys are still beating your head over the head with a stick on the head with the shape of the Earth. No, people just are. We're allowing people to realize that they're lost in an outer space fairy tale. Is that okay with you? Okay,
that's fine with me. It's a free world, you know.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I like this channel. It has its benefits.
Yeah, it's one of the few places that isn't blowing smoke up your ass.
All right. You know why I think people are attracted to this channel?
Because they're closet flat earthers?
Well, most people think that the idea of the Earth being flat is absurd. And I think people are attracted to things that
No, they don't. Most people, when you talk to them, have no idea.
You're funny, Ray. No, I don't know what you mean. You're funny, dude.
Well, people like ideas that they think are silly or incoherent.
Yeah, people like car crashes.
You know, ironically, they do. They slow down on the side of the highways and gawk, right? Yeah.
Isn't it funny that the globe turns out to be the car crash?
Yep, silly ideas like the globe.
Could be.
I mean, you don't offer anything other than I believe. No offense, Raiden, but it's just.
What do you want me to offer you? Do you want like free tickets to the Super Bowl or something?
Just to acknowledge. Listen, if you're going to mock the idea of the conversation taking place,
no, I'm not mocking.
Either substantiate the globe or just acknowledge that you're lost in a fairy tale.
Well, I can't prove it to you. I mean, the only way I'd be able to prove it to you
no
is if I
shit.
could fly you in outer space or something. But
no, into outer space or something. What does that even mean?
That's how you.
Well, when we get up there, we can decide. How's that?
That's how you'd prove it to yourself. So you're basically admitting that you can't prove it to yourself.
No, I can't. No, I don't know everything, and I can't show everything. Just like if someone asked me to show God to them, I wouldn't be able to do that, right?
Yeah, but
you believe it's real.
You're talking about proving Superman by pointing to Krypton.
No, I admitted I can't show you that the Earth is a sphere. I concede that.
Yet you believe it's true.
Yeah, probably in the same way that people believe that God exists, but they can't show God to you either.
So it's a religion.
Or Santa.
Not in my case, no. No deities are involved.
Well, if it's in the same way that people believe God exists, it is a religion.
Yeah. A deity's not required.
Okay. Fair enough.
Hello?
Hello.
I wanted to say that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Danny Diagnosis sure knew. Hello.
I am just seeing what the debate's about today.
Welcome. Did you hear Raiden?
I did not.
Okay.
Is he the one saying Zionists are anti-Semitic or something?
No, that was someone else. That was someone else.
I like Penguin's. I don't know if he's able to talk because I'm just reporting what the statistics were in that particular study. If you want to look at it, that's fine. I mean, the original article was from 2020. Then I would say the statistics are probably more accurate, but those are done by surveys and sampling. So I didn't survey Brazil. I'm just saying that's what's being reported in the mainstream media and by these people who have done the survey. Yeah, they said 20%. So yeah, that would be more than 11 million. I agree. The population of flat earthers in Brazil appears to be growing. So I don't know what your issue is. So now he's left the VC. All right. Well, I just won't keep talking to him about it then. He can investigate it himself. He can go down there and survey some Brazilians if he wants to disprove the mainstream story and the statistics that have been reported.
I mean, I'm not going opposed to, but Brazil is not exactly the best standard.
I mean, to me, I don't care about the numbers. I think I was only referring to that. I mean, I have nothing against Brazil, but I believe when I was talking to Quantum, I was just using that as an example about how, where a survey has been done, the number of flat earthers are growing. So, I mean, I know the number of flat earthers are growing. I mean, but it's not like I'm not claiming to that as a fact. So if somebody wants to go do their own survey and dispute these statisticians and the reporters that wrote the original story, by all means do that. I'm only putting that out there as an informational thing. If people would like to dispute it, by all means. I'm not like it's not my work, you know what I'm saying? I'm just reporting the source.
Right. And I mean, if their haircuts are anything to go by, they're a very credible source.
True. And they're the best footballers, no?
Aren't they leading the world in ecological preservation or something like that? Like that, everybody drives an electric car or a bicycle. You know, I don't know, or am I thinking of a different country?
I'm not sure. I got a phone call, so I didn't hear the beginning of what you said.
I was just mentioning something that I remember hearing about as far as Brazil like leading the world in being eco-friendly.
That could be. I hear your birds. What are those birds?
Oh, there's crows in the background.
Okay.
Yeah.
The rainforest. I mean, not. I'm sure there's rainforest-like places in Brazil. Where they're burning rainforest, like in South America. That would be considered
South America.
not. Yeah, Hollywood. They would consider the place with the most cars to be the probably.
I think most countries now have laws in place where like industry versus preservation of forestation, and so they have to replace what they take or something like that. Like, so they have these management plans in place. They can't just go willy-nilly knocking shit down for profit. They have to abide by certain laws now. I think any smart country would do that, right? A lot of the forests are protected simply just by the terrain. I mean, like some of it's almost, inaccessible. In some places in Tasmania, they want these really nice, these hardwoods and that, and they fly people in helicopters, right? These lobbers, and then they go in and they cut the tree down, and then they have to carry it out by air, right? Yeah. So it's a tedious process, not easy.
Prophet, you're going to have to get back here if you're going to make statements like that in the text. He puts up our observations, which I think I showed him yesterday or the day before, and he said this is the only good flat earth evidence. I agree with that. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the only, but it is good. But then you're blaming it on refraction. Aren't you the one who yesterday just came in chanting refraction, but then couldn't explain what you meant by that? All right, let's hear your explanation how refraction dismisses long-distance observations.
I mean, I mean, yeah, refraction bends the light, so it can travel far further. As I say,
It bends it so it travels further. What if it bends it straight into the ground? It's not traveling real far.
no, I don't know enough about refraction, but like,
Is someone in your DMs?
Why would you bring it up then?
Because it's what it is blamed on. I mean, that's how globists.
It's what it is that you don't know about. So that's why you'd bring it up?
Yeah.
Okay, that's real logical. Here's something I don't know about. Here's something I don't know about, so I'm going to bring it up.
I mean, okay.
I mean, okay, yeah, that's what you said.
Do you know about it? It seems perfectly logical to me that somebody would bring something up, even if they don't know about it, to see if you do. Maybe you can explain it to him better.
Why do I need to explain something that's his fucking claim?
I'm just listing reasons why someone might bring something up they didn't know about.
Well, why wouldn't he have questioned, excuse me, I've heard about refraction, what is it?
Ask him, I don't know.
So stop white knighting for him. Shut the fuck up.
So who proved that whoever proved that refraction caused you to see further, and what's the evidence for that?
Do you disagree that refraction bends light?
Refraction exists. It can make things refract up. It can make things refract down. It requires a boundary and the incidence of refraction to be able to refract. If the incidence is too steep to the boundary, you get internal reflection. So you don't know what you're talking about. You're appealing to things you don't understand.
I listed a reason for somebody to bring up something that they didn't know much about.
You listed an ad hoc excuse that has no validity in the real world. You have no evidence to back that excuse or claim, and I asked you to provide someone in all of history who has validated your claim.
So do you not agree that refraction bends light? Or not?
Dumbass, I just taught you how refraction works, or Snell's law. You being unable to validate your retarded beliefs has nothing to do with me or my understanding of refraction. Try to find the evidence for your claims and then come back. Stop spouting incoherent nonsense just because you don't understand what you're talking about.
My claim is that refraction bends light. I'm staying on topic. You brought up all the other stuff.
I am talking about refraction, the thing you brought up. Everybody understands that refraction can change the incident angle of the light.
Good, then
that is Snell's law. You don't have any evidence refraction is causing you to see further. We're waiting for that.
Oh, that should be obvious. Vision is your eyeball's intake of light, isn't it?
And that, because we see with light coming into our eyes, that means light is refracting?
Well, if you understand that refraction bends light, and you understand that light is how you see, then it should be obvious how you should be able to see further by reflecting light, refracting light.
I've got to correct you. I'm sorry, I've got to correct you. All right, refraction doesn't bend light. Refraction is the bending of light.
Yeah, I told you this before. You don't understand what you're talking about. Refraction is the change in incident of the light ray as it goes into the boundary of two different optical densities.
Cool. I can accept that. So then, if we all agree that light is how we see, and we all agree that light bends through refraction,
light
it should
doesn't
be
bend.
obvious.
No. Bro, tell me this. If I shoot a light into a more optically dense medium, but it's normal to the surface, does the light refract?
It depends.
No, it doesn't depend, dumbass. It's Snell's law. It's normal to the surface. I gave you all of the required knowledge to know if you understand refraction, if it's going to refract or not. If it's normal to the surface, there's no incidence of refraction. There's zero refraction, dumbass.
Light can refract off many things, so it does depend.
Yeah, we know. We know more about it than you do. Like, let me give you an example. If you look into water, if you look into a fish tank, if you look straight down, you can see the position of the fish because you're looking normal into the boundary. So there's no angle of incidence causing refraction. So if you look at it from the side, the fish appears displaced. It's not where it actually is. It appears to be displaced because of the angle of refraction. So you don't have any refraction. You just have a chant and a belief. We asked you to substantiate your belief and your claim. You cannot do that.
My claim is that light bends through refraction. You're still putting words in my mouth.
No.
Your claim is that you can see further due to this. So I'm going to put an end on it.
Claim that,
Let's grab some. Shut up.
The other guy did. It wasn't me.
It was you. Your claim is because of refraction, we can see further. So we're going to end this now. Grab yourself an infrared camera. It reduces your so-called refraction. And guess what? We can see further. So we see further when we reduce refraction. So your claim of refraction allows us to see further is now gone. And we can prove this mechanically. Get an infrared camera, solved.
Yeah, you can't claim that you can't claim that you didn't say that because your excuse for why we could see further in these incidents was refraction, which you didn't understand, dumbass.
You're not even tracking what I'm saying. Either way, the last time I was here, you guys didn't even have an answer for the celestial rotation of stars. I'm not
running away.
Anything.
Yes,
I said that your question.
I just shut your refraction down. What is your answer? Oh, last time I was here.
Yeah, because refraction wasn't my claim. Seeing further because of refraction was not my claim.
Yes, it was.
You asked me how it could be done, and I said it should be obvious. But I didn't claim that you could.
You directly said that. You directly said that to me. Exactly that. And
Yes,
you put it in the
I
text.
said it should be obvious. I haven't typed at all in the text. This is what I'm saying. I think you're getting me confused with the other guy.
Are we not
That was
talking
not
to
my
Prophet? I might be. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought
No,
it was
I'm
somebody
not
else.
Prophet.
Okay, I'm sorry then. I did not actually realize that we changed people.
No, it's okay. I appreciate the apology.
No, this is Prophet's White Knight.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, he's not even
So, like
British.
I
I'm
said-
sorry. I really
So, like I said, that wasn't my claim.
But if you invoke refraction, you're still invoking it to extend the horizon and see further.
I'm
So,
not
like,
invoking
otherwise, there's no reason for you to even mention it, and you have no argument, and you've just been wasting our fucking time.
I didn't mention refraction. I didn't say that you could see further because of it. The claim that I'm trying to make.
So we can't see further because of refraction. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh, we can then.
I didn't say that either.
Oh, so not. We
words
can't
in
see
my
further.
mouth.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
No problem. Anytime.
So refraction is ambiguous, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. Negligible.
Sure, the claim that I'm trying to make is that the rotation of the stars is pretty... No one had an answer for that last time I was here. Have you guys figured that one out?
So red herring to a different topic.
Pretty good proof from
That was my original topic that I wanted to bring up. The refraction was, again, the other guy.
Yeah, you White Knighting for him.
Sure, whatever. Whatever you want to call it. That's fine. I don't mind.
Okay, so it was the topic you hadn't brought up that you wanted to bring up when you came in white knighting. Got it.
Correct. So nobody wants to touch that one. It's okay if you don't.
Yeah,
I was just
did.
curious.
I just
honestly.
did. I did. I said it's pretty good proof of a motionless Earth, right?
The star rotation.
Yep, the stars are rotating. Welcome to flat Earth. You just said it. Yep.
Yeah, so we see the stars rotating. How, like, you're assuming that the Earth is rotating and is causing that, so you have no evidence of that, you just have a belief.
No, the reason I say that is because they rotate in different directions depending on which pole you're at.
Different directions? What do you mean?
Incorrect.
What do you mean by different directions?
I mean counterclockwise in the north and clockwise in the south.
Okay, does that
Why would
depend
that
on
be?
which direction you are facing?
No, of course not.
No, of course not. So one direction you're facing north, and one direction you're facing south.
No, it doesn't matter which direction you face.
Yeah, it does matter.
Well,
Yeah, it does.
So this is why it doesn't.
It's kind of like you're saying the stars are moving in the north to the west and in the south to the east. That's
Yeah,
retarded.
So are we living on a swivel earth?
Counterclockwise,
Another
specifically.
swivel earther.
No, I said clockwise and counterclockwise specifically.
Yeah, so those are subjective directions depending on which way you're facing.
Yeah, so they're not different directions. They're subjective directions of how you look at it.
Okay, so would you like to hear my example of why it doesn't matter?
Of why your point doesn't matter? No, thanks.
Why
I don't care why it doesn't matter.
the direction you're facing in does not matter. Will not affect
Are they all
rotation of
going? Are all the stars going from east to west or not?
I said clockwise and counterclockwise.
Are the stars going east to west? East to west or not?
Clockwise and counterclockwise is
Are they
not
going east to west or not?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Are all the stars going from east to west or are they not? Yes or no? They're all going east to west or not? Which one? You need to choose right here. This is the point of contention. You need to say
You're saying
yes, they're moving from east to west, or no. Yes or no. Which one?
In the specific place that I'm talking about, and you look
I
up,
don't give a
the
fuck.
stars are
I
not
don't know. Are they moving east to west? We're stopping right here. We're dropping anchor. We're not moving on
clockwise.
until you admit yes or no. Are the stars moving from east to west? Yes or are they moving east to west? Yes or no? That's all we need to hear you say, yes or no, before we move on.
I'm not talking about east to west movement. I'm talking about.
I am.
I don't
You're
care.
going to answer it, or you're
Answer
going
the
to be
question.
muted.
Answer the question, please.
Into my mouth. If you stand at the equator, yes, the stars do appear mostly to appear.
No, it doesn't matter where you're standing. Are they moving east to west or not?
No, but it does matter where you're standing.
It doesn't matter. Are they moving east to west or not? No matter which direction you're facing, are they moving east to west?
I'm not talking about which direction you're facing. I'm talking
God. Okay, are the stars moving from east to west?
If you are standing on the equator.
What if you're not standing on the equator? Are the stars moving from east to west?
On most places on Earth, yes.
On most places. So, in what places can you be standing where the stars are not moving from east to west? Which place?
If you're standing directly on the North Pole,
Do you know somebody who's? Have you done that before?
Yes.
You've been directly on the North Pole.
Yes. Thank you for asking.
You have been, really?
Absolutely, yeah.
And you were watching the stars.
Yes.
Sorry, what landmass is that called?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not.
Well, if you were standing on the ground, right, at the North Pole?
That's not what I said.
You said you were on the North Pole.
Correct. I don't have to be on land to do that.
So, on a submarine.
Did you mean to say in a submarine there?
So submarines are not on the surface, so you weren't looking at the stars directly above you. Wrong.
What? So you're saying that if I'm sitting on top of the water on a boat and I look up, I can't see the stars above me?
Where? Tell me, you were on a boat on top of, on the North Pole on a boat.
Correct.
On the water.
Correct.
What kind of boat was this?
Does it matter?
Yeah,
Are you telling me that I can't on the boat?
matters.
See,
Doesn't
this
matter.
is genuinely funny to me.
No, it's your fucking claim, bro. It's your claim. Tell me what kind of boat.
You're telling me that because I'm on a boat.
What kind of boat?
No, we're spelling out that you're a fucking liar.
Yeah, you're
I don't
lying.
think
You weren't at the North Pole. You never were.
Did you have your document?
24 years.
Okay, so your point is just incredible.
Did you happen to document
that word? You just don't
Did you
believe
happen
it.
to document
That's
it?
fine.
Did you document it? Did you document it?
I did, but I don't have the footage.
No.
Were the stars still
Unfortunate.
moving from east to west?
No, they were rotating counterclockwise above me.
Yeah, east to west.
Sure, I don't see counterclockwise rotation as east to west, but sure, if you want to call it that. But that's not how that's not what I say, because you're going to get confused later in this conversation.
No, I'm not confused. I'm not the one confused. You were looking north. When looking north,
well, here, this is
the
what I'm trying
stars
to
are
say.
moving from east to west counterclockwise. Yeah.
This is my proof that which way you're facing does not affect rotation above you.
Bro, you're not understanding it. What do in your belief system do you think?
My claim that you're not
Shut up!
understanding. How
Shut
dare
up!
you
Listen,
claim
we
that
understand completely what you're saying. You just not understand what you're saying yourself. In your belief system, what is the cause of the star's motion?
So, are you going to answer my actual claim?
Shut up and answer my question, dumbass.
And then calling me a dumbass. That's very
you can't answer this simple question, so I have to call you a dumbass because you have verifiably proved it. Tell me, in your belief system, what is the cause of your star motion?
I think you meant to say evidently.
I'm only asking this to help you understand that in your belief system, that the presumed cause of the star motion is Earth rotation. So the Earth is not moving in two different directions to cause the stars to appear to move in two different directions. It is your perspective, dumbass.
I'm not talking about Earth rotation.
Well, that's where the star rotation comes from, dumbass.
My claim. You're telling me that I don't.
You don't understand where your claim comes from. Star rotation is claimed to come from Earth rotation. So when you claim the stars rotate in two different directions, you're claiming your ball is rotating in two different directions. That's so incoherent and dumb. I'm flabbergasted. Someone can't be this retarded.
But I'm not talking about Earth rotation. I'm talking about the shape of the planet we're standing on.
You're talking about star rotation, dumbass, and you're saying they go in two different directions, and that's claimed to be caused by Earth rotation. This is so simple. Any fucking child can understand this.
I didn't say that. You are. Why don't you just...
You literally said the stars are going in two different directions. Do not lie, or I will simply mute you for being a fucking liar.
So can you engage what I'm actually saying instead of putting words in?
How about you engage with this? What is the causational mechanism of your star rotation? Go ahead.
Did you not hear me?
Did you not hear me? What is the causational mechanism of your star rotation? You don't know?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
What do you claim it to be?
I'm not claiming it to be anything.
Well, you better fucking make a claim because you're not going to last much longer if you don't.
Okay, so engage with what I'm actually saying.
Engage with what I asked.
What I'm actually saying is that because the stars are rotating in different...
Yeah, you don't even
You
know.
were asked a basic question multiple times. Why do you see fit not to answer? What kind of slime are you? Are you here wasting our fucking time or what? If your so-called stars are spinning in two different directions and you're a baller, that means you've got some kind of split fucking ball that little kids put shapes into.
...surface that we're standing on. But you're not understanding that. It seems like you're shoehorned into one particular...
I don't think you realise no one's listening to you.
He's just a dumbass. He doesn't understand these basic principles of his own religion. And we would love to go into his further next argument if he could just understand this basic principle that the globe is not twisting in two different directions. But he cannot acquiesce to that because he's got some kind of retarded, like flat earthers can't be right syndrome. So he doesn't listen to a word we say and just keeps on waffling like a retard. I'm gonna do something else.
...is that when you look up,
I can't believe he's still
Point
going.
proven.
This guy needs a visual.
Well, we've still got our little mate Prophet there. Prophet, do you have any more questions? Since you're going pretty solid in the side chat.
Yeah, I mean, I need to learn more about the phenomena.
About
before
what?
I
Yeah.
argue, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I just linked you in the lobby back there in the 24/7 home server to the refraction channel, so you could start looking there, or you could ask questions here if you want. I mean, last I knew, yeah, you were trying to say that refraction could make objects appear further than they were, which is just a baseless claim. So, do you have any other questions that don't have to do with something that you don't understand and that doesn't work the way you think it does?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, do you have any questions just about flat Earth in general? For example, I saw you were still talking about a disk there, so I'm pretty sure we've told you several times that we don't claim a disk. There's no evidence of a disk. The disk model that you've apparently seen is just a, joke model, controlled opposition, whatever you want to call it. It's usually that kind of thing is usually just keeping all the parts of the heliocentric model, meaning the fantasy realm of outer space, the solar system, and so on, and then just putting a flat disk in there. That's not what we're saying here. We're rejecting the entire heliocentric model based on the lack of evidence to support it. So, we're not claiming a disk. Do you get that part?
Yeah, but as I say, I so prefer with globes, like a model is still better than no model. So I don't know. That's still in favor of globe Earth.
We understand that you would want, because you've been given this false model from a very young age, that you want something else to jump onto. We understand that, when you're in a cult, it's kind of like when you're in an abusive relationship. That's what the globe is like. It's like scary to just leave the globe without anything, to go to for a safety mechanism. But yeah, I mean, that's basically what the rest of us did. You can leave a model that's been shown to be wrong without having to have a replacement that explains everything. That's part of the problem with the mental construct of the globe, is that it claims to have explanations of all these things, even though those explanations are full of holes and contradictions. But still, people have been trained that there has to be somebody out there, some authority figure outside me who understands everything and can explain everything, instead of just sitting with the idea that, you said that you were you understood the validity of these long-distance observations, at least to some extent, just sitting for a while with the idea that, yeah, these show that the geometry of this sphere that would predict a geometric horizon where objects were being hidden behind this curvature is not what we actually observe in reality. So just starting with that right there, and just sitting with that for a while should be enough. You don't have to race ahead and try to explain every single thing on the earth. Just think about that one.
I agree. I think it takes intellectual humility to realize that we don't know everything.
Oh, even Matthew Learns agrees. Yeah, we can't know everything. Yep.
And the quote-unquote model doesn't match reality. Right? Humility, right?
Yeah, we don't know everything.
Okay. We know the model, the quote-unquote model doesn't match reality. We know that much. No, we're not.
I think it's a better match than you do, but we don't know everything. But I think there are some explanations.
What do you mean you think it's a better match than I do? It's a perfect match. It's reverse engineered.
a better match, so we don't see curvature, but you think it's a ball. That's a special level of stupid.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm not stupid. I'm just talking about other kinds of things.
Says a guy who's never taken an IQ test and hasn't proven his water hill yet.
You have to be below the age of 12 for those. So, my lord, you think it's a better match than I do? No, it matches up perfectly. That's what has everyone lost in it, dude.
Have you ever heard of the Stockholm Syndrome, Prophet?
Yeah, you become attached to your abuser.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a common thing we see with the globe belief is that's why you haven't done this really, but you've been around here long enough to see other people get like very emotionally upset. I mean, Matthew Learns doesn't do that. Prophet doesn't do that, which I commend both of you for doing that. But some people get like really upset when, their globe, people are questioning the globe model or like questioning the authority of the so-called scientists who are actually pseudoscientists because they're very attached, and many people have their ego like all tied up in, this structure that they think has all the answers and that they've kind of like given their mind and authority over to, and they will defend it even though there's not really any like obvious direct benefit for them, in it. It's very weird. It's very illogical.
Well, yeah, Matthew, you seem to be, I mean, you're a brilliant expert, except for a few instances where you flamed out, but you're great at controlling your emotions, but you're sort of the Munchausen person. You keep feeding people enough hope to keep them sick.
Sick in what sense? What is
Lost in the Outer Space fairy tale? Well, my explanations are good enough. I give them more credence than you do. It's
that's because I think the good explanations are because the model is actually true. That matches reality.
Yeah, but you want to do more things than just speak for yourself. You just want to. It's Munchausen.
Yeah, so you guys were talking about why people get so angry. I don't think it's because they're feeling attacked personally and they're defending their idea. I think it's because they're feeling like the idea of truth is being attacked. Is my guess, but that's just
Yeah, you would think that. Yeah, you would think that, but I don't think so. So yeah, let's go back to Prophet. So the long distance observations I showed you the other day. So refraction has not been demonstrated to work in the way you would need it to work in order for these observations to magically appear. And even if you wanted to try to squint and explain away some of them, the percentage difference that you might be able to come up with is not going to be anywhere near the order of magnitude difference that would be between what the globe model predicts and what we actually see in reality. But even if that were the case, if you go back to the original list that you posted back there, you posted it at 35 minutes after the last hour, so I'll just post it again, the source that Prophet put up there. If you go down to the bottom of the list, you'll see the radio wave and the microwave observations. So you've got the Nickelbine 413 miles. These are radio waves. 325 miles. Then Marconi wireless telegraph, 10,553 miles. OTH radar, 3,400 miles. Admiral Bird, 9,000 miles. So yeah, each one of those radio waves and so on. How are you going to use refraction to explain those, Prophet? So a hint would be, I was explained to you earlier that for refraction to occur, you have to be going from one medium to another. Did you hear that part?
Yeah, I get that. No, but
refraction can also happen if it's the same medium but different densities. That's the other case where it happens.
But so you have to look at like the image or the video when looking at these tables, right?
Right. So if you're claiming that there's a change in the path of light, right, through the air due to variables, you have to explain how this relates to the surface of the Earth and the surface of the Earth curving. Because if you're going to appeal to it to make excuses for an observation not appearing to match the claimed geometry of the surface of the Earth, then you're going to have to justify the surface of the Earth's curvature, the geometry that you're claiming exists in the first instance, right?
Yeah.
And then you can appeal to wonkly donkly light in the air, making things appear to be in a certain way. Otherwise, you're just saying, well, light's wonkly donkly in the air. Well, that could happen over a flat or a globe, right?
I mean,
right?
I don't know.
Oh, you're saying if the Earth's flat, that light can't do wonkly donkly things in the air?
I mean, sure, yes.
Right.
I don't actually know how refraction really works, like over the curved surface of the Earth.
It's strange that so many are chanting it.
Yeah, over the curved surface of the Earth. How did you determine that? You haven't determined that yet. You're just saying it's curved over the curved surface. It's weird, right?
Hey, where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, all you're essentially saying is, well, if the Earth was a globe, and if the light behaved this certain way in the air over the globe, then that could explain why we're seeing what we're seeing. Well, go ahead and prove all those things, those ifs and buts.
Yeah, I'm with T-Dub. Go ahead and prove it.
But I think to prove the refraction, you'd have to be out there on that day and like measure it there, right? Like can I really make all the measurements when I measure them?
Yeah, we get it, dude. We understand that you're saying there's some wonkily-donkly stuff happening. We're asking for how do you fit that into the narrative that the Earth is a globe? And what way can you determine that that's making the Earth a globe? Can you show us, provide the evidence that that's doing that?
This would take a lot of time, though, for me to work all this stuff out, though. Like,
that's what she said.
Like, this refraction stuff's quite wonkly-donkly, right? It's not, like, easy to understand, necessarily.
Okay, so you're saying you
don't understand it.
Is it you can prove it or you can't prove it? Can you prove it or not? Like, that's what we're asking for.
I already said I don't know enough right now.
All right, so then why would you make a claim to something you don't... Like, I don't get that part. Like, wouldn't you say, hey, the jury's out right now, we don't know yet? Wouldn't that be better? Like, I mean, I don't know why you'd have to engage in saying, this is the answer, I just don't know enough yet. Wouldn't you be better just to say, I don't know at this time? I'll come back and maybe do some research. That would be a bit more honest, wouldn't you think?
I didn't say I was certain that's true. But
bro, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Then why don't you go do research and then come back when you're well equipped to have the conversation? Because right now you don't know. It may or may not be the case, but you don't know. So then why would you engage still? You get me? Like right now is a time. It's a perfect time for a concession, right? I don't know. Then just say, yeah, I don't know how to prove it with what I'm saying.
I've
The
already said that.
intellectual
Anyway.
honesty goes a long way.
Yeah, I've already said I don't know. I mean, he just wants him to repeat things. I mean, you can talk to somebody
Okay,
else.
so then, yeah, no, that's fine. But then you can't claim that it's this thing that you think it is because you can't prove it. So therefore, you can't say that it's the thing you think it is unless you have some evidence that it is the thing you're saying it is with evidence. I mean, that's fair, right?
I mean, I can still like say it might be true. Like, I mean,
Yeah, you can say a lot of things might be true, but you're not proving it. That's the point.
okay.
So where do we go from here?
Talk to somebody else, man. I mean, I don't know. Somebody else. Let's see whether it's
All right. Yeah, that's fine. We'll talk to somebody else, and perhaps maybe somebody else can tell us how they're going to make a claim to something they can't prove. I don't know.
Because we're
Maybe we
making
can
a
do that.
claim to inference to the best explanation, not a proof.
The best explanations, yeah, of course. Tonight's the night for best explanations to happen, right? As long as you got a good explanation, yeah, we'll go ahead and pass go, collect your $200. Is that how it works, Matthew?
Yeah, that's what science does. It collects explanations, not proofs.
No, it doesn't, dude. Wait,
Really? What does science prove?
yeah, it does the best that it can with is to test the claim of the how, why, things, natural occurring phenomena in nature. They want to know why things happen, so they're going to ask questions, how and why. They're going to formulate the hypothesis test. Duh.
Yeah, how and why. The explanations.
Yes, that's not an bro.
Wait, explanations don't explain how and why?
Yeah,
You
but
make it sound like
you're
a
just-
convincing Matthew.
You're just making it sound like that's all there is to it. Oh, you just have a good explanation. No, you can. You haven't done anything. You haven't observed anything. You're just making declarations, and that's not just a declaration of an explanation of something. It's not going to win the day. You have to test it. You haven't done that.
Yeah. You got to see which explanations work best.
No, Jesus, dude. Not what works best. You have to test the claim. You haven't tested the claim. You're just going based off somebody saying, "Oh, that sounds like a good idea." Yeah. No, you haven't tested the thing you think it is. It's not about explaining. It's about testing the thing you're saying. That's what science does. Not what you're saying. Just, oh, yeah, come up with a good explanation. Well, I'll tell you what. Scientism is that, right? What you're saying. So, yeah, I would agree that some people in the realm of science would claim things like you say, just an explanation. But that's not really the applied science that we're talking about. We're actually putting, pen to paper. Work. Then you're going to find out whether or not something is true. Determining it to be true, rather. Man, I'll give you the fact that that's what's going on right now. I mean, people are actually doing what you're saying. They're just making these explanations, but they're not giving them something to work with. Just like the gentleman, like he doesn't know how refraction actually affects the air between him and the target distance. So how will he whether or not it's refraction causing the optical phenomena to cause the effect to see farther in the distance due to the fact that the Earth is curving? He doesn't know how to explain that. So, like you're thinking, you think that's good for him just to make an explanation without giving the demonstration of what he's saying is true? Absolutely not. We gotta go to the base root, which is, can you test that claim to be true? I mean,
Yeah,
we're not being unreasonable here. Go ahead, Mary.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking to someone else? Because I was just going to say something about profit.
No,
Who
it was just Matthew. I'm just talking to him.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Because I was just going to say, about Prophet, who you referred to. Yeah, I totally encourage you, Prophet. I think we talked about this the other day to try to do, a long distance observation for yourself, because I think, once you do that, the refraction thing, it's really just an excuse. It's a cop-out. It doesn't do the things that people are claiming that it does. It doesn't explain these observations. It's just, it's like a little, stress ball for Globers that they squeeze, when they get too stressed about the idea that there's no proof of curvature. So, it's a coping mechanism. So you can decide to continue to do what you've been doing, which is look at the evidence, examine it. And it's been leading you, first on the fence, then you got pushed back off the fence, which is normal. But once you do your own observation, especially if you can go to the ocean over there and do a long distance observation, I think that'll make a difference to you. Good. Yeah. All right. Well, maybe you can find something out there that you could determine the distance to and then see if the horizon's behind that object. For example, Dr. John Dee did a whole series of videos about the black swan phenomenon using buoys and the horizon being behind the buoys. I should find that for you. You might find that interesting because he just used buoys for this observation. So there's a lot of things you can use. And, once you see, you're like, yep, there's the buoy. It's definitely there. There's the horizon behind the buoy. It's harder to have these like charlatans and snake oil salesmen like Matthew Learns to try to convince you that what you're actually seeing is not actually there. It's easier to do that when it's all, kind of still theoretical for you. And, not everybody's able to do that. But if you're at the beach, I feel like you totally should be able to do it.
So on the contrary, I'm not a charlatan. I don't call myself Dr. Matthew. What did Dr. John get his PhD in?
Well, she's talking about the fact that you're in here trying to convince somebody based on an explanation and not a test that they can prove for themselves. So in that way, you're just trying to tell the guy, hey, you don't have to go do the work. You can just think about it. That's why she's saying you're a charlatan.
No, I'm in favor of him doing all the observations, get a telescope, look at stuff, try to do the long distance observations, especially if
You're a subset of charlatan. You're an apologist.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, I consider anybody who pushes the globe, to be a snake oil salesman. Yep, because it's nothing but that. It's just empty promises and nothingness.
I reject that characterization. I'm not a snake. I'm just like the normal dude.
No, you're selling the snake oil
salesman.
Really? You don't get the analogy, but yeah, you're trying to. It's vapor. You're selling him vaporware, dude. He can't understand how to discern for himself what reality is, and you're just telling him, don't worry about it, man. The best explanation wins the day. And so all you got to do is have a really good explanation of to something that you think is true, and Bob's your uncle. And that's what Mary Mom is saying not to do, because you're the one that's selling him this vaporware. It's nothingness. It's a nothing burger, dude. And you're trying to give him that idea that all he's got to do is just think about it. If it sounds good and somebody's proposing it, go with that. Run with it. And no, you absolutely not. She's saying go to the beach. That's where you test this thing. It should be pretty simple. And Dr. John Dee did a test, and with these buoys, which anybody can do. So that's what we're getting to, Matthew. That's why. I don't know why we have to draw this out so that you can understand. You're in academia, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I think isn't Dr. John Dee's PhD in spectrometry or something? Spectrometry? I can't even say it. But I'd have to look it up. I haven't looked it up for a while. But yeah, he does have a PhD. I don't know why that was being asked.
Spectrophotometry.
Oh, thank you for somebody who you already knew. Then why were you trying to make me say it?
Yeah, don't play Scrabble against Matthew.
I guess spectrophotometry. Is that what it is, Matthew?
Not enough tiles. Isn't it funny, Matthew? You always appear when everyone else fizzles out.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
And when somebody's a bit weak-minded, he comes in and tries to reaffirm their weak-minded.
He's like the catcher in the rye.
Oh, no, shh, go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. It's okay. Don't let the mean flat earthers convince you to do tests. No, don't worry about that. Good explanations are just as good. Get out of here.
Okay, I will. Take it easy.
That was easy. He'll be back. Next person who flat smacks himself. Matthew.
If it was that easy, dude, I'd be like, Matthew, get lost. Okay, bye. Like, is that all it takes? Tell him to leave.
He's on break.
Yeah, it must be.
I don't know if anybody else caught this, but Old Hoss said, Matthew, you're just an apologist. And Matthew goes, I'm sorry.
I
didn't hear that.
That was gold.
Comedian.
Yeah, he did. He did say that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess he'd rather be an apologist than a snake oil salesman.
That
Maybe,
was hilarious. Yeah, he's both.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's an apologetic snake oil salesman. Yeah,
Exactly.
That can work. I'm sorry for being a snake oil salesman.
Yep. So I like this this discussion of explanations being so. If an explanation trumps all with the best explanation, then what happens? You can have another explanation explaining the first explanation away, right?
Yes.
That's what he said. How science works, Sonny, is the best explanation.
That is actually how science works.
Shoulders of giants, right? You disprove the other guy with having a better explanation than the one before. So that's how you. That's how you win this game. See, even the guys agreeing with me. That's. I was telling him, yeah, I get your point. I know that's what in that realm the way it operates. The guy has something a bit more convoluted than people can't really get it. Then yeah, let's run with that because it sounds like you know what you're talking about when you're saying a whole bunch of gobbledygook.
Yep. And then who gets to decide which explanation is the best?
They have their panel of peer-reviewed,
Right. So maybe funding. So maybe funding is involved then.
Yeah, cash is king. So the one with the biggest amount.
Yeah, what is the financial?
It's bought and paid for, bro. I'm telling you.
What is the financial incentive to proving the Earth is?
So see, here's the thing, man. I think what we're saying is the institutions in which you rely for the information that you're getting about the world that you have, the worldview, is all coming from places that are bought and paid for, right? They're working for, getting better funding for whatever department they're working on. So they're not really going. They're not really going for like being inquisitive, like with scientific, ideas. They're just trying to get more funding for whatever projects they want to do. But in order to get that, they'd have to placate to, whatever board that they have to work with. That's all they're doing. It's like, dude, this is very common. That's what most of these clubs do.
Isn't it just like a lot more work, like do this whole flat like globe Earth lie, than to like just?
Yeah, but you got to play the game, dude. You got to be in the club and you got to play the game. If you're not playing the game, if you're not doing the curriculum, I mean, you're out. So you got to go along with all what they're saying. You get, so long as you're with the paradigm, you can have your opinions about the paradigm, but don't deviate from that paradigm. Because if you do, then out you go. So as long as you're within there, like everybody's like, agreeing with everyone.
Yeah, but what is the incentive to lying about the Earth shape?
Well, yeah, lying would insinuate that somebody is doing it maliciously, and it's probably not how it is. Everybody's convinced in their own mind that just because it's been handed down to them as a tradition, that's the way it is. So, you know what I mean? Like they're not questioning that fact anymore. That it's not something that's been proven. It's just something they accept. So as you did, like, believe in Christmas, and so did your family, it was handed down from the generation before that in your family. And so they kept this tradition going. So that's all it is, just a tradition. Like thinking of the Earth as a globe was just handed down to somebody else. But it's maybe have started with malicious intent, right? At base root, its origin. But where it is today, it's just handed down to you by somebody who's just telling you that it's a globe because they believe it's true. They think it's true. They're not lying to you. They're telling you what they think is true. That's all it is, dude. They're handing you a tradition. You're taking it and running with it.
There's a big difference between like thinking the Earth is a globe and like knowing Santa is not real.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to say that they're the same because both of them are a big myth. There's nothing in there that you can find out in any truth that the Earth is a globe, and the way Santa, Santa Claus, wearing a red suit, flying around, every Christmas, they're the same. You can't tell me that you're going to
what's
find
the
truth
difference?
in the globe versus Santa. Try to find it. Try to find any truth that the Earth is a globe. Demonstrate it to us that it's true, and then I'll agree with you. You can debunk me saying that the analogy is incorrect. Go ahead. Show anything. I don't care what it is. Find one thing that the Earth as a globe is true.
And go collect your Bitcoin from David Weiss.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Santo.
I mean,
And, can you think of anything?
That's a $500,000 plus.
what about like why do I see the same moon?
Now
as
you're
someone
diverting.
up to-
Now you're diverting from the question
I'm not
asked.
diverting. He asked me one proof.
You're morphing into a lunatic.
Yeah, you're not talking about the Earth anymore, though. So you have to be.
Hold on, guys. Let him get his thing out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do I see the same moon as someone on the opposite side of the world?
What is like as in the one person sees the moon and you see the moon too?
No, it's just like it's the same moon. It's like the same. It's the same face. It's the same shape. The same like.
Yeah. I get what you mean. But what does that mean? Like to you, how does that relate that the Earth is a specific geometric shape? Like, are you drawing some kind of reason that the Earth is a globe via this observation?
No, like for the Earth to be flat, that means like the globe map is wrong. If the globe map is wrong, then.
Oh, I mean, it's not. Yeah, we're not relying on the map. The land itself is showing you what it is. So if you can see that it's a horizontal surface, I mean, there's nothing more than just the experience of living on a planar surface, right? So if they're telling you the map is just something, it's basically a projection. It's not actually the real land. The real land is what you're walking on right now. So the map is a projection of what they're conceptualizing the whole entire Earth to look like as a conception. It's not real, right? It's a conception. So you can't rely on a map to give you the indication that the Earth is anything like what you would experience it being. So what you experience the Earth being is what you're walking on right now. That's what's real. So that's what we're going by. We're going by what the experience of living on this Earth and moving across it, which is a horizontal plane. So I don't know if the moon's. Yeah, I don't know if the moon's helping you.
Let's go back to maps. Like, we have like actual maps where you can get a scale. Like you can see the distance from this point to this point is this, and you can do this from you can do this in the ocean, you can do this on land, you can do this between cities. Like I don't think anybody can say it's wrong. Like why is there not a flat Earth one?
Well, you got to think about it, man. People use these maps as a way to plot out and chart courses, but they're not looking at the map to detail like what the land is. The land that you travel over is what the land is, not what the map is showing what the land is. The map is only it's showing you the concept of what places and things on this Earth are. They're kind of like trying to represent it and but the conceptualization of it is not the actualization of it. It's not actually the Earth. The actual Earth is what you're traveling over.
Yeah,
the map is just used for. Go ahead.
I'm physically putting 2 X's on a map and traveling over that distance, and then putting 2 X's on the same distance on another place in the map, and is the same place.
Yeah, but we're only talking about distance right now. You're only saying from point A to point B. Distance is not the factor right now. The factor is the Earth curving from the point A to point B. So how did you determine, using a map, that the surface is curved from point A to point B? How did you figure that out?
So basically, because I'm moving in a straight line, I can go from like fucking city A to city B.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
What? No, but you can't make a flat Earth map.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, but you can make a flat map with a scale.
Yeah, so you're getting hung up on this. You're getting hung up on the map idea. The map isn't determining if the surface is curving or not. I've already told you this. That's not the determining factor. You can't just say the map is telling us that the Earth is a globe. That's not how it works. Because you can use a map to for any shape. Actually, the map will fit any shape, so long as you have a shape that. Yes, this is true.
That's why like the actual
This is
like the map that like the actual like globe map, like when you put it on a 2D surface, like if the US looks bigger than it actually is, and like Russia looks bigger than it actually is.
Yeah, I know, but do you know how many maps? You're getting hung up, Santo, on maps. Do you know how many maps there are that have been conceptualized?
How many?
There's hundreds, dude. Hundreds of maps.
Well, first of all, they should be able to put it onto a flat map. You just have to obviously do your calculations.
Hold on, Medicus. I just want him to get to the point that he understands that maps aren't going to lead him to the surface curving. So you have to realize, if you want to determine whether the surface is curving or not, you can't extract that from a map. You're just not going to, because anybody that travels over the surface, Santo, it doesn't matter what map they're using, they don't know if the surface is of anything other than a horizontal plane. There's nothing else that they can derive from the surface as they're traveling over it, other than it being a horizontal plane. That's the only thing that they experience the Earth as they're traveling over it as.
Well, I think you're misreading my point. My point is that you can't make an accurate two-dimensional map.
Yeah, I know, because
any scale.
Yeah, the system that you're using, it's only verifying itself by the system that it was created by.
No,
the system of longitude and latitude. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, dude. The system of longitude and latitude was derived using the Cartesian coordinate system that only shows that the Earth is a oblate spheroid. I mean, you can use a WGS84 model or any other type of spherical Earth oblate spheroid model, but it's only verifying itself. So within that system, you're saying, well, the system checks out because it's verifying that you can't do it in any other way. But that's because it's a conceptualization of a model. It's not because you're traveling over the surface and verifying that the model comports to reality.
I am, though. I can go from like on a boat from fucking China to the US and make a X on my map. And then
boats use charts. Boats treat the surface as flat. They don't treat it as curved.
Yeah.
Okay, so
because the Earth is huge, but you can go from fucking Nebraska.
Well, whatever map you're using, you're not accounting for any curvature, so it's just happening on a flat surface.
I'm not using a map. I'm using a globe. So
no one's using a globe to navigate. People don't use globes to navigate.
No, I'm saying in my experiment, I can put two X's on a globe. I can measure the distance of the string.
That's great. That's great, Santo. This is the important part. It doesn't matter what you're drawing on a map. When you're traveling over the surface, you do not experience any curvature, nor do you have to figure out how to negotiate over the curving surface, because there isn't one to do that. So there isn't a traveling over a globe in any way. The idea that you are is based on the conception that you think you're going over a globe. It's not because it's an actual globe, dude. I don't know how else to paint it to you. You're not getting it. The map isn't going to help you understand that the surface is curving or not. It's not what a map is determining.
Well, I'm not saying you're going to feel the Earth curve using the map. I'm saying that you can go on a car, figure out the distance between this place and this place, and you can only do that with a globe map.
No, dude. No, that's incorrect. No.
How else?
There's a short. Yeah, there's short grid system planar surveying can do, where you can draw out a 2D surface with land topography that's showing elevation changes over a large swath of land that you don't need it to be curving. As a matter of fact, elevation change on elevation profiles, you can see.
I'm talking about elevation. I'm talking about a global scale.
I know. Listen, dude. It doesn't matter how you're trying to put it, because so traveling over the surface, you can only extrapolate that you're traveling on a horizontal plane. You're never gonna know that you're traveling over a globe in any way, because it's not one, for number one. Number two, there's no way for somebody traveling over the surface to detect whether or not it's curving. So you can't determine that by traveling over the surface. So maps aren't going to help you. Traveling over the surface isn't going to help you. So what I'm asking for you is to find out how did they determine that the surface is curving, if what you're saying right now is not a way to determine it.
How I'm saying you can like debunk the Earth being flat is because you if every flat earther came together, they'll never be able to make a 2-dimensional that's accurate. It's possible. If that happened, then like every single globe world.
Yeah, thank goodness you were roboting.
Hello.
Santo, you're breaking up.
Flat Earth.
You're disintegrating.
Your internet.
You were making a really long-winded point.
Oh, hello. Is it better now?
A little bit. Yeah, we heard that. Try again, man. What'd you say?
I'm getting DDoSed by the flat Earth, bro. Anyways, I lost my point. What was it gonna say? Well,
we can't hear you, Mumbles.
I forget what I was gonna say.
You got to speak up a little bit. It's not my fault. Dude, I'm not your internet connection.
I'm getting DDoSed by the flat Earth, bro. It's
the DDoS, dude. We don't have time to DDoS. We do not have time to DDoS anybody, man. Your brain is DDoSing itself, man. Like that's all I can tell you.
Anyways.
Nobody cares about DDoSing anyone anymore.
I was trying to say. Anyways, what I was trying to say before I got so rudely DDoSed is like you can't possibly make a flat Earth map on a global scale. If you got every
it's a nonsense point, dude. It's a nonsense point. You're just basically saying you can conceptualize the Earth as a globe. You have no evidence for it in reality.
Yes, you can.
But just because you can conceptualize it, you think that makes it true.
Yes, you can, because you have something called the scale. You can go from
No, you can't.
You can measure this. You can measure the distance from point X and point.
Okay.
Point A and
Let's say we measure the distance from point A to B, and it's over a distance of 10 miles. So let's say we're dealing with a 10-mile distance. How much curvature is supposed to be from A to B?
I'm saying like do like a country-based.
No, just do 10 miles. Yeah, we are. That's what we're talking about, because that's what your globe requires, doesn't it?
I mean, why don't we go bigger?
No, let's say we'll just start with 10 miles and then we can get bigger. So how much curve over 10 miles do you think?
Of course, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Well, have a guess. 1 centimeter, 10 centimeters, 10 meters. What do you think?
Yeah, how would I know what?
Well, this is your argument. A curved surface.
My argument is you can't make a flat map.
Well, then you're saying you can't make a flat map, so... No, you're saying it would have to be a globe because it can't be flat because of maps. Okay, well, if it's a globe, then how much curvature have you got over 10 miles?
No, I'm saying it has to be a globe because you can't.
Yeah. Okay, so where's the curvature over 10 miles?
No.
Yeah. So let's test that hypothesis you have. You just said
miles in diameter, and you expect to see curvature on 10 miles.
No, you. This is the claim you're making. You're claiming it's a globe, so you claim a certain amount of. Okay. So your globe that you're arguing for, it doesn't have curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, of course it does, but that's not what I'm talking about right now.
Okay, great. That's what we're talking about. So you need to prove that for it to be a ball.
I'm the one making the claims, you know, Ivy.
Yeah. You're making a claim that it's a curved surface. So how much curvature are you claiming exists over 10 miles?
No, I'm trying to say
no, bro. You need to deal with this. You need to deal with this.
No, I don't, because you
do. You do. You need to argue for your globe. You need to argue for the globe.
No, I need to argue. My argument was.
Yeah, you're arguing for a 39-59 mile radius ball.
My argument is that you can't make a flat map, but you can make a globe one, and you can.
Great. Okay, who just said 66 feet there?
I did, Mr. Gunn.
Oh, Lord.
Mr. Gunn. Okay, so your other glober has come in and informed you that there's supposed to be a drop of 66 feet over 10 miles. Do you agree or disagree?
Agree.
You agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So, has this ever been measured?
I mean, it doesn't have to be because that's not the experiment I'm talking about.
That's not why I asked you. I said, has it ever been measured?
That's not the example I've been talking about.
I know, I'm not asking about that. I'm saying, has that ever been measured, that 66 feet over 10 miles?
I mean, then you're gonna like fucking pull out the black.
Hey, just answer the question. What do you think? Do you think it's ever been measured, or do you think it hasn't been measured?
Yes, it's been measured.
What did you say?
Yes, it's been measured.
Great. Who measured it? And how did they do it?
They probably made a long string, maybe, but that's not my point. So that's not my argument for the.
Well, you're saying it has been measured, so that
they wouldn't measure it with a string.
That is your argument.
No,
so who measured that?
My argument is that I can like pick 2 points in a globe, measure.
Yeah. So if it's a globe, it has 66 feet. Yeah. So if it's a globe, like you're saying, then it has this 66 feet over 10 miles. It would have to geometrically.
That's not my argument. It's not my argument.
Yeah. But if that's not true, then you don't have an argument. So you're going to have to prove that that's true.
It doesn't
matter.
If it's true.
Yeah, it does. If it's a globe, it has to have that.
I mean, I'm arguing something completely.
No, remember, you agreed. The globe has curvature. Remember?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm discussing right now.
So if the Earth doesn't have that curvature, can it be a globe?
Of course it does. But that's not what I'm discussing.
Right, well, this is what you need to prove, because so far you haven't proven it. So 66 feet over 10 miles.
All I need to prove is that the only way
you just need to prove this. You just need to prove this 66 feet over 10 miles. Just post the measurement in the chat. Yeah, you do.
Hey, you agreed with Mr. Gunn.
No,
am I listening to a different episode, or what's going on?
That's an experiment I physically can't do, but an experiment I can do.
Well, who did? Who did do it?
I mean, probably
I don't think anyone's done that experiment. That's not how they know.
I love it. They just keep parachuting in. Someone probably did it. I don't know who did it. Someone probably did it. Who did it? I don't know. That's not what I'm talking about.
The other guy disagrees. The other guy disagrees, and he says he doesn't think it's been done. He doesn't think it's been measured.
And then there's Mr. Gunn. Is that Mr. Gunn?
Yeah, Mr. Gunn says it can't be measured, or it hasn't been measured.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to my point.
Why did you hitch up with Mr. Gunn, Santo? You agree with Mr. Gunn?
Yes, but that's all.
How they measure is they take 3 points on the Earth.
That's not my point, though.
When they do sundials,
Earth is a globe, then it's directly
tell the difference
relevant.
between doing triangulation. Once they know the curvature of the Earth, then they can determine the drop from any point. So it's all math. That's how it's done.
Well, how did they measure the curvature of the Earth?
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Flat Earther? Can I just do that instead? Because I have a question I'm trying to figure out.
Well, are we conceding that there is no measurement of the Earth's curvature?
No, there is a measurement of the Earth's curvature, but not in that way. It's done differently with the.
No, you would expect it, but it's not there
on the flat surface. So how big is the sun on the flat Earth model? How big is the sun on the flat Earth model?
Hold on. No. We're still trying to ascertain this measurement of the curvature.
You guys can go and pull out a different point. So when I discuss that, you guys try to.
And we're still on the same point. You're trying to prove the Earth globe.
No, I was talking about.
You're talking about the Earth being a globe, right?
No, I'm talking about how you can get 2 points in a globe, use a scale, and drive that distance, and it will be exactly the same.
You don't have a globe, though. You don't have a globe yet. You haven't got that 66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
I mean, I can just go to the store, buy a globe, and I can prove it's right.
So you go to the store and you buy a toy globe, and that means the Earth must be a big spinning ball.
No.
Right?
I mean, every one of us.
Don't you know the measurements that's already been taken to prove this? Like, why are you?
No, you can obviously prove that what he's saying makes sense, and it only makes sense.
Buying a toy globe.
You're talking about is a ball. Why do you guys just refuse?
Okay. If the surface is a ball, if the surface is a ball, then you just need to show us the measurement of this 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles.
If you have a ball, right, you can take 3 points on that ball, right, and then determine curvature, correct?
I mean, I can just prove.
Well, how are you doing that in reality?
I can just prove it's right without doing it. Like,
if I have a stationary light, right, and I have 3 points, and I stick sticks in those 3 points, I can determine the angle of the shadow that's created by the same light, and I could therefore determine that if those are different, that I have a curvature of the Earth, right? And I can determine the exact curvature. This was done way back.
Not by
way
using
back in
angles, you can't.
it's like 600 BC, and we've done that experiment many times. The experiment is done.
Are you aware? Are you aware in Eratosthenes that he? Hold on. Are you aware that in Eratosthenes, dude? No, we can respond.
No.
Are you aware that in Eratosthenes he assumed the Earth was a globe?
Yeah.
He didn't
Yeah,
measure
but
any
we've already done
curvature.
we've done the measurements today, so it doesn't matter. I can show you YouTube videos.
All right, so Eratosthenes didn't. So Eratosthenes didn't measure it then.
None of that matters because we can do the measurements right now, and I can show you.
Okay, great. So who measured? So who measured it?
So now
who measured it in this century?
Now that
no,
we know
you haven't.
how.
No, we don't know how. Because you just said. No, we don't know how. We don't know how because you just said a guy who you then just said, yeah, he didn't measure it, but someone else did. Okay, so who did?
Well, who measured it doesn't matter if it's true. Like
no, not you, Santo. The other spastic.
Yeah, the other dude.
The guy with the halo on his head.
He just gave up on Eratosthenes in 10 seconds.
Can I go back?
Someone else did it.
Can I go back to speaking?
No.
I don't know. Can you? Let's let Halo answer.
I'm waiting to ask my question now.
Where did the other dude? Yeah, the Eratosthenes dude. He said, well, he assumed the globe, so he didn't measure it. So you said it doesn't matter because
you asked
other people have measured it.
Look up Rick Brinkman on YouTube.
Oh, my Lord.
Brinkman on YouTube. It's called Measuring Earth's Curvature with Basic Gear.
So what does he do?
That's just one of many. So now that I've answered the question,
can you post it in the chat? Well, hold on, dude. Why are you so determined? He's so determined not to discuss his globe measurements.
I don't care anymore about that. I want to know how far.
Well, maybe you can realize that Rick Brinkman
miles up is the sun and the flat Earth model. Please.
All right.
Yeah,
so
same assumptions of your Greek guy, bro.
How many miles up is the sun and the flat Earth model, please?
Well, hold on, dude. We can get to that later. We're interested in this Rick
I want to do it right now. I don't want to talk to you at all.
We're interested in this Rick Brinkman character. I didn't read his name in the textbooks, but you're saying he's the guy. He's the guy who's measured the globe. So could you post his measurement in the chat so that we can evaluate it?
I don't know where the chat is. I only see the voice
chat.
So.
Yeah, the voice chat.
It's the side chat on the sidebar.
I don't know how to do that.
You don't have to copy a link? Post it in a chat?
I don't know where I'm supposed to post it. I don't see it. I see a whole.
What are you on? Are you on PC or are you on phone?
Yes,
I'm on PC. Pinged you. I just pinged you.
Can you check your pings?
Rick
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't use this program only for
games. Rick Brinkman. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so someone who uses the PC, direct him to where the text channel is.
What's it called? Is it called something else? Because tech chats have like a.
It should just be like a chat bubble somewhere on the channel where you see all the little icons. It should be a text bubble
For example,
or something.
There's guest rooms. Those are text chats.
There should be a chat. No, there should be a chat bubble on your screen somewhere now with a little red 1 on it because you've been pinged. You've been notified.
I don't see that.
Yeah, somebody just pinged you. All House just pinged you in there.
It's right. So if you see the thing with the speaker that says 24/7 Fighter, just to the right of that, there's
it says Rick Brinkman.
Hey, Mr. Gunn, if you want, I can
try to click there where it says open chat.
Hey, Mr. Gunn, if you want, just send in the DM.
Yes, open chat.
Hey, Mr. Gunn, can you see my DM? Just send me the link and I'll put it in the chat for him.
Yeah, if you work together, I'm sure you can get this done.
Yes, that's it. Yes. You know, I'll say